Erlang's eyes widened as he gazed intently at the thatched, mud-streaked black roof above him. The old quilt draped over him had turned a deep yellow, obscuring its original hue, and it faintly emanated a musty odor. Beside him lay his second brother, Hanju, who was enjoying a deep, sweet slumber, intermittently punctuated by snores of varying intensity. About half a zhang away from the bed stood a wall made of yellow clay, which had cracked over time, revealing a few inconspicuous, slender fissures. From these cracks, the faint murmur of Han Yu's incessant complaints drifted in, occasionally mingled with the sound of Han Fu drawing on his pipe, the pata-pata resonating in the air. Erlangzi slowly closed his slightly weary eyes, compelling himself to plunge into a deep slumber as soon as possible. He was acutely aware that if he did not fall asleep promptly, he would be unable to rise early the next day and would miss the opportunity to venture into the mountains with his companions to gather firewood. Erlang's full name was Han Li. Such a seemingly respectable name was not concocted by his parents, it was bestowed upon him by Uncle Zhang, the village elder, upon his father's request, who had offered 2 coarse cornbread loaves in exchange for the favor. In his youth, Uncle Zhang had served as a companion to wealthy merchants in the city and was the only literate person in the village, with many names of local children attributed to him. In the village, Han Li was known as Erlangzi, yet he was neither dull-witted nor foolish rather. He was renowned as the most intelligent child among the villagers. However, like other children in the village, he seldom heard anyone refer to him by his given name, Han Li, as the nickname Erlangzi had steadfastly followed him through the years. The origin of his nickname stemmed from the existence of another child in the village named Lungzi. This was of little consequence, as other children bore names such as Gowa and Erdan, which were no more melodious than Erlangzi. Consequently, although Han Li was not fond of this moniker, he could only find solace in his acceptance of it. Physically, Han Li was rather unremarkable, with dark skin typical of an ordinary farm boy. Yet, deep within his heart, he possessed a maturity far beyond his years, having long yearned for the splendor and abundance of the outside world, dreaming of one day escaping his minuscule village to explore the realms that Uncle Zhang often spoke of. This aspiration was one he had never dared to share with anyone else, for it would surely astonish the villagers. How could a mere child entertain such audacious thoughts? Most children of his age were preoccupied with chasing chickens and playing in the dirt, far removed from the peculiar notion of leaving their homeland. Han Li's family comprised 7 members, including 2 older brothers, an older sister, and younger sister. As a 4th child, he had just turned 10. Life at home was quite meager. They seldom enjoyed meals with meat, and the family perpetually hovered at the brink of subsistence. At this moment, Han Li lingered in a state of drowsiness, caught between sleep and wakefulness, with a persistent thought nagging at him. When he ascended the mountain, he must gather plenty of the red berries that his beloved younger sister adored. The following day at noon, as Han Li trudged home under the scorching sun with a towering stack of firewood on his back and a bag full of berries in his arms, he remained oblivious to the arrival of a guest who would alter the course of his destiny. This esteemed visitor was none other than his close relative, his 3rd uncle. It was said that he worked as a manager at a tavern in a nearby town, a figure of great significance in the eyes of Han Li's parents. Over the past century, the Han family had produced no other relative of such stature as this 3rd uncle. Han Li had only seen this uncle a few times in his early childhood. His older brother had been introduced to an apprenticeship with an old blacksmith by this very uncle, who also frequently sent provisions and necessities to his family, demonstrating his care. Thus, Han Li held a favorable impression of his 3rd uncle, recognizing his parents' unspoken gratitude. His older brother was the pride of the family. The apprenticeship not only provided meals and lodging, but also a monthly stipend of 30 copper coins. Once fully trained and employed, the earnings would only increase. Whenever his parents mentioned his older brother, their faces would light up, transforming them entirely. Though still young, Han Li harbored a deep envy, already envisioning his ideal job, being chosen by a skilled master in the nearby town to become an apprentice and, in turn, a respectable tradesman. Thus, when Han Li beheld his 3rd uncle, clad in a brand-new satin outfit, with a plump, round face and a small mustache, he felt a surge of excitement. After placing the firewood behind the house, he bashfully approached the front room to greet his uncle, obediently uttering, "Hello, 3rd uncle," and then standing quietly to one side, listening to the conversation between his parents and his uncle. His third uncle smiled warmly at Han Li, appraising him with kind words of praise such as well-behaved and thoughtful, before turning to discuss the purpose of his visit with Han Li's parents. Though still young, Han Li could grasp the general idea of his uncle's words. As it turned out, the tavern where his uncle worked belonged to a sect known as Qixianmen. This sect had both outer and inner disciples, and recently, his uncle had officially become an outer disciple of this sect, empowered to recommend children aged 7 to 12 for the inner disciple examination. The examination for inner disciples of Qi Xianmen occurred once every 5 years, and it was set to commence next month. This shrewd uncle, who had no children of his own, naturally thought of the eligible Han Li. Han Li's father, who was usually straightforward, hesitated upon hearing terms like Jianghu and sect, which were foreign to him. He took a drag on his pipe, the pata-pata sound filling the silence as he sat in contemplation. In the eyes of his uncle, Qi Xianmen was undoubtedly a prestigious sect within hundreds of miles. Becoming an inner disciple not only promised free martial arts training and sustenance, but also a monthly allowance of silver coins. Furthermore, those who participated in the examination, even if not selected, could still become outer disciples like his uncle and manage external affairs for Qi Xianmen. Upon hearing of the potential monthly earnings and the opportunity to become a respected figure like his uncle, Han Li's father finally made up his mind and agreed. Seeing his uncle's approval, his third uncle felt elated. He left behind a few silver coins, instructing them to prepare Han Li with nourishing meals over the next month to bolster his strength for the test. After exchanging farewells, the uncle affectionately ruffled Han Li's hair before departing for the city. Although Han Li did not fully comprehend his uncle's words, he understood that a journey to the city held the promise of substantial wealth. The dream he had long cherished was finally within reach, leaving him restless with excitement for several nights. A little over a month later, his uncle arrived punctually in the village to take Han Li away. Before departing, Han Li's father reminded him repeatedly to be honest, to be tolerant in the face of challenges, and to avoid disputes with others, while his mother urged him to take care of his health, to eat well, and sleep well. As he sat in the carriage, watching his parents gradually fade into the distance, Han Li bit his lip, struggling to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Though he had always been more mature than his peers, he was still just a 10-year-old boy, and the prospect of venturing far for the first time left him feeling melancholic and uncertain. In his youthful heart, he silently resolved that once he earned a fortune, he would return home and never be separated from his parents again. Little did Han Li realize that the wealth he sought would soon pale in significance, as he embarked on a path of cultivation distinct from that of ordinary mortals. Paving the way for his own journey into the realms of immortality, Longzi stared wide-eyed at the thatched and muddy black roof above, beneath which lay an old cotton quilt, now a deep yellow, its original hue long obscured, faintly exuding a musty odor. Beside him was his second brother, Han Zhu, who was blissfully asleep, intermittently emitting a chorus of snores of varying intensity. Approximately half a jong away from the bed stood a wall made of yellow mud, which had developed a few inconspicuous cracks over time. Through these fissures, the faint sounds of Han Mu's nagging complaints could be heard, occasionally mingled with the pata-pata of Han Fu drawing on his pipe. Longzi slowly closed his somewhat weary eyes, compelling himself to drift into a deep slumber. He understood all too well that if he did not succumb to sleep soon, he would struggle to rise early the next day and thus miss the chance to join his companions in the mountains to gather firewood. Longzi's full name was Han Li, a name his parents could hardly have conjured up themselves. It was bestowed by Uncle Zhang, a village elder, after his father offered him 2 coarse corn cakes as a token of gratitude. In his youth, Uncle Zhang had served as a companion to wealthy patrons in the city, making him the only literate person in the village. Consequently, more than half of the village children-born names he had crafted. Han Li was often referred to as Longzi, yet he was no fool in fact. He was the most astute child in the village. However, like other children, he seldom heard his name, Han Li, spoken by anyone other than his family. Instead, he was perpetually known as Longzi, a moniker that had persisted over the years. The reason for this nickname stemmed merely from the existence of another child in the village named Longzi. This was of little consequence, as other children had similarly odd names like Gowa or Dan. none of which were particularly more melodious than Erlangzi. Thus, although Hanli was not fond of this appellation, he found solace in the idea that he could not change it. Physically, Hanli was quite unremarkable, with dark skin typical of an ordinary peasant child. Yet, deep within, he possessed a maturity far beyond his years. He had long yearned for the abundant and vibrant world beyond his small village. Dreaming of the day he could escape this tiny hamlet and explore the vast world that Uncle Zhang often spoke of. Hanli had never dared to voice this ambition to others, for it would surely astonish the villagers to learn that a mere child could entertain such adult thoughts. After all, the other children of his age were preoccupied with chasing chickens and dogs, far removed from the peculiar notion of leaving their homeland. Hanli's family comprised 7 members, 2 older brothers, an older sister, and a younger sister. As the 4th child, he had just turned 10. Their household lived in modest circumstances, seldom enjoying meals with meat, and they perpetually hovered around the brink of subsistence. At this moment, Han Li was in a state of drowsiness, teetering between wakefulness and sleep, with a lingering thought in his mind. When he ventured into the mountains, he must gather plenty of the red berries that his beloved younger sister adored. The following noon, as Han Li trudged home under the scorching sun, burdened by a stack of firewood as tall as himself and a bag brimming with berries, he remained oblivious to the arrival of a guest who would alter the course of his destiny. This esteemed visitor was a close relative, his 3rd uncle, who worked as a manager in a tavern in a nearby town, regarded by his parents as a remarkable individual. In nearly a century, the Han family had produced but one relative of such standing as 3rd uncle. Han Li had only encountered his 3rd uncle a handful of times in his youth. It was this uncle who had facilitated his elder brother's apprenticeship with an old blacksmith in the city and had frequently sent provisions to his family, thus earning Han Li's fond regard and his parents' unspoken gratitude. His elder brother was the pride of the family. It was said that the apprenticeship not only provided food and shelter, but also a monthly stipend of 30 copper coins. Upon completion, the earnings would be even greater. Whenever his parents mentioned his elder brother, their eyes sparkled with joy, as though they were transformed. Despite his tender age, Han Li could not help but feel envious. Already dreaming of the day he might catch the eye of a skilled craftsman in the town and be taken on as an apprentice, thus becoming a respectable artisan. Thus, when Han Li beheld his 3rd uncle, clad in a brand new satin outfit, with a chubby round face and a tuft of a mustache, his heart swelled with excitement. After placing the firewood neatly behind the house, he bashfully approached the front room to greet his uncle with a respectful Uncle San, "Hello," before standing quietly to the side, listening to the conversation between his parents and his uncle. His uncle smiled warmly at Han Li, appraising him briefly, and offered compliments such as well-behaved and sensible, before turning to discuss his purpose for visiting. Though Han Li was still too young to fully comprehend his uncle's words, he grasped the general idea. It turned out that the tavern where his uncle worked belonged to a sect known as Kickswomen, which was divided into outer and inner disciples. Recently, his uncle had officially become an outer disciple of this sect and was now able to recommend children aged 7 to 12 for the inner discipleship examinations. The 5-yearly Kickswomen recruitment test was set to begin next month, and this astute uncle, who had no children of his own, naturally thought of Han Li as a suitable candidate. Han Li's father, typically straightforward and unassuming, felt hesitant upon hearing terms like Jianghu and sect, which he had never encountered before. He picked up his pipe and took several deep puffs in silence. In his uncle's words, Kickswomen was undoubtedly one of the most prestigious sects within hundreds of miles of their vicinity. If one became an inner disciple, not only would they be provided for in terms of martial arts training and sustenance, but they would also receive a monthly allowance of 1 or 2 silver coins. Moreover, even those who failed to qualify could still aspire to be like his uncle, managing the sect's external affairs. Upon hearing of the potential for a monthly income and the chance to become a dignified individual like his uncle, Han Li's father finally resolved to agree. His uncle, upon receiving his consent, was elated. He left behind a few silver coins, advising that he would return a month to escort Han Li, urging his family to provide him with plenty of nourishing food to prepare him for the examination. After exchanging farewells, his uncle affectionately ruffled Han Li's hair and departed for the city. Though Han Li did not fully grasp his uncle's words, he understood that going to the city meant the prospect of earning substantial wealth. His long-held wish seemed on the verge of realization, and for several nights, he found himself unable to sleep from excitement. A little over a month later, his uncle arrived punctually in the village to take Han Li away. Before leaving, Han Li's father repeatedly cautioned him to be honest and accommodating, avoiding conflicts with others, while his mother urged him to take care of his health and eat well. On the carriage, as he watched his parents' figures gradually recede into the distance, Han Li bit his lip, struggling to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Though he had always been more mature than his peers, he was still just a 10-year-old boy, and the prospect of his first journey away from home filled him with a sense of melancholy and uncertainty. In his youthful heart, he silently vowed that once he earned enough money, he would return home and never part from his parents again. Little did Han Li realize that, following this departure, the pursuit of wealth would become insignificant to him. He was destined to embark on a path of cultivation distinct from that of ordinary mortals, forging his own journey in the realm of immortality. Chapter 2. Qingyou Town. This is a quaint little town, though it is more accurately described as a slightly larger township, known as Qingyou Town. Only the unsophisticated locals residing in the nearby mountain valleys incessantly chant the name Qingyou Town. This has been the sentiment of Zhang Er, a doorkeeper for over a decade. Indeed, Qingyou Town is small, characterized by a solitary main street, Qingyou Street, which stretches east to west. There is but one inn, the Qingyou Inn, situated at the western end of this elongated town. Hence, travelers wishing to avoid sleeping outdoors have no choice but to stay here at a tea present, a horse-drawn carriage, evidently having traveled a considerable distance. Enters Qingyou Town from the west, swiftly passing the entrance of the Qingyou Inn without pausing, continuing its rapid journey to the opposite end of the town, where it finally halts before the Spring Fragrance Restaurant. The restaurant is modest in size and somewhat antiquated, yet it exudes a quaint charm that as it happens to be lunchtime. The establishment is bustling with patrons, nearly at full capacity. From the carriage emerges a portly man with a round face and a small mustache, accompanied by a dark-skinned boy of around 10 years old. The man, leading the child, strides confidently into the restaurant. Some familiar faces within recognize the stout figure as Han the Fat, the proprietor of this establishment. Though no one seems to know the identity of the boy, old Han, this dark lad bears quite a resemblance to you. Could he be the son you fathered behind your wife's back? A voice suddenly jests, provoking a hearty laugh from those nearby. Pa, this is my own nephew. Of course he resembles me a bit, the rotund man replies, not only unperturbed but also somewhat pleased. These two are none other than Han Li and his uncle, colloquially known as Han the Fat, who have just completed a 3-day journey and have only now arrived in town. Han the Fat greets a few familiar patrons and then leads Han Li to a secluded courtyard at the back of the restaurant. Little Li, you should rest well in this room and regain your strength. Once the steward arrives, I'll call for you. I must step out for a moment to attend to some familiar faces. He kindly instructs, pointing to a room in the courtyard. After saying this, he hurriedly makes his way outside the entrance. Seeming slightly anxious, he adds, don't wander off. The town is bustling with people, and you might get lost. It's best to stay within the courtyard. Understood. Han Li replies obediently, and with that, his uncle feels reassured and departs. Exhausted from the journey, Han Li collapses onto the bed and quickly drifts into a deep slumber. Showing no signs of the typical shyness of a child, by evening, a young servant delivers a meal that, while not extravagant, proves to be quite palatable. After finishing, another young servant enters to take away the empty dishes. At which point Han the Fat leisurely strolls back in. How was the meal? Did it suit your palate? Are you feeling a bit homesick? He inquires. Yes, a little, Han Li responds, appearing quite obedient. His uncle seems pleased with the reply and soon engages him in casual conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from his own experiences. Gradually, Han Li feels more at ease, and laughter begins to fill the air between them. Thus, the days pass in a pleasant succession. On the 3rd day, after Han Li finished his dinner and was awaiting his uncle to regale him with tales of the martial world, a horse-drawn carriage came to a halt before the tavern. The carriage, coated in a glossy black lacquer, was drawn by a rare and magnificent yellow stallion. Most striking was a small triangular black flag with a rusted Xian character affixed to the carriage's frame, adorned with silver lettering and a red border, exuding an inexplicable aura of mystery. Upon sighting this flag, seasoned veterans of the martial world within a radius of several hundred miles understood that an important figure from one of the 2 dominant factions in the area The Qishuan sect had arrived. Also known as the Seven Absolute Sect, it was founded 2 centuries ago by the illustrious Qishuan master, who once reigned supreme over the Jingzhou region for decades and even extended influence into several neighboring states. The sect was renowned throughout the entirety of the Yu Kingdom. However, following the demise of the Qishuan master, the sect's power waned drastically, being ousted from the capital city of Jingzhou by rival factions. A century ago, the sect was compelled to relocate to the most remote part of Jingzhou, Xinxiao Mountain, where it established its roots, descending into a minor local power. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The Qishuan sect, despite its decline, retained considerable latent potential. Upon arriving at Xinxiao Mountain, it swiftly took control of over a dozen small towns, including Qingyou Town, boasting a disciple count of 3,000 to 4,000. Thereby establishing itself as one of the 2 dominant forces in the region. The only other faction capable of contending with the Qishuan sect was the Wild Wolf Gang, originally a band of marauding horse thieves within Jingzhou. The gang underwent several crackdowns by the authorities. Some accepted amnesty, while the remainder transformed into the Wild Wolf Gang, inheriting the ruthless and bloodthirsty tenacity of their former lives. Consequently, during their conflicts with the Wild Wolf Gang, the Qishuan sect often found itself at a disadvantage. Although the Wild Wolf Gang controlled a greater number of towns, their lack of management left them far less prosperous than the towns under the Qishuan sect's banner. The Wild Wolf Gang harbored envy towards several affluent territories belonging to the Qishuan sect and had frequently instigated conflicts between the 2 factions. This ongoing strife had become a source of great vexation for the current leader of the Qishuan sect and served as a primary impetus for the sect's recent recruitment drives. A lean man in his 40s leaped down from the carriage with agility, displaying evident prowess and familiarity with the surroundings, as he strode purposefully towards the room where Han Li was situated. Upon seeing this man, Han Li's uncle approached him respectfully and bowed. "Wang Hufa, what brings you here in person?" "Humph," Wang Hufa scoffed, a look of haughtiness upon his face. "The roads have been perilous of late. We must bolster our defenses. The elder sent me to personally escort this individual. Spare me the pleasantries. This child is the one you wish to recommend?" Indeed, Han Li's uncle replied. "He is my own nephew. I hope you will look after him during the journey." Noticing the man's impatience, Han Li's uncle quickly produced a heavy pouch and discreetly handed it over. Wang Hufa weighed the pouch in his hand, his demeanor softening slightly. "Han Fatty, you certainly know how to handle matters. I will take care of your nephew on the road. Time is of the essence. We should set off without delay." Chapter 3. The 7 Mystical Gates. The odor within the carriage was undeniably unpleasant, which was hardly surprising given that what was intended to accommodate a mere dozen passengers was now crammed with nearly 30 children. Although the stature of children is significantly smaller than that of adults, the space was still overwhelmingly confined. Han Li cleverly nestled his frail frame into the corner of the carriage, furtively observing the other children within. The children participating in the entrance examination were distinctly categorized into 3 classes based on their attire and background. The first group comprised a young lad, adorned in splendid garments, who sat at the center of the carriage, surrounded by the majority of the other children. This boy, named Wu Yan, was 13 years old, making him the eldest among the group. Although he had surpassed the age limit, his familial connection to a powerful figure within the 7 Mystical Gates through a cousin facilitated his participation. Wu Yan's family owned a martial arts academy, and they were quite affluent. He had also practiced some martial arts since childhood. While not particularly exceptional, his skills were more than adequate to deal with children like Han Li, who possessed only brute strength and had never trained in martial arts. It was evident that individuals like Wu Yan, who came from wealthy and influential families and possessed some degree of martial prowess, naturally emerged as the de facto leaders among the majority of the children. The second group consisted of those children who surrounded Wu Yan. Their backgrounds were diverse. Some hailed from families that owned shops. Others were laborers, and some made a living through skilled trades. However, they all shared a common trait. Having grown up in towns, they had, to varying extents, learned the art of reading others' emotions and navigating social situations. Consequently, they flocked around Wu Yan, addressing him as young Master Wu or Brother Wu, titles he seemed to relish, accustomed as he was to such flattery. The final group was represented by Han Li and his ilk, children from remote, impoverished villages, typically reliant on the land and water for sustenance, living in dire poverty. This group was the smallest, comprising only 5 or 6 individuals, their demeanor predominantly timid, hesitant to speak loudly. They stood in stark contrast to the boisterous laughter and raucous chatter of the others. The carriage departed from Qingyo town, racing westward. Along the way, it made several stops to pick up additional children, finally arriving at Saisha Mountain, the headquarters of the 7 mystical gates, on the evening of the 5th day. As the children disembarked, they were captivated by the breathtaking hues of the sunset over Saisha Mountain, lingering in awe until the admonishing voice of Protector Wang roused them to continue onward. Originally known as Luofeng Mountain, local lore tells of a 5-colored phoenix that once descended upon this land. Transforming into the mountain itself, AS visitors discovered the mountain's extraordinary beauty at sunset, enveloped in a radiant glow reminiscent of colorful clouds. It was renamed Saisha Mountain. Naturally, since the 7 mystical gates claimed this mountain, outsiders could no longer freely revel in its splendor. Saisha Mountain stands as the 2nd largest mountain in Jingzhou, surpassed only by the expanse of Baimang Mountain. With its sprawling range extending for miles, that it boasts numerous peaks, each formidable in its own right, all claimed by the various branches of the 7 mystical gates. The principal peak of Kaixia Mountain, known as Sunset Peak, is exceedingly treacherous. Not only is it remarkably high and steep, but there exists but a singular path from the base to the summit. After the 7 mysterious gates established their main hall in this perilous location, they further fortified this treacherous route by setting up 13 watchtowers, both overt and covert, ensuring an impregnable defense that inspires utmost confidence. AS Han Li surveyed his surroundings while following the individuals ahead. The procession suddenly came to a halt, followed by a robust voice resounding. "Brother Wang, why the delay? You have arrived 2 days later than scheduled. Master Yu, I encountered some delays on the road. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." Protector Wang stood at the forefront of the crowd, respectfully bowing to a red-faced elder, his previously domineering demeanor replaced by a semblance of servility. "How many batches of disciples have arrived at the mountain?" "This is the 17th batch." This Master Yu audaciously cast a few glances at Han Li and his companions. "Take them to the Chinka courtyard, allow them to rest well for the night. And tomorrow morning, we shall commence the selection of qualified disciples. Those who do not pass must descend the mountain promptly to avoid transgressing the mountain's regulations that AS you command." Master Yu as they ascended the stone steps. All the children brimmed with excitement, yet none dared to speak aloud. Although they were all young, they understood that this place would determine the course of their future destinies. Protector Wang, leading the way, greeted many familiar faces along the path, indicating his good rapport within the sect. Most of the individuals they encountered were clad in azure satin garments, some wielding knives or carrying swords, while others, barehanded, had bulging waistbands, presumably concealing unknown items. From their demeanor, it was evident that these individuals possessed remarkable agility and formidable martial skills. Han Li and the others were brought to a relatively lower peak, where a cluster of earthen dwellings awaited them for the night. In the depths of his slumber, Han Li dreamt of himself adorned in splendid garments, wielding a golden sword, possessing unparalleled martial prowess, and delivering a resounding thrashing to the blacksmith's son, whom he had never bested before, basking in the glory of his triumph. Even upon awakening the following morning, he still savored the memory. Upon rising, Protector Wang did not permit breakfast. Instead, he led the group to a vast hillside densely populated with bamboo. There, the previously encountered Master Yu and several unfamiliar young individuals awaited them. Chapter 4. Bone Refining Cliff. Master Yu addressed the crowd with a booming voice. "Listen closely, everyone. Proceed along the small path through the bamboo grove to reach the bone refining cliff of the 7 mysterious gates. The initial stretch traverses the bamboo forest, followed by rocky cliffs, culminating at a precipice. Only those who can ascend to the summit shall be permitted to enter the 7 mysterious gates. Should you fail to arrive by noon, although you may not become formal disciples, if you exhibit commendable qualities, you may be accepted as registered disciples." Naturally, Han Li was unaware of the implications of being a registered disciple. He simply understood that he needed to move forward and climb. Glancing ahead, he saw a slope that was not particularly steep, adorned with numerous bamboo stalks of varying thicknesses, seemingly not too challenging to ascend. Observing the others, he was determined not to be outdone by his peers, and the atmosphere among the children suddenly grew tense. The Master Yu gazed at the rising sun and remarked, "The time is nearly upon us. Let us prepare to depart. Do not be afraid, for your senior brothers will safeguard you from behind and ensure your safety." Han Li turned to glance at the youth behind him, realizing that they were referred to as senior brothers. Likely former disciples taken under the master's wing, that he mused to himself. If he were to join them, would he not also don the same impressive attire? While lost in thought, Hanli noticed that the other children had already dashed into the bamboo grove. Observing this, he hastened to follow suit. The bamboo forest appeared vast. As the 30-odd children rushed in, they immediately scattered. Close behind Hanli was a tall, slender senior brother, whose expression was cold and silent as he trailed closely after him. Feeling a sense of trepidation, Hanli dared not engage him in conversation. Instead, he lifted his feet and, bowing his head, cautiously made his way along the slope. Though the bamboo grove seemed unremarkable at first, the prolonged trek soon began to weigh heavily upon him. His legs grew increasingly weary, and gradually, Hanli found himself pulling on the bamboo stalks with one hand to ease his exertion. After enduring this for quite some time, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he sought a nearby mound of earth to sit upon, breathing heavily. Stealing a glance back at the tall senior brother, Hanli noted that, despite the steep terrain, the brother stood perfectly still, as if untouched by dust, upright like the surrounding bamboo, quietly observing him from a distance. Hanli felt a shiver of fear at the brother's icy gaze and quickly turned his head away. He then heard a series of labored breaths emanating from ahead, indicating that others, faster than him, were also taking a respite. After lingering a moment longer, Hanli hurriedly pressed onward. The slope grew increasingly steep, and Hanli's strength dwindled with each passing moment to avoid collapsing. He bent at the waist, using both hands and feet to navigate the treacherous path, thankful for the sturdiness of his garments. Otherwise, his joints and knees would surely have been abraded at last. He neared the end of the dense bamboo grove, but the final stretch felt increasingly arduous. The rocky terrain became more pronounced, while the bamboo dwindled in number. Hanli could no longer rely on the bamboo for support. The last portion of his journey was a painstaking inch-by-inch advance. Upon emerging from the grove, he was met with a vast expanse before him, dominated by a colossal rock face, upon which several diminutive figures were slowly ascending. Following closely behind them were more senior brothers, all clad in similar attire. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanli dashed toward the towering stone wall. The rock face was composed of layers of sedimentary rock, heavily weathered, with certain sections crumbling at the slightest touch. Yet, amidst the sharp, resilient fragments, Hanli's hands quickly became a tapestry of wounds. His elbows and knees bore tattered fabric, exposing numerous small cuts where jagged stones had bitten into his flesh. Though the wounds were minor, the fine debris that entered them intensified his discomfort. The foremost climbers soon distanced themselves, and recalling the words of his family and third uncle, Hanli gritted his teeth and continued his arduous ascent. Just before the departure, Hanli's father and third uncle had already cautioned him that the entrance examination would be exceedingly arduous. They warned that if one did not persevere until the end, joining the Qishuan sect would be an impossibility. At that moment, Hanli's mind was no longer preoccupied with the prospect of joining the sect. Rather, a fierce determination surged within him, compelling him to catch up with the others. He lifted his head with great effort and observed that the individual currently at the forefront was Wu Yan. It was hardly surprising, as Wu Yan was not only older than Hanli but had also trained in martial arts, rendering him significantly stronger than the other children. Hanli glanced back to survey the rear, noting that several figures were still advancing. Taking a deep breath, he picked up speed once more. He exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet he still failed to close the gap with the leading few. His body growing heavier with each passing moment, the sun ascended steadily toward its zenith, while Wu Yan had already reached the towering cliff's apex. There, a steep precipice loomed, soaring over 30 zhang high, with several hemp ropes dangling from the summit, each adorned with fist-sized knots. That Wu Yan was currently ascending one of these ropes, inching his way toward the top. As Hanli watched Wu Yan ahead of him, a wave of despondency washed over him. He realized the futility of attempting to catch up with the leading figures, and time was running short. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a sharp, searing pain shot through his injured elbow and knee, rendering his limbs weak. One hand, grasping the rock, trembled violently, and in an instant, he felt himself plummeting downward. Panic surged within him, his heart pounding furiously as he pressed his body flat against the stone wall, daring not to move. After a brief moment, as he regained his composure, he reached for a protruding rock ledge, tugging at it until he felt secure. Instinctively, he glanced back to see his senior brother crouched low, arms outstretched in a protective stance, ready to shield him. Upon realizing he was safe, The senior brother gradually straightened up. Han Li felt a surge of gratitude. Had he fallen, all his prior efforts would have been in vain. After a brief respite, he resumed his ascent, making his way toward one of the thick hemp ropes suspended from the cliff. At last, he arrived at an unoccupied rope. The sun had nearly reached its zenith. With less than half an hour remaining until noon. At that moment, Wu Yin had successfully reached the summit and was looking down, just as Han Li arrived at the base of the rope. He witnessed Wu Yin raise his arm, extending his pinky finger in a playful gesture towards those below, followed by a hearty laugh before he departed. A surge of irritation welled up within Han Li, prompting him to grasp the hemp rope and begin his climb. However, he found himself utterly exhausted, devoid of any remaining strength, struggling to secure his grip on the knots. After considerable effort, he finally managed to reach the last knot. But as he sat upon it, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, rendering even a single finger immobile. Straining to turn his head, he noticed several children seated against the rock face behind him, panting heavily. Evidently having exhausted their final reserves of energy as well, Han Li could only manage a wry smile, realizing he had underestimated the challenge of this test. Fortunately, he had not fallen to the very end, and he turned once more to catch sight of that cold, aloof senior brother. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li resolutely gathered his strength and made another attempt to ascend further, although he knew he would certainly be unable to reach the summit before noon. Remaining stationary would be far too undignified. Han Li stretched his somewhat stiff hands, summoning the little strength he had just regained, and slowly began to inch his way upwards along the knots of the rope. However, at that moment, his hands had completely lost their responsiveness, rendering him incapable of grasping the rope. After a brief struggle, he still achieved no progress. Chapter 5. Dr. Mo. After a while, Han Li felt a sudden tightening around his waist, and his body became weightless as he was unexpectedly lifted upwards. Turning his head, he discovered that it was his senior brother, who was gripping him with one arm while deftly climbing higher with the other hand and his legs. Han Li also noticed the sun hanging high and bright in the sky. It turned out that he had ultimately failed to complete this segment of the journey, which left him feeling a twinge of sadness. Despite his relentless efforts, why was he still unable to measure up to others? Moments later, they reached the summit of the cliff, where 6 young children were seated nearby. Taking a rest, Wu Yin was conversing with a portly gentleman in a deep blue robe, who appeared to be in his 50s, with his hands clasped behind his back. Both Master Yu and Protector Wang stood beside him, accompanied by several others, all awaiting the arrival of the remaining young disciples, who were slower in their ascent. After a short wait, all the children were successfully brought up. At this point, Master Yu stepped forward, addressing the children with solemnity. This time, there are 7 qualified candidates, among whom 6 will enter our 100 Forgings Hall, officially becoming inner disciples of our sect. He spoke slowly. The other, Wu Yin, was the first to reach the summit, demonstrating exceptional prowess, and will be directly admitted to the 7 Absolute Hall to learn our sect's ultimate techniques. Master Yu cast a glance at the gentleman in the robe, who stroked his beard in satisfaction and nodded in acknowledgement. They asked for the others. Master Yu scrutinized the remaining children for a moment, lightly stroking his chin, and after a brief contemplation, he continued, Zhang Tai and Han Li, although you did not reach the summit on time, your performance was commendable. It seems you are capable of enduring the hardships of martial training. You too will begin your foundation training with a few instructors in our sect, and after 6 months, you will be assessed. If you qualify, you will officially become inner disciples. If not, you will be relegated to the outer sect as outer disciples. Han Li glanced at the other boy who had stepped forward, named Zhang Tai. He was the one who had closely followed him and nearly reached the summit as well. Protector Wang, looking coldly at the remaining children, instructed, disperse the rest and give each some silver to return home. As you command. Protector Wang stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he led the unqualified children down the cliff. Zhang Jun, Wu Mingrue, you two will escort the qualified candidates to our hall. Handing them over to Vice Hall Master Gu and Instructor Li. 2 other youths accepted the orders and emerged to separate Han Li and the others into 2 groups, directing them down the cliff. One of them was the icy senior brother. As they descended, Han Li could not help but glance back at Wu Yin, who was still engaged in conversation with the gentleman in the blue robe. Showing no signs of leaving. He is different from you all. He is being sent to the core disciples of the 7 Absolute Hall. Once he completes his training, he will at least hold the status of a protector. Another slender-faced senior brother seemed to perceive the doubts lingering in Han Li's heart and took the initiative to dispel them. However, There was an unmistakable hint of envy and jealousy in his tone. It was not merely due to having a cousin who served as the deputy sect leader. Had it not been for his cousin marrying deputy sect leader Ma as his second wife, he would not have had the opportunity. He was already past the age requirement for entry, yet he could still gain admission to the 7 Absolute Hall. The words of the cold, aloof senior brother sent a chill creeping up one's spine. Zhang Jun, are you out of your mind? Is the deputy sect leader someone we can carelessly discuss? If any other disciples overhear us, we shall both face the punishment of reflection and isolation. Upon hearing the cold senior brother's words, the slender-faced senior brother was taken aback and hurriedly looked around, relieved to find no one else present save for a few young attendants. The cold senior brother snorted softly, seemingly having some reservations of his own, and thus fell silent. It was at this moment that Han Li learned this cold senior brother was named Zhang Jun. Han Li comprehended their conversation to a certain extent, but he vaguely understood that Wu Yin had not gained entrance to the esteemed 7 Absolute Hall through genuine talent, but rather due to the backing of a relative who held a position within the sect. As they traversed the mountain path, both senior brothers were lost in thoughts of the frustrating matters within the sect, lacking the mood to speak further, while Han Li and the others dared not utter a word among themselves. Perhaps having subconsciously realized the stark differences between the 7 Xian sect and their homes. While passing through a dense grove, an elderly man slowly emerged from the woods. He appeared to be in his 60s. Tall and slender, with a sunken, yellowish complexion, yet his long white hair cascaded down to his shoulders. The old man walked while continuously bowing his body to cough, and judging by the laboriousness of his cough, it seemed he might collapse at any moment, causing great concern. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Jun and his companion displayed no signs of worry. Instead, they hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed deeply to the elder. Dr. Mo, good day to you. Is there any task you wish us to undertake? Zhang Jun's demeanor transformed from its usual coldness, now brimming with reverence. For him, this elder commanded more respect than even the hall master or deputy sect leader. Oh, are these the new disciples who have just arrived? The elder finally ceased his coughing and inquired slowly with a raspy voice. Indeed, among them are 6 formal disciples and 2 recorded disciples. Zhang Jun replied meticulously. I am currently short-handed and require 1 alchemical apprentice and 1 herbal gathering disciple. These 2 shall accompany me, the elder stated, pointing directly at Han Li and the other recorded disciple. His tone leaving no room for dispute. Understood. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for these 2 to be chosen by you. Dr. Mo, come now. Pay your respects. If you can learn even a fraction of his medical skills, it will be a blessing for you both throughout your lives. The 2 senior brothers showed no signs of dissent, and the slender-faced Wu Mingrui even went so far as to flatter the elder. Seeing that the 2 senior brothers were in agreement, Han Li and Zhang Tai naturally felt they had no right to oppose this decision and followed the elder into the woods. The elderly man, accompanied by 2 others, ambled along the narrow path winding through the woods, meandering this way and that. Suddenly, their surroundings brightened as a lush, vibrant green valley unfolded before their eyes. To the left of the valley lay a vast courtyard exuding a potent aroma of medicinal herbs, filled with numerous plants that Han Li could not name. On the right side, a cluster of houses of various sizes formed a cohesive unit. Glancing around, it became evident that apart from the entrance they had just traversed, there appeared to be no other exits leading outside. This was the Valley of Divine Hands, a place where, apart from the disciples residing within, outsiders rarely ventured unless they were ill or injured. You 2 shall reside here from now on. Please take some time to rest, and come to the main hall to see me later tonight. I have matters to discuss with you, the elder remarked. Standing before a series of closely connected houses, gesturing towards one of the smaller ones. You may call me Master Mo, he added after a brief pause. Alternatively, you may address me as Dr. Mo. With that, Dr. Mo disregarded the 2, coughing softly as he stepped into a more imposing residence nearby. Exhausted, Han Li paid no heed to the other youth named Zhang Tai and collapsed onto a wooden bed in the room. Swiftly succumbing to slumber. To him, it felt as if he had already become a half-disciple of the Qi Xian sect. Chapter 6. The Nameless Formula. Awake, awake, a faint voice, seemingly emanating from beyond the heavens, roused Han Li from his deep slumber. As he opened his eyes, a large face loomed closely before him, startling him into retreat. It was then he recognized that the face belonged to another youth. Zhang Tai. Quick, have something to eat. After dinner, we must meet Dr. Mo, Zhang Tai urged, offering Han Li 2 steaming buns. Where did you procure this food? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the offering. There's a large kitchen nearby. I noticed everyone was gathering food there, so I joined in. After finishing my portion, I realized you hadn't eaten yet, so I brought you these 2 buns. Zhang Tai replied, flashing a simple smile at Han Li. Thank you, Brother Zhang, Han Li expressed, feeling a twinge of gratitude. Noticing that Zhang Tai appeared older and more mature than himself, he instinctively called him Brother Zhang. It's nothing really. I'm just used to helping out at home. If there's anything I can assist with in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I may not have much, but I still have strength to spare, Zhang Tai stammered, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. Having skipped both breakfast and lunch, Han Li was quite famished. He devoured the buns in mere moments, finishing them off in no time. It's getting late. We should go see Dr. Imo, Han Li said, stifling a few burps as he glanced at the setting sun outside the window, calculating that it was indeed time to meet with Dr. Imo. Zhang Tai had no objections and followed Han Li to the doctor's quarters. Inside Dr. Imo's room, rows of bookshelves lined the walls, filled to the brim with an array of densely packed volumes. Master Imo! Master Imo! Dr. Imo sat closely against the armchair, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the 2 children, unresponsive to their greetings. Han Li and his companion, being mere children, felt at a loss when Dr. Imo disregarded them. Unsure of how to proceed, they could only stand awkwardly to the side, waiting. It was not until Han Li's foot began to tingle from standing too long that Dr. Imo leisurely set his book aside, scrutinized the 2 with a cool gaze, and lifted a cup of tea, sipping a few small mouthfuls before finally speaking. From this day forth, you 2 shall be my named disciples. I shall impart to you some fundamental knowledge of herb gathering and potion crafting. Perhaps even teach you some healing arts, but I will not instruct you in martial skills. His expression remained impassive as he set the cup down. I possess a set of principles for self-cultivation that I will teach you. Although they may not grant you the ability to vanquish foes, they will strengthen your bodies. Should you truly desire to learn martial techniques, you may seek instruction from certain masters. I shall not oppose it. However, after half a year, I will assess your progress with these principles, and should you fail to meet the standards, you will be relegated to the outer sect as outer disciples. You both understand this clearly? Dr. Mo's tone grew serious, indicating the importance he placed on the principles. We understand. Han Li and his companion replied in unison. You may leave now. Return tomorrow morning. Dr. Imo gestured for them to exit. Resuming his reading. As Han Li stepped outside, he could not help but glance at the book in Dr. Imo's hands, regrettably unable to read. He only noted that the title was inscribed in 3 large, bold characters. Alas, they recognized him, yet he could not decipher them. Upon exiting Dr. Imo's abode, Han Li exhaled softly in relief. Within the confines of the room, he had felt stifled, hardly daring to breathe or relax his tense mind. Now outside, he felt a wave of ease wash over him. Returning to a state of normalcy, in the following days, Han Li was filled with exhilaration, for he had finally become a disciple of the 7 mysterious sect. Although merely a named disciple, it was a far better fate than that of other boys sent home. Even if he failed the assessment in 6 months, he could still become an outer disciple like his third uncle. In Han Li's eyes, his third uncle was a figure of considerable stature and respect, hence he did not dwell on the upcoming evaluation, and secretly harbored a faint hope of failing. So he might leave the mountains sooner and reunite with his parents and beloved younger sister. In the days that followed, Dr. Imo imparted medical knowledge in the mornings and in the afternoons, directed them to a study where they learned literacy and the foundational principles of martial arts, including the 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary vessels, and the locations of various acupoints, as well as practicing basic stances and striking dummies. A month later, Han Li and the others were separated, leaving no time to learn other subjects, as Dr. Imo commenced teaching them a set of unnamed principles, which consumed most of their time. Dr. Imo strictly forbade them from divulging the principles to others, warning that any breach of this trust would result in severe punishment and expulsion from his tutelage. During this period, Han Li gained a relatively detailed understanding of the 7 Shin sect and Dr. Imo through the accounts of others. The 7 Shin sect is led by its esteemed headmaster, Wang Lu, who is recognized as the rightful descendant of the 7 absolute sage, alongside 3 other deputy masters. The sect is divided into 2 main divisions, the outer and inner sects. The outer sect comprises 4 subhalls: the Fei Niao Hall, Jubao Hall, Sihai Hall, and Wai Ren Hall, whereas the inner sect consists of the Baiduan Hall, Qiju Hall, Gongfeng Hall, and Shuiren Hall. Additionally, there exists an elder council, which operates under the authority of the headmaster and holds equal standing with the deputy masters. Interestingly, Dr. Mo was not originally a disciple of the Seven Xian sect. Several years prior, during an outing, Headmaster Wang Lu inadvertently fell into an ambush laid by adversaries and suffered grave injuries, leaving him on the brink of death, with those around him rendered helpless. By fortunate coincidence, Dr. Mo, a skilled healer, happened upon the scene and, with his remarkable expertise, was able to restore Wang Lu to health, saving his life. Naturally, Headmaster Wang Lu was immensely grateful to Dr. Mo and later discovered that, in addition to his exceptional medical skills, he possessed formidable martial prowess. Consequently, he invited Dr. Mo to join the sect. In the mountains. A serene valley was meticulously selected and constructed as a residence for Dr. Mo, allowing him to settle comfortably within the Seven Xian sect as a revered member of the Gongfeng Hall. During his time at the sect, although the disciples had not witnessed his martial skills and were unaware of his strength, his remarkable medical talents saved numerous lives among the disciples. Thus, despite his often stoic demeanor and sparse words, he garnered great respect from the disciples within the sect. Chapter 7. The trials of cultivation. Han Li gently drew the energy flowing through his meridians back to his dantian. Having completed the seventh great circulation of the day, that he was acutely aware that his body had reached the limits of endurance. Should he attempt another circulation, it was highly probable that his meridians would rupture once more, subjecting him to the excruciating agony akin to death itself. The mere thought of the pain from his meridians tearing sent a shiver down his spine, even causing beads of cold sweat to form. Despite his usual bravery, it has been over half a year since Han Li entered the sect, and the formal assessment for registered disciples concluded more than 2 months ago. Only a small fraction of the registered disciples were able to successfully join the inner sect, while the majority, having failed the examination, were compelled to descend the mountain and serve as outer sect disciples. Those who did not pass were typically assigned to the Jubao Hall and Feinyao Hall. The more exceptional among them might receive further training, with a chance of being recruited into the better resourced Ruin Hall. Of course, the most prestigious outer hall is the Sihai Hall, but it only accepts renowned figures from the martial world. Without notable skills, aspiring disciples could only dream of such an opportunity, especially those fresh-faced youths. Han Li could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension as he recalled the rigorous evaluations that the other registered disciples underwent 2 months ago. They involved running a circuit around the colorful Xiao mountain range, followed by engaging in combat in a sparsely populated forest, ultimately culminating in withstanding a series of fierce attacks from highly skilled senior brothers. All these tests left Han Li with a slight sense of schadenfreude. Han Li and Zhang Tai did not partake in those terrifying trials, as Dr. Mo himself stated. They merely assessed the progress of their respective cultivation of the enigmatic formula. However, this challenge was far from the simplicity Han Li had anticipated. Even now, he recalls with vivid clarity the circumstances surrounding his cultivation at that time. According to Dr. Mo, this unnamed formula was divided into several tiers, and both Han Li and his companion had only grasped the first level of its cultivation techniques. This meant that if they could achieve some progress in the first tier within 6 months, Dr. Mo would consider them to have passed, thus allowing them to become formal disciples of his, enjoying the same privileges as other inner disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect. Ever since Han Li learned from others about the stark contrast in treatment between inner and outer disciples, he completely abandoned any thoughts of merely muddling through the next 6 months as an outer disciple to return home. For him, the prospect of receiving more silver from the Seven Mysteries sect, enabling a return home, overshadowed all else, as he had endured a life of poverty and understood that every additional coin would significantly improve the living conditions of his family. After obtaining the formula from Dr. Mo, Han Li confined himself to his quarters, diligently practicing day and night, devoting every moment he could muster to this endeavor. Lacking any guidance from Dr. Mo regarding their cultivation, Han Li had no choice but to explore independently, referencing the methods employed by other disciples practicing the basic inner strength technique of the Seven Mysteries sect, Xingyang Jin, in order to glean insights into the art of cultivation. Following this approach, after 3 arduous months of training, Han Li was astonished to discover that his progress with the formula was alarmingly slow. Despite exerting immense effort, he could only generate a faintly cool stream of energy within himself. This subtle energy was so tenuous that it would have gone unnoticed without careful introspection, Perhaps this was what the instructors referred to as true inner energy. Han Li naturally assumed this to be the case. However, upon hearing from other disciples practicing Xingyang Jin, he learned that they generated a distinctly warm and vigorous energy, in stark contrast to the coolness he experienced, and the resultant effects of their energies were markedly superior. While other disciples could shatter small trees with a punch or leap over 10 feet high, Han Li found that the operation of his peculiar energy brought about little to no significant change. The only discernible difference was that his spirit seemed more vibrant than before, and his appetite had notably improved since ascending the mountain. Yet he pondered the utility of such changes. Witnessing the impressive feats of his fellow disciples only deepened his despondency. This unexpected realization nearly compelled Han Li to abandon the efforts he had invested over the past months, as he began to doubt his own aptitude, convinced that he would not pass Dr. Mo's evaluation in the time remaining. And he even began to prepare for his descent from the mountain. One fortuitous day, Han Li learned from Zhang Tai, his fellow cultivator, that Zhang had experienced no changes whatsoever since beginning his practice of the formula. He had not achieved even the slightest effect, nor had he generated any energy akin to Han Li's feeble attempt. The serendipitous discovery of this matter rekindled Han Li's once lost confidence, prompting him to resume his arduous cultivation in the days that followed. No, he exerted himself even more diligently and fervently than before. Han Li devoted every fleeting moment to meditation and practiced that night. He even maintained his meditative posture while sleeping, hoping to glean even a modicum of cultivation benefit. However, this frenzied approach lasted but a few days before it faltered, as he found himself plagued by sleep deprivation, rendering him incapable of sustaining his daytime efficiency in practice. What puzzled Han Li was that since Dr. Mo had imparted the incantation to the two of them, he had shown no further interest in their progress or any issues they encountered in their cultivation, as though he had completely forgotten their existence. Each day, Dr. Mo immersed himself in a tome with a spine marked by 3 black characters, seemingly absorbed in its study, as if it contained the elixir of life or a treasure trove of gold. Initially, Han Li and Zhang Tai even speculated that Dr. Mo had abandoned his vocation as a healer in favor of pursuing scholarly endeavors. It was only after they had learned to read that they recognized those 3 characters as Changxing Jing, a text on self-cultivation, health preservation, and longevity. In that moment, they realized that Dr. Mo did not aspire to become an academic but sought to attain a longevity akin to that of the turtles in the river, living for thousands of years. Chapter 8. Initiate disciples. After nearly half a year of fervent cultivation, Han Li finally stood before Dr. Mo to undergo his assessment. Zhang Tai, feeling flustered, stood closely beside Han Li. This was hardly surprising, for Han Li had already gleaned from Zhang Tai that he had made no progress in the incantation during this period of intense practice. Han Li recognized that Zhang Tai was equally earnest in his dedication to the incantation. While he may not have possessed Han Li's reckless fervor, he had certainly invested considerable effort, proving himself diligent and sincere. Yet, curiously, the incantation bore no effect on Zhang Tai, regardless of how hard he toiled. Yielding no results whatsoever, it seemed that the incantation held no affinity with him. Han Li's heart was in turmoil, and he felt anything but secure. He knew that the chances of Zhang Tai passing this assessment were slim. And although he himself had achieved a slight improvement, it was not substantial. His relentless efforts had only served to enhance the strange energy flow within him marginally. If previously it had been as fine as a hair, it now resembled a cotton thread in thickness. However, whether this would suffice to pass Dr. Mo's scrutiny remained uncertain, leaving Han Li feeling anxious and restless. Are you both prepared? Show me the fruits of your cultivation. Dr. Mo squinted his eyes and coldly regarded the two from his armchair. Ready, Han Li and Zhang Tai replied, steeling themselves. Dr. Mo slowly rose from his chair, placing the ever-present book upon the table. He extended his hand. Demonstrate your energy for me. With one hand, Dr. Mo grasped Zhang Tai's right wrist, while his other hand rested upon Zhang Tai's dantian. After the span of a cup of tea, I finally withdrew my hands from Zhang Tai, scrutinizing him with an expressionless demeanor. Zhang Tai's face was flushed crimson as he hastily placed his hands behind his back, lowering his head in shame. Unable to meet Dr. Mo's gaze, that he was acutely aware that Dr. Mo must have discerned his lack of progress in the incantation, and he anticipated that a disapproving countenance would soon follow. To my astonishment, Dr. Mo exhibited no inclination to reprimand Zhang Tai. Instead, A trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes before he turned to approach Han Lid. Mo once again seized Han Li's right wrist to check his pulse. How chilling it was, devoid of warmth, entirely unlike the hand of a living being. Han Li felt a slight unease within. Dr. Mo's skin was somewhat parched, covered in calluses, and his grip elicited a faint sting against Han Li's skin, which was the first sensation he experienced upon being grasped by Dr. Mo, perhaps spurred by an external stimulus. The energy within Han Li began to circulate autonomously, traversing the meridians and various acupoints throughout his body, flowing from the dantian to the head and then to the limbs, completing a swift circuit before returning to the dantian. As this energy coursed through him, the slight discomfort on Han Li's skin vanished instantaneously. "Ah!" Dr. Mo exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise, evidently having detected the surge of energy within Han Li. "Quickly, run the incantation once more." Although Dr. Mo endeavored to conceal his excitement, the fervent gleam in his eyes left Han Li somewhat taken aback. "Take your time. Let me observe closely," he added, his usually cold tone now tinged with urgency as he placed his other hand on Han Li's dantian. Han Li sensed a slight tremor in Dr. Mo's hands, indicating his palpable excitement, and complied by allowing the energy within him to circulate again. "Excellent. Yes, this is the sensation. This is what I desire. There can be no mistake. Ha ha." After a meticulous examination, Dr. Mo could no longer contain his exuberance and burst into hearty laughter, gripping Han Li's shoulders tightly, his squinted eyes now wide open, gazing at Han Li as though he were an exceedingly rare treasure, his expression betraying a hint of madness. The continuous echoes of Dr. Mo's laughter filled Han Li's ears, and he felt a twinge of pain from the pressure on his shoulders, his heart racing at the sight of Dr. Mo's frenzied demeanor. "Good, very good." Recognizing Han Li's burgeoning fear reflected in his countenance, Dr. Mo suddenly became aware of his own excesses and promptly ceased his laughter. "You must strive with the same fervor from this day forth. You shall be my personal disciple." He released his grip and gently patted Han Li's shoulder in encouragement. Dr. Mo's expression returned to its customary calm, as if the earlier display of fervor had never transpired. However, the occasional glimmers of eagerness in his gaze toward Han Li suggested that he still lingered in a state of excitement. "As for you," Dr. Mo finally turned his attention back to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai was utterly astounded by the events that had just transpired. It was only when Dr. Mo directed his words towards him that he was jolted back to reality. The grave realization that failure in the assessment would result in being expelled from the mountain weighed heavily on him, prompting a gaze towards Dr. Mo imbued with desperate pleading. "Your aptitude is insufficient. After such a long time, you have managed to cultivate nothing at all. It seems rather forced for you to become my disciple," Dr. Mo remarked, shaking his head repeatedly. With each shake of his head, Zhang Tai's heart seemed to plunge further into despair. From Dr. Mo's words, both understood his reluctance to accept Zhang Tai as his apprentice. However, suddenly, a flicker of inspiration appeared in Dr. Mo's eyes as he regarded Zhang Tai with an unusual expression. "Yet, I have just assessed your innate qualities, and I believe there exists another method of cultivation that may suit you better. Are you willing to learn from me?" Dr. Mo's tone shifted dramatically, hinting at a possibility for Zhang Tai to pass his trial. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai felt no hesitation and instantly agreed. "Excellent, very good. You two may leave now. Tomorrow I shall impart to you the new cultivation method." It was evident that Dr. Mo's spirits were quite high, as he effortlessly exclaimed another "very good." Han Li and Zhang Tai exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief after the twists and turns of today's assessment, as they had both ultimately succeeded, which brought them considerable comfort. Chapter 9. Xiangjia Gong reflecting on this. Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. Over the past 6 months, he and Zhang Tai had naturally forged a close friendship, united by their similar temperaments and backgrounds. Slowly, Han Li uncoiled his crossed legs, rubbing his calves to alleviate the numbness that had set in from prolonged meditation. After massaging for a while, he felt the sensation in his legs fully return, and only then did he rise from the mat, instinctively brushing off the dust that had settled on him before pushing open the stone chamber door and stepping outside. Glancing back at the stone chamber where he had practiced, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at himself. This chamber was entirely carved from sturdy granite walls, and the door was hewn from a solid block of blue stone. For an ordinary person to attempt to intrude from the outside without a colossal axe to hew through for an extended period would be an exercise in futility. Such a meditation chamber was reserved for those of considerable status within the 7 mysterious sect, such as the sect leader, elders, and hall masters. Even the core disciples of the Seven Absolute Hall were not permitted to casually possess one. This stone chamber was specifically constructed for those delving into profound internal cultivation, designed to shield them from external disturbances and prevent them from straying into madness during their practice. One could only wonder what methods Dr. Mo employed to secure the approval of several elders, allowing for the creation of such a chamber that was beyond the reach of ordinary disciples within the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon its completion, Dr. Mo designated it for Han Li's exclusive use, leaving Han Li somewhat astonished by such favor. Dr. Mo had been exceedingly kind to him. Since the day he officially became his disciple, Dr. Mo had administered various concoctions daily, along with immersing him in infusions made from unknown herbs. Although I am unfamiliar with the names and functions of these medications, I observe that whenever Dr. Mo administers them, a fleeting expression of reluctance appears on his usually impassive face, allowing me to grasp the intrinsic value of these remedies. It is evident that these external influences have significantly impacted Han Li's cultivation speed, as he recently succeeded in breaking through the barriers and has mastered the first layer of this unnamed technique. However, during this breakthrough, several meridians nearly ruptured, resulting in a minor internal injury. Fortunately, thanks to Dr. Mo's exceptional medical skills and the fact that the damage to the meridians was not severe, along with the generous use of quality medicines, Han Li did not suffer any lasting repercussions. Following Han Li's injury, Dr. Mo exhibited an anxiety that surpassed even Han Li's own concern, remaining restless throughout the entire healing process. It was only after witnessing the improvement in Han Li's condition that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Mo's actions far exceeded the typical bond expected between master and disciple, leaving Han Li with an inexplicable sense of unease, were it not for the fact that aside from his third uncle, no one from the Han family had ventured beyond their impoverished mountain enclave. Han Li might have almost believed that Dr. Mo was a distant relative of his family. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Han Li stretched lazily before making his way back to his residence. After becoming an official disciple, Han Li and Zhang Tai had relocated from their previous quarters, each now possessing their own private chambers. As he passed by Zhang Tai's room, Han Li cast a casual glance inside, only to find it empty. Likely, Zhang Tai had gone to practice by the waterfall at Shishui Peak again. Since becoming Dr. Mo's formal disciple, Han Li has been instructed to focus solely on this unnamed technique, with no indication that Dr. Mo intends to impart any other skills to him, perhaps in an effort to console him. Dr. Mo has been completely open in sharing his medical knowledge, teaching Han Li with great care. Whenever Han Li poses questions regarding medical practices, Dr. Mo responds thoroughly, ensuring his satisfaction, and permits him unrestricted access to all medical texts within his quarters. In contrast, Dr. Mo has adhered to his previous statements regarding Zhang Tai, imparting to him a different, highly practical martial art. The technique Zhang Tai is learning is quite unique, according to Dr. Mo. It is a rare martial art known as the armor technique, seldom seen in the martial world, with many having never even heard of it, let alone practiced it. Unlike the conventional martial arts that typically progress from easy to difficult, with increasing challenges at higher levels, this technique is divided into 9 layers. The first 3 layers are relatively simple, comparable to the difficulty of ordinary martial arts. However, starting from the 4th layer, the practice becomes unexpectedly arduous, accompanied by unimaginable pain and torment. Many who attempt to cultivate this technique are unable to endure such inhuman suffering and subsequently cease their training, halting their progress. The pain required for the 5th and 6th layers is exponentially greater than that of the previous layers. Nevertheless, once one breaks through to the 7th layer, the path becomes smooth and unobstructed, albeit with a few days each month that one must endure the agonizing torment. These daunting challenges deter many from pursuing this technique, contributing significantly to its current near extinction. This martial art is so extraordinary that its power becomes truly astonishing upon reaching advanced levels. It is said that those who master it to the 9th level are akin to wearing impenetrable armor, rendering them invulnerable to blades and fire, not to mention the force of palm or fist. Even treasured swords and weapons struggle to inflict significant harm upon them. Even more enviable is the fact that upon practicing this art, an ordinary individual gradually acquires the strength of a mighty elephant, and at higher levels, they possess boundless power, capable of capturing ferocious wolves and tearing apart tigers and leopards with ease. Truly formidable. Those who are aware of this art find themselves both fearful and enamored, Apart from the esteemed master who established it, no one has managed to cultivate it to the 9th level. Legend has it that this master was born without the sensation of pain, which enabled the creation of such an extraordinary martial technique and its ultimate expression. Although Dr. Mo candidly conveyed the advantages and disadvantages of this art to Zhang Tai, Zhang Tai, lacking direct experience of its detrimental aspects, paid little heed to such warnings. Instead, he was captivated by the formidable prowess of the elephant armor technique and unhesitatingly committed to its practice. Seemingly well-suited for him. In just 2 short months, Zhang Tai ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st level. Recently, in pursuit of breaking through the 1st level of the elephant armor technique, Zhang Tai, following Dr. Mo's advice, has been practicing daily under the immense force of a waterfall cascading from dozens of meters at Chishui Peak. According to Zhang Tai himself, this method has proven remarkably effective, as he is now merely a thin layer of paper away from the 2nd level. With a bit more effort, he can break through this bottleneck. Chapter 10. The mysterious bottle. Han Li slowly emerged from the Valley of the Divine Hand, treading the familiar path through the mountains, instinctively making his way towards the vaguely visible Chishui Peak. At this moment, he had no pressing matters to attend to. His daily visits to Zhang Tai were merely to witness the comical expressions Zhang Tai made while practicing beneath the waterfall. The elephant armor technique is not something ordinary individuals can endure. Even at the 1st level, one must withstand such immense torment, and by the later levels, it would surely strip away several layers of skin. It is likely that Zhang Tai has begun to harbor some regret by now. The domineering nature of the elephant armor technique far exceeds the imagination of these young lads. As Han Li strolled, he mused while casually kicking fallen leaves and branches along the path. In a few days, the two would jointly implore Dr. Mo to allow Zhang Tai to pursue another form of martial arts to spare him from this torment. Han Li felt a surge of encouragement at the thought of finding a means for his friend to escape the current suffering. Raising his gaze to the trees lining the path, he noted that autumn was drawing to a close. The branches of the trees stood bare, and the path was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves and dry twigs, creating a soft and pleasant sensation underfoot. At that moment, faint sounds of weapon clashes echoed from a nearby peak, occasionally interspersed with loud cheers. Hearing these sounds, Han Li glanced at the peak. His previously uplifted mood soured once again. It was the senior disciples of the 100 Forging Hall conducting weapon sparring training with the newly initiated junior disciples. Whenever Han Li observed his fellow disciples congregating for rigorous training with genuine weapons, a sense of discontent would wash over him. He longed to wield a real sword or firearm and indulge in the thrill of combat. Alas, for reasons unbeknownst to him, since formally becoming a disciple of Dr. Mo, he had been strictly prohibited from engaging with such implements and was forbidden from learning any other martial arts from different instructors, under the pretext that it would hinder his progress in mastering the cultivation techniques. Consequently, Han Li could only gaze enviously from afar, occasionally borrowing a few weapons from a few close companions to practice briefly in secret, merely to satiate his craving. It was truly perplexing. What merit did the cultivation technique he was honing possess? To this day, he had yet to discern any tangible benefit. While his peers advanced in skill and displayed remarkable progress, he remained stagnant, unable to perceive any change in his own abilities. Even Zhang Tai, who had only practiced the elephant armor technique for 2 months, had grown tougher and stronger, capable of enduring far greater punishment. Yet, had it not been for Dr. Mo's acceptance of him as a disciple, he might not have even passed the test for registered disciples 2 months prior, let alone remain on the mountain and send home a substantial sum of money. If he could not learn anything else, then perhaps it was best not to learn at all. Han Li lamented inwardly while attempting to console himself. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, his mind still churning with discontent, his expression increasingly listless as he vacantly surveyed the ground beside the path, oblivious to what he was actually observing. Suddenly, Han Li inhaled sharply, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm, followed almost immediately by a grin stretching from ear to ear. Reflexively, he crouched down, clutching his right big toe with both hands, and then, overwhelmed by a sudden jolt of pain, he reclined half-heartedly in the grass. This unexpected agony had struck him down, leaving his complexion pale as a sharp, piercing pain radiated from his toe. It seemed he had inadvertently kicked a particularly hard stone concealed beneath a pile of leaves. Han Li bent forward, wrapping his arms around his ankle, instinctively blowing on his injured toe through the fabric of his shoe, while internally fretting about the severity of his injury, wondering if his toe would swell and bruise, potentially disrupting his daily mobility. After what felt like an eternity, Han Li finally managed to regain his composure. He lifted his head and began to scan the leafy ground around him, seeking the culprit responsible for his misfortune. The leaves scattered about were all of a monotonous hue, withered yellow, rendering it impossible for him to identify the source of his pain amidst the chaotic foliage. Furrowing his brow, Han Li groped aimlessly at the ground until he grasped a relatively thick branch, using it for support as he cautiously rose to his feet. Reluctant to relent, he began to poke through the thick layers of leaves with the branch. To his surprise, he unearthed an object the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the source of his misadventure was a slender-necked, round bottle, its surface caked with dirt, rendering it a dull, earthy gray, devoid of any hint of its original color. Originally, Han Li had presumed it to be a diminutive porcelain vial. However, upon grasping it, he discerned an incongruity in weight. Heavy and substantial, it was evidently crafted from metal. No wonder such a small object could inflict such pain upon his foot. Yet, it was indeed rare to encounter a bottle fashioned from metal. Intrigued by this peculiar little vessel, Han Li momentarily set aside the throbbing ache in his foot. He gently rubbed the soil from the neck of the bottle, revealing its original hue, a striking emerald green. Adorned with exquisite dark green leaf-like patterns, atop it lay a dainty cap, securely sealing the opening. Surely, it did not contain anything within. He held the bottle to his ear and gently shook it. Feeling no discernible movement inside, placing his hand upon the cap, he exerted a twist, but it refused to budge. His curiosity intensified, and just as he was about to proceed with his next action, a sharp pain radiated from his foot. Alas, how could he have forgotten the adverse consequences resulting from his close encounter with this object? With his injury, it seemed he would not be visiting Zhang Tai after all. Instead, he resolved to return to his dwelling, apply some ointment, and contemplate the unexpected acquisition of this small vial. With that thought, Han Li, wishing to avoid drawing attention, unperturbed by the dirtiness of the object, tucked the vial into his bosom and limped back. Chapter 11. The Bottle's Challenge. On his return journey, Han Li encountered few individuals. Only a handful of passing senior brothers noticed his limping figure with mild surprise. Yet none felt compelled to inquire, indicating that no one was particularly attentive to this junior disciple. Upon arriving at his residence, the pain in his foot intensified significantly. Han Li promptly seated himself on the edge of the bed, carefully removing his shoe and sock to inspect the injury. How swollen it was! The big toe of his right foot had risen prominently, the skin around the injury engorged and bright red, resembling a plump, crimson chili pepper. Hastily, he reached for a small medicine bottle from beneath his wooden pillow, containing the expertly concocted ointment from Dr. Mo, renowned for its efficacy against bruises, swelling, and even bleeding. He had painstakingly procured it from Dr. Mo, initially intending it for Zhang Tai's potential injuries from his training, yet it seemed he would be the first to benefit from it. Upon opening the cap, a robust medicinal aroma filled the room that he delicately sprinkled the powder onto the swollen toe, instantly greeted by a refreshing sensation, a testament to the exceptional quality of Dr. Mo's secret remedy. As relief manifested almost immediately, Dr. Mo's medical prowess was indeed unparalleled. Han Li then procured a clean cloth to wrap his injured toe into a protective bundle before donning his shoe and sock once more. Thankfully, the pain had diminished considerably. He took a few tentative steps, satisfied with his swift treatment of the injury. Now, it was time to address the mysterious bottle, the very source of his misfortune. Han Li retrieved the vial from his bosom and found a cloth to meticulously clean it. Revealing its true form before his eyes, the vessel was not overly large, easily grasped within the palm of one hand, even marginally smaller than his medicine bottle. The bottle is entirely adorned in a delicate shade of pale green, embellished with several dark green patterns that resemble lifelike leaves. These intricate designs protrude slightly, as if they were genuinely inlaid with actual leaves. Upon lifting the bottle, Han Li discerned its substantial weight. However, it was evident that this object was not crafted from any metal he recognized, nor was it a type of porcelain he was familiar with. The surface lacked the chilling touch typical of common metals, nor did it possess the smooth texture characteristic of ordinary ceramics. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, Han Li concluded that the bottle was fashioned from some material unknown to him, its pale green hue appearing to be a natural color intrinsic to this substance, rather than a dye applied later. Upon observing the tightly sealed cap, Han Li's curiosity compelled him to pry it open. Eager to discover what lay within, he placed his hand upon the lid and exerted considerable force to twist it. Once, twice, thrice, yet the cap remained steadfast, as though it were forged as one with the body of the bottle. Showing no inclination to yield, Hanli was taken aback. When he had first found the bottle, he had been unable to unscrew it. However, preoccupied with his injuries at the time, he had not exerted much effort nor given it much thought. He had assumed that employing all his strength now would easily accomplish the task. To his dismay, he found that it remained obstinate. After several more attempts, his arms began to ache, yet success eluded him, prompting him to cease his efforts. He shook his shoulders and flexed his wrists, having overexerted himself and slightly strained a muscle. Bringing the bottle closer to his eyes, he conducted a thorough inspection once more. Alas, he found no hidden mechanisms upon its surface. This left Hanli in a quandary. Without opening the cap, how could he ascertain whether there was anything inside? If there was, such a uniquely crafted and tightly sealed vessel must contain something of great value. Hanli tightly gripped the bottle, gazing at it in a daze for a while. Finally, he resolved to enlist the help of Zhang Tai, whose strength far surpassed his own, to see if he could manage to unscrew it. It was well known that Zhang Tai could lift several buckets of water with each hand and ascend and descend the mountains with remarkable agility. He was the one who reliably filled the large water tank in the valley daily. Resolute in his decision, Hanli made his way to Zhang Tai's dwelling, eagerly anticipating his swift return. The agony of waiting was palpable. Time seemed to stretch interminably, after what felt like an eternity. He finally heard the creaking sound of Zhang Tai pushing the door open. Looking up, Hanli observed Zhang Tai entering, clad in a thin, blue cloth shirt, his body emanating steam and perspiration from a recent training session. Hanli understood this to be a normal occurrence and felt no surprise. Upon seeing Hanli in his abode, Zhang Tai appeared momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, the impatient Hanli promptly presented the bottle to him. "Brother Zhang, could you assist me by opening this bottle? Where did you find such a beautiful object?" Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment before accepting the bottle. This thing is remarkably sturdy. It is quite difficult to unscrew." "What on earth is it made of?" Zhang Tai, devoid of unnecessary chatter, seized the bottle and applied all his strength with both hands, yet he still could not manage to unscrew the cap. "This is futile. I can't twist it. Perhaps you should seek assistance from another senior brother?" Zhang Tai expressed his apologies to Hanli with a shake of his head, tossing the bottle back to him and offering an alternative suggestion. "Are you incapable as well?" Hanli, feeling a surge of impatience, began to pace within the room. "Alas, what happened to your foot?" Zhang Tai then noticed that Hanli's gait was somewhat amiss. "That it's nothing. Merely a stone I kicked while walking." Hanli, for reasons unknown, felt reluctant to disclose the truth about the bottle. Perhaps it was instinctive, as he subconsciously regarded the matter of the bottle as his own little secret. Disappointment weighed heavily on Hanli's heart, and he lacked the spirit to engage in idle conversation with Zhang Tai. After inquiring about his progress in training, he departed from his quarters, resolved to find a solution to the bottle's predicament on his own. Upon returning to his humble abode, Hanli placed the bottle on the table, leaning over the edge and fixating his gaze upon it, while his mind raced to devise a viable solution. Chapter 12. Shattering the Bottle Bang. Hanli clenched his fists and brought one down forcefully upon the tabletop. The decision to use a tool to shatter the bottle had been reached after considerable deliberation. Resorting to violence to open it had already crossed his mind, yet it felt like a rather desperate measure. Although this approach was straightforward and effective, the thought of damaging such a uniquely exquisite bottle filled him with a pang of regret, making him exceedingly reluctant. If there were any other means to open it, Hanli would resolutely refuse to resort to such brutish tactics. Perhaps enlisting the help of other senior brothers might yield success. But deep down, he had unwittingly come to regard this object as his own treasure, unwilling to let anyone else know of its existence. Furthermore, everyone on the mountain could potentially be the rightful owner of this item. If they discovered it was in his possession, how would he manage to return it? This little bottle was so beautiful and intriguing that he could never bear to part with it. The mysterious contents within the bottle had thoroughly piqued Hanli's curiosity. Despite acknowledging the possibility that it might merely be an empty vessel, he was still willing to take a gamble, believing that whatever lay inside would be infinitely more fascinating than the bottle itself. The more he pondered this, the more restless his heart became. If he did not unravel the enigma contained within the bottle, he would find no peace in his sleep that night. Firmly resolved, Hanli stealthily made his way to the storeroom in the valley, where various tools were kept, and selected a relatively heavy small hammer from the assortment. He returned to his quarters, retrieved a half-broken piece of hard blue brick from the corner, and located a flat depression within the room, where he placed the brick. He then carefully positioned the bottle horizontally atop the blue brick. Raising the hammer in his right hand, he hesitated momentarily in the air, before decisively bringing it down upon the bottle's most protruding part, the belly. Bam! Fearing that excessive force might compromise the integrity of the contents within the bottle, Han Li initially allowed the hammer to lightly descend upon it, cautiously testing its resilience. Observing no signs of cracking, a sense of relief washed over him. It appeared that he could exert greater force upon the vessel. Bang! With a force of 50%. Bang! 70%. Bang! Full force. Bang! 120%. As Han Li increasingly intensified his strikes, the amplitude of his arm swings grew more exaggerated, and the hammer fell with ever-quickening velocity. Remarkably, with the final blow, he drove half of the bottle's body into the blue bricks, yet the bottle remained entirely intact, devoid of any signs of fracturing. Han Li was left astonished, still in disbelief as he reached out to touch the spot where the hammer had struck. Finding no trace of damage, the surface remained resplendently smooth and green. This revelation exceeded his wildest expectations. At that moment, Han Li was unequivocally convinced that this small bottle was indeed an extraordinary treasure. Surely not something that had been deliberately discarded, but rather most likely lost by its owner through mere misfortune. He pondered the possibility that the rightful owner might currently be scouring the mountains in search of it. If he wished to keep this remarkable item, he must ensure it was well hidden from prying eyes. In Han Li's perspective, as long as he did not actively steal or rob. Anything found on the ground rightfully belonged to him. Were it a common object, he might have returned it to its owner. However, given the bottle's enigmatic nature, it likely belonged to either the offspring of affluent families or someone of considerable status within the mountain community, neither of whom he held in particularly high regard. Han Li had grown up in a household marked by poverty, where his family toiled tirelessly each day, often struggling to secure a single meal. Within the Seven Mystic sect, he frequently observed the first group of individuals extravagantly spending money. Indulging in lavish feasts, disciples of the Seven Mystic sect had the option to pay extra for superior meals if they found the ordinary fare unsatisfactory, treating money as if it were of no consequence. Such displays always left Han Li feeling discomfort. Furthermore, these wealthy scions often looked down upon and ridiculed disciples from modest backgrounds, frequently hurling insults and engaging in minor skirmishes, leading to several altercations among children. Han Li had participated in one such brawl, only to suffer a beating from the martial-trained scions, leaving him bruised and unable to face the world. After several days of recuperation, he returned to normalcy. As for those of standing and influence within the mountains, they had not left Han Li with a favorable impression either. From Wang Hufa accepting bribes from his uncle to Wei Yin leveraging the power of Deputy Master Ma to gain direct entry into the Hall of Seven Absolutes. His childhood reverence for such figures had been all but shattered. Regarding the possessions discarded by these two groups, Han Li not only felt no inclination to return them, but harbored a mischievous desire to conceal them. With this thought, he promptly removed a small leather pouch hanging around his neck. This pouch had been specially crafted by his mother from animal hide as he departed from home. It was designed to be waterproof and moisture-resistant. Intended to hold a talisman carved from wild boar tusk, a charm meant to safeguard him from harm and misfortune. Han Li loosened the drawstring of the pouch, placing the bottle and the talisman together before tightening it once more. He then hung the bag back around his neck. After completing these tasks, he glanced around, relieved to find no one in sight. With a slight puff of his chest, he patted the slightly bulging pouch against his chest. Reassured that it would no longer attract attention. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of calmness settle within him, no longer fearing that the bottle would be discovered and reclaimed by its rightful owner. Han Li quietly returned the hammer to its original place, feigning nonchalance as he meandered leisurely through the Valley of Divine Hands until darkness enveloped the sky, at which point he limped back to his room. Chapter 13. Ominous signs. Aware of Han Li's foot injury, Zhang Tai personally brought him his meal, intending to keep him company during dinner. Observing Zhang Tai's clumsy attempts to arrange the chairs and fuss with the table in his room, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he felt a deeper sense of gratitude. Once they settled at the table, they began to chat about trivial matters while simultaneously shoveling food into their mouths, occasionally exchanging insights about their respective training experiences. When the topic of Zhang Tai's elephant armor technique arose, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in frustration. The mere mention of the technique sent shivers down his spine. Although he had only practiced the first level, he had already been subjected to endless torment at the hands of Dr. Emo. Not only did he have to regularly consume foul-smelling medicinal concoctions, but he also endured periodic beatings with a wooden stick, which were purportedly intended to toughen his sinews and bones. These brutal training methods had once robbed him of peaceful sleep, leaving his body swollen and in pain at the slightest contact with his wooden bed. For him, it had been nothing short of a nightmare. Conversely, Han Li's enigmatic incantations stirred feelings of envy in Zhang Tai. He thought that if he could simply sit in meditation like a monk each day, it would be a far more pleasant endeavor. Han Li could only respond with silence to such sentiments. He understood Zhang Tai's dread of the subsequent levels of the elephant armor technique. Who wouldn't be unsettled knowing that further trials awaited them, far more grueling than those endured thus far? That Zhang Tai had persevered and not given up earned Han Li's deep admiration. Were the roles reversed, he would have resolutely rejected such self-torturous training, regardless of the prospect of becoming a first-rate master overnight. As they continued their conversation, dinner soon drew to a close. Zhang Tai hastily cleared the dishes and prepared to take his leave, reminding Han Li to rest and tend to his injured foot. Standing at the doorway, Han Li watched him depart before hurriedly returning to his room, securing the door and windows, leaving only a vent window ajar. He then retrieved the bottle from the pouch and resumed his examination. Yet, being merely a boy of around 10 years, after a while of fruitless effort, he grew weary. Coupled with the pain in his foot and a sense of fatigue, he unconsciously leaned against the bed with the bottle in hand, drifting into a drowsy slumber. Time passed unknowingly, and as Han Li lay in a deep, sweet sleep, he was suddenly jolted awake by a chilling sensation emanating from one of his hands. Han Li was jolted awake, shivering as he struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, groggily gazing at the mischief wrought by his own hand. Suddenly, he sat upright, his mouth agape, not even noticing the drool trickling from one corner of his lips. Any remnants of sleep vanished entirely, replaced by a profound astonishment at the scene before him. Delicate strands of visible white light cascaded through the only open skylight in the room, converging upon the bottle he held, forming tiny luminescent orbs the size of grains of rice that enveloped the entire vessel in a diaphanous glow. This white light was remarkably gentle, not at all blinding, yet it emanated a chilling sensation that seemed to seep through the soft illumination. Han Li swallowed a mouthful of the now icy saliva, abruptly jolting to full awareness, instinctively tossing the bottle aside as if it were scalding, and scrambling to the opposite side of the room. After a moment of cautious observation, he discerned that there appeared to be no imminent danger, prompting him to cautiously approach once more. The bottle, enshrined in the white light, appeared extraordinarily alluring, imbued with an air of mystery. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li gently prodded the bottle with his fingertip, noting its lack of response, before carefully reclaiming it. He set it back upon the table, leaning closely as he excitedly scrutinized this unprecedented spectacle. His eyes remained fixed, intent upon the bottle within the white light for over a minute, until he finally began to uncover some of its secrets. The vessel, through its surface, was incessantly drawing in the wandering white orbs, not merely absorbing them. But rather, the glowing points seemed to be desperately squeezing themselves into the bottle, each vying for entry as if they were alive. Curiosity piqued, Han Li delicately touched one of the orbs with his fingertip. It felt cool. Other than that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Han Li glanced upwards. Wisps of white light continued to cascade from the skylight, showing no sign of abating as he surveyed the sealed doors and windows. Then looked back at the open skylight. A sudden idea struck him, and he gently pushed the door ajar, peering cautiously outside. Fortunately, it was the dead of night. Aside from the occasional chirp of autumn insects, the outside was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Han Li withdrew his head, swiftly seizing the small bottle and stowing it within his leather pouch before darting out. He ran until he reached a secluded, deserted expanse, where he finally came to a halt. Scanning the surroundings with keen eyes, he confirmed that no one else was present. Carefully, he retrieved the bottle once more and placed it gently on the ground. The luminous orbs that had congregated around the bottle had vanished without a trace after being stowed in the leather pouch. Yet, Han Li felt no apprehension. Indeed, moments later, streams of light, far more numerous than those inside the room, began to converge from all directions. Subsequently, countless white orbs densely materialized around the small bottle, forming a luminous orb the size of a basin. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Liquida. Han Li raised one hand high, clenching his fist, and exclaimed with excitement. In that moment, his childlike exuberance was unmistakably evident. It seems that his hypothesis holds true. The closed doors and windows impede the bottle's attraction to the strands of white light. Only in an open and unobstructed expanse does the bottle exhibit a greater capacity to draw in light, resulting in larger orbs of luminosity, although the origins of these light strands remain a mystery. And the purpose of the bottle consuming these tiny points of light is unclear. This marks a significant advancement towards unveiling the enigma. Hanli feels on the verge of unraveling the secrets of the bottle, which fills him with an extraordinary excitement. He waited until dawn approached, when the radiance surrounding the bottle gradually faded, restoring its tranquility. During this time, Hanli observed the changes in the bottle while remaining vigilant to avoid detection by others. He bent down to pick up the bottle for inspection. Compared to before, there was no discernible difference. The cap remained firmly sealed, impervious to his attempts. Disappointment washed over him, yet with daylight breaking, he reluctantly stowed the bottle away. Needing to return to the stone chamber for meditation and cultivation in the ensuing days, at a certain hour each night, the bottle exhibited the same peculiar phenomenon. Countless strands of light, akin to moths drawn to a flame, were attracted to the bottle, transforming into numerous tiny points of light that the bottle greedily consumed. Just as Hanli believed this occurrence would persist nightly, on the 8th day, a different change emerged. Upon returning to the familiar spot and placing the bottle down, the phenomenon of absorbing light points lasted only a brief moment before ceasing. Suddenly, the dark green patterns on the bottle emitted a dazzling green glow, revealing a few golden characters and symbols on its surface. These strange characters, with their fluid structures and unique strokes, exuded an indescribable ancient charm, flickering and dancing ceaselessly across the bottle's surface. This extraordinary occurrence, however, was fleeting, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind several protruding golden characters that seemed to return everything to the state it had been before. After witnessing the bottle's bizarre events over the past few days, Hanli no longer found himself astonished by these phenomena as he had at the outset. He picked up the bottle nonchalantly, instinctively attempting to unscrew the cap. With a gentle twist, the cap came off effortlessly. In disbelief, Hanli stared at the cap in his hand. Had he truly solved this perplexing problem, one that had eluded him for days, with such ease and without any skill? Once Hanli confirmed that what he witnessed was indeed reality, that the secret of the bottle lay before him, he could no longer contain his excitement. Leaning closer to the bottle's opening, he peered inside. Within the bottle, a droplet of emerald green liquid, the size of a soybean, rolled slowly, casting a shimmering green hue across the entire interior of the bottle. What is this? Hanli felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that after all his efforts, he had only discovered this unremarkable substance. He despondently sealed the bottle cap, stowed it away in his leather pouch, and turned to head back to his dwelling, casting aside the earlier surge of excitement as if it were nothing more than a fleeting thought. Though he had managed to open the bottle, the outcome left him thoroughly dissatisfied. Hanli resolved to delve into the mystery of the emerald liquid at a later time, perhaps when boredom struck, for it might yield a delightful surprise. For now, his foremost priority was to return home and indulge in a good night's sleep to recuperate. In recent days, he had been unable to enjoy a proper slumber each night, which significantly hampered his training efficiency during the day. Coupled with his lack of vitality, this had raised some inquiries from Dr. Mo ever since Hanli became Dr. Mo's most favored disciple and broke through the first layer of the secret formula. He felt a waning motivation to practice it. Furthermore, the results of his cultivation were far from satisfactory, rendering him utterly uninspired to continue. Consequently, Dr. Mo had delivered a stern reprimand. Yet, when it came time for practice, he still found himself languid, devoid of energy, and lacking any spirit. This situation drove Dr. Mo to the brink of exasperation, leading him to question whether he had indeed chosen the right person as his disciple. Reflecting on this, Hanli felt a twinge of grievance. He did not wish to be in such a state, but he simply could not shake off his lethargy. Unexpectedly, the day after he returned home and awoke from a restful sleep, he found himself once again wholeheartedly immersed in fervent cultivation. The catalyst for this sudden change was merely a light-hearted remark from Dr. Mo. For every layer you advance in this formula, I shall double the silver I owe you each month. Dr. Mo had finally recognized Hanli's yearning for wealth and devised a solution that bound him to the chariot of relentless training with a simple phrase. In the days that followed, Hanli dedicated himself to the rigorous practice required to master the next layer of the formula. From dawn until noon, and from noon until night, he entered the stone chamber twice daily. engaging in meditation, leading a monotonous and repetitive existence, casting all other thoughts aside. To ensure Han Li could fully devote himself to his training without external distractions, Dr. Mo temporarily sealed off the entire Divine Hand Valley, conducting all medical consultations outside the valley, and took care of his daily necessities without requiring Han Li's involvement. Thus, the matter of the bottle gradually faded from Han Li's mind as autumn gave way to winter, and spring transitioned to summer. For years passed in the blink of an eye, and Han Li was now 14. He had matured into a dark-skinned, resolute, and taciturn village youth. Externally, he bore no distinction from other ordinary farming boys. Neither strikingly handsome nor notably charismatic, his days were spent traversing between the stone chamber and his dwelling, occasionally visiting Dr. Mo to acquire some medical knowledge and perusing various books in his room. Thus, the entire valley became his realm, and he naturally progressed to the third layer of the formula, Chapter 15. For years later, Dr. Mo was quite pleased that Han Li devoted all his time to cultivation. Yet he remained dissatisfied with the pace of his progress in the unnamed formula. In recent years, Dr. Mo's ailment seemed to have worsened considerably. The frequency of his daily coughs had increased, and the duration of each episode had lengthened considerably. As his physical condition deteriorated, Dr. Mo seemed increasingly concerned about Han Li's progress in his cultivation. From his repeated exhortations, one could discern the urgency that lay within his heart. It was evident that Dr. Mo held Han Li in high regard. Not only did he provide him with a significantly larger stipend than that of the other disciples, but his gaze upon Han Li bore an unusual intensity, akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare and precious artifact, filled with an overwhelming sense of care. However, Han Li, having reached the third level of his cultivation, had become acutely perceptive. In moments of inadvertent reflection, he detected, lurking beneath those affectionate glances, an occasional flicker of unsettling greed and desire that aroused his unease. Such expressions sent a chill down his spine, leading him to feel that Dr. Mo viewed him not as a living being, but rather as an object of desire. This perplexed Han Li, prompting him to question whether there was indeed anything within himself that Dr. Mo coveted. He swiftly dispelled such notions, affirming to himself that he possessed nothing worthy of such desire. At times, he even suspected that his heightened sensitivity to his own cultivation might have led him to unjustly criticize Dr. Mo, deeming himself ungrateful. Yet, inexplicably, in the deepest recesses of his heart, a sense of wariness towards Dr. Mo lingered. And as time passed, this unease only intensified. A significant dilemma now confronted Han Li. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Even more troubling was the fact that, following years of rigorous training and medication, the valuable supplies in Dr. Mo's possession had been entirely depleted. It was painfully clear that Han Li was no prodigious talent. Without the aid of medicine, his progress had come to a complete standstill. This left him feeling deeply ashamed in Dr. Mo's presence, who had invested nearly all his efforts and resources into creating the optimal conditions for Han Li's cultivation, while Han Li had been unable to meet his expectations. Han Li found it increasingly difficult to confront Dr. Mo, especially in light of his ever-enthusiastic inquiries. Strangely, despite his formidable martial prowess, Dr. Mo seemed oblivious to the particulars of Han Li's cultivation journey, gleaning only a vague understanding of his progress through the pulse readings he conducted. Consequently, for some time, he remained unaware of the challenges Han Li faced. Recently, after much inner turmoil, Han Li finally confided in Dr. Mo about his cultivation situation. Upon hearing that Han Li had not made any advancements in his technique for an entire year, Dr. Mo's complexion paled from its previous yellowish hue, and his typically expressionless face became increasingly grim. Without casting blame, Dr. Mo merely informed Han Li that he would be descending the mountain for a period to seek out medicinal herbs, urging him to focus on his training in the meantime and not to neglect his practice. 2 days later, Dr. Mo departed from the Qishuan sect, laden with his belongings and herbal gathering tools, leaving Han Li alone in the Shinsho Valley. His fellow senior brother and friend, Zhang Tai, had mysteriously vanished 2 years prior upon attaining the third level of the elephant armor technique, leaving behind only a farewell letter expressing his intent to venture into the martial world. This had caused quite a stir within the Qishuan sect. It was later rumored that Dr. Mo had intervened on his behalf, ensuring that his mentor and family members were not implicated in the fallout. This sudden turn of events left Han Li feeling quite taken aback, and he wallowed in sorrow for several days. Upon further reflection, a vague sense of unease began to creep in. Yet, being a person of few words, no one inquired about his feelings, and the matter eventually faded into obscurity. Later, Han Li speculated that perhaps Zhang Tai had stealthily slipped away, fearing the challenges associated with cultivating the fourth level of the Xiangjia technique. After several days of training within the valley yielded no discernible results, Han Li, with the impulsiveness typical of youth, exited Xinshu Valley and began to meander through the picturesque landscape of Caixia Mountain. He traversed these paths that were both familiar and tinged with strangeness. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Throughout the past few years, in his pursuit of mastery, Han Li had confined himself to the valley, as though imprisoned, never once stepping outside did he surmise that his fellow disciples had likely forgotten him entirely. Along the way, he encountered several patrolling disciples who, noticing his attire marked by the sect but unfamiliar with his visage, approached him with caution, prompting him to elaborate extensively before he could finally extricate himself. To avoid unnecessary complications, Han Li opted for narrow, winding paths leading to secluded areas, steering clear of bustling crowds and their prying inquiries. Indeed, as he journeyed forth, he encountered no further bothersome interrogations, allowing him to wander freely and venture farther away. As he beheld the strikingly different scenery from that of the valley and listened to the melodious chirping of various birds, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, momentarily casting aside all his worries. Suddenly, the clashing of weapons and the cacophony of voices, shouts of anger and encouragement, drifted from a relatively hidden cliff nearby. What an obscure location, such a multitude gathered in one place, and with such fervent commotion. Han Li's curiosity piqued, and no longer afraid of being questioned, he followed the sounds of the altercation until he arrived at the vicinity of the cliff. What a grand spectacle! He found himself momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sight before him. Beneath the cliff, entirely concealed by trees, over 100 individuals had congregated, tightly packed within a modest clearing. Even atop several larger trees nearby, a few spectators perched upon branches. Gazing down, within the circle formed by the throng, two groups stood in stark opposition, their mutual hostility palpable. The group on the left was more numerous, comprising around 11 or 12 individuals, while the right had a smaller contingent of 6 or 7. Han Li observed that all those present, whether spectators or participants, appeared to be of a similar age to his own, merely in their teenage years. That a faint smile crept onto Han Li's face as he recognized several familiar faces amidst the crowd. Wan Jinbao, Zhang Dalu, Ma Yun, Sun Lisong Dada. Wang Depan had become even more rotund than before. No wonder, with his family in the culinary trade, he certainly feasted well. And there stood Lu Taitu, who, to Han Li's astonishment, had transformed from a dark, coal-black visage into a charming young man. Han Li climbed a tree to get a better view of the familiar faces below, taking a mental roll call. Chapter 16. The little scheme in the midst of the two opposing factions. Two bare-handed youths were engaged in a contest of martial prowess. One of them was stout in stature, yet possessed a solid foundation, striking with powerful blows and kicks. Indeed, it was Wang Depan, a friend from Han Li's past. Despite his corpulent physique, Wang Depang possesses remarkable agility. With each commanding shout, his punches generate a formidable wind, exuding an air of authority. In contrast, his opponent, a diminutive figure, moves with the swiftness of a nimble mouse. Rather than attempting to block Wang Depang's strikes, he evades them with acrobatic grace, seemingly intent on exhausting Wang's strength before launching a counterattack. Observing the contest from a distance, Han Li naturally finds himself rooting for his friend. After watching for a while, and noticing that Wang Depang maintains an impressive momentum, Han Li, despite his lack of martial prowess, feels reassured that his friend is unlikely to falter anytime soon. He glances around, seeking someone to inquire about the unfolding events. Not far from the tree where he stands, he spots a youth beside a rock, animatedly gesturing and mumbling to himself. Aim for his head. Kick his waist. Oh, so close. Yes, yes, kick his backside. Put some force into it. The boy, caught up in his own excitement, appears to be cheering for Wang Depang. Intrigued, Han Li slowly descends from the tree and approaches him. My good fellow, do you know the participants in this bout? What is the cause of their altercation? He asks, feigning innocence. Why ask? Do I not know everyone? They are undoubtedly fighting over. Wait, who are you? I've never seen you before. Are you a newcomer? The boy, initially confused, suddenly realizes he is unfamiliar with Han Li and becomes more alert that I am Han Li, a friend of the valiant Wang Depang. Han Li responds earnestly that a friend of Wang Depang? I know all his acquaintances, and you are not among them. The boy retorts suspiciously. Oh, I have been in seclusion for the past few years, so it is not surprising that you do not recognize me. Han Li replies, Half-truthfully, is that so? You must have entered 4 years ago, yet I did not expect to find someone unknown to me in this mountain. How curious. The boy glances at Han Li's attire, beginning to accept his claim. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the boy, unable to contain his curiosity, divulges the backstory of the duel. You see, this all stems from a tale of a beautiful, yet troublesome woman. It all began with, this self-proclaimed expert proceeds to recount the entire saga in detail that it turns out the conflict involves two individuals. One is Wang Depeng's cousin, Wang Yang, and the other is Zhang Changge, the son of a moneylender. Both are disciples of the Seven Mysterious sect, though one belongs to the outer sect and the other to the inner sect, despite residing in the same town. Their paths would not have crossed were it not for a girl from another village, who was promised to Wang Yang since childhood. Not long ago, the girl, while out, caught the eye of the affluent Zhang Degongzi on her way home. Under the relentless pressure of Zhang Degongzi's financial might, both the girl and her parents succumbed, ultimately leading to her being betrothed to Zhang Changge. With the lavish betrothal gifts returned, the girl, driven by a disdain for poverty and an attraction to wealth, switched her affections to another, delivering a devastating blow to Wang Yang, who had already fallen deeply in love with her. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yang was consumed by despair, ultimately taking his own life by jumping into a river. Initially, this would have marked the end of a tragic tale. However, Wang Depeng, having grown up close to his cousin, could not let the matter rest. Upon hearing of this incident, he sought out Zhang Changge to challenge him to a duel, with the loser required to serve tea, bow, and admit fault. Although Zhang Changge was proud and arrogant, he recognized that his martial skills were slightly inferior to Wang Depeng's, and thus proposed that friends could join the fray. Allowing for multiple bouts to determine the overall victor, Wang Depeng readily agreed. Subsequently, Zhang Changge, leveraging his wealth, scattered silver liberally to enlist the help of skilled young masters from wealthy families, while Wang Depeng, despite lacking monetary resources, was well-liked among his peers, attracting many willing volunteers from the lower tiers, several of whom possessed commendable martial arts prowess. As word of their contest spread, numerous onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, creating a charged atmosphere rife with hostility between the two factions. From the tone of a young spectator, Han Li discerned that the divide between the wealthy disciples and those from modest backgrounds seemed to have intensified. The impending contest had drawn such a crowd, and the young man remarked, "You are also supporting Wang Depeng, aren't you? If they dare to breach the rules, we shall unite and teach these young masters a lesson they will not soon forget." The youth's chatter was relentless from the outset. Han Li could only manage a wry smile. What did the conflict between these two groups have to do with him? It was difficult to ascertain who was in the right. After years of focused cultivation, his once fiery impulsiveness had largely waned. Moreover, having never trained in martial arts or weaponry, he knew he would stand no chance against even the most ordinary of his peers. Once the contest concluded, he intended to return to the valley quietly. Suddenly, the young man's face lit up with excitement as he shouted. Han Li turned his gaze toward the arena, where it appeared that Wang Depeng's opponent had failed to endure. Unable to evade Wang Depeng's hefty fist, which landed squarely on his forehead, sending him crashing to the ground in unconsciousness, instantly, a portion of the crowd erupted in cheers, while others looked visibly displeased. Wang Depeng, brimming with pride, bowed to the spectators before swaggering back to his side, entirely shedding the ferocity he had displayed during the duel on the side of Zhang Changge. Two individuals emerged to drag the fallen disciple back to their ranks. Soon after, another pair stepped forward, one wielding a knife and the other a sword. Both appeared to possess fiery tempers, exchanging no words as they brandished their weapons, clashing with a cacophony of metallic sounds. Engaged in a fierce confrontation, Han Li observed for a while, unable to discern any clarity from the spectacle before him. He merely felt that the duel between the two was exceptionally lively and visually captivating. Yet he could not distinguish the masterful techniques from the blunders for who possessed superior skill. It was far beyond the comprehension of an outsider like him. "Junior brother Han, I wonder under which esteemed master you have been training. Having emerged from seclusion, you must have greatly enhanced your abilities, correct?" Xiao Xuan could no longer contain his curiosity and respectfully inquired about Han Li's lineage. It is well known that every inner disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect typically undergoes 2 years of foundational training in the 100 Forging Hall before being sent to pay their respects and apprentice under a senior disciple, where they learn more profound martial arts. Only after completing their apprenticeship do these disciples assume specific roles within the sect. Of course, this is the standard path for ordinary disciples. Those who excel during the entrance examination may bypass the 2 years of foundational training and directly enter the Seven Absolutes Hall, where they can be accepted as direct disciples by several sect leaders, thereby mastering the sect's ultimate techniques, truly a leap like a carp transforming into a dragon. During the 2 years of foundational training, those who exhibit exceptional talent may also catch the eye of elders, hall masters, or other esteemed figures, and be taken as personal disciples. While the prospects of these disciples may not rival those of the sect leader's disciples, they certainly enjoy greater favor than the average disciples. Upon hearing that Han Li had just emerged from seclusion and having never encountered him before, Xiao Xuan naturally speculated that he must be a disciple of a prominent figure within the sect. Hence his respectful inquiry. Hoping to establish a connection. A few years ago, I caught the attention of a venerable elder and became his disciple. As for which elder, I shan't reveal his name, Han Li responded, fully aware of Xiao Xuan's intentions, yet feigning a shy demeanor while intentionally infusing his words with a hint of pride. That so? Brother Han, you are truly fortunate. Your standing within the sect must be quite elevated, and your future looks promising. I hope that, should the opportunity arise, you might lend a helping hand to your junior. Xiao Xuan perceived Han Li's reluctance to disclose his master's name and thought nothing of it, for any elder would undoubtedly surpass his own master. However, his tone shifted immediately. Brother Han, it is evident that you are not an ordinary talent. Soaring to great heights in the future is but a certainty. He continued to shower compliments. This individual, with his dark complexion and rather dull expression, puzzled Xiao Xuan. How could someone like him be chosen as a disciple by an elder, while he, with his cleverness, seemed overlooked by any prominent figure? Xiao Xuan internally mused while his expression became even more reverent. Han Li found amusement in the sudden shift in Xiao Xuan's address from junior brother Han to brother Han, and he chuckled inwardly. Nevertheless, he held no contempt for him. After all, seeking favor is merely human nature. Who does not aspire for a better life and to ascend higher? Moreover, it was evident from his name that Xiao Xuan was a shrewd and calculating individual. However, he was bound to be sorely disappointed. Although what he had said was not untrue, Han Li's status as a disciple of an elder was merely superficial. Any random disciple within the Seven Mysteries sect could easily overpower him. If Xiao Xuan thought to lean on him like a sturdy tree, he was surely mistaken. Han Li, while silently chuckling to himself, continued to feign indifference as he listened to Xiao Xuan's flattery, obliging him with occasional responses. Brother Han possesses formidable martial prowess. If he were to step into the fray, he would undoubtedly vanquish that swordsman, leaving him in disarray. Little Suan Pan, ever chatty, continued to utter flattering remarks while simultaneously observing Han Li's every gesture with keen scrutiny. How peculiar! The disciples of the temple ought to be well versed in internal energy and skilled in their craft, yet I cannot discern the depth of this individual's abilities. His temples are not slightly protruding, nor do his eyes emit any discernible spark. He appears to be utterly unacquainted with martial arts. The more little Suan Pan watched, the more perplexed he became. The outcome was soon revealed. Han Li's light-hearted remark interrupted his thoughts. Startled, little Suan Pan redirected his gaze to the center of the arena. Indeed, the swordsman had cast aside his weapon, one arm gushing blood while the other pressed firmly against the wound, his face a deep shade of ashen gray. Clearly, he was not defeated. With a sense of acceptance. It was no surprise. Both combatants were evenly matched, and it was merely a momentary lapse that had led to this unfortunate turn of events. Witnessing this, little Suan Pan bore an expression of regret, exclaiming his disappointment repeatedly. What was there to lament? Han Li could not fathom the intricacies at play, yet with such a readily available commentator beside him, it would be remiss not to inquire. Should Wang Depang's side emerge victorious, they would claim 3 wins, rendering the final match unnecessary. Alas, they had not succeeded. However, there was no need for despair. Only one match remained. The representative from Wang Depang's side was the most skilled among our disciples, wielding the thunderbolt blade technique with incredible ferocity, capable of shattering stone and severing metal. Witnessing Brother Li's masterful blade work would make this journey worthwhile. No matter who Zhang Changwei sent to compete, victory was assured. Little Suan Pan, initially disheartened, soon brimming with excitement, radiated confidence in Brother Li. Had we truly arrived at the final match? Han Li mused, pondering who this Brother Han was. As he realized he was unfamiliar with his own KIT that moment, a cold-faced youth emerged from Wang Depang's side, brandishing a gleaming long knife, stepping deliberately into the arena's center, then falling silent. Eyes closed. Brother Li, Brotherly, brotherly. The crowd erupted in exhilaration upon the youth's entrance, collectively chanting his name, their voices rising in unison, resonating throughout the venue. In that moment, distinctions between affluent and humble disciples faded, replaced by a singular chorus of support for the young warrior. Chapter 18. Brotherly, too. Is this brotherly truly renowned? What is his background? Hanli found himself taken aback. You do not even know brotherly? Have I not been in seclusion for several years? Ah, yes, I had forgotten. My memory fails me. It seems implausible that there could be disciples within the Seven Mysteries sect who do not know brotherly, particularly given your prolonged retreat. Little Suanpan suddenly grasped the situation, hastily offering his apologies. Could you enlighten me about this brotherly? Brother Han. Of course, it is entirely possible. The deeds of brotherly are well known among us young disciples. Xiao Xuan observed that Zhang Chonggui's side had yet to send forth a challenger for brotherly, and thus began recounting to Han Li the various legends surrounding this illustrious figure. Brother Han, I assure you, it is not mere boasting on my part. Not only are we, the current disciples, well aware of Brother Li's exploits, but many of the older disciples are also quite familiar with them. Initially, he animatedly began to narrate Brother Li's stories to Han Li, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, as if he were the very protagonist of those tales. As Xiao Xuan recounted Brother Li's remarkable feats, there was indeed a certain legendary quality to them. Brother Li had ascended the mountain 4 years prior, although he was not part of the same group as Han Li for the initial assessment. At that time, he was unable to pass immediately and thus became a named disciple. However, in the subsequent test 6 months later, he not only achieved first place in all categories, but he was also the sole individual to withstand 30 exchanges during the final confrontation with his seniors. A record that shattered all previous achievements of named disciples and caught the attention of numerous high-ranking figures. Upon evaluation, it was surprisingly revealed that Brother Li's innate potential was merely average, and his growth prospects were limited. This diagnosis was lamentable, yet it did not lead any prominent individuals to take him as a disciple. After 2 years of foundational training, he ultimately found himself under the tutelage of an ordinary guardian, learning only a few basic martial arts techniques, among which was the rather commonplace Wind and Thunderblade technique from the mid-tier martial arts of the Seven Xian sect. Had it ended there, Brother Li would not have been deemed legendary, but rather a tale that fizzled out. However, shortly thereafter, he astonishingly shone brightly in the following year's Junior Disciples competition, securing a place among the top 16. The only newcomer to do so. This achievement once again thrust him into the spotlight within the sect. In subsequent competitions, Brother Li consistently displayed unmatched valor and tenacity, attaining high rankings and bringing considerable honor to his fellow new disciples. In last year's grand tournament, he even claimed 3rd place, a remarkable feat considering that the top 2 positions were held by disciples who had been initiated for over a decade, many of whom were already in their late 20s. Their internal cultivation far surpassing his own. Numerous disciples speculated that had Brother Li possessed equal internal strength, the 1st place would have been within his grasp. Thus, Brother Li garnered renewed attention from the upper echelons, who designated him for several significant external missions. While other new disciples toiled within the sect to hone their skills, he had already begun to earn considerable merit for the Seven Xian sect, establishing a formidable reputation in the martial world as the Li Hu. It is rumored that he is soon to be granted special permission to enter the 7 Absolute Hall to cultivate more profound martial arts. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but feel a stir within his heart. If all of this were indeed true, Brother Li was truly extraordinary. To achieve such accomplishments as a named disciple is indeed admirable. After a lengthy period of evasion, a disciple finally stepped forward from Zhang Chonggui's side, resolutely facing the situation. The disciple appeared to possess formidable martial skills, drawing forth a gleaming soft sword from his waist. This sword, slender as a thumb, was soft and somewhat lacking in power, clearly indicating that it was not an instrument suited for the average, mediocre practitioner. Senior Brother Li sensed the presence of an opponent before him and slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a divine light. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous shout, akin to a clap of thunder in a clear sky, causing a resonating buzz in the ears of all present, while the individual across from him trembled, a look of trepidation manifesting on his face. As the shout echoed, his long blade was already in motion, a flurry of gleaming strikes unfurling into a series of swift slashes, instantaneously transforming into a multitude of blade shadows that ensnared his adversary within a net of steel. The opponent, though somewhat flustered, demonstrated quick wits. The soft sword danced erratically, cunning and insidious, defending with an impeccable precision. Who is this person? Hanli could not help but inquire. It is Zhao Xiling, disciple of Elder Wu, renowned for his troublesome willow sword technique. How does he compare to senior brother Li? Certainly no match, Xiao Xuan proudly declared. Why doesn't Zhang Chongwei send forth a more formidable opponent? Haha, Zhao Xiling is the strongest among them. Besides, who among us new disciples could possibly contend with senior brother Li? It would be futile to replace him, he chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, although Zhao Xiling's swordplay remained unbroken, his momentum was entirely suppressed by senior brother Li's long blade. And any astute observer could discern that his defeat was merely a matter of time. As Hanli watched, a perplexing thought arose within him. I find it rather strange that no older senior brothers are present. Even if they are prohibited from participating in the contest, surely some would come to observe the spectacle. Yet, neither inside nor outside the arena is there a single elder disciple. Only us young newcomers are watching the match. What is going on? Hanli candidly voiced his confusion. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Xuan's expression shifted, casting him a peculiar glance that left Hanli feeling bewildered. Had he inadvertently touched upon a taboo? Brother Han, you truly are oblivious to matters beyond your window. Such significant events, and you remain uninformed. Even in seclusion, your master ought to have mentioned it to you. Xiao Xuan's tone hinted at suspicion once more. Without hesitation, Hanli produced a waist token from his possession and handed it to Xiao Xuan. Brother Han, what is this for? Do you not trust me? I felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing you. I must have encountered you before, he chuckled, casting a swift glance at the token. Recognizing its authenticity, he quickly donned a smile. Can you now enlighten me? Hanli pressed on, still concerned about his earlier inquiry. Of course, certainly. Xiao Xuan inwardly lamented the potential offense he had caused this individual. Yet he relayed the information earnestly. It turned out that in recent years, the conflicts between the Qishuan sect and the Wild Wolf gang had intensified. Both sides had engaged in numerous battles over the disputed ownership of several prosperous towns, resulting in considerable losses on both sides. The members of the Wolf gang are trained using the same methods as marauders. They fight with reckless abandon, becoming even more frenzied at the sight of blood. In contrast, although the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect possess superior martial skills, they lack the ferocity required in battle, often hesitating and retreating in the heat of conflict. Consequently, it is frequently the latter who suffer greater casualties. After several encounters, the prominent figures within the Seven Mysteries sect could no longer remain idle. They dispatched the majority of their inner disciples to participate in the ensuing series of skirmishes. On one hand, they could not afford to lose these territories. On the other, they hoped to expose their disciples to the brutal nature of the martial world, allowing them to hone their skills and gain practical combat experience. As a result, in subsequent clashes, the Seven Mysteries sect regained the upper hand, though the toll on their inner disciples was considerable, with many older brothers failing to return after their ventures. With a heavy heart, the strategists sighed at this grim reality. Eventually, the leaders of the sect revised their approach, assigning inner disciples to undertake less critical missions elsewhere to gain experience before engaging in battles against the Wolf gang. This adjustment indeed led to a significant reduction in casualties. Thus, this strategy was formally integrated into the sect's regulations over the past 2 years, mandating that all disciples must first descend the mountain for training before being granted official positions within the sect. Consequently, the older brothers in the mountains were dispatched, either entangled with the Wolf gang or undertaking their training, leaving only the younger, uninitiated disciples and a few necessary guardians atop the mountain. Upon hearing this, Hanli finally grasped the reasons behind the changes on the mountain. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a soft sword soared into the air. Zhao Xiling, pressing his left hand against the injured knuckles of his right, staggered back a few steps, gasping for breath. Moments ago, he had been unable to evade the swift, successive strikes of senior brother Li, and was compelled to parry with his soft sword, only to be met with an overwhelming force from the blade that sent his weapon flying. Senior brother Li is indeed formidable. I, as a junior, can only bow in admiration. Zhao Xiling managed a strained smile and performed a respectful bow, prompting a chorus of cheers from the surrounding crowd. Senior brother Li, what splendid skill! Senior brother Li, what excellent swordsmanship! Senior brother Li, please impart some wisdom to this junior. The shouts of admiration reverberated throughout the venue, directed at their idol. Senior brother Li sheathed his long knife, a faint blush creeping onto his face as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he furrowed his brow, as if recalling something important. With a firm fist, he declared, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With a swift turn, he gracefully exited the arena, showcasing his remarkable lightness of foot, vanishing into the pine forest beside the cliff. Indeed, Senior Brotherly not only excels in swordsmanship, but also possesses extraordinary agility. Absolutely, absolutely. The praises erupted once more. Hanley furrowed his brow. While Senior Brother Lee's skills were commendable, he seemed to revel in showing off, perhaps reflecting a youthful impetuosity. Upon reflection, he couldn't help but let out a rueful smile, realizing that he was not significantly older than those around him. Yet, his thoughts seemed imbued with a certain antiquity, as if he were already a little old. It appeared that the cultivation of that particular mantra had aged his mindset. "Junior brother, I still do not know your name," Hanley suddenly inquired, casting a glance at the young boy beside him, who was known as Little Abacus. My name is Jean Dombell, but you can simply call me Little Abacus. "Senior Brother Han," the boy replied, his excitement palpable upon hearing his name mentioned, as if he believed he had secured a place beneath the protective shade of a great tree. "Whenever you fall ill or get injured, just seek me out, and I will treat you free of charge." Hanley patted his shoulder, glanced back at the squabbling crowd, and then walked away into the adjacent pine forest without a backward glance. Left behind, Jean Dongbao stood in a state of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss as to the meaning of his own words. Chapter 20. The marrow extraction pill. Having traversed a considerable distance from the cliff, Hanley could still faintly hear the cacophony of voices behind him. He had no further interest in how the dispute between Wang Depang and Zhang Chonggui would be resolved. The image of Jean Dongbao, standing dumbfounded, lingered in his mind, and he couldn't suppress a fit of laughter at the thought. He felt a lightness in his heart, free from the oppressive gloom that had enveloped him in the valley that he emerged from the pine forest. Wandering toward a more secluded area, after meandering for a while, a slender stream came into view. Hanley looked up at the blazing sun overhead and then down at the gently flowing clear water of the stream. Deciding it would be refreshing to wash himself in it, he bent down and dipped his hands into the cool water. A series of agonized groans drifted upstream, surprised to find someone in such a remote location. Hanley followed the sounds, discovering a disciple clad in inner sect robes, sprawled on the ground by the stream, writhing in distress, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Hanley quickly discerned that the disciple was suffering from an acute ailment, and without immediate assistance, his life could be in jeopardy. With a swift motion, he dashed over, retrieving a sandalwood box from his robe. Opening it, he extracted gleaming silver needles, expertly piercing them into the acupoints along the disciple's back. He swiftly completed the task, then flipped the individual over to address the acupoints on the front. Upon turning, Hanley was taken aback. The critically ill person was none other than Senior Brotherly, who had recently demonstrated formidable prowess at the cliff. Hanley paused momentarily, scrutinizing the face he had seen just moments prior. Gone was the earlier image of the valiant and invincible figure. Now, the once cold visage was contorted in agony, with white foam spilling from the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating that the pain had rendered him delirious. Hanley regained his composure, pondering for a moment before suddenly employing the silver needles in his hand. Piercing them into his body with a fluidity akin to flowing water, he continued this relentless endeavor for dozens of punctures, and as he completed the final insertion, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. This method of emergency treatment with silver needles was not without its considerable toll on him. When Senior Brotherly, adorned with a multitude of glimmering silver needles, finally awoke, his senses returned to him. "Who are you?" He struggled to articulate, yet his strength faltered, leaving the latter words unuttered. "I am from Shunshou Valley. Do not speak any further. Focus on recuperating your strength, that I can only rouse you temporarily. Your ailment is peculiar, and it seems only Dr. Mo may be able to remedy it. Regrettably, he is no longer on the mountain," Hanley stated as he took Senior Brother Lee's pulse, his brow furrowing. "The medicine. Where is it?" Senior Brother Lee's expression grew anxious, his lips quivering as he attempted to raise his arm to say something, but failed to succeed. "Is there medicine on you that can cure your ailment?" Hanley immediately grasped his meaning and posed a speculative question in response. "Yes." Upon realizing that Hanley understood his intent, Senior Brotherly relaxed his expression and nodded laboriously. Hanley, unceremonious in his approach, began to search through his belongings, unearthing various items, among which he selected a small white jade vial. Given its exquisite nature and impeccable seal, it undoubtedly contained what he sought. Turning to observe Senior Brotherly's expression, he found it brimming with joy, his eyelids fluttering desperately as Hanley uncorked the vial. Unexpectedly, No fragrant aroma wafted forth. Instead, a pungent and foul stench assailed his senses. Upon catching a whiff of this odor, Han Li's countenance soured, and with caution, he extracted a pink pill from within. This pill, so visually appealing, emitted an extraordinarily unpleasant odor, a contradiction that was hard to fathom. Is this the pill? Han Li's expression regained its calm. At that moment, Senior Brother Li was rendered speechless by anxiety, his only response being a frantic flutter of his eyelids. The marrow extraction pill, crafted from 23 rare ingredients including Helan, scorpion tail flower, and the century-old blue ant egg. Upon completion, it appears pink and possesses an extraordinary foul scent. Once consumed, it significantly drains the body's potential, utilizing the individual's future lifespan to enhance their current abilities. Am I correct in my assertions? Han Li regarded Senior Brother Li with a cold gaze, articulating each word with an undeniable tone. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Senior Brother Li's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, revealing a countenance fraught with panic. Once this pill is ingested, it must be taken repeatedly at intervals, accompanied by the inhumane agony of muscle spasms and marrow extraction, should one neglect to consume it. They risk paralysis or even death, and even with punctual consumption, one is destined to lose their life due to life force depletion within 10 years of initial use. Han Li did not pause. Continuing his discourse, "Do not tell me that the pill I hold is not the marrow extraction pill." He momentarily hesitated in his speech. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Li's face reflected a despair akin to having his secrets laid bare. Yet his eyes betrayed a sense of incredulity and astonishment. "Are you astonished? Such a pill is exceedingly rare. How could I possibly recognize it?" Han Li discerned the doubts lingering in his heart, and with a deft shift in conversation, he began to speak of himself. "It was rather simple. I too have ingested a single pill of this particular medicine." His words astonished Senior Brother Li, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Though soon a look of disbelief crossed his face. "My method of consuming this medicine differs from yours. I only took one pill in total, dividing it into 10 portions to be ingested over 10 occasions, each time treating it as a catalyst for other remedies, thus avoiding any detrimental side effects to my health. The pill's appearance and the distinct aroma it emitted were so strikingly different that I have a profound impression of it. I had long believed that aside from the single pill I consumed, no one else in the world would dare to take such a secret medicine, yet I was surprised to discover that there was indeed another within our sect." After uttering these words, Han Li regarded Senior Brother Li with a gaze that was both admiring and tinged with pity. Senior Brother Li, unwilling to meet Han Li's gaze, gently closed his eyes, his chest heaving irregularly, indicating the turmoil within his heart. "You have been taking this medicine for several years now, have you not? If you cease its consumption henceforth, I could implore Dr. Mo to prepare another secret remedy for you. While it may not restore your full lifespan, it could grant you an additional 20 to 30 years. However, you would have to relinquish your martial prowess should you continue to consume this pill. Considering the symptoms you exhibited today, you might live for another 5 or 6 years at most. Of course, during those years, your martial skills would advance at an accelerating pace, far surpassing your current rate of progress. Since you have the audacity to ingest such a secret medicine, you must be a person of resolute determination. The decision regarding your own body rests with you. Will you consume this pill or discard it?" Chapter 21. The painkiller. Senior Brother Li's eyelids trembled slightly, revealing the fierce internal struggle raging within him. After a brief moment, he opened his tightly shut eyes, fixating intensely on the pill in Han Li's hand, a fervent gleam igniting in his gaze. Han Li said nothing further, placing the pill into his mouth, watching as he swallowed it with a mix of saliva. Only then did he gently remove the silver needles embedded in his body. One by one, once all the needles were extracted, the potency of the pill began to take effect. A few unnatural flushes appeared on Senior Brother Li's pale visage, gradually transforming his entire cheek into a deep crimson hue. At that moment, his body began to convulse again, his limbs trembling as low groans escaped his lips. It was evident that he was striving to maintain his composure before Han Li, suppressing his voice as much as possible. Yet the excruciating agony compelled him to cry out. His cries grew louder, and his body trembled more violently. After a considerable duration, his shouts gradually subsided until they vanished entirely. His complexion began to regain its normal luster, and his body ceased its convulsions, suggesting he had endured the most agonizing phase. Senior Brother Li slowly straightened his posture, crossed his legs, and once more closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation to regulate his breathing. Meanwhile, Han Li sought a clean stone to sit upon casually, observing as he practiced his techniques to restore his vitality. After a meal had passed, the meditative Master Li suddenly opened his eyes. Leaping to his feet with a long blade drawn from beside him, with a forceful swing of his arm, a flash of cold light glinted from the blade, now poised threateningly against Han Li's throat. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Master Li's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, brimming with murderous intent. "I asked the fact that I just saved your life not a sufficient reason?" Han Li's expression remained unchanged, though the slightest twitch at the corners of his brows would have escaped notice by anyone not paying close attention. Master Li's demeanor softened slightly, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed upon Han Li. "I was already aware before saving you that you might resort to silencing me to keep your secrets. I just did not anticipate that you would act so swiftly. A bitter smile finally crossed Han Li's lips, tinged with self-mockery. Cough. "Even knowing that saving you could lead to my own troubles, I could not stand by idly while someone is in peril, for I have learned the art of healing." Han Li sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Master Li's face, and the blade withdrew just a fraction from Han Li's throat, though it remained ominously close. Han Li exhaled silently in relief, his tone growing steadier. "You need not fear that I will divulge your secrets to others. It is evident that I am not one to prattle if it truly concerns you. I can swear an oath. You should be able to tell that I possess no martial prowess. Should you find me in violation of my vow, you could easily dispatch me." Han Li calmly proposed. "Swear your oath." Master Li responded with a straightforward demeanor. Only then did Han Li fully relax. Though he had previously scrutinized Master Li's features and deemed him not ungrateful nor cruel, such judgments could not be entirely relied upon. Should he be a treacherous ingrate? Han Li would have no choice but to resort to his sole means of self-defense. With this thought, he discreetly shifted his fingers away from a concealed iron tube nestled within his sleeve. After Han Li solemnly swore his oath, Master Li finally sheathed his long knife. Han Li touched his neck, feeling a shallow cut left by the keen blade, sticky to the touch, and sensed a chill creeping down his back, indicative of a considerable cold sweat. That was indeed a close call, he mused, reflecting on his lack of foresight. He resolved to learn from this experience and vowed never again to engage in such thankless endeavors. The lives of others were their own affairs, not his. Han Li felt a shiver of apprehension. Without sufficient benefit and certainty, he would never again intervene to save another. He firmly resolved this in his mind. The adverse consequences of Han Li's initial attempt to save another directly led to the development of a habit of self-preservation, where his once simple nature had been cast aside. Though he did not become a villain, he strayed far from the path of loyalty and kindness. "Your rescue of my life, coupled with your promise to keep my secret, leaves me, Li Feiyu, indebted to you. As long as I draw breath. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. If it is within my power, I shall certainly aid you." Li Shixiang had fully regained his composure at the foot of the cliff, retrieving the items that Han Li had uncovered and placed on the ground, before approaching him earnestly to reveal his name and make a promise. "I fear I shall not trouble you. But you seem to have your own share of troubles, do you not?" Han Li replied with a faint smile. "How do you know?" Li Feiyu was taken aback, his surprise evident. Anyone could deduce it. "You, an ordinary guardian disciple, are overshadowing a significant number of hall masters, elders, and even the beloved disciples of the sect leader. How could you lead a life of ease?" Han Li pointed out incisively. Li Feiyu's expression darkened, and he fell silent for a while. "I have no interest in your affairs, nor can I meddle in them. However, I can assist you in alleviating some of the pain caused by the marrow-extracting pill." "Really?" Li Feiyu's spirit surged, his previously gloomy demeanor vanishing, replaced by a look of joy, revealing the extent of his suffering from the pill. "Why would I deceive you?" Han Li shot him a glance. Well aware that he possessed the formula to alleviate pain, which he had developed during his leisure time specifically for Zhang Ti, it significantly reduced the human perception of pain and was highly effective. "This is splendid, truly splendid," Li Feiyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together eagerly, gazing at Han Li with anticipation. "Why do you look at me like that? I do not have the remedy with me at present. I must return to the Divine Hand Valley to concoct it before I can provide you with the finished product." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu felt somewhat embarrassed, having just threatened Han Li with a knife. Now seeking his help for the medicine. 18 noon tomorrow. Wait for me at the entrance of the Divine Hand Valley. I shall bring you the remedy once it is prepared. Dr. Mo is not home at the moment, so I cannot allow outsiders to enter the valley freely. Han Li spoke slowly. "Very well. I shall be there on time. I truly appreciate it, brother." Li Feiyu hurriedly agreed, fearful that Han Li might change his mind. My name is Han Li, a direct disciple of Dr. Mo with your remarkable martial prowess. You may simply address me as Han Shitty. Han Li quickly shared his name, wishing to spare himself from any more overly affectionate terms from Li Feiyu. Chapter 22. The inner demon Han Li stood quietly in place, watching Li Feiyu's figure gradually fade into the distance, remaining silent, after they had arranged for him to collect the medicine the following day at noon. Li Feiyu had taken the initiative to bid farewell, stating he needed to return and recuperate. Throughout this lengthy period, Han Li had refrained from inquiring about Li Feiyu's reasons for taking such a secretive potion. Han Li understood that even if he were to ask, it would not alter the events that had already transpired. The fact that Li Shixiang was willing to forsake everything for the sake of fleeting glory indicated that he must have compelling reasons for his choices. No one willingly walks the path of self-destruction, and even a gradual and costly form of it would not be undertaken with a light heart that if pressed to reveal his burdens, it would only reopen wounds that were nearly healed. It was clear that Han Li's approach was indeed the right one. Before departing, Li Feiyu felt grateful for Han Li's understanding, having noticed that he did not pry into the specifics of the marrow-extracting pill. Though unspoken, Han Li was aware that he had earned a favor from Li Feiyu, a debt of gratitude that was neither minor nor trivial. Han Li resolved to honor his commitment, not only refraining from divulging his secret, but also deciding to concoct a remedy to alleviate suffering as soon as he returned to the valley. The rationale behind this decision was straightforward. Since the other party was not a malevolent individual and had not truly sought to harm him, he intended to place the other in his debt, thereby making it difficult for him to refuse any future requests. Li Feiyu's martial prowess would only continue to ascend in the coming years. The greater his skills, the more likely they would be of assistance to Han Li. Even if he found no immediate need for Li Feiyu's help in the forthcoming years, it mattered not. Offering a gentle hand to someone who could be deemed not entirely wicked brought Han Li a sense of joy and fulfillment. Though it could not be asserted that Li Feiyu was inherently a good person, at the very least, having experienced today's events, he posed no threat to Han Li. After contemplating everything thoroughly, and finding no oversight in his considerations, Han Li ambled back to the Divine Hand Valley. Shortly after his leisurely return, he began preparing the necessary elixirs for Li Feiyu. The potion designed to dull the perception of pain was not particularly challenging to create, as all the required herbs could be found within the valley's medicinal garden. However, the process of preparation was somewhat intricate and required meticulous care. After a busy afternoon, Han Li successfully concocted enough medicine to last Li Feiyu for an entire year. He could have prepared more, but he preferred that Li Feiyu return annually to collect the tonic. Ensuring he would not gradually forget this favored as evening descended, Han Li unexpectedly took a seat on a chair in front of his door. Gazing up at the velvety night sky and the luminous moon, lost in contemplation, he found himself reminiscing about his family back home. It had been over 4 years since he had left his parents. Since ascending the mountain, he had immersed himself in relentless practice of his cultivation techniques, leaving him no time to dwell on matters of home. Thus he had never descended to visit. He merely arranged for the majority of his monthly earnings to be sent back. And each year, he received a letter penned by Uncle Zhang, reassuring him of his family's well-being. The contents of the letters were scant, primarily informing him that all was well at home, with little else mentioned. He was aware, however, that their lives had improved significantly. His elder brother had established a family, and his second brother had found a prospective bride, with nuptials expected to take place the following year. All these changes were a result of the silver he had sent home. Yet Han Li had become acutely aware through the few letters he received that his family's tone towards him had grown increasingly formal, almost akin to that of strangers. This realization initially filled him with trepidation, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Yet, as time passed, that sense of fear gradually faded into a dull ache, and the images of his family became increasingly blurred in his memory. It was only during poignant moments such as this evening that he would find himself longing for his loved ones, recalling the warmth of his home, a sensation now rare and precious, which he savored slowly and deliberately. Han Li placed his hand over his heart, fingers brushing against the small leather pouch containing his protective talisman. In the past, a mere few moments would suffice to grant him a subtle sense of satisfaction. However, tonight, for reasons unknown, the aftermath left his heart in a tumultuous state. Unable to find tranquility at this moment, Han Li was engulfed by an indescribable sense of frustration, struggling to rein in his emotions. As an unsettling energy churned within him, the peculiar forces he had cultivated restlessly stirring. The ominous phrase "going astray in one's cultivation" suddenly flashed through his mind. Hanli rose to his feet, took a deep breath, and endeavored to regain his composure. With Dr. Mo absent, he was left to confront the crisis alone. The inexplicable nature of his turmoil left him bewildered, although this was not the time for introspection. Identifying the root cause of his distress was undoubtedly the most effective means to resolve this predicament. Hanli lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings for anything noteworthy, yet found nothing of interest. As he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, his elbow inadvertently brushed against something firm. Instinctively, his attention was drawn to the object. The name "small pouch of talismans" instantly resonated in his mind. Could it be the source of his troubles? Uncertain, he could no longer afford to hesitate. His internal state was deteriorating, and he risked losing control at any moment. With determination, Hanli grasped the pouch and yanked it off his neck, flinging it far away. Yet, to his dismay, the discomfort intensified, and the tumult within him surged anew. Struggling to suppress the turmoil within, Hanli fixed his bloodshot eyes on the small pouch, hoping to uncover the catalyst behind his escalating crisis. Chapter 23. The Test Subject. Perhaps fortune was on his side. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Hanli's mind as he dashed towards the discarded pouch, swiftly closing the distance in a few strides. Bending down to retrieve it, with practiced ease, he opened the pouch and extracted the protective talisman gifted by his parents. The moment his palm made contact with the talisman, a soothing wave of clarity washed over him, permeating both body and spirit. Instantly, his agitation subsided. The previous feelings of frustration and discomfort vanished without a trace, and the various anomalies within his body retreated into silence, as if everything had returned to normal. Now, Hanli paid no mind to the changes he had undergone. He gently cradled the talisman in one hand, bringing it close to his eyes, while with the other, he tenderly it, his entire being fixated upon it. After what felt like an eternity, he sighed, ceasing his caress and shifting his gaze away from the talisman. Unbeknownst to him, the peril he had narrowly escaped was not merely an errant path in cultivation, but an invasion of the heart's demons that plague those on the path of enlightenment. Had he not acted swiftly to expel the malevolent force with the aid of the talisman, he might soon have succumbed to its influence, losing himself in an illusory realm, and ultimately, to a frenzied demise. Of course, he would only come to understand these truths in due time, as he continued his journey on the path of cultivation. Hanli focused his internal energy to examine his entire being and found no issues whatsoever. To his astonishment, he discovered that his power had significantly increased, although he had not yet transcended from the third layer to the fourth. He had nonetheless reached the pinnacle of the third layer, drawing ever closer to the fourth. This unexpected delight brought a faint smile to Hanli's face, but he quickly reined in his excitement. Fearful that such emotional instability might lead to another perilous episode of losing control, he lacked the confidence to navigate such dangers unscathed a second time. Grasping the pouch that contained his protective talismans, he prepared to return the talisman he had just utilized to its rightful place, securing it carefully. To his surprise, Hanli stumbled upon an item he had long forgotten, a mysterious little vial. A cherished artifact he had collected years ago. The significance of this vial had completely slipped from Hanli's memory, and had it not been for this serendipitous encounter, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. Compared to 4 years ago, Hanli's knowledge and perspective had vastly evolved. Through diligent study of the diverse tomes in Dr. Mo's collection, he had greatly broadened his horizons, and his intellect had sharpened remarkably due to his practice of cultivation. At this moment, he could effortlessly discern that the various phenomena associated with this vial indicated it was indeed a rare and extraordinary object, possessing remarkable properties. His immediate objective was to thoroughly unearth the vial's potential value and ascertain its utility for himself. Refusing to let it languish in obscurity within the pouch, thereby squandering its enigmatic capabilities, Hanli extracted the vial but refrained from hastily opening it. Instead, he scrutinized it with a fresh perspective, pondering whether he had overlooked any details in the past. Regrettably, after several meticulous examinations, he found no new insights. Determined not to squander any more time, he carefully opened the vial. The drop of emerald green liquid remained steadfast at the bottom, unchanged since 4 years prior. Hanli understood that all the vial's secrets likely resided within this minuscule drop of liquid, which undoubtedly harbored certain unique properties yet to be revealed. To uncover the mystery of this liquid, it seemed essential to conduct some rather cruel live experiments on small creatures. As night enveloped the world outside, it was impractical to venture out in search of living specimens, and after the day's earlier exertions, Hanli felt quite fatigued. Moreover, even if he managed to find something, the dim light of night would hinder his ability to observe any specific changes during the experiments, rendering his efforts futile. After careful consideration, Hanli resolved to take a restful sleep, allowing himself a full night to recuperate. He hoped that a significant surprise awaited him after this night, a thought that filled him with anticipation as he prepared for slumber. The following morning, after rising and completing his morning routine, Hanli made his way to the large kitchen outside the valley to partake in a simple breakfast in the days when Dr. Mo resided on the mountain. He had instructed the kitchen staff to personally deliver meals to the Valley of the Divine Hand. Benefiting from Dr. Mo's generosity, Hanli no longer needed to venture outside the valley for meals, as the kitchen staff now brought his food directly to him. Now that Dr. Mo is no longer at the Seven Mystic Gate, the kitchen staff will naturally cease to deliver meals, prompting a wave of reflection in Hanli regarding the kitchen manager's opportunistic nature and a deep sigh at the efficacy of power. After finishing his breakfast, Hanli did not hastily depart from the kitchen. Instead, he sought out the kitchen steward and, after parting with a few pieces of small silver, procured 2 lively gray-furred wild rabbits from him, which he brought back to the Divine Hand Valley. Upon returning to the valley, Hanli tethered the wild rabbits in a relatively spacious area of the medicinal herb garden, allowing them to bask under the sun. When the rabbits became listless and parched from the heat, he fetched a large white porcelain bowl, carefully pouring the green liquid from the vial into the bowl, then diluting it with some plain water. The pea-sized green liquid effortlessly dissolved into the clear water, transforming the entire bowl into a vivid emerald hue. This verdant tint evoked an involuntary chill that surged from the depths of his heart. Hanli lifted the bowl of diluted liquid and approached the now thirsty rabbits. Placing it down beside them, the rabbits, already parched from the sun, eagerly rushed over, encircling the porcelain bowl and gulping down the water in large swigs, not wishing for them to drink too much at once. He withdrew the bowl after they had consumed about half of it. He then stood to the side with the porcelain bowl in hand, patiently awaiting the rabbit's reaction to observe any intriguing changes. Before long, merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the rabbits began to hop about restlessly, their movements growing increasingly frantic and vigorous. Subsequently, astonishing changes commenced on their bodies. Egg-sized lumps began to protrude beneath their fur, and these lumps multiplied rapidly, gradually covering their entire forms. Soon, these lumps fused into a mass, making the rabbits' bodies appear inexplicably enlarged, creating a comical contrast with their tiny heads. The rabbits' plump bodies only maintained this state for a brief moment before beginning to swell gradually. As time progressed, the rate of their expansion accelerated, as if some gas were being incessantly injected within them, causing them to grow larger and more inflated. Eventually, they resembled 2 enormous watermelons, transformed into round, bulging spheres. Witnessing the bizarre transformation of the rabbits before him, Hanli felt a surge of astonishment. The unfolding events exceeded his wildest expectations. While he could fathom that the mysterious liquid might be a lethal poison or a potent elixir to enhance one's abilities, he could never have anticipated the spine-chilling spectacle before him, as the rabbits appeared to be inflated as if by an unseen force, becoming grotesquely monstrous. Chapter 24. A frightening realization as he observed the rabbits continuing to swell. Hanli sensed an unsettling shift. Suddenly recalling something, he hurled the porcelain bowl, now regarded as venomous, into the medicinal herb field and turned to flee, running until he had put a considerable distance of several dozen paces between himself and the rabbits before finally halting. Just as he was about to turn his gaze back, 2 nearly simultaneous explosive sounds echoed, sending a shiver down Hanli's spine. He turned around to find that 2 rabbits had indeed been torn asunder, their bodies shattered into several pieces, with blood and flesh scattered across the ground. The area where the rabbits had been tethered now bore 2 gaping holes, surrounded by the disarrayed remains of the unfortunate creatures. Blood and chunks of meat strewn everywhere, a sight both gruesome and pitiful. Hanli exhaled deeply, plopping down onto the ground. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have suffered the repercussions of the rabbit's explosive demise. While he may not have sustained severe injuries, being splattered with rabbit blood and entrails was hardly a pleasant experience. Once his heart rate steadied, he rose to his feet and approached the vicinity of the pits. Surveying the carnage, he also caught sight of the shattered ceramic bowl and the medicinal field, leaving him speechless. Hanli had anticipated uncovering some miraculous elixir within the green liquid, only to be confronted with such a horrific outcome. Poison is poison, he mused, but to witness the rabbits meet such a tragic end was beyond comprehension. He resolutely decided that he would never touch such a substance again, that it was far too terrifying. Although Han Li had encountered lethal poisons before, thanks to Dr. Mo's teachings over the years, none had ever resulted in such a dreadful demise. Fortunately, Han Li possessed a strong mental fortitude, allowing him to maintain his composure a while longer in this unsettling environment before contemplating his departure. With noon approaching, he needed to deliver the prepared secret medicine to Senior Brotherly. He resolved to deal with the aftermath only after he had completed his errand. With this thought in mind, Han Li refrained from casting another glance at the explosion site, leaving all troubles for later. Upon returning to his dwelling, he rested briefly before setting off towards the entrance of Shunshou Valley with the medicine in hand. Han Li was punctual, arriving at the valley's mouth precisely at noon. However, he found Senior Brotherly Feiyu already anxiously waiting there. Alone at the valley's entrance, he had donned a white silken robe, yet still bore the long knife that had left a profound impression on Han Li. As Han Li approached, he noticed a hint of urgency on Li Feiyu's face as he eagerly scanned the direction of the valley. Upon spotting Han Li's arrival, his anxious expression dissipated, replaced by a slight smile that crept onto his lips. "Junior brother Han, you truly are punctual. You said noon, and you arrived precisely at that moment." "I've been waiting for over half an hour," Li Feiyu remarked, half in jest and half in reproach. "My apologies. I spent too much time preparing the medicine yesterday and didn't sleep until quite late. I woke up a bit late this morning, and by the time I wrapped up my tasks, it was just noon," Han Li replied, equally half serious. "Junior brother Han, the medicine isn't ready?" Li Feiyu asked, his eagerness causing him to stammer slightly. Without answering Li Feiyu's inquiry, Han Li smiled calmly, slowly retrieving a palm-sized medicine pouch from his robes, tossing it to Li Feiyu with a flick of his wrist. "Before taking the marrow-extracting pill, dissolve a spoonful of the powder from this pouch in cool boiled water to alleviate your suffering." "Thank you, Junior brother Han. Thank you so much." Li Shixiang was filled with uncontainable joy. Even the slightest alleviation of his suffering would be a tremendous blessing. The agony endured while consuming the marrow-extracting pill was truly enough to send chills down his spine. He had previously resorted to numerous painkillers, yet none had proven effective. Since this Han Shidi was well acquainted with the pill's characteristics and had already taken it, perhaps this remedy would indeed yield results. "Do not rush to thank me. It would be more appropriate to express your gratitude once the medicine proves effective," Han Li stated candidly. "It is merely a year's supply. I have exhausted my current stock of medicinal materials. Once I gather enough, I shall prepare additional doses for you. It is of no concern. This supply is sufficient for now," Li Feiyu reassured him. "Regardless of its efficacy, I truly appreciate your kind intentions." Han Shidi, with the item he desired in hand, Li Shixiang's demeanor returned to normal, and he ceased to be pretentious, straightforwardly acknowledging the considerable favor he owed Han Li. Han Li smiled slightly, opting for silence as he took his leave. Li Feiyu, clutching the precious remedy, was eager to return and test its effectiveness. Thus he made no effort to detain Han Li, and the two bid each other farewell. Upon returning to the valley, Han Li first attended to the medicinal garden. He swept away the remnants of the rabbit, the bloodied soil, and the shattered pottery into a pit, then leveled two inexplicably formed mounds of earth, restoring the area to its former state before the experiment. Satisfied with his efforts, he brushed off the dust from his hands and surveyed the surroundings for any overlooked details. When his gaze fell upon the spot where the porcelain bowl had shattered, he fell into contemplation. He distinctly remembered that when he discarded the bowl, the diluted clear water had spilled over a small patch of medicinal herbs, dampening a few plants. This left him in a state of hesitation, wondering if those herbs had absorbed the water and potentially turned toxic. Would consuming these poisonous plants lead to a fate akin to that of the rabbit? Should he eliminate these toxic herbs at once? A cascade of questions surged unexpectedly in Han Li's mind. After much deliberation, he resolved to wait and observe the herbs for a while longer, treating it as a minor experiment. If the herbs did indeed become toxic within the next few days, he could always remove them then. Having made up his mind, he noticed there was little else to occupy himself with, so he retreated to the stone chamber to cultivate. He hoped to achieve a breakthrough on the foundation of his advancing prowess. By now, Han Li no longer concerned himself with the precise utility of the incantation. Practicing it had become an instinctive response. If he did not engage in this cultivation, he would be at a loss for what to do on the mountain. The pursuit of a higher level of mastery over the incantation had become the singular focus of his existence. After an afternoon of concentrated cultivation, Han Li was disheartened to realize that he was, indeed, no genius. Although he sensed he was on the cusp of breaking through to the fourth layer, merely a fingertip away, he had made no tangible progress, having wasted an entire afternoon in vain effort. It appeared that without the aid of external medicinal forces, he would remain indefinitely at the third layer, unable to advance further. Hanli began to hope fervently for the early return of Dr. Mo. Wishing for the fortunate discovery of sufficient medicinal herbs to aid him in overcoming his current predicaments. In Chapter 25. The willow inserted. After another night had passed, Hanli rose early and made his way toward the medicinal garden. Eager to observe any changes in the several herbs as he approached the herb field, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich and potent fragrance. Hanli paused momentarily, but soon an excited thought struck him. Could it be? He hastened his steps and finally arrived before the herbs emanating a striking aroma. Were these the same plants from yesterday? Hanli could scarcely believe his eyes. He slapped his still sleepy face a few times until the pain brought him back to reality. The leaves of the huanglong grass had taken on a purplish hue. The bitter lotus flower had astonishingly bloomed with 9 petals, and the skin of the worry-free fruit had turned black. Ha! Hanli could no longer contain himself. Even though he usually maintained a calm demeanor, he burst into uproarious laughter. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him. Overnight, these herbs, which should have taken 1 or 2 years to mature, had transformed into those of over a decade's worth of potency. The color of the leaves, the shape of the fruits, and the fragrance of the petals all indicated that these were rare herbs that had truly matured over many years. Hanli meticulously examined the herbs once more, confirming that they perfectly matched the descriptions in his medicinal text. He had indeed come across precious materials that had aged significantly. If he could replicate this method of hastening herb maturity, he could amass as many valuable herbs as he desired. Moreover, any surplus herbs he did not require could be sold, providing him with an abundant income. Unable to suppress his excitement, Hanli's mind began to wander. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Suddenly, he somersaulted several times on the ground, casting aside his usual composure, expressing his enthusiasm like a typical 14 or 15-year-old youth. After a considerable time, Hanli finally regained his senses and his mind returned to its usual alertness, prompting him to contemplate the challenges that accompanied this unexpected windfall. First, while the herbs appeared flawless on the surface, their actual medicinal properties remained to be tested. After all, they had absorbed some peculiar liquid to attain this state. Who could say whether they contained any mutated components? He had witnessed the tragic fate of those rabbits firsthand and realized that caution was paramount. Secondly, the green liquid in the mysterious vial had been expended. He was uncertain whether further anomalies would occur, producing more droplets. He needed to investigate this further that evening, that if both concerns posed no issues, he would then need to thoroughly master the details and steps involved in this herb accelerating process. Fully controlling this astonishing method, after deep reflection, Hanli identified several unresolved questions that required answers. Without addressing these challenges, this grand opportunity would merely remain an ephemeral illusion. Once he had considered everything, Hanli began to take action. He first ventured to the large kitchen beyond the valley, inquiring with the steward and procuring 2 gray-haired rabbits. This action of Hanli's left the kitchen steward both delighted and somewhat puzzled. Why did this youth frequently purchase live rabbits? Was he intending to slaughter them himself in order to hone his culinary skills? Hanli, however, paid no mind to the thoughts of others. This time, instead of tying the rabbits in the medicinal garden, he secured them at the threshold of his own abode, allowing him to observe their changes at any moment. He then proceeded to the medicinal fields, carefully harvesting the few sprigs of herbs he had nurtured, transforming them into several doses of effective medicine for strengthening tendons and bones. He mixed the prepared concoction with the rabbit's favorite food, feeding them thrice daily to test whether these herbs were toxic. After accomplishing all this, Hanli anxiously awaited the arrival of nightfall. As time seemed to stretch interminably, the evening he had long anticipated finally descended. As darkness began to envelop the sky, Hanli dashed outside, retrieving a small vial from his bag and placing it upon the ground, his focus intent on observing any changes in the vial. A quarter of an hour passed without a stir. Another quarter of an hour went by. Still no movement. A third quarter as time ticked away. Hanli's heart sank deeper, and just as dawn approached, the vial remained utterly inert. His spirits plummeted. Could it truly be a one-time consumable? Or had he perhaps erred in some way? Forcing himself to maintain composure, Hanli surveyed his surroundings. There was nothing suspicious to be seen. Save for the shroud of darkness overhead, he muttered to himself, suddenly struck by a revelation, he abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens. The sky was a thick blanket of black, devoid of any discernible features. The thought that the day was overcast jolted Han Li into realization. Could it be that the absence of stars and moonlight on this gloomy day was the cause? He recalled that the vial's anomalies had always occurred on clear days when the sky was unobstructed and celestial bodies were visible. Today, however, was shrouded in clouds. With a flicker of determination, Han Li's spirits momentarily lifted, yet as he noticed the sky beginning to lighten, he understood that nothing would transpire that night. He decided to stow the vial away, intending to wait for clearer skies to retry his experiment. However, contrary to Han Li's expectations, the following fortnight brought not clarity, but rather an incessant drizzle, a weather pattern that persisted to this day. Gazing out at the gentle, persistent rain, a sense of frustration welled within him. The more he yearned for the weather to improve, the more it seemed relentless in its downpour, showing no signs of abating. Turning back to observe the two rabbits sheltered from the rain inside, their lively demeanor only deepened his vexation. Since consuming the herb-infused food, not only had they shown no ill effects, but they appeared even more vigorous than before. Throughout these past days, Han Li had meticulously monitored their condition, confirming that the rabbits exhibited no symptoms of poisoning. Rather, they had grown even stronger thanks to the beneficial medicine. This favorable outcome not only failed to bring joy to Han Li, but instead filled him with a sense of uncertainty and anxiety, leaving him unable to calm his restless heart. For him, whether the vial could once again yield the verdant liquid had become the crux of all his concerns. And the persistent inclement weather had rendered this mystery unsolvable, much to Han Li's profound frustration. Chapter 26. The urging of medicine. Just when Han Li believed that this dreary, rainy weather would persist indefinitely, the sun finally re-emerged in the sky, brightening the day. It had been nearly half a month since Han Li had discovered the secret of the green liquid, and his patience had long since waned. That very night, under the clear sky, he once more beheld the wondrous spectacle that had occurred 4 years prior. Innumerable luminous points densely encircled the vial, forming a magnificent orb of light. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, the weight that had burdened Han Li's heart lifted at last. He could now be certain that this small vial was not a mere consumable, but rather an extraordinary object capable of repeated use. After a week of anticipation, a single drop of green liquid finally reappeared within the vial. Although Han Li had already felt a burgeoning confidence in its return, the sight of the liquid still filled him with unbridled joy, for it signified a future abundant with rare medicinal materials. Alleviating his previous worries, that it is well known that the value of medicinal herbs is predominantly assessed by their age. The longer the age of the herb, the greater its potency. Conversely, older herbs are also increasingly elusive, typically thriving in remote mountains and steep cliffs, making their acquisition perilous and fraught with risk, while some apothecaries and physicians cultivate common herbs of relatively short lifespan. Few would be foolish enough to attempt to grow plants that take a decade or even several decades to mature. However, some affluent families, in a bid to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, might commission the cultivation of a few exceptionally rare herbs to safeguard their lives in times of crisis. These herbs generally require extensive aging to develop any efficacy, as those of lesser value can easily be procured with their wealth, rendering the arduous cultivation unnecessary. Moreover, these illustrious families, who have inherited their fortunes across generations, are indifferent to the lengthy cultivation periods of these herbs. No one can predict when they might find themselves in need of such resources. Thus, these herbs are often nurtured over centuries or consist of exceedingly rare specimens, unattainable by the average person. Occasionally, some rare wild herbs may briefly appear on the market, but they are typically acquired by these prestigious families, resulting in soaring prices and a scarcity of availability for such coveted medicinal plants. Han Li held little optimism for Dr. Mo's prospects on this outing, suspecting that he would not achieve significant success. Yet, he no longer needed to fret over this matter, with the vial in his possession. A multitude of fine herbs could be produced in a remarkably short span of time. With a heart full of extraordinary anticipation, Han Li conducted several more experiments in urging the maturation of medicinal herbs over the ensuing days. Once, he diluted the green liquid and poured it over numerous herbs, only to find the next day that he had acquired a substantial quantity of ordinary medicinal materials with a mere 1 or 2 years of efficacy, far inferior to the herbs obtained during his initial attempt. From this experiment, Han Li subtly grasped certain patterns in his subsequent trial. He boldly omitted the dilution step altogether and directly dripped the green liquid onto a single ginseng plant. To his astonishment, upon awakening the next day, he discovered a century-old ginseng, indistinguishable from a wild century-old specimen. This successful experiment filled Hanli with elation, not merely for the acquisition of a rare herb, but because he had begun to comprehend the application of the green liquid. Following this, Hanli conducted several preservation experiments with the green liquid, placing it in various containers, porcelain jars, jade vases, gourds, silver flasks, and so forth. He found that, regardless of the vessel, the green liquid could not be preserved for more than 15 minutes. Once removed from the mysterious little bottle, it must be utilized within that brief window, lest it vanish without a trace. The diluted liquid exhibited the same characteristics. Although it could be stored for a slightly longer duration, after a certain period, only the infiltrated liquids remained in the container, while the essence of the green liquid dissipated. After several such trials, Hanli completely lost faith in the preservation of the green liquid in other vessels. It seemed impossible to store this enigmatic fluid in bulk. Thus, he proceeded to conduct another test involving the stacking of medicinal properties. He dripped a drop of the green liquid onto a green sanwu grass, transforming it into a yellow sanwu grass with a century's worth of medicinal efficacy. A few days later, he added another drop, further enhancing its age by over 100 years. Witnessing the effectiveness of this method, Hanli continued to repeat the process for more than 2 months. Each time new green liquid emerged from the small bottle, he applied it to the sanwu grass, which did not disappoint him. Its leaves gradually transitioned from yellow to a yellow-black hue, and then to a deep black. Finally, after its leaves gleamed with a profound darkness, it became a rare millennium-old sanwu grass. This test was a resounding success, and it seemed that with patience, the age of the sanwu grass could be further enhanced. However, for Hanli, such an endeavor was unnecessary. Knowing that this method was indeed feasible sufficed, as he did not require herbs with excessively ancient ages. Those with several hundred years of potency were ample for his personal use. After completing this series of lengthy experiments, Hanli finally had the opportunity to rest and reflect. Considerable time had passed since Dr. Mo's descent from the mountains. Now, Hanli lay on his wooden bed within his chamber, holding the millennium-old sanwu grass, lost in thought, his gaze fixated on the dark herb, seemingly analyzing it. Yet, any observer in the room would discern from his scattered expression that his mind was adrift in distant realms, pondering matters beyond comprehension. He has now completely lost the joy he felt when he first acquired this precious sanwu herb. Instead, he is deeply contemplating the benefits and dangers that this small vial may bring him. As he strategizes his escape route, Hanli has encountered numerous examples of those who suffered for possessing treasures in the various books within Dr. Mo's abode. The vial in his possession can indeed be deemed a priceless gem. Should outsiders discover that he possesses such a treasure, he would undoubtedly not survive until dawn, destined to meet the same grim fate as many others who once held precious items, overwhelmed by the greedy individuals drawn by the news. Without delving into distant examples, a nearby illustration suffices. If the several sect leaders within his own faction were to uncover the vial's secret, they would certainly not spare him, devising ways to murder him for the sake of the treasure, leaving him to face a tragic end of having his riches seized and his life extinguished. He must never divulge the existence of the vial to anyone. Even on the mountain, he must exercise caution in its use, for the commotion caused by the vial's absorption of light points is too conspicuous, and a careless moment could lead to outsiders discovering its secret. Hanli resolved to remain tight-lipped, revealing not a single word to outsiders regarding the matter. Yet, he is currently in dire need of medicinal materials for his cultivation, making it a pity to refrain from using the vial. Thus, he must devise a solution that serves both purposes. Reflecting on his stagnant progress in cultivation, he felt a tinge of melancholy. Regardless, he cannot afford to delay his progress in the cultivation mantra. He is not practicing merely to appease Dr. Mo's oversight, but has vaguely sensed that his recent peculiar changes are intricately linked to the cultivation of this unnamed mantra. Chapter 27. Acquiring spirit herbs. Before Dr. Mo returns to the mountain, Hanli realizes that utilizing the vial in the Divine Hand Valley is temporarily safe, for he is the sole inhabitant of the valley, and there are rarely any outsiders who would recklessly intrude. This ensures that no unforeseen accidents will arise during this period, allowing him to use the small vial with confidence. Estimating the time of Dr. Mo's return, Hanli speculates that it is unlikely for him to find any quality medicinal materials in the vicinity. He will likely have to venture to more distant locations, possibly into the secluded depths of the mountains and forests, where rare herbs might be found. However, such a journey would take nearly a year for a round trip, compounded by the time spent searching for the herbs. It has been nearly half a year since Dr. Mo descended the mountain, and he is expected to return to the Qishuan sect in another 6 or 7 months. In the days leading up to his return, Han Li must strive to cultivate as many useful herbs as possible, methodically obtaining them according to several rare formulas he is aware of, avoiding the reckless waste of the verdant liquid. The substances he intends to concoct to enhance his strength and break through his bottleneck are the exquisite sacred medicines that Dr. Mo once aspired to create, but could not assemble the necessary ingredients. Each of these would bankrupt an ordinary family if placed on the market, coveted treasures that adventurers would fiercely compete for. Even with Dr. Mo's remarkable medical expertise, he has never encountered any of these finished medicines, let alone crafted them himself. It is worth noting that although Dr. Mo possesses the knowledge of how to formulate these sacred medicines, his lack of ingredients leaves him with nothing but a sigh of despair. In the days when Han Li studied medicine under Dr. Mo, he developed a profound fascination for these rare formulas, although he never harbored the ambition to concoct such extraordinarily precious medicines. He diligently recorded numerous recipes. Dr. Mo, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards Han Li's enthusiasm for learning these formulas, would elaborate with great detail whenever Han Li inquired, exhibiting no inclination to conceal any information. It seemed that Dr. Mo regarded these recipes as mere trifles, insipid yet regrettable to discard. However, these formulas had now become dear to Han Li's heart. He meticulously gathered the various medicinal herbs required from specific years. Not daring to relax for a moment, fully aware that time was not on his side, he needed to prepare these medicines before Dr. Mo's return, after which he would carefully store the vials away, vowing never to use them lightly on the mountain again. Han Li lacked any confidence that he could utilize the vials in front of Dr. Mo without revealing his secret. He understood all too well how astute and cautious Dr. Mo was, and he harbored no intention of divulging the secret of the vials to him. Han Li found the relationship between himself and Dr. Mo to be peculiar, far more complex than a typical master-disciple bond. Dr. Mo often regarded him with a peculiar gaze, leading Han Li to suspect that the doctor harbored some secret detrimental to him, a feeling that had intensified over the past couple of years. This sentiment created an insurmountable barrier between them, preventing the intimacy usually found in ordinary mentor-student relationships. In daily life, Dr. Mo treated him quite well, never resorting to physical punishment or harsh words. He spared no effort in creating optimal conditions for Han Li's cultivation of the incantations, yet an invisible barrier seemed to linger, casting an awkward atmosphere between them. Dr. Mo was clearly aware of this rift, yet he showed no desire to mend the bond between master and disciple, continuing to insist on Han Li's progress in his training. However, the peculiar glances that once accompanied Dr. Mo's gaze towards Han Li appeared to have diminished over time, even vanishing for an extended period. Nevertheless, Han Li's keen intuition suggested that the doctor had not entirely abandoned his ulterior motives. Rather, he had cleverly concealed them. Consequently, Han Li's wariness deepened, and in such circumstances, he dared not reveal the secret of the vials to Dr. Mo. Han Li had learned a valuable lesson from various historical texts. One should harbor no malicious intent towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential treachery. Whether Dr. Mo genuinely meant him harm or whether Han Li's perceptions were misguided, maintaining heightened vigilance was certainly prudent. Should Dr. Mo indeed harbor ill intentions, Han Li's caution would avert potential harm. Conversely, if his intuition was mistaken, then his increased alertness would still serve him well. Han Li had no intention of betraying his mentor. He remained a devoted disciple, committed to honoring the obligations that came with his role. Han Li felt a lingering discomfort in his heart as he contemplated the peculiar relationship he shared with Dr. Mo, a bond that was undoubtedly unique within the Seven Mysteries sect. With a sigh, he acknowledged that the vial could not be used again upon Dr. Mo's return. This was an absolute certainty. One must understand that there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Even if he managed to evade Dr. Mo's notice, the likelihood of being discovered by others within the sect loomed large. Thus, the safest course of action was to conceal it, treating the entire affair as if it had never transpired. Resolving to keep the vial safely hidden and refrain from its use in the future, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him, and soon he drifted into a hazy slumber. In the ensuing months, he clandestinely utilized the verdant liquid within the vial to cultivate a substantial yield of rare medicinal herbs. Employing these herbs, he concocted several precious elixirs according to various formulas. Yet he encountered numerous failures along the way. Each setback pained him deeply, for the materials employed were exceedingly rare and costly. A single failure represented a significant monetary loss. However, he could hardly blame himself. as it was the first time for anyone to attempt these formulas. Even Dr. Mo, should he undertake the task, would likely experience a misstep or two, and this was the only solace Han Li could find. The Huanglong Dan, Qingling San, Jinsui Wan, and Yangjing Dan. These rare medicines seldom seen in the outside world were carefully arranged before Han Li in a dozen small vials. As he gazed upon them, joy illuminated his countenance. With these miraculous potions at his disposal, he could not only master the fourth layer of the cultivation technique but also ascend to the fifth and sixth layers with relative ease. Among these concoctions, the Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan offered the most substantial enhancement to his prowess, possessing the remarkable ability to augment his strength and facilitate a complete transformation. Conversely, the Qingling San was a rare antidote capable of neutralizing countless deadly toxins, while the Yangjing Dan was an extraordinary remedy effective for both internal and external injuries. Regardless of the severity of one's wounds, a single dose would not only prevent death but could also significantly alleviate suffering. Chapter 28. Mo's return to the valley. Initially, Han Li had no intention of concocting the latter two medicines, which bore no direct relevance to his cultivation. However, after considerable reflection, he recognized that he was, in some sense, a figure of the martial world. Who could predict when calamity might strike or when he might find himself embroiled in the conflicts of the realm? It seemed prudent to prepare some antidotes and healing remedies in advance. After all, it would be a grave injustice to perish due to a lack of proper medicine in the event of poisoning or injury. Thus, Han Li resolved to prepare a modest quantity of these two medicines to keep on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Life is singular and precious, and he had no desire to meet an untimely end. Although this decision would diminish the quantity of the other two elixirs, consequently slowing his progress in cultivation, he understood that such sacrifices were sometimes unavoidable. After all, it is a rare occurrence for everything in life to align perfectly. One must often make choices and compromises. On the very day Han Li completed the concoction of the elixir, he began to consume it according to the prescribed method, ingesting one Huanglong pill and one Jinsui pill. These two remarkable potions indeed lived up to their legendary reputation as sacred medicines. Under the astonishing potency of these drugs, he effortlessly broke through his bottleneck that very night, achieving the fourth layer of the incantation. Upon reaching this new level, Han Li immediately experienced sensations unlike any he had encountered before. His five senses were suddenly elevated to an extraordinary realm. Everything in his line of sight became strikingly vibrant and remarkably clear. Previously imperceptible details were magnified, rendering them distinctly visible. Even the delicate threads of spider silk in the corners of the room became sharply defined. His auditory perception also transformed, becoming acutely sensitive. A multitude of sounds, both familiar and unfamiliar, surged into his ears, such as the faint rustling of an earthworm burrowing into the ground from several dozen paces away, or the buzzing of an unknown insect fluttering past his abode. These sounds resonated as if they were occurring right beside him, so vivid and crystalline in clarity. Moreover, an array of peculiar scents that suddenly wafted through the air indicated a significant enhancement of his olfactory senses. Han Li was both astonished and elated. This marked the first occasion during his cultivation of this incantation that he felt his time invested had not been in vain. Such a distinctive experience suggested that the incantation possessed its own unique merits. Although the previous layers of cultivation had granted him some degree of sensory enhancement, none had yielded changes as pronounced and profound as the fourth layer, representing a true qualitative leap, akin to being transformed into an entirely different person. Additionally, he felt a newfound lightness in his body and a substantial improvement in his mental acuity. He could now easily withstand several days without sleep without significant detriment. Han Li savored the sensations coursing through his body, which were entirely unlike anything he had known before. Remaining motionless, he could discern all occurrences within several dozen paces, an exhilarating sense of omnipotence that left him utterly captivated. It dawned upon him that achieving the fourth layer of this incantation signified a genuine, albeit modest, accomplishment. He couldn't help but ponder the exquisite sensations that might accompany the fifth and sixth layers, just as Han Li was beginning to grasp the profound subtleties of his cultivated technique. His nominal master, Dr. Mo, returned to the valley. Not only did he come back himself, but he also brought with him a mysterious individual. Upon Dr. Mo's entrance into the show valley, Han Li instantly recognized the familiar sound of his cough from a distance. He had been meditating in the stone chamber, striving to elevate his skills further. Sensing Dr. Mo's presence, he hastily concluded his practice and exited the stone chamber. making his way toward the valley entrance to pay his respects to his master, whom he had not seen for nearly a year. Ultimately, he encountered Dr. Mo not far from the valley entrance. Upon encountering Dr. Mo, Hanli was taken aback. The individual before him remained the same. Yet what met his gaze was a visage drained of vitality, lacking in any semblance of life. Although previously he had appeared slightly jaundiced and unwell, he was not reduced to the extreme state of decay that now characterized him. Resembling someone whose time was almost up, even more astonishing to Hanli was the presence of a mysterious figure behind him, cloaked in a dark hood and enveloped in a voluminous green robe that concealed every inch of skin. This person was extraordinarily tall and robust, towering over Hanli by at least 2 heads, possessing a physique reminiscent of a colossal deity. However, due to the cloak, Hanli could not discern the features of this individual, only vaguely sensing that their countenance was likely grotesque and fearsome. Suppressing the questions bubbling within him, Hanli quickly approached Dr. Mo and offered a respectful bow, then stood attentively to the side. Awaiting the doctor's inquiries, he was acutely aware that his mentor was indifferent to whether he displayed deference and respect. Nonetheless, as a disciple, it was imperative to observe the proper rituals of respect, lest he convey an impression of insolence, which would only place him in a more disadvantageous position. Based on his understanding of Dr. Mo and the latter's usual concern for his cultivation progress, Hanli anticipated that upon their reunion after such a lengthy separation, the doctor would promptly inquire about his mastery of the techniques to assess his advancement. Indeed, upon seeing Hanli emerge from the valley, Dr. Mo paused momentarily, cleared his throat twice, and then weakly asked, "How goes your practice of the technique? Have you made any progress?" His face soon betrayed a mix of anxiety and hope. Hanli had already mentally prepared himself for this exchange and articulated the response he had rehearsed. As before, there had been little change. He had no intention of revealing the truth of his cultivation, for he could not explain the miraculous leap he had made from the initial stage of the 3rd layer to the 4th without any external aid. "Extend your hand." Dr. Mo's expression darkened, and his tone became abruptly stern. Hanli carefully noted the shift in the doctor's demeanor, and a sense of unease blossomed within him. However, he was not fearful of the doctor personally checking his pulse to ascertain the state of his internal qi. Since entering the 4th layer, Hanli had unexpectedly discovered that he could manipulate the strength of the peculiar qi within him at will, easily controlling it to match the intensity he had at the 3rd layer, thus allowing him to conceal the truth from Dr. Mo's scrutiny. Chapter 29. The Rise of Conflict. Dr. Mo's countenance was devoid of expression, his eyes partially closed, as he firmly grasped Hanli's wrist. All his focus was directed inward, attuned to the strength of Hanli's qi, and he remained silent for a considerable time. After what felt like an eternity, he exhaled deeply, seemingly releasing all the frustration that had accumulated within him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a flash of brilliance emanating from their murky depths, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. His expression was grim. It was evident that there was dissatisfaction directed towards Hanli. Yet no reprimanding words were uttered. He coldly gestured with a wave of his hand, indicating for Hanli to follow him. Hanli obediently trailed behind, although intrigued by the enigmatic figure beside him. He understood that this was not the opportune moment to inquire freely. Upon entering the room, Dr. Mo, weary, sank into the grand chair, his back resting against the support, half sitting, half reclining. The brilliance in his eyes had faded, restoring the semblance of one long afflicted by illness. The mysterious figure remained steadfastly at his heels, never straying, and upon Dr. Mo's seating, took position behind the chair, standing rigidly, without a hint of movement. Hanli sensed that Dr. Mo was in a state of discontent and, unwilling to provoke him further, mimicked the mysterious figure by positioning himself in the center of the room, bowing his head towards Dr. Mo. Displaying an understanding not to fidget, and patiently awaiting a prompt for conversation, after what felt like an eternity of silence, a wave of curiosity washed over Hanli, compelling him to discreetly lift his gaze towards Dr. Mo. Why the need for secrecy? Just as he inclined his neck halfway, a sharp voice from Dr. Mo pierced the stillness. Hanli froze momentarily before obediently raising his head, his eyes flitting across Dr. Mo's face before quickly retreating. Though his expression remained unchanged, a tempest of emotions churned violently within him. Dr. Mo's visage had taken on an unnervingly peculiar quality. A pallid hue was overshadowed by a faint, ominous aura, which appeared almost sentient, extending countless delicate tendrils that writhed menacingly across his countenance. What startled Hanli even more was the transformation of Dr. Mo's typically stoic demeanor into one of fierce determination. His gaze fixated on Hanli with a hint of malicious intent, accompanied by a smirk of derision. Han Li sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, a feeling of unease coiling within him, as a threat of danger began to permeate the atmosphere of the room. Cautiously, he retreated half a step, his hand retreating into his sleeve to grasp a concealed iron tube, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. At that moment, a low taunt from Dr. Mo echoed in his ears. Is it truly wise to flaunt a modicum of cleverness? Dr. Mo shifted, unnaturally transitioning from a reclined position to an upright stance, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he ghosted closer to Han Li. Regarding him with a chilling chuckle, Han Li's complexion paled, realizing the precariousness of his predicament. He hastily attempted to raise his arm, but a sudden numbness rendered him immobile. It was then he noticed the other's fingers had withdrawn from a pressure point on his chest. The swiftness of the movement was astonishing. He had been utterly oblivious to the attack. Dr. Mo, what is your intention? If I have erred in any way, please voice your concerns. Why must you immobilize me? Han Li could no longer maintain his composure, forcing a smile as he addressed Dr. Mo. In silence, Dr. Mo struck his back a few times, clearing his throat with a feeble cough, adopting an appearance of frailness. Yet, having just witnessed his earlier display of prowess, Han Li dared not regard him as merely a sickly old man. This pretense only heightened his wariness. Dr. Mo, may I inquire about your esteemed identity? Why must you engage in petty disputes with a mere disciple? If you were to release my acupoints, what punishment awaits? I shall bear the consequences alone. Han Li continued to shower flattering words upon him. However, Dr. Mo showed no sign of acknowledgement, instead retrieving a metal tube from his sleeve, holding it in his hand, and casting a mocking, disdainful gaze upon Han Li's display. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt his heart plunge to the depths of despair. The hope of swaying the other through words was completely extinguished. It appeared that Dr. Mo would grant him not the slightest opportunity. Gradually, Han Li closed his mouth, his expression transforming into one of serenity. Returning a gaze devoid of emotion to Dr. Mo. In that instant, the entire room seemed to freeze, enveloped in a profound silence, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Well, Dr. Mo suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Truly, you are someone I, Mo Jiring, have chosen wisely. Even now, you remain unfazed, composed in the face of peril. My investment in you is not in vain. He began to extol Han Li. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Han Li refrained from responding to Dr. Mo's praise, instead posing his own inquiry. What shall I do with you? Dr. Mo echoed Han Li's question noncommittally. The course of your treatment shall depend on your own performance. What do you mean? Han Li furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing some of the other party's intentions. If I do not speak, you, with your astuteness, should grasp a few hints. No? He could only conjecture a fraction of the truth, yet remained bewildered by the entirety of the situation's complexities. Han Li did not deny this, candidly admitting his confusion. Excellent, that is the right approach. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask directly rather than harboring them within. Dr. Mo's sinister smile widened, the ominous aura surrounding him thickening, rendering his visage even more grotesque. That I know you have always regarded me with suspicion, never truly considering me a master. However, that is of no consequence. For I have not genuinely viewed you as a disciple either, Dr. Mo remarked with a disdainful snort. Chapter 30, The Downfall of a Tyrant. How old do you think I am? His facial muscles twitched slightly as he posed an unrelated question. Externally, he appeared to be in his 60s, yet, given he broached the topic, his age must surely deviate from his appearance. Was he perhaps significantly older or younger? Han Li felt a twinge of surprise but maintained a neutral tone. TSK, you are indeed a practitioner of the eternal spring technique. From a rural upbringing, you have transformed into such a perceptive and astute individual. Dr. Mo expressed his astonishment, now regarding Han Li with eager eyes. You are not mistaken. I am merely 37 years old. That a figure that left Han Li incredulous escaped Dr. Mo's lips. Impossible. For the first time, Han Li, who had remained composed, was taken aback. Indeed, it is implausible. Those who encounter me would not only assume I am in my 60s. Even if I were to claim I have reached the venerable age of 70, few would doubt it. Dr. Mo's voice suddenly transformed into a high-pitched, piercing tone, resonating in Han Li's ears with an unbearable sharpness that seemed to strike at the very core of his being. Mo Jiren once held a formidable reputation in the martial world of Lanzhou during my youth in the Yu Kingdom, establishing a significant name for myself, carving out my own realm with bare hands. Back then in Lanzhou, who was unaware of the formidable prestige of my ghost hand? Those who aligned with me thrived, while those who opposed me. Mo returned to his original tone, narrating his tale in a low, measured voice. As he recounted his experiences, a fierce light gleamed in his eyes, sharp as blades, as if he had been transported back to the days of his youthful vigor and wielded power. Listening to Dr. Mo's words, Han Li was inwardly astonished, realizing that his nominal master held such a remarkable past. Alas, such glory was fleeting. I in the prime of my life, just as I aspired to further showcase my prowess, I fell victim to the treachery of a nefarious individual, a trusted confidant who employed insidious tactics against me. Though I managed to control the onset of my injuries through my unparalleled medical expertise, I could not achieve full recovery. My martial prowess diminished significantly, rendering me unable to establish a foothold in the north to evade further plots by my enemies. I was compelled to abandon my heritage and family, disappearing into obscurity in search of remedies throughout the kingdom, hoping to regain my former strength. As he recounted the trials that followed, he became wholly immersed in the narrative of his past. His hands clenched into tight fists, fingers digging deeply into his palms, blood flowing freely. Yet, he seemed utterly oblivious to his own pain, his face contorted with a ferocious expression of wrath. Such a fierce demeanor sent chills down the spine of those who beheld him, revealing the depth of his loathing for the scoundrel who had once betrayed him. Sensing the lingering bitterness in his words, Han Li could not suppress a shiver, a cold chill creeping into his heart. Fortune favored me at last, as I inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious tome in a hidden locale. This book was cryptic and profound. I exerted immense effort to grasp its esoteric knowledge and discovered a shortcut to restore my powers. Following the instructions therein, the outcome to Dr. paused, failing to continue immediately, his vexation unmistakable, tinged with a hint of regret. Thus, you have become the wretched being you are today, Han Li coldly interjected, completing the thought left unspoken. Indeed, I had not anticipated that adhering to the tome's instructions would restore my abilities, only to hasten my aging, transforming me into this specter of a man, half alive and half ghostly. Dr. solemnly nodded, unperturbed by Han Li's mockery. You must have discerned the cause by now, he continued. My improper practices invited malevolent energies, leading to my current condition. Each day I live equates to a decade of vitality for an ordinary person, depleting my life force with every passing moment. Fortunately, my expertise in maintaining health has allowed me to concoct a secret elixir as per the book's guidance, which has, in recent years, mitigated the aging process and sustained me until now. What relevance does your incantation hold in resolving my predicament? Han Li bluntly queried, cutting to the heart of the matter. Not long after I transformed into this state, I discovered a method of unraveling through my studies, which is the Changchun Gong you practiced. If I could have someone who has reached the 4th level assist me with their energy manipulation and stimulate my vital essence using the Changchun Qi, I would be able to extricate myself from my current predicament and regain the vitality I have lost. Why must you seek me out? Can't you find anyone else who has practiced this technique? Han Li pondered for a moment before posing a question that had long been buried in his heart. Do you think anyone, be it a commoner or an ordinary individual, can master the Changchun Gong? This technique not only requires a young person to start from the very beginning, but it also demands that the practitioner possesses a spiritual root constitution. Although I am unfamiliar with the concept of a spiritual root, I have previously sought out hundreds of youths, all of whom failed to cultivate the Changchun Gong. Dr. Mo's face was etched with frustration. Is that truly the case? Han Li was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated the rigorous prerequisites for mastering this technique. In the remaining years, I believed that I would never find another capable of practicing the mantra, and thus, I resigned myself to the role of a wandering healer. Traversing the land aimlessly. To my surprise, I encountered Wang, the leader of the Qishuan sect, who had also been wronged. In a moment of shared sympathy, I saved his life, and subsequently, at his invitation, I became a benefactor of the sect. Intending to live incognito and spend my final days on the mountain. Lo and behold, a miracle did occur. Initially, fearing that my medical skills and martial arts would be lost, I invited you both into the valley, indeed intending to take you as disciples. However, inexplicably, I found myself leading you to practice the Changchun Gong, perhaps still holding on to a glimmer of hope. In truth, even if you could not cultivate this mantra, I would have accepted you and imparted what little I knew. Yet, I never anticipated that you would actually respond to this technique. Truly, heaven does not forsake those in need. Dr. Mo unveiled all these mysteries in one breath, his face flushed with a feverish hue, clearly pleased with his fortunate turn of events. I have yet to master the 4th level of the Changchun Gong. Why must you restrain me now and lay everything bare? Han Li finally voiced the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. This is entirely your own doing. I have invested so much effort and energy into you, yet you have failed to meet my expectations. Constantly engaging in tricks. Now, we are but a step away from success, yet you are reluctant to advance further. Originally, I could have afforded to wait for you another 2 years, but during my recent descent from the mountain, I was recognized by an enemy. After a fierce battle, although I managed to eliminate the adversary, I also exhausted the already limited energy I possessed, significantly shortening my lifespan. Even if I exert all my strength, I can only extend my life by another year. How can you expect me to wait any longer? The triumphant expression on Dr. Mo's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a fierce glare as he finally roared at Han Li. After hearing this, Han Li maintained his composure, showing no signs of being shaken. Yet within, tumultuous waves surged, completely contrasting his outward calm demeanor, though he had long anticipated Dr. Mo's deep-seated intentions towards him. He never imagined the extent of the underlying complexities, the other man's past, experiences, and the intricacies of the cultivation mantra all exceeded his wildest expectations. Chapter 31. Corpse Worm Pill. Han Li's heart was a tumult of confusion, fear, regret, and bewilderment. Despite the time that had elapsed, he could not conceive a means of escape, and panic began to creep in. He was still quite young and could not compare to the seasoned veteran. Dr. Mo's forced composure, meant to mask his anxiety, was easily discerned by Dr. Mo. The beads of perspiration forming on his forehead betrayed this paper tiger facade. Dr. Mo scrutinized every shift in Han Li's expression, relishing the immense pressure he had exerted. He had always believed that only in the throes of mental disarray could one elicit the truth from another. Do you think I am intentionally slacking, delaying my training progress? Han Li was stunned by this inexplicable accusation. Of course, if I have not succeeded in reaching the 4th layer after 2 years, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your little tricks? The first 3 layers took me merely 3 years to complete. Even if the 4th layer is exceedingly difficult and without the aid of medication, it is implausible that I have made no progress whatsoever in 2 years. Dr. Mo's voice was laced with menace as he spoke, his eyebrows raised in fury, seemingly harboring long-standing dissatisfaction with Han Li, which now erupted. It appears that no matter how I explain, old Mo will not believe me. Han Li thought to himself, bitterly amused that the very progress he had just concealed was the root of his current predicament. He truly had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Unsure if provoking Dr. Mo's outburst and unraveling the mystery was right or wrong, let us dispense with further discussion. I do not wish to know whether your past actions were genuine or false. Listen closely, for I have but one question for you. If I grant you another year, can you elevate your Changchun Gong to the 4th layer? Dr. Mo sneered as he enunciated the most crucial question of the day. His gaze fixated on Han Li, awaiting his response with grave seriousness. Han Li was acutely aware that the answer to this query not only pertained to the other man's life a year hence, but was also critical to his own survival at that moment. You should understand well that I cannot offer you any other answer. Now, please release my acupoints. Han Li relaxed entirely, his tone becoming light and airy. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Mo's demeanor softened slightly, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes, yet he did not advance to free Han Li's acupoints. Instead, he cautiously produced a square, intricately carved sandalwood box from his robes. Your words alone do not instill confidence. Should you decide to engage in deception, feigning diligence while neglecting your practice, how would that differ from before? For the sake of our lives, it is prudent to add a layer of assurance. With a sinister tone, he opened the box to reveal a white pill resting serenely at its center. Dr. Mo prodded Han Li with a finger, unlocking his acupoints, and before he could move, presented the box to him. You are an astute individual. No further words are necessary, as you know what must be done. Dr. Mo narrowed his eyes, a hint of malice evident in his gaze. Han Li, feeling the slight return of sensation to his numb limbs, wasted no time. He accepted the sandalwood box, gently pinching the pill between 2 fingers. Without a glance, he placed it directly into his mouth and swallowed it down. Clapping sounds echoed in the air. It is indeed true that those who recognize the times are the true sages. As long as you assist me in returning to normalcy, I shall be most grateful to you. I shall not waste your time with empty words. The rift that has developed between us renders it impossible for me to truly take you as my disciple. However, I can certainly ensure that you will enjoy a life of wealth and prosperity. Dr. Mo clapped his hands a few times, sincerely promising Han Li a great commitment. Now, it is time to enlighten me regarding the effects of the pill, lest I unwittingly transgress and lose my life. Han Li maintained an impassive expression, showing not the slightest sign of being moved. He chuckled. This pill is called corpse bug pill. It is not a true medicine, but rather a concoction of certain secret techniques that produces insect eggs. Once ingested, these eggs will lie dormant within your body for a year. Rest assured, during this year, you will be entirely safe, and it will not interfere with your other endeavors. However, after a year, should you fail to consume this specially crafted antidote, the eggs will absorb sufficient nutrients, hatch, and consume your internal organs, leaving you to suffer in excruciating agony for 3 whole days and nights before you slowly succumb to death. Dr. Mo spoke nonchalantly about the pill's dreadful nature, subtly warning Han Li. Upon hearing the pill's sinister characteristics, Han Li's body quivered slightly, his complexion darkening to an extreme, nearly unable to contain the fury boiling within him. Yet, it was now the moment for Dr. Mo to unleash his trump card. By the way, I have heard that your family has many members. I wonder if the silver you send home each month is sufficient. If not, feel free to ask me. I am quite concerned about your relatives. Dr. Mo uttered these words with a weighty sincerity. At this moment, he revealed his fangs, striking mercilessly at Han Li's most vulnerable point. Han Li's face turned ashen, utterly unable to maintain the composure described in books, where one's heart is like still water. With the last vestiges of his strength, he bit down on his lip, terrified that an outburst of curses or desperate pleas might escape his lips. He understood all too well that no matter how earnestly he begged or threatened, the other party would never relinquish this most significant leverage over him. Rest assured, within a year, I shall certainly cultivate to the 4th level. Han Li gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately, no longer concealing his deep-seated animosity toward Dr. Mo under the glaring threat. He could only yield for the time being. He was not yet able to forsake his kin. Disregarding the lives of his parents, now ensnared in a deadly bind, Han Li found even the thought of retaliating or perishing together with Dr. Mo had to be cast aside. This first encounter with Dr. Mo had culminated in a thorough defeat for him. Upon hearing Han Li's submission, Dr. Mo released a long, pent-up breath. His tension was no less than Han Li's, though it was entirely concealed by his enigmatic expressions. This eternal spring technique is indeed insidious. This brat is quite the handful at such a young age, Dr. Mo inwardly lamented, not knowing whether to feel envy or jealousy, cursing under his breath. In truth, while the eternal spring technique does possess certain abilities to cleanse the marrow and enlighten the mind, its efficacy truly depends on the individual. Han Li, inherently more mature and intelligent than his peers, excelled further in cunning and strategy after practicing this technique, far surpassing ordinary youths. Chapter 32. The spirit of bravado. Han Li turned and strode towards the entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, he suddenly paused and inquired. The brother standing behind old Mo has yet to utter a word. May I ask what brings him here? Upon hearing Han Li's unexpected question, Dr. Mo smiled faintly, slyly evading the inquiry. With your keen intellect, why not take a guess? I am certain you will arrive at the answer. Han Li shook his head and decisively exited Dr. Mo's abode, leaving one to wonder whether he was unable to guess or simply disinclined to do so. Once outside, Han Li's expression darkened. In the confrontation with Dr. Mo, he found himself utterly powerless, having been completely subdued by the other party. This indicated that he had been naively overconfident, believing that he could outmaneuver his opponent with mere cleverness. The painstakingly concocted vial of 5 poisons water had proven entirely ineffective, having been confiscated without serving its purpose. He realized he needed to retreat and contemplate how to strengthen his own abilities. With this thought in mind, he strode purposefully towards his residence, clearly unwilling to be so easily dominated by Dr. Mo. Inside, Dr. Mo stared in disbelief at the wooden floor, where a large hole, wide enough to fit a bowl, had appeared. Moments ago, he had carelessly tested the contents of the iron tube, and the venom that erupted from it had effortlessly corroded the ground beneath. Witnessing the bizarre toxicity of the liquid, Dr. Mo could no longer suppress his mounting dread. He leaped up, cursing vehemently. You little rascal, when did you learn to concoct such poisons? I have never taught him anything of the sort. I thought it was merely a common fairy drug. This wretched boy is truly merciless, turning against me without a second thought. Unaware of the fright he had instilled in Dr. Mo, Han Li returned to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. After such a tumultuous day, he was utterly drained, desperately in need of rest to recuperate his strength. After a restorative sleep, Han Li gradually awakened, rising to observe the lightning sky in the east, indicating that morning had arrived. It appeared he had enjoyed a lengthy slumber. Sitting upright, he refrained from leaving the bed. Instead, he propped his chin on his hands, resting his arms on his thighs as he pondered methods to escape Dr. Mo's control. Clearly, during the forthcoming year, he would be secure. The other party would likely prioritize his safety, ensuring no harm would come to him. Yet, the question of his safety a year hence remained uncertain. Hanli felt no concern regarding the Longchun-gong, for he had recently mastered the 4th level, and by the year's end, the 5th level would surely be within his grasp without further worry. As for the issue of the corpse insect pill, that too could be resolved. He would simply need to showcase his progress in cultivation when the time came, leveraging it to coerce the other party into providing the antidote before demanding treatment. Surely, they would not wish to offend him over such matters. Suddenly, an idea struck Hanli. He reached into his belongings and produced a small vial, from which he extracted a vibrant green pill. Raising his head, he swallowed the pill, and after a brief interval, as its effects began to take hold, he commenced a quiet introspection. Cough. The old rogue Mo, indeed, had not deceived himself regarding this corpse insect pill. The renowned Qiling powder, capable of counteracting myriad poisons across the world, had proven completely ineffective against this pill. It appeared that he would have to wait until a year had passed to obtain the antidote. Hanli muttered in frustration, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Once he had returned the vial to his bosom, he rose from the bed and descended to the floor. He began to pace around the sole table in the room. Deep in thought, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly ambled about, mulling over the various quandaries swirling in his mind. To speak frankly, Hanli did not fully trust the words of Dr. Mo. Aware that many of the claims made were likely riddled with falsehoods, regrettably, despite this awareness, he found himself unable to resist, as Dr. Mo had leveraged threats against his loved ones. Hanli harbored deep skepticism regarding whether Dr. Mo would truly honor his promise a year hence. If matters were as simple as portrayed, then resolving the situation would be straightforward, and he would have no need for resistance. Yet, he feared that the other party might be concealing detrimental truths. And should the time come for betrayal, he would be left utterly unprepared to defend himself. Hanli wrestled with these thoughts repeatedly, finding no satisfactory solutions. He and Dr. Mo were caught in a mutual state of fear. The doctor was wary that Hanli's lack of diligence and training might jeopardize his own life, while Hanli was apprehensive that once Dr. Mo was unburdened, he might strike with lethal intent. Initially, Hanli could have utilized this to leverage some pressure on Dr. Mo, instilling caution in him. But now, with the adversary holding his loved one's fate in their grasp, he found himself constrained, forced into a reluctant compromise. Was he truly to entrust his life to the mercy of another, hoping they would show clemency when the time came? Hanli felt a wave of despondency wash over him. No, he could not allow himself to fall into such a predicament. His destiny must not rest in the hands of another. To relinquish all control to others was the most foolish of thoughts. Resolutely, he dismissed this notion. After exhausting his mind, Hanli devised a plan. Albeit a rather inadequate one, he resolved to bolster his own strength from multiple angles, seeking ways to enhance his bargaining position to intimidate Dr. Mo even if the latter were to act against him. He wished to have some means of self-preservation. This was indeed a simplistic strategy, leaving him in a position of passive defense, allowing the other party to strike first. Yet, at present, it was the only viable course of action. Being the most prudent and comprehensive, having made up his mind, Hanli decided to take a stroll outside. He pushed open the door and stepped into the open space beyond, stretching lazily and yawning widely. Facing the biting morning breeze, he gazed at the sun, which had risen halfway, and declared with fervor, "My destiny shall remain firmly in my own hands. I shall never allow others to wield control over it." Chapter 33. A private transaction. Hanli seized the rope of a wooden bucket, casting it into the pond before pulling it back with a heave. He effortlessly lifted the bucket, raising it above his head. With a flick of his wrist, a cascade of fresh spring water poured down from the bucket, drenching him from head to toe. "How refreshing! How invigorating!" he exclaimed, sharing the sentiment with another young man nearby. It was no wonder, for it was the height of summer, and the oppressive heat had rendered them shirtless. The icy mountain spring water was a welcome relief, providing unparalleled comfort. The young disciple Han. "You truly have a knack for discovering splendid locations. Even this secluded little pond has not escaped your notice." Suddenly, the seemingly aloof youth spoke up. "This is nothing. I have unearthed far more challenging spots." Though regrettably, none possessed the refreshing waters found here, the other youth unabashedly accepted the compliment in its entirety. This young man was none other than Hanli, while the other was Li Feiyu, who had come to procure some medicine. Ever since Li Feiyu first obtained the pain-relieving medicine from Hanli and tested its efficacy, he found it remarkably effective, alleviating the torment of the marrow extraction pill significantly. Since then, Li Feiyu became insatiable. He could no longer endure the agony of the marrow extraction pill without Han Li's medicinal powder, leading him to exhaust what should have lasted a year in merely a few months. Tormented to the brink by excruciating pain, Li Feiyu had no choice but to muster the courage to seek out Han Li for more medicine. At this juncture, Han Li was intent on enhancing his own strength. Upon learning that Li Feiyu had entered the 7 Absolute Hall for further training, he boldly proposed an exchange, the importation of the Hall's exceptional skills in return for medicine, with little time left to live. Li Feiyu readily acquiesced to the proposal, enthusiastically agreeing to his request. To safeguard their secret from prying eyes, Han Li sought out several discreet locations within the sprawling Caixia mountain range, utilizing them to fulfill their arrangement. Periodically, the two would clandestinely meet. Han Li would present the medicine, while Li Feiyu would share techniques learned from the 7 Absolute Hall. Thus, they found mutual satisfaction in this exchange, which persisted for over half a year. Throughout this time, both Li Feiyu and Han Li began to regard each other with increasing fondness, unwittingly becoming close friends with no secrets between them. Li Feiyu was particularly pleased with the locations Han Li had discovered, especially this one featuring a small pond, surrounded by towering cliffs. In the center lay a modest basin. The sole passage leading here was an obscured cave, which was so narrow that one had to crawl through. The cave's exit was astonishingly located within a hollow of an ancient locust tree, snug against the cliff face. Most importantly, amidst the oppressive heat of the day, this little pond offered a refreshing respite. After stretching their limbs, pouring a few buckets of cool water over themselves was an immensely gratifying experience. Once refreshed, Han Li glanced at the sun and remarked, "The fierce python technique you taught me last time is too forceful. I feel it ill-suited for me. Do you have any techniques that are more delicate and agile? Do you truly believe, junior brother Han, that the 7 Absolute Hall is solely mine to command? I can only select from a small portion to study. My techniques lean towards the masculine, naturally requiring me to learn the more vigorous skills," Li Feiyu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Han Li. "What manner of person is senior brother Li? The foremost among all our disciples. How could he be compared to the ordinary disciples of the 7 Absolute Hall?" Han Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, forced a sheepish smile and hastily uttered a few flattering words upon noticing Li Feiyu's irritation. "It is indeed a rare occurrence for our genius Han to receive a few compliments." Li Feiyu teased with a half-smile. "Genius? Am I not consistently bested by you with just a few moves?" Han Li retorted with a huff. "That is merely my use of true energy, employing clumsiness to overcome finesse. It is hardly a remarkable skill. Were I to refrain from using true energy, I fear that within 100 moves, I would find myself utterly at a loss against you. Who among martial artists can truly engage without harnessing true energy? Senior brother Li, you are being excessively modest." "Modesty? I assure you, I am not being modest in the slightest. You have never trained in martial arts nor engaged in combat. The only thing you have studied is that utterly ineffectual, worthless mental technique. To grasp the intricacies of the moves so thoroughly in such a short span of time? Are you not a genius? By the way, that incantation holds no power whatsoever. I wonder why you persist in studying it daily." Han Li inwardly chuckled, contemplating. "Do you think I wish to study it? I am now in a predicament from which I cannot extricate myself. I must continue. Junior brother Han, it is not my intention to be tedious, but given your talent for martial arts over the past 6 months, you should promptly discard that worthless incantation and learn some genuine skills from me. I am certain that within 2 years, you will distinguish yourself and rise to prominence, and together, we shall dominate the 7 mystical gates. What a splendid prospect." Li Feiyu earnestly advised him once more. Han Li felt a twinge of emotion. Although he found the repetition somewhat vexing, he could still perceive the sincerity behind those words. Gently shaking his head to decline, he shifted the topic. In the Hall of 7 Absolutes, is there truly no martial art that can triumph over the enemy without the use of true energy? Upon noticing Han Li diverting the conversation, Li Feiyu chose not to press the matter further. Understanding that both he and Han Li likely harbored unspoken burdens, he pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze and saying, "There indeed exists a peculiar sword technique that does not require true energy. However, what?" Upon hearing that there was a martial art suited to him, Han Li was elated and eagerly pressed for more information. "However, this sword technique has remained unpracticed within the Hall of 7 Absolutes for over a century, and no one has ever succeeded in mastering it. It is said that even the elder who created this technique passed away before perfecting it. The name of this sword technique is quite strange. It is called the blinking sword technique. Do you not find that name peculiar?" As Li Feiyu recounted this sword technique, he repeatedly expressed his astonishment. Chapter 34. The Blinking Sword Technique. The Blinking Sword Technique? Han Li murmured, repeating the name of the technique to himself. Indeed, what connection could there possibly be between a sword technique and blinking? Is it not a rather amusing name? Have you ever practiced this sword technique? Han Li inquired with concern. Of course not. Who would train in a martial art that requires no true energy? That would be nothing more than a decorative facade. Not just me, since its inception. No one has dared to practice it. It is said that had it not been for the elder who founded it, who had saved the 7 mystical gates from peril on several occasions, and who, before passing, insisted that this sword technique be included in the Hall of 7 Absolutes, the blinking sword technique would never have been admitted among the Hall's esteemed teachings. Lifu. Possessing a surprisingly loquacious nature that starkly contrasts with his cold exterior, divulged the entire background of the sword technique before Han Li even had the chance to inquire further. Naturally, his verbose nature only revealed itself in Han Li's presence. Outside, among other disciples, he reverted to being the cool and aloof senior brotherly. After listening to Li Feiyu's account, Han Li's fifth sense subtly informed him that this was precisely what he had been searching for. Senior brotherly, could you transcribe this sword technique for me and bring it out of the 7 Absolute Hall? He chuckled. No problem. As for other martial arts, I cannot provide you with a copy, as there are designated personnel who check daily. However, this fleeting sword technique is tucked away in a corner, completely unnoticed. It would be too cumbersome to transcribe. Instead, I shall discreetly bring you the original sword manual. Once you have memorized or copied it, I will quietly return it. Nobody will be the wiser. Li Feiyu proposed an even bolder suggestion, seemingly confident in his plan. Han Li, reassured by his demeanor, consented to the arrangement. Initially, he harbored concerns about the man's careless tendencies. What if he inadvertently omitted key details while transcribing the technique? That would be most unjust. Securing the original manual was certainly a more favorable option. Well then, it is getting late. I must return to my training. Otherwise, the overseer of the 7 Absolute Hall will discover my clandestine outing, Li Feiyu remarked as he dried himself off, donned his attire, and prepared to leave. Han Li refrained from saying more, merely advising him to exercise caution when pilfering the sword manual to avoid any mishaps. Li Feiyu, nonchalantly turning away, waved his hand in a carefree manner before slowly making his way out of a nearby cave. As Han Li observed the silhouette of his companion gradually fade from view, a smile that had graced his face began to dissipate, revealing hints of unease. Shortly after Li Feiyu's departure, Han Li returned to the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon arrival, he spotted the tall, enigmatic figure standing motionless outside Dr. Mo's dwelling, leaning against the doorway, cloaked and seemingly indifferent to the scorching summer sun. Han Li approached the entrance to his own quarters, pausing to gaze at this reticent man. Ever since Dr. Mo had coerced him, Han Li had developed a fascination with this faceless individual, who appeared to be a natural mute and had not spoken a word since arriving in the valley. Remarkably, the man possessed extraordinary stamina, often standing still for an entire day without exhibiting the slightest sign of fatigue. In his mind, Han Li had already dubbed him a monster. He had attempted to engage in conversation with this figure, but the man remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, indifferent to Han Li's most extravagant expressions. Han Li was thoroughly impressed by Dr. Mo's ability to train a living, breathing being into a puppet. Utterly devoid of weaknesses, the man exhibited absolute obedience, astonishing physical endurance, and remained silent, devoid of any emotion. Although Han Li was yet to ascertain the extent of his martial prowess, he concluded it was unlikely to be feeble. Han Li recognized that this individual could very well become another lethal weapon for Dr. Mo. Yet he felt utterly powerless, unable to discern any vulnerabilities. The only aspect that puzzled Han Li was that whenever he glanced at the man's back from behind, he experienced a fleeting sense of familiarity, as if he had glimpsed a similar figure before. However, upon reflection, he could not quite recall whose silhouette it resembled. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li sighed, closed the door to his chamber, and returned indoors. He understood that without the directive from Dr. Mo, this individual would not take a moment's rest. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to leap onto his bed in a single bound. Where he reclined, placing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes, he mentally replayed the techniques he had learned from Li Feiyu that day, simulating them in his mind with meticulous precision. Each move was dissected into segments, scrutinized and contemplated with great care. This was a new ability he had acquired upon reaching the 5th level of the Changchun skill, allowing him to possess an exceptional memory. With this advantage, he could mentally retain any martial art in its entirety, replaying it countless times in his mind for refinement and enhancement. a fact that led Li Feiyu to regard him as a genius. 2 months prior, Han Li had relied on the potency of 2 sacred elixirs to forcibly break through the 4th level of the Changchun skill, achieving the 5th level. The effects of the Huanglong pill and the Jinsui pill were far greater than Han Li had anticipated. As he had underestimated the immense power of those formulas, these concocted pills were indeed priceless treasures. However, the 2 elixirs for marrow cleansing had been depleted by nearly half, and he hoped that the remaining amount would suffice for him to master the 6th level of the Changchun skill. He was genuinely curious about the unexpected benefits that the 6th level might bestow upon him. With only a few months left before Dr. Mo's ultimatum, Han Li reflected on the techniques he had acquired from Li Feiyu. Yet, without the corresponding internal energy to complement them, they could only be deemed as superficial skills. While they might suffice against those with a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, they would be utterly ineffective against Dr. Mo. Akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, utterly futile. This thought filled Han Li with apprehension and frustration. While the Changchun skill had many merits, it was of little use in actual combat. He could only place his hopes on the blink sword technique, yearning for it to yield a pleasant surprise. Several days later, on an afternoon, Han Li clandestinely slipped out of the Shinsho Valley to rendezvous with Li Feiyu. In truth, it was not so much a covert escape. Dr. Mo was well aware of Han Li's frequent excursions from the valley, yet he chose not to interfere, granting Han Li the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Initially, this lack of oversight made Han Li uneasy, uncertain of Dr. Mo's ulterior motives. However, after several uneventful outings, he discovered that no one was tailing him, allowing him to relax and focus on his own affairs. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Han Li gradually began to understand the rationale behind Dr. Mo's leniency. The doctor's seemingly indulgent approach stemmed from his own difficulties. Although he had tightly bound Han Li with the threats of the corpse insect pill and the lives of his family, he recognized that such a brutal method of control would likely breed resentment, making Han Li less inclined to train willingly. Any further restrictions on Han Li's freedom of movement would undoubtedly yield counterproductive results. After all, Dr. Mo's true intention was to encourage Han Li to actively and willingly cultivate the Changchun skill, rather than coercing him into submission. With this understanding of the situation's intricacies, Han Li felt emboldened that in the past, one had to cautiously evade the gaze of Dr. Mo, exercising prudence when traversing the valley, quietly slipping in and out. Now, however, it was a different matter entirely. Without uttering a word, one could boldly stride past him. On the surface, Han Li appeared to be carefree and utterly unconcerned, yet internally he maintained a demeanor of vigilance and caution. Upon exiting the valley, he employed the technique of Changchun Gong, elevating his senses to an extraordinary level, encompassing all moving objects within a radius of several dozen yards under his control. Han Li was confident that even if Dr. Mo were to personally tail him, he would not escape the grasp of his heightened perception. While he might falter in direct confrontation, he possessed unwavering confidence in his mastery of the 5 senses. Throughout his journey, Han Li meticulously avoided the patrolling disciples, navigating through a secret passage hidden among the old locust trees, eventually arriving near the small pool where they had previously met. Upon entering, he beheld Li Feiyu, seated at the edge of the pool. His bare feet submerged in the icy water, rhythmically splashing and creating a cascade of colorful droplets, thoroughly engrossed in his play, without lifting his head at the sound of Han Li's arrival. He immediately complained, "Junior brother Han, you are increasingly tardy. Each time I must wait for you for a considerable duration. Could you not arrive a little earlier?" "Apologies." Han Li brushed the dirt off his clothes, preparing to offer an explanation. However, Li Feiyu did not wait for him to finish. He hurled a large package that had been concealed behind him directly at Han Li. "What is this? Some delectable treat?" Han Li queried, somewhat bewildered, but soon realized the package was hard and heavy, not resembling anything edible. "All you think about is food. Was it not you who requested that I bring out the sword manual for the blinking sword technique?" Li Feiyu shot him a glare, then earnestly continued, "This is the sword manual?" Han Li asked incredulously. "You must be mistaken. Surely, you haven't mistakenly included your whetstone from your yard in here." Gazing at the enormous parcel resting upon his arm, Han Li's expression was one of disbelief. How heavy! He exerted his arms, attempting to lift it, nearly losing his balance in the process. "Ha!" Li Feiyu could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, rolling on the ground, and becoming covered in grass and dirt. Han Li eyed his friend's peculiar antics with suspicion, glancing again at the oversized package. With a gentle kick, he prodded the parcel, discovering that it indeed possessed the feel of a book. Disregarding his overjoyed companion, Han Li stroked his chin thoughtfully, squatting beside the package. For him, attempting to guess the contents of something that could be readily unveiled was a futile expenditure of mental energy. A pair of pristine hands rested upon the tightly bound knot of the package. His fingers danced lightly, creating a blur of motion, and miraculously, the stubborn knot loosened. Clap. A crisp sound of applause resonated. Instead of immediately opening the package, Han Li turned to glance at his recently amused friend. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feiyu had already ceased his laughter and put on his shoes to end the present moment. One finds oneself fervently applauding with both hands, seemingly indifferent to the reddened palms. Each time I witness your remarkable mastery of the silk winding technique, I am left in sheer disbelief. It appears as though this martial art was inherently crafted for you. It has only been a mere 2 months since I imparted this knowledge to you. Li Feiyu continued to clap, incessantly showering praise with a clicking of his tongue. You haven't gone to the trouble of transforming an entire book into such a large package merely to prompt me to perform. Have you? Han Li retorted with a hint of annoyance. Of course not. You will comprehend everything once you unveil the package, Li Feiyu replied, his playful demeanor fading into seriousness. Noticing this sudden shift in expression, Han Li's curiosity was piqued, and he turned back to the package before him. After tilting his head thoughtfully for a moment, he extended his index and middle fingers, delicately pinching a corner of the wrapping and lifting it to reveal its contents. Han Li's forehead was suddenly drenched in beads of cold sweat, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. So, what do you think? Quite the surprise, I senti it. Li Feiyu ambled over, playfully patting Han Li on the shoulder. Han Li, stunned, turned to face him directly, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Why are you looking at me with such an expression? I want to be offering myself to you. You know, Li Feiyu teased with a grin. After hearing this jest, Han Li seemed to regain his senses. I must draw a line between us. From this moment onward, consider me a stranger to you, as if we have never met, Han Li exclaimed in anger. Whether it is my eyes playing tricks or you having lost your mind, you have actually brought over nearly half of the 7 Absolute Halls collection. If the Hall's guardians discover this, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to escape the consequences, he shouted, pointing at the multitude of manuals both large and small that lay before them. Each book's spine bore the prominent inscription of 7 Absolute Hall in gold letters. Encircled in ink. Chapter 36. Astonishment. Observing Han Li's outburst, Li Feiyu remained unfazed, his countenance still carrying an air of nonchalance that he tilted his head, inserting his pinky into his ear, attentively cleaning it out. Embodying a demeanor of being unfazed by any impending calamity, after venting his frustrations, Han Li noted Li Feiyu's impenetrable composure as if he had heard nothing, prompting him to regain his calm and realize the peculiarity of the situation. You are neither a fool nor an arrogant braggart. There must be a reason behind such reckless actions, the now clear-headed Han Li inquired. Seeing the swift dissolution of Han Li's anger and his return to reason, Li Feiyu felt a tinge of regret but feigned a pitiful expression, lamenting, "Oh dear, I am truly wronged. I intended to explain earlier, but you didn't even afford me the opportunity to speak. Now you come to complain, and I find myself caught in a most unfortunate predicament." This peculiar tone of complaint felt excessively contrived, revealing its insincerity at first glance and leaving one with an undeniable urge to retort. Han Li found himself unable to restrain his impulses, yearning to stride forward and deliver a vigorous kick, fashioning a rather ludicrous pose. "Cease your antics at once and elucidate the situation," he admonished. "With such a rogue demeanor, are you not concerned about the gaze of your junior disciples who idolize you? Should they catch sight of your current slothful appearance, the suave image of the cold-blooded assassin you have painstakingly crafted would undoubtedly shatter into irretrievable fragments." Han Li cast a scornful glance in his direction, offering a slight derision. He was in no mood for frivolity. A misstep in handling this matter could spell immense trouble for both parties. Li Feiyu seemed to grasp Han Li's thoughts and refrained from countering his mockery. Instead, he languidly approached the pile of packages, bent down, and casually picked up a tome, rising to his feet. Once upright, a glimmer of enigmatic allure adorned his visage as he presented the book to Han Li with a half-smile, signaling him with a glance to unveil the cover for a glimpse. Han Li received the slender volume with a puzzled expression, unable to fathom Li Feiyu's intentions. "Open it, and all will be revealed," Li Feiyu coaxed with a tone laced with mischievous anticipation. "Why not just state it plainly? Why all this air of mystery?" Although Han Li's countenance displayed his reluctance, he nonetheless proceeded to turn the pages. Upon unveiling the cover, the first page came into view, starkly inscribed with the 4 characters, "Blinking Sword Manual." Han Li was taken aback. The very first book Li Feiyu had handed him was precisely what he sought, leaving him astonished. Do not be alarmed. Take a look at these additional tomes, Li Feiyu continued, tossing several more manuals his way. Han Li caught each one, swiftly perusing them, and soon found himself rendered speechless with astonishment. Each volume prominently bore the title Blinking Sword Manual on its opening page. After a considerable pause, Han Li finally tore his gaze from the collection of books in his hands, lifting his head to gesture towards the substantial heap of manuals on the ground, hesitantly inquiring, You must not tell me that all of these are the Blinking Sword Manual." "Regrettably, Han Shitty, you have hit the nail on the head," came the response, as Li Feiyu shrugged and spread his hands in a feigned display of helplessness. Yet, the slight upward curl of his lips and the tone of schadenfreude in his voice belied his words. "This is inconceivable. There are nearly 100 books here. How can they all be the Blinking Sword Manual?" Han Li, disregarding Li Feiyu's theatrics, pressed on incredulously. "You ask me, but to whom shall I turn for answers? I was equally astonished to stumble upon such a plethora of tomes bearing the same title tucked away in the corner of the library." Li Feiyu rolled his eyes, muttering, and feigned a look of lingering trepidation. Upon witnessing Han Li's dazed expression, he could not restrain his laughter. To Li Feiyu, the sight of Han Li in such a state of shock was indeed a rare spectacle. The usually composed Han Li, exuding an air of confidence and tranquility, seemed utterly unfazed by the concept of surprise, as if such a notion could never touch him. Yet, in this moment, his dazed and bewildered demeanor brought a sense of validation to Li Feiyu, making all the toil of recent days seem worthwhile. After a brief interval, Han Li finally regained his senses, grasping the several books tightly in his hands. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it with a thoughtful expression and leisurely inquired, "Have you counted these books? There are a total of 74 identical manuals." Li Feiyu promptly interjected, reporting the precise number without hesitation. That it was imperative to ascertain the exact quantity of these texts. A miscount could lead to significant complications upon their return should 1 or 2 volumes be overlooked. He then offered a slight justification. Gently pinching the slightly yellowed pages, Han Li began to turn them slowly, meticulously examining one of the manuals in his possession. Chapter 37, The Three No Practices. The crisp, pleasant sound of the pages turning filled the air, yet Li Feiyu found this noise quite irksome. Choosing to disregard the engrossed Han Li, he retreated to the edge of the water pool, unsheathing the long blade embedded in the earth, and began to practice diligently. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his exuberant energy, and chose to ignore his antics, redirecting his focus to the item in his hands. The phrase "reading 10 lines at a glance" likely referred to Han Li's astonishing speed in perusing books. He swiftly finished a thick volume, lowering his head without so much as a glance upward, casually reaching for another book to continue his relentless examination. His eyes narrowed as he read, occasionally revealing a contemplative expression. His gaze remained fixed on the pages, unwilling to waver for even a moment, his head bobbing in rhythm with the movement of his sight, embodying the quintessential scholar's demeanor. Time flew by rapidly as Han Li efficiently skimmed through volume after volume of sword manuals. Upon completing the 11th manual, he abruptly halted his remarkable reading pace, tossing the recently finished book back into his pack. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to recuperate. Once his mind had somewhat revived, he settled cross-legged on the ground, employing the Changchun technique to replay the contents of the more than 10 books he had just perused in his mind. Before long, the expressions on Han Li's face transformed dramatically, fluctuating between excitement, furrowed brows of contemplation, and moments of disheartened frustration. Time slipped away unnoticed until Han Li finally opened his eyes, startled by the sight before him. Li Feiyu's head had somehow come to rest directly beneath his nose, their foreheads almost touching. "What are you doing? Weren't you practicing your sword technique?" Han Li asked, bewildered. "Junior brother Han, what time do you think it is? Why are you asking such foolish questions?" Li Feiyu retorted, retreating slightly and pouting. Only then did Han Li realize that the ambient light had dimmed considerably. He glanced skyward, noting the overcast hue of the evening sky. Twilight had descended. Cough. Time truly flies. I scarcely noticed how long had passed. Han Li rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. "So, have you discovered anything intriguing from the books?" Li Feiyu gazed at him with eager eyes, hoping to glean the final outcome from his lips. It's quite satisfactory, very suitable for me," Han Li replied. "What do you mean by quite satisfactory? Speak more concretely," Li Feiyu retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. To elaborate, these manuals are a veritable melange, lacking any cohesive structure. They are merely a patchwork of various elements, Hanli responded slowly. Then what does the blinking sword technique signify? Does such a technique truly exist? And why such an odd name? Li Feiyu pressed on, still unsatisfied. Indeed, the blinking sword technique does exist. However, it constitutes merely a small fraction of this eclectic collection. Hanli patiently explained. As for the origin of its name, there is a rationale behind it. What rationale? Can you not divulge everything in one go? Stop speaking in fragments, akin to conversing with the old sage in our town. Li Feiyu shot Hanli an exasperated glare, unable to tolerate his leisurely pace. With no other recourse, Hanli quickened his narrative. According to the texts, this sword technique employs various light sources and exploits human visual errors to achieve victory, often resulting in fatalities in the blink of an eye. Hence, it is termed the blinking sword technique. Such a bizarre sword technique truly exists. The world is indeed filled with remarkable individuals, Li Feiyu exclaimed, intrigued, but his interest waned with Han Li's next revelation. There are 3 prohibitions regarding this technique. Those with only a slight mastery of internal energy cannot practice it, those lacking great willpower cannot practice it, and those without innate talent cannot practice it. Upon hearing the first condition, Li Feiyu immediately relinquished his curiosity, realizing that he had already cultivated a significant degree of internal energy, that it would be folly to forfeit his hard-earned skills for a technique of uncertain efficacy. With his interest in the manuals thoroughly extinguished, he prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he advised Hanli to transcribe the manuals promptly, assuring him that he would bring back the originals at their next meeting. You must understand that although these manuals are disregarded by others, if they remain hidden for too long, they will inevitably draw attention. Not long after Li Feiyu's departure, Hanli also bid farewell to the area. The entire mountain range was cloaked in a thin veil of mist, presenting a somewhat somber visage. The narrow mountain path was flanked by dense coniferous forests, and as a gust of mountain wind swept through the trees, they rustled ominously, their branches appearing to writhe in an eerie manner. Navigating this somewhat uncanny mountain route, Hanli hurried toward the direction of the Divine Hand Valley. Due to his late departure, darkness enveloped the landscape as he journeyed halfway. Had it not been for his mastery of the Changchun technique, which heightened his vision in the night, Hanli would never have dared to traverse such a dimly lit path. It was important to note that this narrow route was fraught with peril, with numerous treacherous turns and twists, where a moment's inattention could lead to unforeseen accidents, endangering his life. Chapter 38. A night encounter with a spy. As Hanli treaded cautiously through the dark and dense forest, he attuned his senses with vigilance. The mountain path, which appeared indistinct to the eyes of an ordinary person, was as clear to him as daylight. His meticulousness was not motivated by a fear of wild beasts lurking in the woods, but rather a deeply ingrained instinct honed over time. Ever since the 7 Mysteries sect relocated to the colorful clouds of the Kashxia mountain range, the once abundant wildlife had gradually been eradicated. Not only had the ferocious beasts disappeared, but even the various venomous snakes of the wilderness had largely become prey for the many disciples. This careful demeanor, characterized by acute awareness in unfamiliar surroundings, was not an inherent trait but a cultivated habit developed after his escape from Dr. Mo. Through careful reflection, he deliberately trained himself to maintain such vigilance. This commendable habit would serve him well in future endeavors, minimizing the risk of unforeseen incidents and reducing danger to its lowest threshold. The mountain wind seemed to intensify, howling in eerie gusts that sent shivers down his spine. From a distance, Hanli sensed that he was nearing the edge of the forest. He exhaled softly. Traversing this dark thicket alone had weighed heavily on his heart. Increasing his pace, he took larger strides, eager to exit the woods swiftly. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck him head-on. As the wind subsided, Hanli abruptly halted, sensing an anomaly. Furrowing his brow, he tilted his head and strained to listen intently. Moments later, a grave expression settled upon his face as he discerned faint footsteps nearby. Although the footsteps belonged to individuals moving with caution and were still some distance away, it was unmistakably 2 people approaching him, drawing ever closer. With a swift, graceful motion, Hanli slipped into the thicket beside the path. Agile and silent as a cat, concealed behind a large tree, a dozen paces from the path, he crouched into a tight ball, hidden from view. From the front of the tree, not a trace of Hanli could be seen. Once he had secured his hiding spot, a sense of relief washed over him. It was not that he was overly paranoid, but in such a secluded place, on a moonless and windy night, the presence of 2 individuals was decidedly unusual, most likely indicative of clandestine dealings. He was not keen on inadvertently stumbling upon someone else's secrets and provoking a deadly pursuit to silence him. However, If he could listen in on others' whispers without jeopardizing his own safety, he would be more than willing to indulge in such intrigue. He was not a rigid hypocrite. Opportunities like this, presented on a silver platter, would never be dismissed. Descending the mountain. Arranging matters. Timing. People. The leader. A series of hushed voices drifted towards him, fragmented and intermittent. The strong winds on the mountain scattered most of the words into incoherence, leaving only fragments to reach his ears. Hanli was astonished, having inadvertently overheard a most extraordinary secret. Within the vast expanse of land spanning hundreds of miles, the only individual worthy of being called a gang leader was none other than the notorious Jin Lang Jiatianlong, the chief of the Wild Wolf Gang. The very fact that such an arch-nemesis of his sect could be overheard in this location was indeed intriguing. In the eyes of the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect, Jiatianlong was unequivocally a bloodthirsty demon. According to rumors, he was a hulking figure with a fearsome visage, known for his brutal temperament, demanding 3 daily meals of raw human flesh and drinking human blood as if he were a creature of the night, instilling terror in many young disciples of the sect. However, as Li Feiyu had recounted, the reality was quite the opposite. Jia Tianlong was not the towering monster he was rumored to be. Rather, he was quite slender and handsome. Not much older than 30, which starkly contrasted with the tales told about him. Yet, his ruthless and violent disposition, which often led to bloodshed, was indeed as terrifying as the legends suggested. Otherwise, how could he maintain control over the other bandits who hailed from a similar background? As Hanli recalled his memories of Jia Tianlong, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, instinctively curling his body tighter, his breathing becoming more subdued. This time, the stolen list must not be dealt with. Another series of hushed whispers wafted through the air, growing noticeably clearer than before, indicating that the two individuals were now closer to Hanli. He dared not make a sound, fully aware that if discovered, his fate would be sealed. These two were undoubtedly spies from the Wild Wolf Gang, and they would never allow a third party to live to share their secrets. The plan must be executed sooner. Gradually, the voices of the two men lowered even further, suggesting they had reached the crux of their discussion. After a brief moment, their voices rose again, but soon became indistinct once more, the only sound left being the whispering winds as they traversed the mountain path before him, their figures receding into the distance. For a while, Hanli remained crouched behind the tree, too afraid to move, until he used his long spring technique to confirm that no one else was within several dozen yards. At which point he slowly rose to his feet. This time, he had narrowly escaped with his life, fortunate enough to have detected the spies' movements beforehand. Otherwise, he would have encountered them face to face. Given their identities, he would surely have met a grim fate, and lamentably, considering his own abilities, he would have had no hope of escape. Remaining still, Hanli gently rubbed his chin with his fingers, gazing contemplatively in the direction the two had vanished. Judging by their fragmented conversation, it appeared that they were plotting some form of detrimental action against the Seven Mysteries sect in the near future. And this endeavor seemed intimately connected to a certain list. What surprised Hanli even more was that despite not having seen the two men's physical forms or faces, he recognized the voice of one of them. Although they had only crossed paths once or twice, his remarkable memory allowed him to associate one of the speakers with the inconspicuous steward from the large kitchen on the mountain. This individual, who had sold him rabbits and was known for his tendency to take advantage of others, sporting a distinctive mustache and an avaricious demeanor, being a spy for the Wild Wolf Gang was indeed a nerve-wracking revelation for Hanli. Upon reflection, it is hardly surprising that only by assuming such an identity can one traverse the mountains with regularity, conveying messages without drawing undue attention. In Chapter 39, Perverse Conditions, the voice of another spy strikes Hanli as unfamiliar. He deduces that he has never encountered this individual before. However, judging by the tone, the person seems relatively youthful, likely in his 20s. Regrettably, Hanli, for the sake of caution, refrains from casting even a furtive glance, fearing that these two might possess refined abilities that could detect his prying gaze, thereby exposing his presence in the vicinity, a risk too great to contemplate. Following this incident, the journey ahead unfolds with remarkable tranquility. After an extended absence, Hanli finally returns to his residence well past dinner time. As usual, Dr. Mo exhibits no interest in Hanli's mysterious return, not even sparing a glance. Aside from delivering some prepared medicinal concoctions, he remains entirely indifferent to Hanli's actions and demeanor, allowing him to act freely. Were it not for the sight of the medicines sent by Dr. Mo, which were concocted from rare herbs collected during Hanli's last descent, he might have assumed that the doctor had abandoned any expectations of him and was instead plotting some insidious scheme at present. Han Li regards the so-called precious medicines sent by Dr. Mo with disdain. However, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he still consumes them with a pinched nose. He fears not the possibility of poison within the delivered medicines, for any harm inflicted upon him would ultimately rebound upon the perpetrator. Regarding the spies from the wolf gang he encountered along the way, Han Li has devised a clever strategy to address the matter. Although he harbors no deep-seated feelings for the Seven Mysteries sect, he feels a sense of obligation as a quasi-inner disciple not to turn a blind eye to threats looming beneath his very nose. Moreover, he has already identified the most suitable candidate to handle this situation, Li Feiyu. His senior brother. From Han Li's observations, it may be due to his consumption of the marrow-extracting pill that Li Feiyu exhibits a heightened ambition for fame and fortune. Aspiring to ascend to the higher echelons of the Seven Mysteries sect and become a figure of greater renown, Han Li suspects that Li Feiyu desires to instigate his own frenzy and glory in these final moments. Now, presenting such a significant achievement directly to him is bound to elate him, thus repaying the favor for the sword manual he had sought. The mere thought of the blinking sword manual fills Han Li with a surge of excitement. Regarding the matter of the manual, he has not deceived his friend. Indeed, it is ill-suited for Li Feiyu's cultivation. However, he has withheld numerous intricate details. For Han Li, preserving certain small secrets before anyone is a cardinal rule for survival, even in the presence of those who appear to be intimate companions. Nevertheless, the contents recorded in these manuals are truly distinct from conventional martial arts. In Han Li's view, it is more accurate to refer to it as sword technique rather than swordplay, for it embodies a comprehensive assassination art that harmonizes various factors such as timing, geography, and human elements, an extraordinarily rare skill that guarantees death with a single stroke. Within these texts are described various techniques for executing lethal strikes with one's practiced sword skills under different circumstances and at diverse moments. It imparts to those who study this sword technique the ability to leverage the natural terrain, utilizing every blade of grass and tree, along with the varying intensities and angles of light, to create visual deceptions for their opponents. In a fleeting moment, one can seize upon the enemy's vulnerabilities, discerning their flaws and swiftly dispatching them. This is a highly intricate and skillful secret art, one that cannot be comprehended or mastered without a modicum of innate talent. Thus, practitioners of this esoteric technique must possess extraordinary sensory acuity, with vision and hearing that far surpass that of the average individual, if they are to harbor any hope of success. Furthermore, should one merely meet these prerequisites, there will invariably be some disciples who, lured by its formidable power, choose to pursue it. However, the demands do not end there. The technique imposes even more stringent conditions, forbidding the practitioner from possessing pure internal energy. Otherwise, the conflicting nature of energy manipulation and application techniques renders the practice exceedingly arduous, even if one miraculously manages to overcome this hurdle. During actual combat, an overabundance of true energy within the body may inadvertently distort the swordplay, leaving significant openings for the adversary and potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Such a condition effectively extinguishes the aspirations of the vast majority. As the adage in the martial world warns, those who train in combat without cultivating their internal skills ultimately achieve nothing. For them, neglecting the cultivation of internal energy is a grievous taboo. To abandon one's true energy practice for the sake of this obscure and uncelebrated sword technique would render one a laughingstock in the martial community. Consequently, only a handful remain intent on pursuing this path. Yet, even these individuals, regardless of their innate talent or proficiency in true energy, face one final formidable obstacle that dissuades them from further persistence: the sheer complexity and intricacy of the sword technique. With its vast array of convoluted movements and meticulous application requirements, merely glancing at the thick compendium of text within the package would instill trepidation in the average person. Each volume of the sword manual represents a singular sword move, and each move is further dissected into hundreds of variations, with each variation demanding specific techniques to be executed under differing environmental conditions and circumstances. The sheer magnitude of the sword techniques is daunting. To not only practice but also to comprehend and commit them all to memory is a Herculean task. These onerous training conditions have undoubtedly thwarted countless aspiring disciples, leading them to harbor unspoken grievances against the elder who conceived this extraordinary skill. As time passed, the members of the Qishuan sect gradually lost interest in this sword technique, deeming it improbable that anyone could master such a martial art. They speculated that the elder must have fabricated this convoluted system in a fit of desperation before his demise, as it seemed unreasonable to impose such outrageous training conditions upon the disciples, clearly designed to confound those unaware of its true nature. Consequently, These texts were relegated to obscurity, gathering dust, with no one daring to inquire further. Chapter 40. The origins of the secret technique. Those who voiced such complaints were unaware that the elder who founded this sword technique had, in his prime, possessed profound martial prowess. However, during a skirmish in the martial world, he inadvertently suffered a debilitating loss at the hands of an opponent, rendering him incapable of cultivating internal energy. Fearing a dramatic decline in his standing within the sect, the elder chose to conceal this misfortune from others, instead projecting an image of unparalleled martial advancement, thereby deceiving all levels of the sect. However, he was left utterly defenseless. An immutable truth had emerged from that moment onward. From then on, he adopted a simplistic approach, relying on his extraordinary wit, managing to remain undetected by others. It was during this era that the Seven Mysteries sect reigned supreme over Jingzhou, upon realizing that his powers could indeed not be restored. This elder, in a fit of despair, clandestinely wielded his authority to deceive the other leaders, dispatching his subordinates to launch surprise attacks on numerous obscure and clandestine sections from these factions. He forcibly seized a plethora of unspeakable martial arts manuals, seeking to unearth a pinnacle technique that could be employed without the use of internal energy. Ultimately, after years of relentless plundering, he discovered many astonishing secret skills. However, none were suitable for his use, leaving him profoundly disheartened. This elder was also a person of remarkable intellect and exceptional talent. In his moment of despondency, he conceived the audacious idea of utilizing the myriad secret techniques at his disposal to forge a unique martial art tailored to himself. The mere thought of creating an original martial discipline ignited a fervor within him, as establishing such a distinctive art is the lifelong aspiration of every martial artist. From that point onward, he became utterly engrossed in this endeavor, fervently experimenting with his various ideas. Ultimately, to avoid the distractions of mundane affairs, he even entered a state of secluded meditation, turning a blind eye to the sectarian conflicts outside. Creating a martial art is an exceedingly arduous task, particularly given the limitations he faced. The art needed to be operable without reliance on true energy while encompassing numerous secret techniques, thereby evolving into a profound and unparalleled skill. The unprecedented endeavor of establishing this martial technique proved to be far more challenging than he had ever imagined. Yet, being a person of immense perseverance, after nearly half a lifetime of tireless dedication and enduring through decades of trials and tribulations, the Blink Sword Manual finally came into existence. The elder was filled with exhilaration, but when he joyfully shared his triumph with the others in the sect, he was struck with shock and fury upon discovering that the Seven Mysteries sect had completely fallen into decline. The entire sect was besieged by numerous large and small factions, facing imminent annihilation. In this critical moment, the elder, now in his 60s, harnessed his newly mastered and enigmatic sword technique, unleashing a formidable prowess that felled many formidable foes. Instilling fear in the remaining masters, he carved a bloody path through the encirclement, allowing the Seven Mysteries sect to escape, thus achieving a monumental contribution to its survival. Regrettably, just as he secured their escape, his time had come to an end. He left behind his cherished sword manual as a final decree to be placed in the Hall of the Seven Extremes and departed from this world. Even more lamentably, in the years that followed, not a single disciple, up to Hanli, ever endeavored to cultivate this technique, allowing this gem to remain shrouded in dust, unseen by the light of day. Hanli was entirely unaware of these past events. In truth, even if he had known, it would not have stirred any emotion within him. For him, the sword technique was merely a suitable means for cultivation, potentially securing his life in the hands of Dr. Mo, and that sufficed. As for its origins or the identity of its creator, Hanli held no interest whatsoever. He was a pragmatist, wholly disinclined to invest effort in matters devoid of tangible benefits. Within the confines of his humble abode, Hanli ignited an oil lamp and leaned over a wooden table, continuing to peruse the esoteric tomes under the dim glow of the flickering light. He had no intention of painstakingly transcribing the manuscripts. Rather, he aimed to etch their contents into his memory through sheer force of his extraordinary recollection. This approach not only safeguarded him from the risk of loss but also alleviated the danger of inadvertently revealing his intentions. It was imperative to note that he maintained a heightened vigilance towards Dr. Mo, never foolish enough to assume he was free from surveillance. Should numerous copies of secret text appear within his quarters, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, prompting Dr. Mo to guard against him preemptively. The orange flames of the lamp crackled, bursting forth a small flare, serving as a reminder to Hanli that considerable time had elapsed, urging him to seek rest. Yet, he remained utterly indifferent, wholly absorbed in the world of the scriptures, each bizarre technique captivating his complete attention. With each flicker of the flame, the shadows cast upon the wall wavered, fluctuating in size and clarity. Meanwhile, Hanli remained motionless, creating a striking contrast between his stillness and the chaotic dance of shadows, evoking an uncanny harmony to any observer. As the minutes passed, the shadow behind Hanli gradually transitioned from clarity to obscurity, and then faded into nothingness, while the dawn light outside brightened. Unbeknownst to him, he had immersed himself in reading throughout the night. With a sharp crack, the final large flame erupted, extinguishing the oil lamp entirely. Jolting Hanli from his literary reverie, he glanced at the lamp and then at the brilliant daylight outside, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. He had never imagined he would become so engrossed in the study of lethal techniques. He was indeed a changed man compared to his former self. After a moment of reflection, Hanli rose, stretching his neck and limbs, causing his joints to crackle. Turning, he stepped outside, drawing a basin of cool water from a nearby deep well to refresh his face. Invigorating his spirit, he then practiced the Changchun Gong, circulating it throughout his body, effectively banishing the fatigue of the night. Following his extensive reading and research, Hanli realized that to fully master this martial art would require no less than a decade of arduous practice. Even with his exceptional talent in this regard, he would need at least 2 to 3 years to achieve a modest level of proficiency. Yet, time was of the essence. Chapter 41. Message in the night. Hanli could not afford such a lengthy period of waiting. In 4 to 5 months at most, Dr. Mo would confront him decisively. He needed to possess a certain level of self-defense before that inevitable moment arrived. Thus, he ultimately resolved to focus solely on a few straightforward techniques that could be readily mastered and employed, setting aside the rest for later study once he had successfully extricated himself from peril. This decision significantly shortened his training time, allowing him to quickly acquire several easily learned skills. In truth, Hanli understood well that even if he were to master these techniques exhaustively, it would not guarantee that he could contend with his adversary. If Dr. Mo did not speak falsely last time. Given the illustrious status of the opposing faction's previous hegemon, one cannot fathom the multitude of cunning and ruthless tactics that remained concealed during the previous conflict. The skills displayed by the opponent were likely but a mere fraction of their true capabilities. Even so, the mere thought of that ghostly finesse sent shivers down Hanli's spine, filling him with profound trepidation. Towards Dr. Mo, he was acutely aware of the limitations of his recent learning and recognized that the threat he posed to Dr. Mo was minimal, nearly negligible. However, he would never engage in the folly of surrendering and allowing himself to be manipulated. Hanli understood that if he were to confront the opponent again, his only advantage lay in their underestimation of him. Only when they were careless and overlooked him could he strike unexpectedly, potentially seizing a sliver of hope for survival. In the ensuing days, Hanli meticulously memorized the entirety of the Blinking Sword manual, selecting several techniques that proved beneficial for his current situation, and began to delve into their study, striving to carve out an efficient path for cultivation. After days of intense contemplation, he successfully compiled a comprehensive set of training methods from the texts, and he took great pride in the efficiency he had demonstrated in accomplishing such a complex task in such a short span of time. Over the following fortnight, Hanli diligently attended to various trifling matters, ensuring he was well prepared and leaving no room for concerns. Firstly, he returned the original manuscript of the secret techniques to Li Feiyu, recounting the encounter with the wild Wolfgang spy, and, of course, also disclosing the revelation of the kitchen overseer's true identity. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu was indeed both astonished and delighted, throwing an arm around Hanli's shoulders and repeatedly exclaiming what a good brother he was. Deeply moved by Hanli's generous gift of such a significant accomplishment, little did he know that Hanli was preoccupied with ensuring his own survival and had no inclination to pursue spies. Why not secure a favor without expending effort? After concluding matters with Li Feiyu, Hanli personally visited several skilled blacksmiths within the sect. From them, he commissioned the crafting of several short swords of various designs, requesting discreet modifications to be made. Additionally, he ordered several unnamed components, along with a few delicate iron bells, to be fabricated as swiftly as possible, which caused him a pang of regret as he parted with a considerable sum of silver. Days later, Hanli collected the items he had commissioned from the blacksmiths. Upon seeing the gleaming short swords and the finely crafted iron bells, he felt immense satisfaction, showering praise upon the blacksmiths for their craftsmanship and believing his expenditure to be worthwhile. That very night, Hanli vanished without a trace from his residence, leaving behind a note at his bedside that read, "Dear old Mo, you need not fret or become agitated. I am not fleeing or evading. I simply find the atmosphere of sharing the same valley with you too stifling, which is detrimental to my cultivation of the Changchun technique. Therefore, I have decided to seek a secluded spot on the mountain to enter secluded meditation. Rest assured, on the same day 4 months hence, I shall return punctually to meet with you. Han Li bowed respectfully, leaning against the Grand Master's chair, while Dr. Mo held a piece of paper in his left hand. Scrutinizing it intently, his expression shrouded in clouds of discontent. On the table beside him lay another note, detailing the order list that Han Li had recently submitted to the blacksmith. I in the room. The only sound that broke the silence was the rhythmic tapping of Dr. Mo's right finger against the table. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort, crumpling the paper in his hand into fragments that scattered across the floor. Agitated, he rose to his feet and paced restlessly within the confines of the room, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a few laps, he halted and muttered to himself, "You little rascal, though I am unaware of your insidious schemes. Rest assured that whatever tricks you intend to play, you shall not escape my grasp. You are already in my clutches." With that, Dr. Mo abruptly turned and approached the window, emitting a low, prolonged whistle. Almost immediately, a nameless little bird with yellow feathers flitted in through the window, spiraling around the room before landing on his shoulder. Once settled, the bird affectionately rubbed its beak against his face, chirping melodiously. "All right, I know you're hungry. Here, this is your favorite, the yellow chestnut ball." Upon seeing the bird, a flicker of joy illuminated Dr. Mo's previously sullen face, and his gaze softened with affection as he retrieved a morsel of yellow birdseed from his pocket and placed it in the bird's beak. "Now go, and as before, keep a close watch on that person. The moment he departs from this mountain range, return swiftly and inform me," Dr. Mo instructed in a tone akin to that of a caring guardian. The moment the bird tasted the food, it soared excitedly around the room, and upon hearing his words, it spiraled once before darting out of the window, vanishing into the vast sky. Humph! With the vigilance of those clouds and wings birds, reputed to fly faster than arrows shot from a powerful bow, I wonder what tricks you can possibly conjure, he muttered ominously to himself. 4 months. Is it? I have awaited this day, and it appears my plan is nearing fruition. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, hindering the execution of my scheme, shall meet their end. God shall fall before me, and even Buddhas shall be slain. Suddenly, Dr. Mo erupted into an unrestrained, manic laughter, his eyes ablaze with madness. Chapter 42. The Cloud-Winged Bird. You are becoming overly complacent. This lad is quite astute, and not one to be trifled with. Not be deceived into thinking that success is assured, for you may find yourself thwarted by this young rascal. The voice of another young man echoed in Dr. Mo's mind. His countenance shifted dramatically, a frost-like chill enveloping his expression as he coldly reprimanded. "You Zitone, refrain from meddling in my affairs. I do not require your admonitions. Should I succeed, there will be benefits for you, yet your techniques seem to harbor some flaws. Are you perhaps hoping for an unexpected misfortune to befall me?" The skepticism in Dr. Mo's words was unmistakable. The voice, seemingly intimidated by Dr. Mo, hastily responded to his threats. "How could there possibly be an error? Have you not tested it on animals? As for the one that perished, it was merely due to your unfamiliarity with the technique. However, the demise of that particular one should pose no hindrance to your plans." Humph. It is best this way. Alas, I cannot practice further, or I would have gained a greater degree of confidence. Upon hearing the voice, Dr. Mo reflected on his previous experiments with the techniques, and the last vestige of doubt in his heart vanished. After he uttered this statement, the voice seemed to have absorbed the lesson from earlier, refraining from further discourse, leaving Dr. Mo to engage in a neurotic soliloquy, which rendered the atmosphere in the room particularly eerie. At that moment, Han Li found himself in an inconspicuous ravine, even more remote and concealed than the location of his meeting with Li Feiyu. This terrain was elongated, flanked by 2 steep hills that formed a narrow passage, with both ends of the ravine tightly blocked by dense thickets, rendering it impassable, aside from a secret rope that dangled from the summit of the lower hill. There were no other exits. Furthermore, a thick growth of brambles occupied a vast expanse of land, leaving only a small clearing for Han Li to maneuver to the top of the ravine. Countless unknown vines intertwined to create a natural green canopy, shielding him from the inadvertent gaze of passers-by above. Han Li placed his belongings beneath a massive boulder and returned to the center of the clearing. He closed his eyes in contemplation, then opened them to reveal a resolute expression, softly declaring, "Let us commence with the most challenging practice of the soft bone technique." Thus, Han Li embarked on his solitary path of cultivation, unbeknownst to him. Not far away, A small yellow bird perched on a branch, observing him incessantly, only refraining from reporting to its master as he showed no inclination to flee. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for months had elapsed. Within the ravine, a glance revealed an empty expanse devoid of any presence. The originally visible Han Li had vanished without a trace. Only the small yellow bird remained, unhurried and composed. As it meticulously preened its feathers, seemingly indifferent to the absence of its target, as if it had cast aside its mission to the farthest reaches of the heavens, suddenly, another gray bird flitted through the green vines above. Descending into the ravine, after circling a few times overhead, it landed on a yellow wooden post at the edge of the clearing, seemingly intending to rest for a moment before departing again. At this juncture, the small yellow bird tilted its head, casting a haughty glance at the newly arrived counterpart, then displaying a human-like expression of derision, appearing to regard the gray bird with disdain. The newly arrived avian stood on one leg, surveying its surroundings, and eventually spotted its K-I-N-IT unfurled its wings, as if yearning to fly over. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A withered yellow hand descended from above, grasping the bewildered gray bird. This startling incident instilled terror within it, and it struggled desperately. But alas, it could not escape the grip of its captor. It was only then that the little bird realized that the wooden post beneath its feet had, unbeknownst to it, transformed into a youth clad in a yellow shirt. This boy had dark skin and an unremarkable appearance, with thick brows and large eyes, aside from the clarity in his gaze. He possessed no other striking features. The youth smiled as he observed the little bird in his hand, struggling incessantly. Only when it seemed on the verge of complete exhaustion did he loosen his grip and gently utter, "Fly away, and next time, do not be so foolish. Ensure you know your landing spot before you alight." In an instant, the bird was granted its freedom, flapping its wings in a frantic manner, heedless of its companion, and soared out of the ravine without a backward glance. After watching the bird take flight, the boy remained motionless for a considerable time, before slowly murmuring to himself, "It appears my skills in breath control and concealment have reached a certain level. Now it is time to practice the art of stealth assassination." With that, Han Li moved his figure towards a nearby newly constructed cabin. As he passed by the tree where the peculiar little yellow bird resided, he couldn't help but glance upward. Han Li had discovered this oddly behaving bird over half a month ago. It had remained perched nearby, constantly observing him, exuding an air of remarkable intelligence. From the very first sighting, Han Li was captivated by its spirit and developed a deep fondness for the little yellow creature. He attempted to capture it, but no matter the method, be it coaxing, seduction, or setting traps, none proved effective. The bird showed no inclination to fall for his ploys, often regarding him with a look of disdain, as if he were a fool, leaving Han Li somewhat exasperated. In a moment of irritation, he had considered using force, yet before he could approach, the bird would immediately take flight into the sky. Upon his departure, it would swiftly return to its original perch, rendering Han Li a mere spectator in his own efforts. Reflecting on this, Han Li turned away with a hint of frustration, choosing to disregard it. Deep down, however, he had begun to suspect that the bird's origins were likely connected to that enigmatic Dr. Mo. Perhaps even a spy sent to monitor his actions. Nevertheless, Han Li was unfazed. As long as Dr. Mo did not personally oversee him, what could a mere bird possibly divulge? Moreover, he genuinely cherished the little creature's ethereal presence and was reluctant to resort to harsh measures against it. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo was in a stone chamber, inscribing a peculiar formation with powdered beast bones, engaged in discussion with another individual in his mind, utterly oblivious to the fact that Han Li had unraveled his surveillance tactics. Chapter 43. All things prepared during this period, a significant event unfolded within the Seven Mysteries sect. The idol of the new generation of disciples, Senior Brotherly, with his exceptional sharpness, swiftly uncovered the identities of two spies from the Wolf Gang, who had plotted to steal the list of disciples descending the mountain for training. Alongside a dozen fellow disciples, he captured them, achieving a considerable feat. A few days later, Master Wang, in front of numerous disciples, bestowed upon Li Feiyu the position of protector, marking his formal ascent into the mid-level ranks of the Seven Mysteries sect, which caused quite a stir and further enhanced Li Feiyu's reputation. Han Li, however, remained oblivious to all of this, engrossed in intense training within the secluded cabin. Aside from occasional trips to the kitchen for sustenance, he had not interacted with anyone for several days. Thus unaware of his friend's current splendor, as summer faded into autumn, time flew by, and at last, The day arrived. The final day before their agreed-upon rendezvous. In the depths of the thicket, a bizarre figure flitted in and out of sight among the branches adorned with razor-sharp thorns. These perilous spikes posed no obstacle to him. He moved like wisps of smoke, ghosting through the intricate web woven from thorny limbs, appearing momentarily close before vanishing into the distance. The entire process transpired in hushed silence, as if he were not flesh and blood, but an ethereal entity. Eventually, this shadow came to a halt upon a tree trunk, standing upright on a branch as he gazed into the distance. This was Han Li, whose cultivation had borne some fruit. At this moment, his attire was tattered and worn, exposing his very flesh beneath, while his hair hung in disheveled strands, and his face bore a chaotic pattern of dirt and grime, rendering his original features unrecognizable. Most astonishingly, small iron bells dangled from his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. Observing these bells, one could easily deduce the otherworldly nature of Han Li's movements through the forest. He stood motionless, contemplating the direction of Shunsho Valley, murmuring to himself, "The timing is just right. I have finally mastered the Luo Yin step on the very last day. With it, I now possess a greater measure of self-preservation." Although his facial expression was obscured, the joy in his eyes shone through unreservedly. After months of diligent study and practice, Han Li had mastered several formidable secret techniques, instilling in him a sense of confidence. He believed that even if he could not contend with the inscrutable prowess of Dr. Mo, he still harbored a degree of assurance in his ability to protect himself. A gentle breeze swept by, sending a chill across Han Li's body. He glanced down at his ragged attire and contemplated his current appearance, eliciting a wry smile within, reflecting on his experiences while practicing the Luo Yin step. A shiver of trepidation coursed through him. Training amidst the thorny thicket had indeed been a perilous endeavor. Initially, his awkwardness had led to countless lacerations from the cruel thorns, leaving him bloodied and battered. Fortunately, he had the essence recovery pill on hand, which not only healed internal wounds, but also worked wonders on external injuries. After consuming one, he experienced immediate cessation of bleeding and scabbing, and by the following day, even the scars vanished without a trace. Han Li marveled at this miraculous remedy, noting that it vastly surpassed ordinary healing ointments. Yet, he pondered why it bore the name Essence Recovery Pill, in his view. A title more akin to scar removal and blood staunching would have been more appropriate. Should the eminent creator of the Essence Recovery Pill learn of Han Li's musings, it would likely infuriate him to the point of spitting blood. For his meticulously crafted healing elixir had been likened to mere common salves found among wandering practitioners. How could this not provoke the ire of such a master? Nevertheless, it was precisely due to the hazardous environment in which he practiced that Han Li was able to unlock his full potential, refining the Luo Yin step to a remarkable degree in such a short span of time, rendering it immediately applicable. Moreover, Han Li's cultivation of the Eternal Spring technique had recently reached the 6th level, an achievement he attained just days ago. This pinnacle, bestowed by Dr. Mo's instructions, represented the highest tier of the technique. Without the aid of those dozen or so bottles of spiritual elixirs, even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, it would have been improbable for him to accomplish this within his lifetime. After years of diligent practice, Han Li had garnered considerable insights into the Eternal Spring technique, finding it remarkably unique. Both in its cultivation methods and its effects, it diverged significantly from conventional martial arts. Primarily, Han Li believed that the success of this technique's cultivation, as well as the speed of progress, hinged greatly on the individual practitioner's innate qualities and compatibility with the technique. Those endowed with superior aptitude could navigate their path with ease and fluency. He surmised that even without external assistance, they could achieve lofty heights through sheer perseverance. Conversely, practitioners of lesser aptitude would find themselves stymied at a certain level, unable to progress further without the support of spiritual elixirs. Han Li speculated that such individuals might reach an impasse, with no possibility for advancement. Much like his own experience, the initial 3 levels had been relatively smooth. Yet upon reaching the 4th, he encountered insurmountable difficulties, making no progress whatsoever. However, with the aid of miraculous potions, the seemingly impossible could transform into attainable feats, allowing one to transcend innate limitations and ascend to greater levels. This clearly illustrated the profound dependency of the technique on the potency of these elixirs. Yet, he mused, few could indulge in spiritual elixirs as casually as he did, consuming 1 or 2 daily as if they were mere snacks. Hence, it was only logical that he could effortlessly cultivate the more challenging 5th and 6th levels, devoid of the arduous struggles he faced at the 4th. The culmination of the 6th level of the Eternal Spring technique not only invigorated Han Li's spirit and sharpened his intellect but, for the time being, yielded no other remarkable benefits. Strangely, since his initiation into the technique, the enhancements it provided had been confined to his mental acuity, perception, and sensory faculties, while its physical effects were minimal, merely endowing him with a robust constitution and light-footedness. The energy flow it generated, which Han Li dubbed pseudo-true energy, could circulate through his meridians like ordinary true energy, yet aside from heightening his tactile sensitivity, it offered little practical utility, lacking the formidable power of true energy. Furthermore, as he reached this stage, Han Li sensed that there were undoubtedly uncompleted verses beyond the 6th level. Perhaps the true marvels of the technique lay hidden within those final tiers. Contemplating this, he shook his head with a hint of resignation and sighed. Given his current rapport with Dr. Mo, the prospect of accessing the techniques beyond the 6th level was utterly unattainable. Brushing aside his wandering thoughts, Han Li leapt gracefully to the ground, landing soundlessly, before striding purposefully towards the small wooden cabin. Tomorrow, he was to meet Dr. Mo, and prior to that, he aimed to fully leverage his innate talents. Meticulously planning out each step of their forthcoming encounter in his mind, carefully considering every potential nuance that might arise, and devising optimal strategies for the various dangers yet to unfold. Chapter 44. The Antidote. The sun hung high in the sky, and even though it was early autumn, a hint of warmth lingered in the air. Inside his abode, Dr. Mo found himself restless and uneasy. Despite his confidence in the methods he employed to coerce Han Li, he could not shake a sense of apprehension as the moment drew near. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from a distance within the house, gradually drawing nearer. Upon hearing that familiar cadence, Dr. Mo was overjoyed and swiftly made his way to the door. Pushing it open with a flourish, approaching in the distance was a figure, his long-awaited target. Han Li.as Han Li drew closer, Dr. Mo stifled his excitement, forcing a semblance of a smile upon his face. Indeed, you are quite punctual. I am pleased to see you have no intention of fleeing, which indicates your wisdom. Please, come inside. We have much to discuss. At that moment, Dr. Mo's expression was as benevolent as that of a kindly elder from the neighborhood. His face radiant like a blossoming flower. Rest assured, there is no treachery within. It is neither a den of dragons nor a lair of tigers. Noticing Han Li's cautious gaze toward the house, Dr. Mo hastened to clarify, employing a subtle provocation. Humph, since I have already arrived, would I fear entering your abode? Han Li retorted with a slight scoff, seemingly stirred by the challenge. He then boldly stepped forward. Dr. Mo, with a beaming smile, stepped aside to grant passage, and as Han Li entered, he instinctively attempted to close the door, only to be halted by Han Li's unwavering voice. Should you dare to close that door, I shall perceive it as a ploy to ensnare me, and I will cease all further discourse with you. Taken aback, Dr. Mo paused for a moment, but then casually retreated from the doorway, stating nonchalantly, I genuinely wish to discuss matters with you. I harbor no ill intentions. If you prefer the door to remain ajar, so be it. With that, Dr. Mo reclined once more in his grand armchair, while Han Li, unceremoniously, seized a stool and plopped down opposite him. The two had not seen each other for nearly half a year, and they scrutinized one another for a moment. Han Li observed that Dr. Mo appeared significantly aged, resembling a man of 70, and he couldn't help but ponder, was what the other had said true? Did he genuinely seek Han Li's assistance in restoring his vitality? With no ulterior motives, had he been overthinking the situation? Casting a glance around, Han Li's pupils constricted suddenly. The tall, enigmatic figure stood silently in the corner, as still as a statue. Had he not been searching for him, he would have remained oblivious to his presence at this juncture. Dr. Mo finished his examination of Han Li, seemingly satisfied with his state, and spoke gently. Seeing you now reminds me of when you first entered. You were just a child of little more than 10, barely this tall, and now, look at you. You have grown so tall. Truly, time waits for no one. At the casual banter from the other left Han Li somewhat bewildered, uncertain of his intent. Yet, deep within, he heightened his guard, reminding himself that Dr. Mo was an old fox, one who had consumed more salt than Han Li had rice. He must tread carefully to avoid falling into his trap. Old Mo, your kindness towards me has always been etched in my heart, and I dare not forget it. If you require anything, please feel free to command me. Han Li's expression softened, and he began to address the other with respectful titles. Seemingly reverting to his former obedient self. Very well. With your words, I feel that my efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. Now, let me first assess your progress in the Changchun technique. Dr. Mo appeared to have truly embraced the role of a compassionate teacher, rising from his seat and approaching Han Li, ready to take his pulse directly. You old fox, how shamelessly you lean on your age. Han Li silently cursed, quickly sidestepping the other's grasp. Dr. Mo, do not be hasty. I can clearly inform you that I have indeed perfected the fourth layer of the Changchun technique. However, might you first bestow upon me the antidote for the corpse insect pill? Once my concerns are alleviated, I shall willingly allow you to examine my prowess. Han Li spoke with a smile, his tone sincere. Though, truly, look at my forgetfulness. Age has dulled my memory. I had intended to give you the antidote as soon as you entered. Dr. Mo replied, realization dawning upon him as if he had just remembered. He rummaged through his sleeve and produced a silver vial, pouring out a dark, murky pill and tossing it to Han Li. Han Li feigned a flustered demeanor, barely managing to catch the pill. Bringing it to his nose for a sniff, the spicy aroma assaulted his senses, and he glanced up at Dr. Mo, who was regarding him with a knowing smile. After a moment's hesitation, he harbored doubts about the authenticity of the medicine. Yet, abstaining was not an option, as the day of the corpse insect pill's onset was fast approaching. If he did not consume it, his life would be in peril. Convinced that the other still had use for him, he decided it couldn't be a false remedy, and with a serious expression, he swallowed the pill, awaiting its effects. At that moment, Dr. Mo seemed to grow unhurried, leisurely reclining back to his previous position and engaging in casual conversation, as if he had forgotten the ultimate purpose of his visit to Han Li. Before long, Han Li felt a brief pain in his abdomen, which quickly subsided. He hurriedly checked his body and found that the corpse insect pill had completely dissolved, causing a surge of joy to swell within him. Reflected on his face, these changes did not escape Dr. Mo's keen observation. After Han Li completed his assessment of the medicine's effects, Dr. Mo smiled broadly and said, Han Li, I must say, my administering of the corpse insect pill was a necessary measure. Without its urging from behind, you would not have found it so easy to attain the fourth layer. Thank you, Dr. Mo, for your good intentions, but I would prefer that such blessings not be bestowed upon me again. Having dispelled a significant concern, Han Li's spirits lifted considerably. Trusting a bit more in Dr. Mo's sincerity, he refrained from confronting the other's pretenses. Now, may I allow the old man to take your pulse? Dr. Mo uttered this heartfelt but somewhat troublesome question, leaving Han Li to wonder if the other might seize this opportunity to subdue him. Chapter 45. Schemes and Fangs. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that it would indeed be unfeasible to deny the other the chance to gauge his abilities. Without the slightest hesitation, the other party presented him with the antidote to the corpse insect pill, thereby demonstrating a measure of sincerity. Should he continue to resist and equivocate, it would only serve to arouse unwarranted suspicion, leading the other to believe that he had not truly mastered the fourth level of the Changchun skill, but rather was deceiving him with falsehoods that in such a scenario, matters would inevitably spiral in an unfavorable direction, potentially giving rise to unforeseen complications. Moreover, he had anticipated this juncture and had taken certain precautions. Even if the other party were to turn hostile at once, he would possess a means of escape. With this thought in mind, Han Li raised his gaze to meet Dr. Mo's eyes, slowly articulating, Old Mo, in light of your willingness to provide the antidote, this shall be my final act of trust in you. I sincerely hope you will not disappoint me. Upon concluding his words, he extended his right wrist, cautiously observing the other's reaction, ready to withdraw at the slightest hint of impropriety. Regrettably, Dr. Mo maintained his facade of a false smile, revealing no discernible change. Only upon hearing Han Li's acquiescence did his eyebrows slightly twitch, before quickly returning to their previous state, indicating that he had long since anticipated Han Li's response. Without uttering another word, he extended his gnarled left hand and gently placed it upon Han Li's wrist, his smile gradually receding into a solemn gravity, as if he were engaged in a most sacred undertaking. Han Li secretly sustained his power at the fourth level, his heart stirring with suspicion at Dr. Mo's demeanor, and his alertness heightened to the utmost. His left hand discreetly pressed against his waist, where a custom-made short sword resided in its sheath. Slowly, a look of surprise emerged on Dr. Mo's face. He had detected the continuous flow of extraordinary energy within Han Li's meridians, the intensity of which far surpassed his minimum expectations. Even with his cunning and deep-seated scheming, witnessing the fruition of a long-considered plan caused his face to bloom with genuine delight, contrasting sharply with the forced smile he had previously worn. Marvelous. This truly is the fourth level of the Changchun skill. Ha! Ha! Absolutely splendid. Ha! Dr. Imo unabashedly laughed heartily before Han Li, the sound reverberating throughout the room. Yet he did not relinquish his grip on Han Li's wrist. Old Imo, what is the meaning of this? Shouldn't you let go? Han Li's expression darkened. He had sensed the precariousness of the situation and attempted to withdraw his right hand with force. Yet it remained firmly grasped, unmoving. Let go? Very well. I shall release you. At that moment, Dr. Imo's laughter ceased, replaced by a sinister countenance. Suddenly, he roared, Halt! Han Li felt a thunderous ringing in his ears, his vision dimmed. The world around him fading into darkness, his body lost its balance, and he collapsed to the ground, his left hand, which had rested on the sword's hilt, slipping powerless away. This is dire. Though his body was unresponsive, his mind remained clear. He realized he had been careless, falling victim to the other's sudden and ruthless maneuver, leaving him with no choice but to await his fate. You are still rather naive, aren't you? It appears you have no tricks left to play. Dr. Imo, reveling in his success, could not suppress a smirk of triumph. Come here. Dr. Imo forcefully yanked with his left hand, pulling Han Li directly from the ground to his feet. He then leaned down, extending his right index finger straight toward the acupoint on Han Li's chest. With a resounding thud, it seemed as though Dr. Mo's finger had struck an iron plate, emitting a dull thump. The front half of his finger throbbed painfully from the unexpected recoil, rendering his attempt at acupoint sealing a failure. What could be the reason for this? Dr. Imo was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with surprise. Could it be that beneath his garments, Han Li was clad in a layer of iron armor? He pondered in astonishment. His gaze involuntarily swept over Han Li's attire, but its flimsy appearance hardly suggested the presence of hidden armor. Leaving him perplexed, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Han Li regained control over his body, his recovery abilities far surpassing Dr. Mo's expectations. The mastery of his sixth level of Changchun Gong had not been in vain. His resilience against anomalies exceeded what an ordinary person could imagine, a fact that even Han Li himself had not anticipated at this moment. Dr. Imo resolutely cast aside his doubts, seeking alternative methods to subdue Han Li. But suddenly found the wrist he had firmly grasped had become exceedingly slippery and pliable, eluding his control entirely. In astonishment, he exerted a bit more strength, but with a swift motion, Han Li's hand slipped away like an eel from between his fingers, leaving Dr. Mo genuinely astonished. Regardless of Dr. Mo's bewilderment, Han Li seized the opportunity, performing a sudden roll and swiftly darting to a corner of the room, only daring to rise once he had distanced himself from Dr. Mo. At that moment, Han Li's expression was devoid of emotion. His eyes coldly fixated on Dr. Mo, he refrained from uttering any further words, fully aware that the intentions behind the other's actions were far from benevolent. The claims made by Dr. Mo about stimulating his abilities through Changchun Gong had proven to be nothing but a grand deception, utterly untrustworthy. For his own sake and the safety of his family, Han Li slowly drew a short sword from his waist with his left hand. The blade, measuring about a foot in length, glimmered with a sharp azure light, exuding an aura of lethal precision, a fine weapon indeed. Today, it would be a matter of either his life or Dr. Mo's. Only one of them could emerge alive from this room. Han Li's words were chilling as, for the first time in front of Dr. Mo, he revealed his fangs. Dr. Mo regarded his left hand with mild surprise before shifting his gaze to Han Li, disdain dripping from his words. Interesting. It seems that over the past year, you have indeed not been idle, cultivating such peculiar skills. But do you truly believe that with these meager tricks, you can stand as my opponent? It appears I have not engaged in combat for quite some time. It would be refreshing to personally take action. I shall allow you to strike first. Han Li paid no heed to the verbal jabs from his opponent. He had resolved to take the initiative, launching his attack to seize the upper hand. With a swift motion, he crossed his short sword in front of him with his left hand, successfully capturing his opponent's attention. Simultaneously, a white paper package stealthily slipped from his right sleeve, landing in the palm of his right hand. He then raised his hand and flicked it, causing a vast cloud of white powder to disperse into the air, which, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a dense white smoke that enveloped Han Li entirely, rendering his form indistinct and elusive. The smoke rapidly spread throughout the entire room, turning it into a hazy expanse where one could hardly see their own fingers. In this ethereal mist, Han Li mysteriously vanished. Dr. Mo furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback by Han Li's maneuver. However, he remained unfazed internally, With his extensive experience, he possessed numerous methods to counter such trifling tactics. Yet, to avoid any potential trickery from the smoke, he held his breath, confident that with his profound cultivation, he could endure several moments without inhaling. Humph, such petty tricks, daring to flaunt before me. Dr. Mo snorted coldly, and with a sudden, forceful palm strike, he struck into the smoke. The white mist swirled violently as if stirred by a colossal force, revealing a clear opening. Not spotting Han Li's figure, Dr. Mo did not relent. He unleashed a flurry of strikes around him with his empty palms, dispersing the smoke thoroughly through the doorway, restoring the room to its normal state, save for the absence of Han Li. Curious, he pondered how this young man managed to seemingly vanish right before his eyes. Though surprised, Dr. Mo remained composed, for he had been vigilantly stationed near the entrance. Not even a mere insect could escape his notice. He meticulously scanned the entire room, observing the numerous bookshelves, a desk, and a grand armchair, all appearing as they should. Yet how could such a substantial living being simply disappear in such a confined space? Though his expression remained unchanged, his mind was rife with speculation. However, emboldened by his skill, he coughed a few times and unsteadily approached the corner where Han Li had vanished, eager to examine the situation more closely. Upon reaching a distance of about 10 feet from the corner, he halted, narrowing his eyes as he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible intent to kill lingering nearby, aimed squarely at him, poised to strike. Dr. Mo's eyes sparkled with intensity as he scanned the surroundings meticulously. Yet he detected no anomalies, which began to vex him. With no one around, could it be that the heavens had conspired against him? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt as though he had grasped a crucial insight and was about to delve deeper into his contemplation when he suddenly heard a metallic clang overhead. A sudden realization struck Dr. Mo. He understood that his adversary was concealed atop the eaves. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and executed a sharp, downward palm strike, intending to incapacitate the hidden foe plotting against him. The sound of a thunderous impact followed his strike, accompanied by the sharp clinks of metal. Dr. Mo was somewhat perplexed. He hastily raised his head to look up, only to be momentarily taken aback. Above him, the space was utterly vacant, devoid of any spectral presence, save for a black iron bell hanging from the beam, swaying incessantly due to the force of his hand, producing a jingling sound that resonated throughout the room. There was no trace of Han Li's half-figure. Just as Dr. Mo was gazing upward, a glint of cold light shot forth from beneath his feet with lightning speed, rapidly darting towards his abdomen. The swiftness of the attack was such that describing it as a flash of lightning would not be an exaggeration. It was only when the brilliant light was about to graze his garments that Dr. Mo finally became aware of its presence. Startled and alarmed, Dr. Mo's mind raced, and in a moment of quick thinking, he executed a bridge maneuver. Bending his body backward as if devoid of a spine, he narrowly evaded the blade, allowing the short sword to glide perilously close to his belly, slicing a slender gash through his clothing, nearly leaving him with a grievous wound. Even after dodging the blade, Dr. Mo did not dare to relax. It was as if springs were coiled beneath his feet, propelling him several paces backward while his body remained in place. Only then did he feel it safe to rise and cast a furious, astonished glance toward the source of the sword's light. Before him, the ground where he had just stood began to bulge, gradually rising higher until it formed a figure of a yellow-hued human shape, embodying Han Li's mastery of soft-bone techniques, breath concealment skills, and deceptive arts. At this moment, Han Li donned a garment of the same earthy yellow as the floor, and in his left hand, he held the very short sword that had nearly fulfilled its purpose. His eyes betrayed a hint of regret, indicating that he lamented the missed opportunity of that previous strike. Dr. Mo's once tawny complexion now appeared slightly ashen. The thrill of narrowly escaping death surged through him, causing his heart to race with apprehension. Though he was no stranger to perilous situations as a newcomer to the martial world, being so close to the clutches of death had been an exceedingly rare occurrence in his life, particularly at the hands of someone he had often underestimated. Like Han Li. He took a deep breath, his expression gradually returning to calmness, and spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "It seems I have indeed underestimated you. My dear disciple, your skills are commendable and warrant my earnest attention." After uttering this display of acknowledgement, Dr. Mo slowly raised both hands, resting them before his eyes, gazing tenderly at them in silence. Much like a lover lost in reverie, seemingly forgetting Han Li entirely. Han Li raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he tightened his grip on the short sword and took measured steps toward Dr. Mo. "The silver demon hand." The 3 words emerged from Dr. Mo's lips with a low, resonant tone, as if they were drifting from the heavens. imbued with an incredible allure that caused Han Li to pause. Halting his advance as soon as the words fell, a tremendous surge of malevolent energy erupted from Dr. Mo, akin to a tempestuous storm, intensifying and spreading outward, filling the entirety of the small room. As Han Li approached, he was suddenly confronted by an overwhelming and ferocious aura that struck him head-on, forcing him to stagger back several steps before he could steady himself. His countenance underwent a dramatic change, and a wave of trepidation washed over him, realizing that his opponent had likely unleashed a true trump card to confront him. Evidently, the previous strike had left a significant impression. Young man, to witness my renowned technique. The demon silver hand is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Dr. Mo's thunderous and arrogant voice buzzed in Han Li's ears. Fortunately, it lacked any internal energy, thus the impact was not overly severe. It seemed that his adversary scorned the notion of employing a failed tactic against him again, which brought Han Li a measure of relief. However, hearing Dr. Mo's haughty mention of the demon silver hand for the second time compelled Han Li to cast a glance at his opponent's hands. This fleeting gaze filled Han Li with astonishment, causing his previously sealed lips to part slightly. Before him, Dr. Mo's hands, from the elbows upward, transformed dramatically. His once emaciated arms swelled as if filled with air, becoming significantly bulkier than before. Even more astonishingly, his previously sallow skin had turned to shimmering silver, reflecting a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, appearing seemingly indestructible, as though forged from true silver. Was this truly the extent of Dr. Mo's formidable power? Upon this realization, Han Li's heart sank, and his hand gripping the sword's hilt involuntarily broke into a sheen of cold sweat, rendering his palm exceedingly damp. His lack of combat experience was evident, as the sheer shift in his opponent's demeanor and the bizarre transformation of his hands rendered even breathing an arduous task. Nevertheless, Han Li maintained an exterior of nonchalance, his composed visage betraying no hint of anxiety. As if he were impervious to Dr. Mo's haughty demeanor, Dr. Mo, somewhat irked, regarded Han Li with newfound respect, yet he still felt it was a waste to employ such a powerful technique against a mere boy in his teens. It felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Thus, he yearned to witness Han Li's terror and helplessness, believing that would truly justify his display of might. Do you not realize how much I loathe that expression of yours? A mere child, still reeking of milk, pretentiously acting as if you possess everything under control, Dr. Mo remarked coldly, his disdain for Han Li unmistakable. Oh, is that so? To evoke such disdain from the esteemed Dr. Mo is a privilege I cherish. I shall endeavor to further cultivate this attribute in the future, Han Li retorted, no longer remaining silent, aiming to provoke a slip from his opponent through his sardonic words. However, it was evident that Han Li's ploy bore no fruit. As Dr. Mo ceased his verbal sparring, instead clapping his hands together with a resounding bang, producing a noise akin to metal scraping that unsettled the mind, in the next moment, he leapt into the air, his silver giant palms swinging down, transforming him into a tempest that surged toward Han Li with the crushing force of a mountain, evidently intent on ending the confrontation decisively. Han Li's expression grew solemn as he focused intently on the approaching threat. Just as his adversary leaped above him, he raised his short sword, aiming directly for the opponent's vital spot, the throat. Dr. Mo, witnessing Han Li's audacity and not shying away from his relentless assault, felt a surge of delight and snarled, "Die." With that, he extended one of his silver hands, brazenly reaching for Han Li's short sword, while the other hand struck down towards Han Li's shoulder with tremendous force. However, despite the apparent ferocity of this strike, it was executed with only half of his strength, a stark contrast to his fierce words, suggesting he feared inflicting serious injury on Han Li, leaving the true nature of his intentions shrouded in mystery. Unaware of the underlying deception, Han Li, even if he had grasped the reality, would not risk his own flesh and blood to test the hardness of the opponent's palm. Instead, with a subtle flick of his wrist, he maneuvered his sword into a horizontal position, transforming it into a silver shield that protected his upper body. A smirk of derision curled Dr. Mo's lips, yet his hands remained unyielding, plunging into the sword's radiance without any inclination to evade. With a sharp clang, Han Li's sword met the silver giant's palm, sparking a shower of sparks, yet failing to pierce the opponent's skin, instead bouncing back with considerable force. Seizing this moment, Dr. Mo flipped his palm, extending a single finger that lightly flicked the still extended blade, causing Han Li to feel a sudden warmth in his grip. The sword flew from his hand, devoid of any lingering attachment, embedding itself deeply into the wall. Almost immediately, the other silver hand transformed into a claw, reaching for Han Li's shoulder blade. seeking to immobilize him and capture him alive. As the situation rapidly deteriorated, Han Li did not reveal any signs of panic. Instead, he slightly shook his shoulder, causing his form to blur and, right before Dr. Mo's eyes, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, surging forward. Dr. Mo, taken aback by this ghostly maneuver, quickly adapted, allowing his descending hands to morph into a thick silver barrier, enveloping the smoke entirely, showing no intention of letting Han Li escape. Yet, this mist was incredibly elusive. It suddenly dispersed in all directions, slipping through the silver curtain at an unimaginable angle, and with a swift turn, it darted towards the corner of the room to Dr. Mo's left, where it came to a halt, gradually revealing Han Li's true form. Chapter 48. Deceptive words. Dr. Mo lightly landed at the spot where Han Li had stood. Not pausing for a moment, and like a specter, he turned back to face him. The pride that had once adorned his features had completely faded, leaving behind a countenance of bewilderment, with a subtle hint of something unidentifiable flickering in his eyes. At this moment, Han Li's condition was not much better. He panted heavily, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and an abnormal flush creeping across his cheeks. All these signs indicated that Han Li's recent life-saving maneuver had drained much of his stamina, rendering him unlikely to employ the same technique again in the near future. Taking a deep breath, Han Li endeavored to relax his body in order to alleviate the substantial strain inflicted upon his muscles by the recent application of Luoyan step. In his current state, he could only seize every opportunity to recover some of his strength, hoping to enhance his chances of victory in the forthcoming bout. He cast a glance at his left hand, which trembled slightly, utterly numb and devoid of sensation, rendering him incapable of wielding his sword. It seemed that the painstaking practice of his left-handed swordsmanship had been temporarily rendered futile, leaving him to rely solely on his remaining right hand for combat. This thought elicited a bitter smile. Having lost a significant portion of his stamina, he could no longer execute the intricate Luoyan step, and worse still, he was compelled to fight one-handed. His circumstances were dire indeed, seemingly pushing him to employ his final, secret technique. Han Li gazed out at the sun, calculating the timing and deeming it appropriate to unleash this move that he glanced at the short sword embedded in the wall. Recognizing that the opportunity to retrieve it had slipped away, as his opponent would not permit him the audacity to reclaim it, after a moment's contemplation, he withdrew another weapon from his bosom, a half-foot-long sheathed short sword, which, due to its diminutive size, resembled a dagger more aptly than a sword. Upon drawing the blade from its sheath, it appeared considerably broader and more luminous than an ordinary dagger, exuding a sharpness that was unmistakable. Han Li set the sheath aside, grasped the sword in his right hand, and extended his arm, positioning the tip of the blade at an angle towards his adversary, adopting an offensive stance. Dr. Mo observed this entire exchange without rushing to attack. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, his expression suddenly transforming to one of affability as he spoke in a gentle tone. Han Li, your repeated evasion has indeed taken me by surprise. However, do you truly believe you can replicate your previous stroke of luck and escape my grasp once more? The footwork you employed earlier was indeed remarkable, yet it seems fraught with limitations. Considering your current level of stamina, it is unlikely you can execute it successfully again. It would be wise to surrender. You must see that I harbor no intention of inflicting serious harm upon you. If you comply with my wishes, perhaps your fate may not be as grim as you envision. Dr. Mo's chameleon-like demeanor sent shivers down Han Li's spine. One moment, he played the benevolent teacher. The next, he was cold and unyielding, and now he offered earnest counsel to surrender. This left Han Li at a loss for words, incredulous that he might be so easily ensnared in such a melodramatic ruse. Nevertheless, the very nature of Mo's words instilled a modicum of confidence within him. If his adversary felt the need to resort to such childish tactics, it was clear that he regarded Han Li with a degree of trepidation. In an instant, Han Li comprehended this thoroughly. With a sigh, he shook his head gently, uttering not a single word, but merely brandishing the short sword toward his opponent, conveying his intent. Seeing Han Li disregard his counsel and instead provoke him with his weapon, the veins on Dr. Mo's forehead throbbed with indignation, unable to contain his rising fury. "You know not what you do," he exclaimed, taking a bold step forward, his voice laced with venom. "A step away is a world apart." Suddenly, the figure floated effortlessly to a spot merely a few paces away from Han Li, akin to a master of spatial contraction, leaving onlookers in awe. Han Li appeared equally startled, his expression betraying a palpable panic. As he hastily retreated 2 steps to create distance between himself and his opponent, He then positioned his short sword horizontally before him, casting a glimmering barrier of cold light to obstruct the path of Dr. Imo. Seemingly having entirely forgotten the bitter lessons learned from their previous encounter, Dr. Imo internally scoffed, naturally unwilling to offer any well-meaning advice to his adversary. With a swift motion, he split his palms, launching an assault towards Han Li from two directions, disregarding the icy radiance altogether. Just as the two silver hands were about to plunge into the sword's glow, a light chuckle resonated from across the way. A sound that was exuberant and unrestrained, reminiscent of a hunter reveling in triumph upon seeing its prey unwittingly step into a trap. A chill ran through Dr. Mo's heart, causing him to momentarily slow his advance, his form becoming slightly sluggish. Yet, he soon heard a chilling voice declare, "You, in your current state, have truly been ensnared. Observe the short sword in my hand." Upon hearing these words, Dr. Mo instinctively directed his gaze towards the weapon, only to find that, at some unknown moment, his opponent had ceased the dance of the blade and assumed a peculiar stance, with his upper body slightly reclined and the short sword held horizontally at his waist. His lower body was coiled in a taut stance akin to that of a bow drawn to release an arrow, rendering him a strange sight indeed, the short sword mentioned in the voice, aside from emanating a faint azure glow, exhibited no signs of peculiarity, which left Dr. Mo momentarily bewildered. Could it be that his opponent, by adopting such an odd posture and employing deceitful words, sought merely to unsettle his mind for an advantage? Amused by this notion, Dr. Mo was on the verge of mocking his adversary when he suddenly witnessed Han Li surge forward, akin to an arrow released from a powerful bow, propelled across the space with astonishing speed, prompting a shift in Dr. Mo's countenance. In a flurry, Dr. Mo hastily brought his parted hands together, intending to trap the blade with his palms. However, he observed the short sword before him flicker and multiply into a dozen indistinguishable blades, all converging from various angles, their authenticity nearly impossible to discern. With a scoff, Dr. Mo's assessment of Han Li diminished further. Utilizing such ostentatious yet impractical techniques before a practitioner of his caliber was tantamount to courting death. He could easily discern the true blade's trajectory. With his eyes widened, he pinpointed the genuine sword's approach while simultaneously maintaining his stance, accelerating his movements, hoping to shatter the blade in a single decisive strike, rendering Han Li vulnerable. As the two were on the brink of collision, Han Li subtly adjusted the angle of his sword, tilting it just so, a mere fraction of a shift. Yet, in Dr. Mo's eyes, this seemingly minor alteration heralded a cataclysmic transformation. He was suddenly blinded by an eruption of dazzling white light, a brilliance so intense that it bore no veil to shield his eyes. Realizing the peril too late, he attempted to retreat while hastily closing his eyelids, but it was in vain. The blinding radiance surged into his vision instantaneously, leaving him no opportunity for reaction. Dr. Mo was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of warmth in his eyes, quickly followed by a deep ache in his eyeballs, causing tears to flow incessantly. He paid no heed to wiping away the tears, enduring the discomfort as he struggled to open his eyes to gaze outward, only to be met with a blinding expanse of white. Not only could he not discern any objects, but even the outlines of things appeared shrouded in a haze, utterly indistinct at that moment. A mixture of shock and anger surged within him as he lamented his carelessness and falling prey to the adversary's trickery once again. Yet, having traversed the world for many years, Dr. Mo possessed a wealth of experience in handling various dangers. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and his opponent, hoping to buy some time. Simultaneously, he drew back his hands, waving them in front of him, relying on his indestructible magic silver hands to shield the vital areas of his upper body. He resolved firmly within himself that he would not initiate any attacks until his vision returned to normal. All offensive maneuvers would have to wait until he could see clearly, lest he be ensnared once more by this cunning trickster. By now, any traces of his previous disdain had vanished without a trace, and he recognized that this confrontation with Han Li was fraught with peril, rivaling the life-and-death struggles he had faced with formidable foes in the past. Although he could not perceive his opponent's movements, Dr. Mo perked up his ears, listening intently, attempting to discern Han Li's next action through sound. He seemed to vaguely see a figure flicker before him, followed by a sharp sound accompanied by a chilling gust of wind rushing towards him from the front. Surprisingly, rather than feeling alarmed by Han Li's assassination attempt, Dr. Mo felt a surge of delight. The opponent's methods were indeed rather juvenile. Had he stealthily lurked in the shadows for a surprise attack, it would have truly posed a concern. However, such a blatant frontal assault held little terror for him. His ability to discern sound had long been honed to perfection. Not only could he detect the thrust of a short sword, but even the approach of a delicate embroidery needle would not escape his notice. Dr. Mo heard the sounds distinctly, yet he purposely allowed a slight opening to appear before him as anticipated. The sound of the ambush immediately shifted, darting into the gap and aiming straight for his throat. A sinister smile crept across Dr. Mo's face as his right hand, poised for action, suddenly lunged forward, seizing the sword blade with lightning speed, gripping it tightly without a hint of fear for the weapon's sharp edge. The adversary, clearly realizing the precariousness of the situation, yanked the short sword back with force, but under the control of the magic silver hand, it could not budge an inch. It was merely a futile effort. A sense of triumph welled up within Dr. Mo, yet he dared not grow complacent. Fearing that his opponent might realize the predicament and escape, he disregarded the fact that his vision had yet to normalize. With a sudden surge of strength, he pulled the short sword towards himself, intending to forcibly drag Hanli from across the way, planning to subdue him personally. However, he was taken aback, feeling as though the blade had become weightless. As if it were no longer there. How could the sword he had so firmly grasped suddenly feel so insubstantial? Even if Hanli had released his grip, it should not have felt this light. Before Dr. Mo could fathom the reason behind this anomaly, he suddenly heard a sharp sound that tore through the air mere inches from his throat, as if a slender object was hurtling towards him at an extraordinary speed. Even before the object arrived, the rush of air it generated had already begun to prick at his throat with a faint sting. He had no time to ponder, as his body instinctively reacted with a swift evasive maneuver. His head jerked to one side, desperately tilting away as his neck contorted into an astonishing angle, attempting to evade the impending lethal strike. The profound skills he had honed over the years finally came into play at that moment. Dr. Mo merely felt a chill at his neck as the sharp object grazed past him, inflicting only a minor abrasion on his skin without causing any significant harm. After narrowly escaping this attack, he feared that his opponent might launch another strike, and without a moment's hesitation, he resorted to the escape tactics he had observed from Han Li at the outset. He collapsed to the ground, executing a lazy roll to distance himself from Han Li before daring to rise again. Once upright, Dr. Mo felt a searing pain at his neck and instinctively reached for the wound. Discovering his fingers damp with blood, indicating a considerable loss, he hurriedly pressed 2 fingers against the nearby blood vessels to staunch the flow. At that moment, a sense of dread washed over him as he realized that he should not have been able to evade that last attack. It was his body's primal instincts that had miraculously saved him from disaster. Reflecting on this, he instinctively glanced at Han Li, only to notice that his vision had unexpectedly returned to clarity. The objects around him now sharply defined. Han Li stood there, his expression one of bitter resentment as he glared at Dr. Mo, clearly displeased that his opponent had once again evaded a fatal blow. In his hand, he grasped a short, pointed weapon resembling a diminutive cone, its hilt unmistakably that of a sword, appearing rather peculiar, with traces of blood adhering to it. The very weapon that had wounded Dr. Mo. With a cold demeanor and eyes ablaze with fury, Dr. Mo could no longer contain his frustration over the repeated brushes with death he had endured. Just as he was about to unleash his pent-up rage, he suddenly became aware of something clutched in his right hand. Looking down, he discovered a hiltless blade, light as a feather. Upon closer inspection, he realized with a start that the blade was hollow, and the cone was concealed within it, merely serving as a deceptive outer shell. In an instant, his fury was extinguished by this unexpected revelation. Chapter 50. The entangled scented threads. At that moment, Dr. Mo recalled that upon entering the room, Han Li had insisted he keep the door open, suggesting that the young man had already laid the groundwork for an ambush utilizing the sunlight's reflection. Despite his tender years, Han Li's meticulous planning and cunning traps had ensnared the seasoned practitioner, leaving him nearly defenseless. The depth of this young man's scheming was astonishing, seemingly at odds with his age and experience. Could it be that he was truly a prodigy, a reincarnation of a gifted genius? As he ruminated, the realization weighed heavily upon him, sending cold sweat cascading down his spine. This setback only deepened Dr. Mo's caution and apprehension towards Han Li. He faced his opponent with utmost wariness, momentarily hesitant to make any rash moves. To his surprise, Han Li merely glared at him, showing no intention of attack, leading to an awkward stalemate as they exchanged silent stares. After a brief pause in the tense atmosphere, Han Li suddenly broke the silence with a statement that left Dr. Mo utterly stunned, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Let us parley." Perhaps I should surrender. What do you think? After uttering these words, Hanli nonchalantly tossed the weapon from his hand to the ground, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as he smiled brightly at Dr. Mo. Exuding the innocent charm of a rustic youth. Surrender? Dr. Mo initially thought he must have misheard, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. He glanced at the iron spike cast aside by Hanli. Skepticism flooding his mind as he retorted with palpable ire. What devilish scheme are you concocting? Do not presume that I would fall for your deceitful words if you wish to surrender. You could have done so from the outset. Why wait until the battle reaches a life-or-death climax to propose such a ruse? Hanli, maintaining a serene smile, chose not to respond to Dr. Mo's accusations. And the two found themselves once more in a standoff. After a brief pause, a sudden thought struck Dr. Mo as he bent over, clutching his abdomen, and erupted into hearty laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. How utterly amusing. I nearly overlooked such a significant matter, engaging you in this direct confrontation. Amidst his intermittent chuckles, Dr. Mo spoke in a muddled manner. Hanli furrowed his brow momentarily but soon relaxed. Casting a glance out the window, a broader smile gracing his lips as he spoke leisurely. Dr. Mo, do you not think we have lingered in this state for far too long? It is time to bring this to a close. Dr. Mo paused, taken aback, and ceased his laughter, gradually straightening his posture. His expression turned serious as he regarded Hanli with an inscrutable face. After a prolonged silence, he replied coolly, I too believe it is time to conclude this. Suddenly, both men felt a surge of confidence, as if they had each discovered the means to subdue the other and compel submission. After a moment of silence, it was Hanli who broke the stillness, brimming with assurance in his grasp of the situation, convinced it would force Dr. Mo to yield and abandon any further notions. Dr. Mo, are you aware that your life now rests in my hands? Hanli's words were shocking to my life in your hands. Dr. Mo scoffed, disbelief etched across his features. Do you not sense something amiss with your wound? Nonsense. I have examined it thoroughly. Your dagger bears no. Dr. Mo retorted, but his expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that it was not the dagger that had injured him, but rather the concealed spike. It seems I need not elaborate further. Dr. Mo has already grasped my intent. Hanli regarded him with a mischievous smile. Even so, what of it? Do not forget, it is I who taught you the art of concocting potions. What poison could I not counter? Dr. Mo's countenance returned to normal, his demeanor calm as he responded. Haha, I neglected to mention that my weapon is coated with Chuanxiang silk. Chuanxiang silk? Dr. Mo gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, Dr. Mo must be aware of the potency of this substance. Hanli teased leisurely. Nonsense. How could you possibly have concocted such a poison? I have never disclosed even the slightest detail regarding this particular formula. Although Dr. Mo outwardly maintains his composure, seemingly struggling to believe Hanli's assertions, deep down he has already confirmed his suspicions to a significant extent due to the peculiar sensations emanating from his wound. Observing Dr. Mo's unwillingness to relent, Hanli sighed and felt compelled to clarify, let us not forget, your medical texts were entirely accessible to me from the very beginning. This formula was nestled within an obscure herbal book. Had I not scrutinized it closely, I might have truly overlooked it. Only then did Dr. Mo recollect that upon acquiring this prescription, he had meticulously transcribed the preparation methods and required ingredients onto a slip of paper. Fearing he might forget due to the multitude of herbs involved and the complexity of the steps, he had casually tucked the note into a particular book, but in the wake of numerous subsequent events, it had completely slipped from his mind, inadvertently causing such a significant inconvenience for himself at Hanli's expense. Let us sit down and engage in a proper discussion to resolve this matter amicably. Hanli confidently suggested. With a dismissive snort, Dr. Mo ignored Hanli, focusing instead on recalling the methods and effects associated with the preparation of the fragrant silk. The name fragrant silk sounded innocuous, even evoking whimsical associations of allure. Yet its potency was akin to the unrelenting longing of a lovesick woman, rendering it excruciatingly unbearable, penetrating to the very bone. Chapter 51. The giant man's might once afflicted by the poison of fragrant silk. Its virulence would course through the bloodstream, gradually permeating the entire body. In the short term, if an ordinary individual were to fall victim to this toxin, the dangers would be minimal. However, for a martial artist, the threat became lethal. The poisoned individual must refrain from recklessly employing their internal energy during this period, lest the toxin's effects intensify, causing the blood to flow in reverse and inflicting unbearable agony. As time passed and the toxin delved deeper into the system, matters became more troublesome. Though one might regain control over their internal energy, daily doses of antidote would be imperative to suppress the toxicity. Otherwise, the bones would gradually undergo abnormal changes, leading to a slow degeneration of the body until one resembled a lifeless mass, incapacitated upon the ground. Even more daunting was the fact that once the poison infiltrated the marrow, it could not be entirely eradicated. The afflicted individual would have to rely on long-term intake of specific remedies to stave off its effects, allowing the poison to linger like an inescapable entanglement, forever entwined with their existence. The ingredients for concocting this poison were varied and numerous, many of which could be substituted, resulting in similar outcomes. Yet the specific toxicity would vary depending on the individual who prepared it, becoming enigmatic and unpredictable. Consequently, the antidote would also differ, and only the creator of the poison could effectively counteract its effects. Others, even if they were aware of the preparation methods for fragrant silk, would find themselves at a loss when attempting to formulate an antidote. Thus, the life of the poisoned individual rested precariously in the hands of the one who administered the toxin, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce. Unwilling to resist, having sifted through his memories concerning fragrant silk, Dr. Mo comprehended the source of Han Li's unflinching demeanor. A cold smile flickered within him, yet his expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly. "Is this your ultimate resort, young man? If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, then submit quietly and surrender." Han Li's heart sank suddenly, observing the unchanged expression of Dr. Mo, who seemed utterly unfazed by his threats. He realized that he must have overlooked something crucial. It was evident to him that Dr. Mo truly dismissed the poison afflicting him, showing no signs of concern despite being ensnared by the tendrils of toxic silk. Because of this, Han Li understood that he was undeniably at a significant disadvantage. His opponent appeared to possess immense confidence in subduing him. Seeing Han Li fall silent, Dr. Mo let out a sly chuckle, his eyes gleaming with cunning, before he bellowed, "Iron Slave, seize him." Upon hearing this command, Han Li was immediately reminded of an important figure he had seemingly forgotten after entering the room. Without further contemplation, he flicked his foot to draw a weapon from the ground, and the iron spike leapt into his grasp. In that fleeting moment, a massive shadow surged forth from a corner of the room, propelled by a gust of fierce wind, arriving before him at a speed so astonishing that Han Li found himself unable to evade. In desperation, he thrust the sharp spike toward the creature's abdomen, hoping to momentarily impede its advance and buy himself a chance to escape. However, using such a diminutive weapon to strike at such a vital area was hardly a wise choice. Yet, Han Li had no other option. The adversary was simply too towering, and with a weapon barely a foot long, he could only aim for that spot. Suddenly, he felt as though he had collided with some monstrous entity. His wrist seemed to be struck by a great tree, dislocating it instantly. His body was jolted backwards several steps, and the iron spike felt as if it had struck solid stone, flying from his grip and vanishing from sight. Infuriated and alarmed, Han Li barely managed to regain his footing when he noticed a shadow looming before him. Almost instantly, he felt excruciating pain in his shoulders as two immense hands tightly gripped his shoulder blades, giving him the impression that he was on the verge of being crushed. He struggled with all his might, but it felt as if a mountain had fallen upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. In a moment of desperation, disregarding everything else, he raised his knee and forcefully drove it into the vulnerable area between the giant's legs. With a pained yelp, Han Li was drenched in cold sweat. He found that even that critical spot was astonishingly hard, as if his kneecap had collided with stone, shattering into pieces. Nevertheless, this act seemed to provoke the giant, whose grip on his shoulders tightened with brutal force, nearly causing Han Li to lose consciousness as he crumpled to the ground. "Be gentle, Iron Slave. This person is still of great use to me," came Dr. Mo's authoritative voice in that life-threatening moment. As the command echoed, Han Li felt a sudden lightness in his shoulders, the pain dissipating significantly. He let out a sigh of relief, for the first time finding Dr. Mo's voice remarkably pleasant to hear. Yet, amidst his gratitude, the lingering doubts in his mind only deepened. From the outset, Han Li had sensed that for some inexplicable reason, Dr. Mo consistently showed him leniency at critical junctures, seemingly afraid of harming him. Naturally, he did not interpret this as a manifestation of benevolence on the part of his adversary. There must be some clandestine matters unknown to him that have compelled the other party to exercise caution, refraining from unleashing their full assault. Otherwise, they would not have remained entangled with him until now. He silently resolved to leverage this point to negotiate with the adversary, seeking a way to extricate himself from their grasp. Dr. Mo approached him, seemingly discerning his thoughts, a fleeting smirk of derision crossing his features. He first palpated Han Li's chest, extracting a heart-protecting mirror, and was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this item had obstructed his acupoint. With a gentle shake of his head, he said nothing further, then retrieved a rectangular yellow wooden box from his robe. This box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, a clear indication of its precious nature. Rare to encounter among ordinary households. Before Han Li, Dr. Mo solemnly opened the lid of the box, revealing several identical silver blades within. These blades possessed an unusual shape, appearing neither fully like a knife nor a sword, their edges curving into a crescent form, resembling daggers in size, quite peculiar indeed. When Dr. Mo extracted one of the silver blades from the box, Han Li noticed that this strange weapon was astonishingly thin. Akin to a piece of paper. A cold gleam danced upon its surface, imparting an impression of unparalleled sharpness, suggesting that it could slice through flesh and bone with the same ease as cutting cloth. Even more bizarre was the tightly shut-eyed, ghostly visage embedded at the end of the blade's handle, its green face and sharp fangs, crowned with two long horns, bearing a most menacing appearance. Holding the peculiar blade, Dr. Mo cast a significant sidelong glance at Han Li. This gesture sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. Could it be that his ominous premonition had come true? That the adversary intended to use this strange blade to cleave him? As the tension escalated, Han Li's complexion began to pale, his gaze fixated on Dr. Mo, who raised the peculiar blade high above. Under the sunlight, the edge shimmered brilliantly, accentuating its lethal nature. A flicker of panic surged within him, yet reason dictated that such considerable effort to capture him would not culminate in his immediate demise. The other party was merely attempting to intimidate him. Thus, as the sharp blade descended slowly, aimed directly at him, he maintained a stoic silence, forcing himself to retain an appearance of calm. It was not until the blade's edge was a mere half-inch from his head, with the very tips of his hair sensing the chill, that he gradually closed his eyes, a fleeting thought of regret passing through his mind. Would they truly resort to lethal measures, had he known it would come to this? Perhaps he might have pleaded for mercy, possibly securing a slender chance of survival. Being still so young, he truly did not wish to meet his end in such a manner. How would his parents react upon learning of his demise? Would they grieve, regretting sending him to the Chichuan sect? At this critical juncture between life and death, a tumult of thought surged within Han Li, a cascade of emotions flooding his mind, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had traversed the joys and sorrows of life, gaining profound insights into the matters of existence and mortality. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed through the air. Han Li's body quivered slightly, yet he was soon astonished to realize he felt no pain whatsoever. What could this mean? He opened his eyes in shock, and upon doing so, he was rendered speechless. He unexpectedly beheld the grotesque blade embedded in the very shoulder of Dr. Mo, penetrating deep within, leaving only the hilt exposed, quivering gently. Perhaps due to its razor-sharp edge, not a single drop of blood escaped. Rendering the scene exceedingly eerie, Han Li stood in dumbfounded silence, while Dr. Mo, in an utterly nonchalant manner, began to extol him. "Stay, young lad, you indeed possess a modicum of courage, daring to have the blade poised at your throat, yet refusing to plead for mercy. Impressive indeed. During my days traversing the martial world, I encountered countless self-proclaimed heroes who claimed to fear nothing. Yet, once they fell into my grasp, a mere hint of intimidation would reduce them to quaking wretches. Kneeling and begging for their lives, displaying utter cowardice, Han Li found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. He had narrowly avoided embarrassment moments ago, having maintained a facade of composure, harboring a sliver of hope that his adversary would refrain from truly harming him, thus managing to evade disaster. Furthermore, his pride was far too fragile. He could not bring himself to adopt a submissive demeanor. Now, confronted with Dr. Mo's incessant praise, Han Li refrained from offering any explanation, yet a tumult of emotion surged within him, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. As Han Li's thoughts spiraled, Dr. Mo swiftly inserted the remaining grotesque blades into various parts of his own body, leaving only the ghastly hilts protruding. When Han Li finally regained his senses, he was horrified to discover a total of 7 blades embedded in Dr. Mo's shoulders, legs, abdomen, and chest, creating a sight reminiscent of a dismembered corpse. Amusement mingled with astonishment in Han Li's heart. He realized that such self-infliction was perhaps a prelude to executing an extremely formidable technique, though he pondered whether it was intended for his own demise. After completing the gruesome task, Dr. Mo ceased speaking, instead lowering himself to a seated position opposite Han Li, closing his eyes and entering a state of meditation, seemingly oblivious to the external world. Han Li felt a flicker of hope, perceiving this as a rare opportunity for escape. However, as he attempted to move his limbs, he was abruptly met with a heavy weight upon his shoulder, rendering him immobile once again. A bitter smile crossed Han Li's lips as he chastised himself for forgetting about the imposing figure beside him, with the giant's unwavering gaze upon him. How could he ever hope to escape? It appeared that Dr. Mo had meticulously considered this before entering his trance, showing no fear of any trickery on Han Li's part. The giant, known as Iron Slave, was an enigma. He seemed impervious to blades and bullets, his entire being invulnerable, including the most vulnerable of male weaknesses. Today, it seemed, Han Li was entirely at the mercy of this formidable individual, while Han Li inwardly berated the giant. A bizarre transformation began to manifest in the other figure before him. Dr. Mo's face twitched convulsively, his entire body trembling incessantly as his visage distorted in agony, seemingly enduring immense pain. Coupled with the blades protruding from his form, the sight evoked an unsettling dread, as if a chilling aura were gradually ascending within the room. Suddenly, Dr. Mo ceased his trembling and spasms, yet from the depths of his throat emerged a low, guttural roar, imbued with primal ferocity. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to transcend the frailty of old age, transforming into a beast that had just burst forth from the depths of the wilderness. Then, a more terrifying occurrence transpired. The ghostly mist that had once manifested upon Dr. Mo's visage a year prior reappeared. This mist, in stark contrast to its former self, was far denser and darker, enveloping his face like a pitch-black mask, obscuring his true countenance. The tendrils that intermittently materialized from the mist underwent a profound transformation, glistening with an almost tangible sheen, as if they had acquired corporeal form, writhing and dancing chaotically across Dr. Mo's face. His fingers formed a lotus shape as he executed a peculiar gesture, his lips moving in silent incantation, though the words were too faint for Han Li to discern. With Dr. Mo's enigmatic actions, the mist upon his face seemed to awaken in fury, akin to the boiling oil in a cauldron reacting violently to the introduction of cold water, churning and frothing as more slender tendrils emerged, brandishing and gesturing menacingly, as if to thwart Dr. Mo's further endeavors. Just as the black mist thickened to its zenith, Dr. Mo's eyes flew open, and through the dense shroud, Han Li could still perceive the brilliance gleaming within them. 7 ghosts devouring souls, Dr. Mo bellowed, invoking the name of his arcane technique. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet the ensuing spectacle struck him with such overwhelming force that it illuminated the vast unknowns that still lay before him. Dr. Mo's voice reverberated through the air. The 7 bizarre blades embedded in his body began to quiver, emitting a resonant hum that grew louder and sharper, as if they sought to liberate themselves from his form. Observing the blades' restless movements, Dr. Mo appeared increasingly agitated, murmuring something under his breath that was too soft and swift for Han Li to catch, though he surmised it was unlikely to be anything pleasant. Rising to his feet, Dr. Mo circled the room, ultimately stamping his foot in frustration before reluctantly inserting a finger into the gaping maw of one of the ghostly heads. In an astonishing turn of events, the lifeless head, as if animated by some unseen force, snapped its mouth shut around the proffered delicacy, voraciously biting down and gently sucking. Dr. Mo's body trembled slightly, seemingly enduring immense pain. The black mist obscured his expression from Han Li's view, but it was reasonable to assume that his countenance was far from pleasant, after what felt like the duration of a tea's steeping. The ghostly head finally seemed sated, releasing its grip and causing the resonant hum to fade into silence. Following this, Dr. Mo replicated the process, feeding each ghostly head in turn before reluctantly retracting his finger. Once these actions were completed, he resumed the intricate hand gestures and continued his incantation. On this occasion, the 7 eerie blades did not tremble, nor did they emit any strange sounds. Instead, they simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing blood-red orbs, and their mouths gaped wider, their cheeks puffing out as they inhaled the air voraciously. The ghostly mist on Dr. Mo's face seemed to sense the impending calamity, surging tumultuously as its outstretched tendrils thrashed about with increasing ferocity. Yet to no avail. 7 slender black threads were still ensnared by the ghostly mist, tracing elegant arcs in midair before accurately plunging into the waiting maws, where they were consumed piece by piece. Han Li stood in a daze. Since Dr. Mo sat directly opposite him, the unfolding spectacle was vividly imprinted in his mind. Even every tooth on the ghostly visage was seen with startling clarity. For Han Li, who was experiencing contact with another realm for the first time, this mystical force left him utterly astounded. The bizarre silver blades, the sinister heads, coupled with the malevolent black mist manifesting on Dr. Mo's face, constituted a series of phenomena that defied rational explanation, shattering his previous understanding. It is worth noting that in the past, Han Li had always held a skeptical view of the supernatural, unless he witnessed something with his own eyes. He could not possibly believe it. Now, these ghostly scenes, which only appeared in legendary tales, were vividly displayed before him, leaving him in a state of profound shock. In that moment, his mind became a chaotic whirl. And confronted with such inhuman power, he, as a mere captive, felt utterly at a loss. Gradually, the ghostly mist on Dr. Mo's face thinned and dispersed, its density diminishing as it was consumed by the ghostly heads, until only a faint layer remained, faintly shrouding his visage. At this juncture, Dr. Mo's features became discernibly clearer, and upon seeing the true form that re-emerged, Han Li was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, struggling to close it for what felt like an eternity. Today, Han Li had encountered numerous bewildering events, yet none were as profoundly disconcerting as this revelation, which left him utterly flabbergasted. The face that emerged from the black mist was that of a robust man in his 30s. In the prime of his life, and judging by the familiar contours of his brows and eyes, it was unmistakably Dr. Mo himself, albeit appearing at least several decades younger. The resolute visage, the commanding gaze that exuded authority without anger, and the subtly mocking curve of his lips all combined to form the countenance of an extraordinarily handsome man. Such a mature male visage possesses an irresistible allure for women, whether they are youthful maidens or resentful wives ensconced in the confines of affluent households. They often find themselves succumbing to the charm of such a figure, easily drawn in with the slightest gesture, unable to extricate themselves. Upon witnessing this countenance, Han Li felt an impulsive urge to shatter it with a punch, as the sheer beauty of this man seemed to incite the jealousy of other men. Just as the final remnants of black mist clung to his face were drawn into the ghostly maw, Han Li recalled Dr. Mo had once mentioned that he was originally in his 30s, having aged drastically due to an unfortunate incident during healing, where malevolent forces had drained his essence over an extended period. In this regard, it appeared that the other party had not deceived him. The present appearance ought to be the true visage of Dr. Mo. However, the means by which he has restored himself are truly astonishing. At this moment, Han Li realized that Dr. Mo's rejuvenation extended beyond mere aesthetics. His physique and hair had also undergone a transformation. The glossy, raven locks and his upright stature unmistakably indicated that he was in the prime of his life, with his physical strength and vitality at their zenith. Yet, if Dr. Mo possessed the capability to revert to his original form, why then resort to such drastic measures? Han Li was perplexed. Having emerged from his shock, he recognized that he remained ensnared in peril. Thus, his mind began to race, swiftly analyzing the situation in search of an escape route. Observing the youthful Dr. Mo, Han Li noted a certain dazed quality in his demeanor. He stood motionless, speechless. After an extended silence, he raised a hand and, with the gaze of one beholding a long-lost treasure, scrutinized the smooth skin on the back of his hand. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, pressing his palm against his cheek, gently rubbing it as if savoring the essence of his regained youth. The narcissistic expression on Dr. Mo's face was overwhelming for Han Li, who found it difficult to empathize with the tumult of emotions that accompanied such a restoration. Dr. Mo, you appear to have returned to your former self. Does that mean you no longer require my assistance? Might you consider sparing me, allowing me to serve you faithfully in the future? Han Li could no longer contain his impatience. Even now, he remained uncertain about how his fate would unfold. Aware that it was improbable for his adversary to simply dismiss him, he feigned ignorance, hoping to discern his impending fate and make necessary preparations. Han Li, you truly possess the ability to endure and adapt. However, do you genuinely believe I would let you go? Dr. Mo, now youthful and vibrant, smiled faintly, his sunlit countenance capable of driving women to madness. Yet, his voice, imbued with an indescribable magnetism, was utterly dissimilar to the harsh bitterness of his former self, suggesting that, alongside his appearance, his voice also held remarkable allure. For the first time, Dr. Mo addressed Han Li by name. Although the news was not favorable, it nonetheless bestowed upon Han Li a sense of recognition, far preferable to being referred to as Brat repeatedly. thus alleviating a fraction of his inner turmoil. Merely by appearances, the current Dr. Mo exhibited not a single flaw. Every movement radiated elegance, presenting himself as a quintessential handsome man, devoid of any remnants of his previous disheveled elder persona. One could only imagine how many chivalrous women of the martial world had been captivated by such a visage in his youth. "What is it that you truly intend to do with me? Speak plainly," Han Li declared, for he was no woman to be swayed by mere beauty, and given the lack of any indication that he would be spared, he saw no reason to offer cordiality. "What shall it be?" Heh. Dr. Mo, stretching his newly robust limbs and elongating his lithe frame, smiled enigmatically without responding to Han Li's inquiry, instead retrieving yet another item from within his garments. The item presented this time is a small pouch delicately folded from silk, its satin fabric radiating a color as dazzling as flames, vibrant and eye-catching. Each stitch upon it appears exceptionally exquisite, suggesting it is no ordinary object. What could be concealed within this luxurious fabric? Might it be yet another peculiar artifact akin to the silver blade? For a moment, Han Li found himself too captivated to inquire further. His curiosity piqued. Dr. Mo did not allow Han Li to ponder for long. With remarkable dexterity, he swiftly unwrapped the silken covering and cautiously extracted a crumpled piece of yellowed paper. Han Li seemed somewhat disappointed. Yet a shiver ran down his spine, heightening his awareness, for he understood that the more unassuming an object appeared, the greater the potential for unexpected purposes. The paper being presented now undoubtedly held significance beyond the mundane. And in light of the bizarre occurrences that had transpired earlier, it likely concealed profound secrets. With 2 fingers, Dr. Mo gingerly pinched the yellowed paper and meticulously smoothed it out. Only then could Han Li observe it closely. The paper was modest in size, akin to the palm of a hand, cut into a long strip, with a somewhat antiquated hue, suggesting it had aged considerably. Most strikingly, it shimmered with silver, adorned with peculiar symbols intricately painted in silver ink. The shapes of these symbols were unusual, entirely unfamiliar to Han Li. Yet, from the moment they caught his eye, he felt a mysterious force stirring within him. Even his internal Lanchun Gong began to awaken uncontrollably, as if roused by the very symbols before him. Leaving Han Li utterly astonished, realizing something was amiss, Han Li focused intently on the characters, hoping to uncover their mysteries. The symbols twisted and turned in a serpentine manner. Yet they hinted at an underlying order, their arrangement and forms imbued with profound significance. Unfortunately, the brevity of time rendered Han Li incapable of deciphering their meaning. In that fleeting moment, Dr. Mo had already approached him. Observing Han Li's strange, fixated expression upon the yellow paper, a fleeting glimmer of pity crossed his eyes, though it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Returning to his usual demeanor, he lowered his head slightly, his mouth close to Han Li's ear, and in a hushed tone, he murmured, "Han Li, do not blame me. I am left with no alternative. You must reincarnate soon. This body, I shall claim." "What do you mean by that?" Han Li, startled from his reverie by Dr. Mo's words, felt his soul momentarily leave his body. That a vague understanding dawned upon him that a dire fate was about to befall him. Dismissing the looming threat of the burly man behind him, he began to wriggle and struggle desperately, aware that he still possessed a few small items. If he could retrieve them, perhaps he could create chaos and seize an opportunity for escape. Iron Slave. Restrain him. Do not allow him to move. Regrettably, with Dr. Mo's chilling command, Han Li's final resistance was quashed. The massive hands, akin to small mountains, increased their grip, firmly pinning his shoulders in place, rendering him immobile. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, trickled down his temples, and he widened his eyes, biting his lip fiercely, helpless as he watched the other intone incantations before him as Dr. Mo's fingers clutched the yellow paper. It began to flutter without wind, responding to the incantation. The silver symbols above gradually illuminated one by one, emanating a mysterious silvery glow. Although Han Li found himself unable to move, his mind remained keenly aware that the moment all the symbols lit up would signal the onset of his peril. Dr. Mo's expression turned grave as he fixated on the yellow paper. When the final symbol radiated its silvery light, a flicker of joy crossed his features. He then executed a series of peculiar gestures. Waving the yellow paper through the air as if invoking some arcane force, a decisive incantation escaped his lips, resonating like the thunder of spring. Simultaneously, the yellow strip was forcefully pressed against Han Li's forehead, adhering firmly in place. Upon contact with his cranium, Han Li felt an immediate loss of control over his body, He could not even blink, rendered entirely senseless to his physical form, while his vision and hearing remained intact. Yet his consciousness felt estranged, unable to exert influence over his own flesh, akin to a mere automaton. This sensation was starkly different from being acupressured. In that state, though immobilized, he still retained some awareness of his body. Panic surged within Han Li as he grappled with the uncertainty of what his adversary intended to do to him, fearing that this might mark his doom. "Fear not. Your body may yet endure for a fleeting moment," Dr. Mo seemed to convey, as if speaking to himself. "From this day forth, I shall endeavor to provide 2 updates daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, that I invite all readers to extend a warm welcome, and do not forget to cast your votes." Chapter 55. The third party. Your thoughts are exceedingly vibrant. Should you possess the freedom to move about, it would indeed be a source of great distress for me, Dr. Mo remarked with an air of calm. He then extended an arm, effortlessly lifting Han Li and striding out of the room. Outside, the sun blazed with oppressive heat. Han Li felt as though he had lingered indoors for an eternity, though in reality, only a brief moment had passed. Dr. Mo carried Han Li as one might a mere object, meandering through the medicinal garden adjacent to the dwelling, until they arrived at a secluded stone wall. The massive figure of the giant followed silently, like a shadow, never straying from his side. Through his half-lidded eyes, Han Li discerned the presence of a stone house that had inexplicably materialized before him, unlike any he had encountered before. This structure bore resemblance to the stone chamber where he had previously meditated. Constructed entirely from stone, the only distinction being that its exterior had been hastily coated with slaked lime. Judging by the materials used, it was evident that the edifice had been erected quite recently. And had he retained his sense of smell, he would likely detect the pungent odor of lime. Iron Slave, remain outside. Should any intruder approach this abode, slay them without hesitation. Dr. Mo issued a bloody command. Clearly apprehensive of any unforeseen interruptions that might jeopardize his scheme, the stone door swung open effortlessly, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, casually closing the door behind him, indicating a familiarity with this place that suggested he was most likely its architect. The stone chamber was sealed, devoid of any windows. After closing the stone door, Han Li expected the interior to be shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. To his surprise, however, the room was illuminated by a myriad of oil lamps and an assortment of candles of varying sizes. The modest area was aglow with the brilliance of the flames, casting a light so bright that it resembled broad daylight. The scene within the chamber left Han Li utterly speechless. Indeed, even if he had questions bubbling to the surface, voicing them was beyond his reach. Yet, this was of little consequence compared to the unsettling sight that dominated his attention. A bizarre pattern, spanning several yards, was etched in the center of the stone room. The design appeared to be composed of some sort of powder, the specifics of which remained elusive to Han Li, as he could not approach closely enough to discern its nature. Surrounding the pattern, several palm-sized pieces of jade were embedded, their translucent beauty glimmering in the candlelight, clearly indicating their rarity. Should an aficionado of such treasures lay eyes upon these exquisite raw stones, they would surely lament their unfortunate placement upon the stone floor. Losing sleep over the travesty that as Han Li stood entranced within his own body, he was abruptly thrust into the very center of the pattern, lying supine upon the ground, with only the ceiling in his line of sight. A twinge of anxiety gripped Han Li. In this critical moment, he could not perceive Dr.Mo's every move, making it difficult for him to find solace. Yet, being at the mercy of others left him helpless, and he could only offer himself a modicum of comfort, thankful that he was not face down, for then he would have had nothing but the ground to behold. Suddenly, a series of peculiar sounds echoed, piquing Han Li's curiosity. However, he soon realized that the light had dimmed considerably, and he understood that Dr.Mo had extinguished a significant number of the flames. Yet, the reasoning behind such an action eluded him. Moments later, Dr. Mo spoke up unexpectedly. "Does your method truly hold water? Know that I have wagered everything on it." His voice was chillingly cold. Han Li found himself bewildered, questioning whether the remark was directed at him. Yet, the tone did not seem to suggest as much. With only the two of them present in the stone room, could it be that Dr.Mo had so swiftly forgotten that he was still bound by that damned yellow paper, rendering him unable to speak? There is absolutely no doubt. The 7 ghosts devouring souls technique and the calming charm I transmitted to you earlier have never been false. A strange man's voice suddenly emerged within the room. Sounding youthful, likely in his 20s, Han Li felt numb. The bizarre occurrences of the day had far surpassed anything he had encountered in previous years. At this moment, the sudden emergence of a voice seemed hardly remarkable. Humph, what use is it if it worked before? Dr. Mo cursed, leaving Hanli taken aback. Such language was surprising that in the past. It would have been inconsequential. Yet, considering Dr. Mo's current handsome visage, the crude words that escaped his lips brought a bittersweet humor to Hanli. If you deliberately left me hanging at the last moment and ensnared me in a trap, whom would I turn to for help? Before the young man could respond, Dr. Mo continued, speaking to himself. Do not say, you will be my guarantor. It must be acknowledged that you ought to be a corpse, and the one responsible for your demise is none other than myself. Can you truly harbor no resentment? Are you not secretly deceiving me? Dr. Mo's relentless inquiries left no room for rebuttal, as if he sought to expel all the unease festering within him. Subsequently, apart from the sound of Dr. Mo's heavy breathing, there ensued an extended silence. For a considerable time, the young man offered no response. Upon hearing these words, Hanli felt a chill creep into his heart. This suddenly emerged young man had, it seemed, once tasted death. Could he possibly be a ghost? Furthermore, from their discourse, it became apparent that the peculiar technique employed by Dr. Mo was derived from this individual. What would you have me do? I have sworn a poisonous oath in the names of my ancestors, my parents, my entire family, and even my entire clan. Does this not suffice to satisfy you? The young man finally spoke, his tone laced with indignation. Hanli's heart sank. This youth was so utterly deranged as to wager the lives of so many close to him merely to gain Dr. Mo's trust, revealing himself to be a person of inherently cold disposition. The flicker of sympathy that had momentarily arisen from their shared plight was swiftly extinguished. Indeed, I cannot impose upon you. Your physical form is destroyed, and only your primordial spirit remains, condemned to perpetual darkness, a fate not much better than complete obliteration. Dr. Mo's tone softened, seemingly reluctant to sever ties. Chapter 56, The Battle of the Light Sphere. Yuzitong. I wish to remind you once more, should misfortune befall me, your situation will not fare much better. Be aware that your current spirit form cannot endure for long. Without my assistance in finding a suitable vessel, you may truly dissolve into nothingness. Hence, if there are any omissions or falsehoods in your techniques, now is the time to disclose them. It is not too late, and I will harbor no animosity towards you. I can even swear a poisonous oath in your presence. Dr. Mo remained undeterred, continuing to counsel the youth earnestly. Hanli finally grasped the essence of the matter. Dr. Mo's anxiety-driven discourse was merely a manifestation of his fear that this Yuzitong had tampered with the transmission of the technique, leading to a catastrophic error that could spell disaster for himself. Thus, at this critical juncture, he was wary and sought to reconfirm details from the other party to ease his concerns. The method of soul-snatching that I imparted to you has not been altered in the slightest. If I have deceived you, may my entire clan suffer divine retribution, facing a death most wretched, leading to our complete annihilation. Yuzitong, without a moment's hesitation, resolutely issued yet another poisonous oath, clearly cognizant of Dr. Mo's apprehensions. Moreover, while employing the 7 ghosts devouring souls technique, may grant you a temporary surge of magical power, allowing you to perform some rudimentary spells. It comes at the steep price of your own essence. Will the residual essence within your body suffice for you to invoke this technique again? After proclaiming his oath, Yuzitong once more obstructed Dr. Mo's line of reasoning. Following this exchange, silence enveloped the stone chamber once more, broken only by Dr. Mo's restless pacing. Hanli silently prayed, for the first time in his life, making a wish to any passing deity, hoping that the divine would be struck with fear and abandon their ill intentions towards him. Even in the face of absurdity and self-deception, this was the only course of action available to him at that moment. Indeed, one should place trust in those they employ, while dismissing those who arouse suspicion. Given the desire to pursue such immense benefits, it is only reasonable to take a modicum of risk. Dr. Mo finally resolved himself. Upon hearing his words, Hanli felt a wave of despair wash over him. Had he the capacity to feel within his visage, it would surely have been pallid, reflecting an expression of utter dejection. In contrast, Yuzitong appeared quite elated, his words tinged with excitement. It was only fitting. Consider this. You were originally a mundane individual devoid of spiritual roots, utterly unqualified to tread the path of cultivation. However, with the success of the spell, everything would change. Possessing a vessel imbued with spiritual roots would allow you to seek refuge within a family or sect devoted to cultivation, thereby potentially liberating yourself from the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. and ensuring a lifespan far exceeding that of an ordinary mortal. He chuckled. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Rest assured. I, Mo Jiren, am a man of my word. Should I succeed, I will promptly assist you in finding a vessel with spiritual roots, ensuring that Yulaudi is not disadvantaged. Mo was captivated by Yu Zedong's words. His mind wandering to the bright prospects that lay ahead following the casting of the spell, he felt a surge of fervor within, becoming significantly more courteous towards Yu Zedong, subtly weaving an air of camaraderie into their dialogue. Thank you, brother Mo. Once successful, I shall hold nothing back and will share all my cultivation methods with you. Yu Zedong, ever the cunning one, deftly closed the distance between them, fostering a sense of alliance. Han Li, listening intently from the sidelines, felt his anger boil. These two were indeed colluding shamelessly, treating his body as mere property, completely disregarding their master's will. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless in the current situation. Having cast aside his initial doubts, Dr. Mo, resolute in his decision, was not inclined to delay any longer. He produced several slender golden needles from an unknown source and deftly inserted them into the base of his skull. Invigorating himself with a radiant glow and ample energy to perform the spell without error, he then approached Han Li, assisting his body into an upright position and arranging him cross-legged on the ground. Mo took his own seat opposite, crossing his arms tightly over his shoulders. With a decisive gesture, he formed a magical seal and flicked his wrist, sending forth a beam of red light that struck the diagram beneath Han Li, illuminating several surrounding jade stones. Soon, a low, resonant incantation escaped Dr. Mo's lips, akin to a spell, casting a drowsy pall over those who heard it. Han Li's consciousness began to blur as the incantation seeped into his ears, inducing an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. Realizing the peril he was in, Han Li understood all too well that this was a deliberate ploy by his adversary, the prelude to an invasion of his corporeal form. Reluctant to succumb, he fought against the encroaching sound with all his might. However, his efforts proved futile. Had he retained control over his body, he might have resorted to biting his tongue or twisting his flesh to remain awake. But now he could only endure passively. Under the powerful hypnosis of the incantation, Han Li soon succumbed to oblivion. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly perceived Dr. Mo's once handsome visage, now rendered ghastly and terrifying in the dim light. Stripped of its former allure, "You have become quite hideous." This was the last sentence Han Li wished to utter before succumbing to slumber, a powerless curse devoid of foul language. Amidst the endless darkness, Han Li experienced a most peculiar dream. In this dream, he found himself transformed into a green orb of light, no larger than a fist, inhabiting a small realm of his own where he soared freely, filled with immeasurable joy. However, before long, an intruder, a yellow orb of light, merely the size of a thumb, invaded his tranquility. Though significantly smaller than Han Li's green sphere, it bore an aggressive demeanor, approaching with malice. Upon laying eyes on Han Li, it lunged viciously, opening its wide maw to bite him. Han Li, undeterred, retaliated with a mouth of his own, launching a fierce counterattack. In a matter of moments, the yellow orb, overwhelmed by Han Li's sheer size, was easily devoured, bringing a swift end to the confrontation. Rejoicing in his victory, Han Li savored the delightful taste of his spoils. At that moment, yet another intruder entered the scene. This time a green orb akin to his own, yet significantly larger, though its glow appeared dim and feeble, lacking the brilliance of Han Li's. Upon encountering Han Li's transformed green sphere, the newcomer displayed evident surprise, pausing momentarily as if hesitant. However, having just relished the exquisite pleasure of consuming other orbs, Han Li was unwilling to let this opportunity pass, disregarding the disparity in their strengths, and charged forward. The newcomer, left with no alternative, reciprocated, and they engaged in a fierce battle of mutual biting. Although the opponent was somewhat larger, it was patently weak, merely a hollow shell, and after only a brief struggle, it too began to falter and fled in haste. Han Li, unwilling to relent, pursued vigorously, but the foe proved cunning. Each time it was caught, it would detach the bitten portion and continue its escape. Remarkably, it managed to flee, albeit reduced in size by a third. Following these two encounters, this domain remained firmly under Han Li's dominion. The orb he embodied eagerly awaited the arrival of further intruders. Alas, none appeared thereafter. As time passed, he grew indifferent to the absence, continuing to drift joyfully alone, and as ages seemed to stretch on, it appeared he would remain in this state indefinitely. Chapter 57. Awakened to the demise of enemies, a chill, icy sensation surged from the hidden depths of Han Li's heart, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being, rousing him from his slumber. Upon awakening, he found his head burdened with an overwhelming weight, accompanied by a faint throbbing pain. His body felt languid and weak, akin to the discomfort of recovering from a severe illness. As he struggled to open his eyes, which felt unbearably heavy, rendering him immobile in a haze, Han Li recalled the events preceding his unconsciousness. The shiver coursed through him, jarring his mind into a semblance of clarity. He hastily assessed his condition. It seemed he had not been usurped, though he could not open his eyes. The disquieting sensations throughout his body unmistakably indicated that he had reclaimed his form. Could it be that Dr. Mo's spell had failed? This singular explanation struck Han Li as a delightful surprise, lifting his spirits amidst the confusion. Suppressing the exhilaration within his heart, Han Li patiently gathered some strength before laboriously prying open his eyelids to a narrow slit. Allowing him to discern the world beyond that as he did so, he was met with the sight of a gaunt, frail face crowned with wispy white hair, none other than the aged visage of Dr. Mo. Yet, to Han Li's astonishment, the man appeared to have aged a decade more since their last encounter, resembling an old man on the brink of oblivion. In that moment, Dr. Mo's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Han Li. Startled, Han Li felt an immediate tension coursing through his body, banishing any lingering sense of weakness to the farthest reaches of his mind. His instinctive thought was to strike first, to seize the advantage. After the lessons learned from their previous encounter, Han Li vowed never again to allow himself to be easily subdued. However, he soon detected an anomaly. The man's expression was frozen, utterly motionless, devoid of any sound of breath. As if he had long since departed this world. Furrowing his brow, Han Li dared not let his guard down, remaining vigilant as he scrutinized the man's face for any sign of deception. After a prolonged observation of nearly 15 minutes, he was compelled to concede that Dr. Mo did not appear to be alive. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously approached the figure, extending one hand to grasp the man's wrist while the other hovered near his nostrils, testing for any sign of life. When no response was forthcoming, Han Li felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, as if a colossal weight that had pressed upon his heart was finally lifted. Even now, Han Li found it hard to believe that his formidable adversary, the cunning and ruthless Dr. Mo, had perished so quietly, so inexplicably, and with such ease. He touched his forehead, noting the absence of the talisman that had once been affixed there. Its whereabouts a mystery to him, leaving him perplexed. In later reflections, having mastered the art of talismans, he would understand that the yellow charm had likely disintegrated into ashes due to the depletion of its magical essence. Explaining its absence, with his spirit unburdened, Han Li began to cast his gaze beyond Dr. Mo's lifeless body, seeking any clues that might elucidate the circumstances of the man's demise. The oil lamps and candles surrounding him continued to burn brightly, indicating that he had not been unconscious for long. Nearby, several jade stones had dulled to a gray hue, their quality seemingly diminished by several degrees, rendering them rather unremarkable. As his eyes roamed, they fell upon a corner of the stone chamber where a furtive object was desperately attempting to evade his line of sight. This entity was no stranger to Han Li. It was the adversary he had last battled in his dreams, the one who had narrowly escaped his grasp, a green orb that had been devoured by a third of its mass. Now, it was frantically trying to burrow into the corner, seemingly terrified of Han Li, seeking refuge. Initially taken aback, Han Li soon pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated for a moment. After a brief pause, he rose to his feet and approached the orb. Only when he was half a zhang away did he halt, speaking slowly. "I believe we should introduce ourselves. You must be Yu Zitong." "Correct." The green orbs of light trembled slightly, their radiance flickering unpredictably. Upon hearing Han Li call its name, it dimmed for a considerable time before regaining its brightness. "You have deduced correctly. It seems you are indeed the disciple of Mo Jiren. As difficult and troublesome as he is, not easily dealt with, the luminous entity appeared resigned to its fate, and surprisingly began to speak in human language, its accent unmistakably that of the young man. It refrained from any disingenuous denial and straightforwardly acknowledged Han Li's conjecture. "Might I inquire, should you not provide me with some explanation, detailing the circumstances that have transpired?" Upon realizing that the individual before him was indeed one of the culprits scheming against him, Han Li exhibited not a trace of anger. maintaining his leisurely demeanor. However, Yu Zitong, upon observing the other's unflappable demeanor, felt an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart, sensing impending doom in the recent skirmish of spiritual consciousness. He had just experienced the formidable prowess of this calamity incarnate, having his essence partially consumed, resulting in considerable loss of his magical power at that moment. The residual power he possessed was merely sufficient to conjure a few minor illusions, devoid of any lethality. Now, standing before a genuine practitioner without the means to protect himself, he was naturally engulfed by an ineffable fear. What do you wish to know? He understood that the other had narrowly escaped death, and thus their emotions were likely unstable, posing great danger. Despite the apparent calmness of his adversary, beneath the surface, there could be a simmering wrath akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Given that he had already been discovered, the most prudent course of action was to cooperate, avoiding verbal challenges to the other's patience. He was reluctant to meet his end through the other's impulsiveness. First, do enlighten me on your true identity. Then, recount the nature of your acquaintance with Dr. Mo, along with the original scheme you both devised, in meticulous detail. I currently have ample time and can listen to your narrative at my leisure. Han Li spoke with an expression akin to that of a mask, revealing not a hint of emotional fluctuation. Chapter 58. The Cultivator. Ahem. To begin with, I too am a victim. Yu Zitong sought to elicit Han Li's sympathy, attempting to distance himself from his association with Dr. Mo. Yet upon seeing Han Li's indifference, he continued, I was originally a rogue cultivator. Yu Zitong candidly recounted his origins and the sequence of events leading to the present situation, portraying himself as a pitiful creature coerced into complicity by Dr. Mo, shifting all blame onto the deceased. Han Li, naturally, harbored skepticism towards the entirety of Yu Zitong's account. However, by integrating the fragments of truth revealed by Dr. Mo, he was capable of deducing a rough semblance of the reality by filtering out the likely fabrications within Yu Zitong's narrative. Han Li gleaned a general understanding of the situation. The portion of Dr. Mo's tale concerning the ambush he faced prior to his quest for recovery appeared to be genuine, devoid of any necessity for deception. Yet, the assertion regarding the discovery of a mysterious tome at a certain location, which contained the means to restore his power, was a fabrication, entirely stemming from Yu Zitong's influence. It was also through Yu Zitong that Dr. Mo became ensnared in a curse. Originally, Yu Zitong was a member of a so-called sectarian family, having cultivated the Changchun Gong to the 7th level, achieving a certain degree of proficiency. However, due to limitations in his innate talent, his progress in Changchun Gong came to a standstill, preventing him from meeting the requirements for formal foundation establishment. Without this foundation, a cultivator cannot be considered a true practitioner and cannot engage in the world of cultivation. Thus, in resignation, Yu Zitong emerged from his secluded dwelling, intending to venture into the secular realm to seek experiences that might allow him to break through his current mental bottleneck. Naturally, if he could also find some precious herbs to return and refine into spiritual elixirs, it would be even better, although he knew that this hope was rather slim. Nevertheless, he believed that fortune might favor him, perhaps leading to a serendipitous encounter. With such alluring aspirations, the 20-something Yu Zitong stepped into the secular world as described by practitioners. The dazzling splendor of the outside world soon overwhelmed Yu Zitong's senses, and given his already fragile mental state, he quickly succumbed to decadence, becoming a favored guest of a powerful family, indulging in the luxuries and opulence of the world, while his aspirations for cultivation gradually faded. For a disciple like Yu Zitong, who had abandoned his path, his family would inevitably strike his name from the genealogical records after a century, severing all ties with his lineage unless a descendant with exceptional talent for cultivation emerged, in which case he might be recognized once more. Should things continue in this manner, although Yu Zitong's hopes for the great Tao seemed bleak and his cultivation aspirations unattainable, he could still reasonably expect a long life, filled with wealth and prosperity. Such circumstances, while rare among those who have yet to establish their foundations, were not without precedent and were not deemed a grave matter. However, whether it was heaven's favor or mere luck, one fateful day, several years later, while casually wandering the streets, Yu Zitong habitually visited a pharmacy and unexpectedly discovered a rare blood spirit herb. This herb bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary red oil flower, which led the ignorant shopkeeper to display them together. Upon seeing it, Yu Zitong was overjoyed. With this herb, his hopes of breaking through the bottlenecks surged, rekindling his desire for cultivation that he immediately prepared to purchase the herb. Unfortunately, at that moment, an unforeseen complication arose as another cultivator entered the shop and also spotted the precious herb. Unwilling to let it slip away, that a dispute ensued between the two. The shopkeeper, recognizing the value of the item, proposed that the herb would go to whomever offered the greater sum of silver. In the end, Yu Zitong, with a slight advantage in wealth, secured the spiritual herb. Yet he was not naive. Aware that his opponent would not relent easily, he fled his residence that very night, hastening towards his family's domain. However, having traveled only halfway, he was soon pursued by the other cultivator, resulting in an inevitable clash. The adversary's magical prowess far exceeded his own, and Yu Zitong was grievously injured and left gasping blood from the defeat, yet he could not bear to part with the hard-won herb. With a firm resolve, he activated a life-saving talisman he had brought from his family, employing a secret technique that would lead to mutual destruction, which successfully deterred his opponent, allowing him to escape. However, he was left severely wounded, and in this precarious state, he encountered Dr. Mo, who was also in search of a remedy that is also fated for Yu Zitong to meet such a destiny. Although he has traversed the world for several years, he possesses not a shred of experience in dealing with the myriad individuals of the martial world. Upon discerning the condition of Dr. Mo, he unwittingly uttered words that revealed his possession of miraculous medicine, thereby inviting a grave calamity upon himself. One must understand that Dr. Mo, in his current state of desperation, was fervently seeking a remedy, and, upon hearing that the other party possessed medicine that could potentially save him, would undoubtedly resort to every means at his disposal to plead for it. However, the medicine that Yu Zitong spoke of, while not as rare as the blood spirit herb, comprised a collection of several precious medicinal ingredients, painstakingly refined through the methods of an immortal practitioner, which had cost him a significant amount of vital energy and was now in short supply. Given his grave injuries, he treasured it even more and would be loath to bestow it upon a mere mortal whom he regarded as insignificant, seeing that his humble entreaties yielded no results. Dr. Mo, filled with indignation and shame, harbored thoughts of murder. He stealthily followed Yu Zitong to a secluded spot and, from behind, administered a secret poison. Ordinarily, such poison would not have affected Yu Zitong, yet this particular concoction, of which even Dr. Mo was not fully aware of its potency, unexpectedly rendered him vulnerable. Already grievously injured, Yu Zitong found himself on the brink of death as the poison assailed his spirit. At this moment, Dr. Mo revealed himself, brazenly rummaging through Yu Zitong's belongings. Realizing the unfolding events, Yu Zitong, consumed by a surge of fury, instinctively invoked the blood arrow soul curse, converting his vital essence into a blood curse that he expelled upon Dr. Mo. Subsequently, he relinquished his corporeal form, quietly detaching his primordial spirit from his body. Once his spirit had exited, Yu Zitong soon realized his oversight in not having prepared a vessel for his spirit beforehand. In a state of desperation, he was compelled to seek refuge within Dr. Mo's body to evade the imminent peril of annihilation. Dr. Mo, startled by being drenched in blood, initially reacted with shock. However, upon perceiving no immediate consequences, he dismissed the incident from his mind. Relying on his knowledge of elixirs, he discerned several pills from Yu Zitong's corpse and, overjoyed, consumed them, which indeed restored his vitality and prowess. In his exuberance, Dr. Mo, equipped with the spoils he had scavenged and a long-forgotten manual of the Changchun technique, prepared to depart for lands how to exact vengeance and reclaim his former glory. Chapter 59. The Three Iron Laws. Dr. Mo's elation was short-lived, as the effects of the soul curse soon manifested. He aged at a terrifying rate, as if a year's worth of decay was compressed into a single day. Fear gripped him as he exhausted all means to control the bizarre phenomena occurring within him, yet to little avail. If this continued, he would inevitably meet his demise like an ordinary elder, withering away into death. Fortunately, Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was not faring any better. Once ensconced within Dr. Mo's body, he began to experience a phenomenon of assimilation with the latter's spirit over time. Assimilation is a passive act of usurpation, wherein an external spirit, remaining within the host body for an extended period, is unconsciously influenced by the host's own spirit, leading to a perilous scenario where ultimately, only one consciousness may prevail. Faced with this predicament, Yu Zitong was left with no choice but to contemplate a proactive usurpation of control. His reluctance stems not from a benevolent heart, but rather from a profound fear of the three ironclad rules governing possession in the realm of cultivation. First, cultivators are strictly forbidden from possessing mortals. Should they attempt to do so, the body that is taken will inevitably collapse under the strain of the possession. Second, only those with superior magical power can successfully possess those with lesser abilities, thus avoiding backlash from the victim. The greater the disparity in power, the safer the act. Third, a cultivator may only attempt possession once in their lifetime, regardless of their magical prowess. If they attempt a second, their primordial spirit will inexplicably perish. These three unyielding laws, tested through countless endeavors, have thwarted innumerable nefarious individuals seeking to exploit possession for their own gain, as well as those attempting to evade calamities through such cunning means. The heavens have issued warnings against such transgressions, ensuring that cultivators cannot unleash chaos upon the world through this method. Thus, had Dr. Mo been a cultivator, Yuzitong would have felt no fear, as he could have engaged in a mutually destructive struggle for the body in question. However, Dr. Mo is merely a mortal, devoid of any magical power, and utterly incapable of enduring the act of possession. It is likely that even a partial attempt would result in the complete disintegration of the body in contention. Furthermore, even if he sought refuge in another's form, he would be unable to escape the fate of reassimilation, facing an even more dire predicament. With each departure and return of his primordial spirit, his magical power would dwindle rapidly, soon to be extinguished, leaving him trapped within another's body, ultimately to be subsumed. It is crucial to recognize that upon becoming a primordial spirit, he lacks a physical form to meditate and replenish his energy. Each use of his magical power diminishes it, and as time progresses, it wanes further, leaving him uncertain of how long he can endure. Therefore, unless Yuzitong can find a cultivator with minimal power who is capable of withstanding possession, he will not risk separating his primordial spirit again. Faced with the imminent collapse of the body due to a blood curse, leaving his spirit with no refuge, and the looming danger of assimilation by the other S-spirit, the greedy Yuzitongs, after much contemplation, reluctantly set aside their enmity and reached out to Dr. Mo, conveying the entirety of the situation and its implications. Initially, Dr. Mo reacted with anger, but soon recognized the extraordinary opportunity at hand. Without hesitation, he and Yuzitong established a pact, revealing the cunning nature of a true strategist. Firstly, Dr. Mo would follow Yuzitong's guidance to control his consciousness, striving to avoid assimilating Yuzitong's primordial spirit. In return, Yuzitong would impart certain secret techniques to help Dr. Mo slow his aging process and temporarily acquire magical power. Secondly, Dr. Mo was to seek out a youth with a spiritual root, capable of cultivating the eternal spring technique, and teach him this art. When the time was ripe, Dr. Mo would utilize the temporarily acquired magical power to enact possession and reclaim his life. However, Dr. Mo harbored doubts and sought to personally cultivate this technique, only to achieve nothing and be met with ridicule from Yuzitong, realizing that those without a spiritual root cannot cultivate magical power, thus marking him as the mundane, rootless individual spoken of by cultivators. At the final juncture, after successfully seizing control, Dr. Mo, having ample time to recuperate, would be tasked with assisting the other party in seeking a suitable vessel and aiding in the possession. Although the aforementioned terms appear to be disproportionately favorable to Dr. Mo, it is an unavoidable predicament, as the threat of Yuzitong's assimilation looms ominously. Positioned disadvantageously, he inevitably must concede certain losses, though the extent of these losses remains known solely to him. During this process, Yuzitong had suggested that Dr. Mo seek assistance at his family's secluded refuge, yet the seasoned Dr. Mo, unwilling to relinquish control, categorically refused, leaving Yuzitong harboring a simmering resentment in the days that followed. The subsequent events are rather unremarkable. Dr. Mo, disheartened by his inability to find a suitable candidate in the preceding years, entered the Qishuan sect, only to unexpectedly accept Hanli as a disciple, imparting the techniques of eternal spring and so forth. These developments are not markedly different from what Dr. Mo had previously recounted, and Hanli himself underwent a significant transformation. After hearing these revelations, Hanli exhaled deeply, as many of his lingering doubts were resolved. However, upon noticing Yuzitong's abrupt cessation of his narrative, his expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "It seems you have yet to disclose the reason for Dr. Mo's demise. There is little to elucidate. It was merely that Dr. Mo miscalculated your progress in the eternal spring technique, his magical prowess being vastly inferior to yours, resulting in his failed possession and subsequent obliteration. Yu Zitong hesitated momentarily before reluctantly divulging the truth. The yellow orb that first entered my being was Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, while the second green orb belongs to you, Hanli stated nonchalantly. At that time, I too believed that you and Dr. Mo perished together, he stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. Humph, it seems it was not mere belief, but rather a deliberate design on your part. Yu Zitong, when you imparted the possession technique to Dr. Mo, it is likely that you harbored no good intentions, deliberately omitting any mention of the success or failure being contingent upon the depth of one's magical abilities. According to your original design, Dr. Mo, utilizing the self-destructive soul-devouring technique alongside my fourth layer of eternal spring, would have had comparable magical strength, leading to mutual annihilation in the struggle for possession. This would have conveniently allowed you, the opportunistic third party, to seize my body and succeed in your own possession. Am I not correct in my deductions, my esteemed you, the cultivator? Hanli articulated his conclusions with calm precision. Upon hearing this, Yu Zitong fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he sighed, displaying a sense of dejection without retorting. Initially, I complimented you merely in passing, but now I sincerely commend you. You are truly astute, surpassing even the cunning of Mo Jiren. You are indeed perceptive. Everything was indeed orchestrated by me. However, I did not anticipate your exceptional aptitude for cultivation, which enabled you to reach the sixth layer of eternal spring in such a short span. Just one layer below my own. Not only did you effortlessly consume Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, but even my severely weakened spirit could not contend with yours, resulting in a considerable depletion of my own vitality. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, adopting an air of arrogance. Mo Jiren is nothing but an ordinary individual, daring to seek parity with us cultivators, calling us brothers. Does he truly believe he is worthy of such camaraderie? What I find utterly intolerable is that he employed despicable means to destroy my Dharma body and yet aspires to tread the path of immortality. What a fool's dream. Yu Zitong clenched his teeth as he spoke, revealing his long-held disdain for Dr. Mo, which he now expressed without reservation. Yet you are different. You possess a natural spiritual root and exceptional talent. It is a profound pity to squander such gifts in the mundane world. If you would assist me in finding a suitable vessel and collaborate in seizing control, I would gladly serve as your guide, introducing you to the elders of my family and accepting you as my disciple. What do you say? Chapter 60. Testing the poison. Yu Zitong was confident in his words, convinced that no one could resist the allure of transcending to immortality. He recalled how Dr. Mo had once harbored a deep-seated hatred towards him. Yet under similar propositions, he had ultimately complied. He believed that with just a hint of sweetness, this individual would surely capitulate as well. However, disappointment washed over Yu Zitong, for after hearing his tempting proposal, Hanli did not display any excitement. Instead, his expression remained tranquil, as if the words had stirred not a single ripple in his heart. Collaboration is something I will consider in due time. But for now, I have a question that I hope you can elucidate, Hanli said, his gaze fixed intently on the glowing orb. If I answer your question, are you then willing to cooperate? That depends on whether your answer satisfies me. Very well. Ask away. Yu Zitong readily acquiesced, evidently well aware of the necessity of humility when one is under another's roof. Hanli did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed upwards at the ceiling, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. Yu Zitong was taken aback by Hanli's solemn demeanor, his mind racing with curiosity about what troublesome inquiry Hanli might pose. I wish to know what adverse consequences may arise from my devouring part of Dr. Mo's and your primordial spirit. Why do I feel a sense of pressure in my head? As if I have accumulated much, yet cannot examine it. Surely, nothing amiss has occurred. Hanli finally voiced the concern that had plagued him since awakening. Upon hearing this, Yu Zitong realized that Hanli was merely fretting over this trivial matter, and his heart immediately eased, the tone of his voice becoming noticeably lighter. So it is this. Brother, you are overthinking it. There is no need for concern. Know that the elements you have absorbed will gradually dissipate within a year or two, requiring no effort on your part. So, you're saying that my consumption of these elements is entirely futile, leaving not a trace behind? I find that hard to accept. Hanli regarded him with a skeptical gaze, revealing a hint of distrust. To say that nothing remains would not be entirely accurate. However, what may be retained is indeed quite minimal, Yu Zitong hastily clarified, anxious to prevent any misunderstanding. The memories, experiences, and emotions contained therein are utterly untouchable. Should one absorb them, The consequences could range from becoming a fool or suffering a split personality to a catastrophic mental explosion leading to death. It is imperative to understand that the primordial spirit is the most delicate of entities and cannot be carelessly merged with other substances. While it is permissible to temporarily house another's primordial spirit within one's mind, to claim it as one's own is nothing short of delusion. Otherwise, if one could simply seize another's essence to acquire their experiences, memories, and techniques, chaos would ensue, who would then diligently practice their craft or seek to comprehend the realms and mental disciplines. A mere act of possession would grant all. Among the devoured primordial spirits, the only aspect that can be utilized is a minuscule fraction of the inherent primal force, which may slightly bolster one's own spirit, albeit only to a limited extent. As this essence dissipates rapidly and will be entirely lost within a few days, rendering it unusable thereafter. As Hanli listened to Yu Zitong's explanation, he gradually set aside the last vestiges of his concern. He could discern that the other was not lying. At that moment, Yu Zitong was likely contemplating a collaboration akin to that with Dr. Mo, and would not deceive him on a matter that would soon be revealed through scrutiny. After concluding his final statement, Yu Zitong noticed Hanli nodding, indicating he believed his words, which filled him with delight, as the sphere of light representing his primordial spirit seemed to shine even brighter. He eagerly inquired, "Brother Han, it appears you are quite satisfied with my explanation. Shall we now discuss the particulars of our collaboration?" Indeed, to collaborate with an immortal cultivator is a most coveted opportunity. Hanli suddenly broke into a radiant smile, his pearly teeth glimmering with sincerity. "Is that truly the case?" Yu Zitong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He had not anticipated that before even persuading him. Hanli would readily agree, prompting him to quickly seek confirmation. "Certainly." Hanli replied promptly and clearly. He then smiled as he retrieved an object from within his robes, addressing Yu Zitong with a friendly tone. "Since we are now partners, would you mind if we conduct a small experiment before delving into the specifics of our collaboration?" "An experiment?" Yu Zitong was taken aback, glancing at the cylindrical object in Hanli's hand, feeling a sense of eerie familiarity that stirred a foreboding sensation within him. Indeed, a poison test. Before Yu Zitong could process the implications of Hanli's words, the latter's thumb pressed against the cylinder, releasing a thick, dark liquid that spewed forth, carrying a foul stench directly towards its intended target. A scream erupted from the luminous sphere, as Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was drenched in the black liquid, causing the verdant light above to dim significantly, indicating he had sustained considerable harm. You dared to poison me, to ambush me?" Yu Zitong shrieked in a hoarse voice, seemingly unable to accept the reality of what had just transpired. Hanli disregarded the fury of his counterpart, instead reaching for the buckle above his abdomen, and with a swift motion, drew forth a gleaming sword from the compartment of his belt. This sword is as wide as a finger, measuring approximately 1.5 feet in length, and possesses an exceptional flexibility throughout its entirety. It is a rare jade short sword. This weapon was the last short sword crafted by a blacksmith at great expense for Hanli, and it is also the most precious one. However, he has never been adept at wielding such arms, and thus it remained unused until now. Holding this concealed yet nearly forgotten weapon, Hanli's expression darkened considerably. The previous smile fading entirely, he cast a look of disdain at the quivering primordial spirit, and, without uttering a word, advanced swiftly, striking fiercely at the glowing orb, employing the soft sword as if it were a mere axe for chopping wood. Chapter 61. The Destruction of the Divine. Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was ensnared in a narrow corner, flitting about like a fly with broken wings. Whenever it attempted to escape, a surge of black liquid would force it back, followed closely by a deadly glint that intermittently struck the luminous sphere, perpetually diminishing the green light's brilliance. He felt a sense of despair. Although the relentless assaults of the adversary's sword had weakened his primordial spirit significantly, he was not overly concerned. What rendered him utterly helpless was the incessant erosion of the black liquid. Ever since the liquid had splashed upon him, he had felt a tingling sensation on his primordial spirit, rendering it weak and gradually wearing down his remaining magical power. More critically, it obstructed Yu Zitong's spellcasting, causing his attempts at magic to falter repeatedly, as if he were ensnared. "Why have you chosen to kill me?" "Why?" In the face of Hanli's ruthless assault, Yu Zitong's hoarse cries emanated from the glowing orb, imbued with a deep sense of resentment. Yet, Hanli remained silent, responding only with the relentless swiftness of the blade in his hand. Soon, Yu Zitong's voice dwindled, growing increasingly feeble, until it was reduced to faint murmurs, and ultimately fell silent. Han Li did not cease his actions immediately. Instead, he delivered another 10 strikes to the barely flickering primordial spirit that lay upon the ground, which glimmered like a candle's flame. When it became apparent that he could not extinguish the last vestiges of the green light, he finally sheathed the soft sword, securing it back to his belt. In that moment, Han Li spoke coldly. I do not ally with those who swear oaths upon their own parents. Let alone would I follow in the footsteps of Dr. Mo, believing the assurances of a scoundrel like you. Casting a final, icy glance at the remnants of Yu Zedong's primordial spirit, Han Li unfalteringly turned away and approached the stone door, pushing it open with force. As the heavy door swung wide, beams of radiant sunlight flooded in from outside, illuminating the remnants of the primordial spirit, which promptly flickered and extinguished, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke that vanished into the air. Thus, the sole trace of Yu Zedong's existence in this world was eradicated by Han Li, leaving no means to trace this individual further. Had Han Li not been alerted to the fact that primordial spirits are averse to light by Dr. Mo's earlier act of extinguishing numerous lamps upon entering, he might have found himself at a loss in dealing with this last indomitable threat, remaining in a state of constant trepidation. However, Han Li effortlessly extinguished the opponent's primordial spirit, and the other vial of 7 poisons water he had meticulously prepared proved to be invaluable. This vial contained an improved venom, derived from the 5 poisons water previously collected by Dr. Mo, with the new addition of a substance from the soil mushroom flower. This toxic plant not only poses a significant threat to ordinary individuals, but also severely hinders the primordial spirits of cultivators. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Zedong was unable to cast his spells smoothly, ultimately leading to the effortless annihilation of his primordial spirit. Han Li's decision to first spray the 7 poisons water upon the opponent's primordial spirit was merely influenced by various legendary tales, in which all manner of demons and monsters were said to fear liquids such as rooster blood and black dog blood. Inspired by this, Han Li treated Yu Zedong's primordial spirit as if it were a malevolent entity. One cannot help but wonder if Yu Zedong, were he to be aware of this fortuitous misstep, would be so enraged as to spit blood once more. Naturally, Han Li remained oblivious to these serendipitous coincidences. He was only aware that even if the venom failed to take effect, upon opening the door, the demise of the opponent's primordial spirit was assured. With such comprehensive considerations in mind, he struck mercilessly at Yu Zedong, without a shred of compassion. At this moment, he finally felt liberated, no longer having to endure the days of living with a metaphorical knife at his throat, perpetually prepared for escape. Slowly returning to the center of the stone chamber, Han Li stood quietly for a moment. Suddenly, he leapt up, soaring 3 feet into the air, and let out several exuberant roars, passionately expressing the joy that surged within him. In that instant, he truly returned to his essence, to the nature of a mere 16-year-old boy. I am finally free. I am finally free, he exclaimed, but abruptly, his voice was severed as if cut by a blade, halting the celebration. A colossal figure, drifting not far from the stone door, caught his eye. It was the giant known as Iron Slave. Han Li's expression abruptly darkened. Upon seeing this figure, he felt a twinge of pain in his shoulder. He had made a grave mistake, once again neglecting the presence of this individual, forgetting to extract information about the giant's origins and weaknesses from Yu Zedong's primordial spirit. However, Han Li found some solace in the fact that the giant seemingly exhibited no interest in the happenings within the stone chamber, merely wandering outside, strictly adhering to Dr. Mo's warning orders, without casting even a glance at the open stone door. Han Li furrowed his brow, feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. This giant clearly possessed a degree of dullness, obediently following commands, yet for Han Li, such a person proved to be the most challenging to deal with, as he could not persuade the giant through mere words to cease hostilities and extend a hand in peace. Should a confrontation ensue, Han Li was no match for the giant. The only object that could threaten him was the now empty vial of poison. Han Li paced back and forth within the chamber several times, racking his brain to devise a means of subduing the giant. But for the moment, his thoughts were as tangled as a mass of unkempt threads. By chance, his gaze fell upon Dr. Mo's lifeless body. An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could discover a method to counter the giant from the corpse. Han Li could not help but ponder this notion. He glanced towards the door. The giant continued to wander tirelessly, showing no signs of approaching. Upon witnessing such a sight, Han Li's heart finally settled. He approached the lifeless form of Dr. Mo with measured steps, unperturbed as he extended his hands to meticulously explore every inch. Chapter 62. The Transaction. Point 1. Peculiar item after another. both familiar and foreign, emerged from Dr. Mo's possessions, which Hanley sorted into two distinct piles based on their suspicion levels, setting them aside. Gradually, he found himself in awe. The assortment of odds and ends on Dr. Mo was indeed considerable, many of which were evidently lethal. A dart designed to strike the throat upon contact, a pouch containing sand steeped in snake venom, and a dozen razor-sharp boomerangs. As the collection grew, Hanley's breathing quickened, each careful search heightening his trepidation. At that moment, he realized just how fortunate he had been during his confrontation with Dr. Mo. Had the man not intended to capture him alive, he might have already met his demise. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Hanley chuckled at himself. Here he was, a living man. Thoroughly intimidated by the possessions of the deceased. At last, having completed his search, Hanley began to scrutinize each item he deemed suspicious. A small vial emitted a foul odor, seemingly containing some sort of antidote, which should pose no threat. This peculiar weapon resembled a small wheel. Though its purpose eluded him, it likely had no connection to the giant, so he set it aside. As for this fragrant pouch, Hanley busied himself with the items, conversing with himself in an animated manner. At that moment, he held in his hands a modest sachet adorned with simple white silk flowers. Logically, such an ordinary item should not arouse suspicion. Yet, Hanley mused, while it would be fitting for an average person to possess such a trinket, its presence on a figure like Dr. Mo was decidedly unusual. He first cradled it in one hand, gauging its weight, and found it surprisingly light, suggesting it contained no heavy contents. He then squeezed it, noting a paper-like texture, as if it concealed pages within. A spark of excitement ignited within Hanley as he tore open the sachet, revealing, as expected, several sheets of paper. A cursory glance confirmed the handwriting belonged to Dr. Mo, instilling him with a sense of certainty. Upon a more detailed examination, Hanley was astounded to discover that it was a letter of farewell left for him by Dr. Mo. Intrigued, he perused the sheets with great curiosity. After finishing, he exhaled a long, heavy sigh, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. Burdened by weighty thoughts, he clasped his hands behind his back, pacing like a little old man, lost in unconscious movement. After every few steps, he would halt, contemplating something. Then, indecisive, resume his wandering, pausing again to ponder. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Hanley circled around Dr. Mo's corpse, reminiscent of a donkey grinding grain in a mill, his expression fluctuating between shades of red and white, betraying the tumult of emotions within him, beyond his control. Such a state of inner turmoil manifesting in Hanley would surely provoke loud mockery from Li Feiyu. Should he become aware of it, the transformation of Hanley can be attributed entirely to the dreadful news and the dilemma left to him by the will. The antidote for the corpse insect pill is astonishingly toxic in itself, a rare and insidious poison, which the text claims can only be countered by the family heirloom, the warm sun jade. There is no alternative remedy, and even the legendary detoxifying elixirs are deemed ineffective against this venom. Thus, within these few pages, Dr. Mo plainly informs Hanley that the will and the previous poison are contingencies devised for the worst-case scenario, should he fail in his soul-seizing endeavor or encounter unforeseen mishaps. It is highly likely that Hanley would be the one to survive. In consideration of his own affairs posthumously, he intends to propose a simple transaction with Hanley through the letter, one that would benefit both parties. It would alleviate his own concerns while granting Hanley a considerable fortune and innumerable advantages. As for whether Yu Zitong would ultimately endure, Dr. Mo did not even entertain this notion, dismissively commenting on him in the letter, perceiving him as not only cold-hearted but also cowardly, possessing merely a modicum of cleverness. Even as a cultivator, he would not amount to much, and the one who would ultimately prevail would certainly not be this man. Upon reaching this point in the letter, Hanley could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Dr. Mo, in his cunning, had failed to anticipate that he himself would fall into the trap laid by someone he so casually despised. Had Hanley not concealed the true progress of his eternal spring technique, he would have likely perished alongside Dr. Mo, inadvertently allowing Yu Zitong to benefit from their demise. Of course, this also stemmed from Dr. Mo's own delusions, clouded by his dreams of ascension, revealing that no matter the type of cultivator, none should be underestimated. In the correspondence, Dr. Mo proposed a straightforward transaction. He required Hanley to delay for a year, or at most 2, to visit his home. Firstly, the poison he had contracted would manifest within 2 years, and secondly, his household comprised a wife, concubines, daughters, and a substantial estate. Although Dr. Mo had made numerous arrangements and shrouded his departure in obscurity, prolonged absence might raise suspicion among his unruly subordinates and enemies, potentially endangering his loved ones. Therefore, Hanley must act before matters deteriorated. to safeguard his family and ensure they could live an untroubled life. Far removed from the vendettas of the martial world, as compensation for his underhanded schemes against Han Li and as a reward for his assistance, Dr. Mo was willing to designate one of his daughters as Han Li's bride. With a dowry comprising half of his entire fortune and the warm sun jade, prior to his departure, Dr. Mo had entrusted the jade to his first wife, specifying it as a dowry for his daughter's marriage. Thus, for the sake of his own survival, Han Li found himself compelled to accept this union. He explicitly noted, however, that his enemies were formidable and that his subordinates were difficult to manage, given Han Li's current abilities. Confronting them directly would likely prove daunting. To this end, he had thoughtfully arranged 2 false identities for Han Li in the hidden compartments of his residence, leaving behind tokens and personal letters of authentication for Han Li to choose from as he deemed fit. Simultaneously, he enumerated in the letter a list of trusted confidants, suspicious individuals, and adversaries, along with various details that warranted careful attention. In conclusion, as a testament to his sincerity in leaving this will, he appended methods for controlling and summoning the colossal iron slave and the cloud-winged bird. What left Han Li somewhat perplexed was the vague indication that the iron slave was a soulless, mindless corpse, merely a shell of flesh, as its original soul had long since reincarnated. Thus, there was no need for Han Li to feel sorrow. This left Han Li somewhat at a loss. Did he truly appear to be a person of deep emotions? Nevertheless, even setting aside the matter of the poison, the prospect of such immense wealth was undeniably enticing. Known for his acute sensitivity to monetary matters, he found himself exceedingly intrigued by the transaction proposed by Dr. Mo in life. As for marrying his daughter, this notion stirred unfamiliar feelings within Han Li, who was at the age of blossoming romance. After all, merely considering Dr. Mo's true appearance, it was evident that his daughter could not possibly be lacking in beauty. However, the risks involved were indeed formidable. A single misstep could cost him his very life. The enemies that Dr. Mo regarded as adversaries were not to be trifled with. Dr. Mo, meticulous in arranging his affairs with utmost precision, had intertwined the fates of Han Li and his wife and daughter with a deadly web of life, beauty, and vast wealth. It seemed that Han Li was fated to bitterly swallow this honeyed poison. Chapter 63. The True Countenance. After much contemplation, Han Li finally came to a halt. Whether to engage in this transaction or wait until he was truly unable to resolve the poison was a decision best left for another time. With this resigned thought, he cast a glance at the giant outside, recalling the enigmatic phrases at the end of the will, which ignited a flicker of curiosity within him. He resolved to attempt the method of controlling the giant. Han Li bent down and retrieved a small bell crafted from brass from the pile of items. It was modest in size, easily held in one hand, yet exquisitely made with harmonious proportions. Clearly the work of a skilled artisan, the only distinguishing feature from an ordinary bell was the faint traces of blood etched upon its surface, making it particularly conspicuous. After scrutinizing this artifact known as the soul-calling bell, Han Li could discern no remarkable qualities. According to the letter, this object could indeed subdue such a fearsome creature as the giant. Truly astonishing, with the bell cradled in his left hand and a dagger casually grasped in his right. He cautiously stepped out of the stone door, approaching the giant with utmost care. When he was more than 2 zhang away, Han Li halted, unwilling to draw too close lest unforeseen circumstances arise. At that moment, the giant stood with its back to him, rigid and unmoving. Ding! A clear, crisp tone resonated from the small bell as Han Li gently struck it with his dagger. He furrowed his brow. The sound seemed no different from that of an ordinary bell. Could this truly be enough to tame the giant? Doubts began to creep into his mind, and he lowered his stance slightly, prepared to retreat to the stone chamber at the first sign of trouble. Upon hearing the bell's chime, the giant's shoulder twitched imperceptibly, indicating a response. A surge of excitement filled Han Li, prompting him to strike the brass bell repeatedly. Dong! Dong! The resounding chimes echoed one after another, causing the massive figure of the giant to tremble in response. Ultimately, his steps became unsteady, and he collapsed to the ground. Rendered unconscious, the giant's enormous body struck the dry earth, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust that caught the unsuspecting Han Li off guard, provoking a series of uncontrollable sneezes that left him in a rather disheveled state. However, at that moment, Han Li paid little heed to such trivialities. He swiftly lunged onto the giant's form, tearing away the cloak that shrouded his head, revealing a grotesquely swollen visage that sent a chill down Han Li's spine. Suppressing his discomfort, he dared not scrutinize the face any longer. In a hurried motion, he drew a dagger and made a shallow incision on his wrist, allowing his blood to flow freely, splattering across the giantess' countenance until it was entirely smeared with crimson. Only after saturating the giant's face did Han Li apply pressure to his wound, deftly retrieving a clean strip of cloth to bind it, staunching the flow of blood. He then calmly observed the giantess' reaction from the side. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The copious blood seemed to gradually seep into the giant's skin, leaving not a drop behind, leaving Han Li in a state of astonishment. He was so transfixed that he failed to notice his own fingers pressing too hard against the wound, causing more blood to ooze through the fabric. Once the blood was nearly absorbed, the giant opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet, his expression appearing vacant, with a dullness in his gaze that betrayed no emotion. Yet, when the giant turned his head and locked eyes with Han Li, an overwhelming sensation enveloped Han Li's mind. A peculiar blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar welled up within him. As if something foreign yet deeply ingrained had suddenly emerged from the depths of his being, akin to a beloved pet dog, persistently calling out to him with a sense of longing. Taken aback, Han Li quickly regained his composure, for he observed the giant's previously stony visage transform, now imbued with a semblance of submission, imparting to Han Li an extraordinary sense of control over the giant's fate. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Han Li issued a command to the giant as a test. "Dismantle that stone door for me." Without uttering a word, the giant strode forward in a few powerful steps. Raising his fists, which were clenched together like a colossal hammer, with just a few strikes, he shattered the door into fragments before whirling back to Han Li's side, awaiting his next command. Typically unresponsive to extreme emotions, Han Li found himself unable to suppress a grin, elated by the prospect of having such a formidable ally at his beck and call. The dangers that once loomed large now seemed trivial in comparison. As Han Li reveled in the anticipation of a splendid future, his eager gaze roamed over the giant's entire physique. With each passing moment, he found himself increasingly satisfied by the giant's presence. What he once perceived as an exceedingly unattractive face now appeared oddly agreeable, even familiar. Han Li was startled by this newfound sentiment, astonished by the notion that he could feel a sense of recognition towards a visage he had never encountered before. With this question lingering in his mind, Han Li began to scrutinize the giant's features, seeking to uncover the reason behind this inexplicable feeling. Gradually, he came to the realization that if he were to restore the somewhat swollen features of the giant to their original state, reducing them all by a size, the resulting visage would not be unappealing. In fact, it would reveal a rather wholesome countenance, one that was strikingly familiar to Han Li. His complexion paled slightly as he fell into a contemplative silence for an extended moment before extending both hands to gently caress the giant's face. "Brother Zhang, is it truly you?" His voice emerged as a deep murmur, conveying an unsettling calmness. The reconstructed features bore a striking resemblance to his long-lost friend, Zhang Tai, and when coupled with the enigmatic phrases left behind by Dr. Mo, Han Li felt a profound certainty in his heart. The giant must be intricately linked to Zhang Tai. Could it be that, as stated in the letter, this giant was merely the corporeal shell of Zhang Tai? With his soul having long departed, yet, why had his body assumed such a colossal and fearsome stature? Chapter 64. The twisted soul. Han Li traced the giant's frigid temperature with his fingers, gazing into the lifeless, vacant eyes, his mind spiraling with conjectures about Zhang Tai's fate. That it seemed highly probable that Dr. Mo had conspired with Yu Zitong to abduct Zhang Tai, who had shown promise in mastering the elephant armor technique, while fabricating an illusion of his departure to deceive the many eyes and ears of the seven mysteries sect. I in the shadows, they must have employed some arcane sorcery to obliterate Zhang Tai's soul, subsequently transforming his body into this peculiar form, reminiscent of one who had mastered the elephant armor technique. Han Li's deductions were astutely accurate, and the reality was not far from his surmises. Years ago, Dr. Mo had conceived an audacious idea to amalgamate the elephant armor technique with the corpse refining arts provided by Yu Zitong, aiming to create a legion of obedient and formidable corpses capable of dominating the martial world. However, within a mere span of time, only this one giant had been produced, a prized possession in Dr. Mo's eyes, who had kept him hidden in a secret location at the foot of the mountain, only bringing him back during his last return. Yet, Yu Zitong harbored no interest in such an imperfect creation, even deriding it. During his corporeal existence, he had access to myriad methods to subdue this incomplete corpse. And compared to the advanced iron-armored corpses of true cultivators, this creation fell woefully short, merely capable of exerting a modicum of influence in the mundane world. Its sole advantage lay in its simple materials and ease of fabrication. allowing even those with slight magical prowess to produce such beings. After a prolonged silence, Hanli suddenly withdrew his hands from the giant's face, shifting his gaze uneasily away from him, his eyes fixating on the dilapidated stone door. Lost in thought, in that fleeting moment, he felt a chill enveloping his heart, not from sorrow for Zhang Tai's dismal fate, but from an unsettling awareness of his own callousness. He had anticipated that upon learning of his friend's tragic end, he would raise his head in fury, vocally denouncing Mo Jiren and Yu Zitong, his voice brimming with rage and hatred. Yet, in truth, apart from a faint melancholy, he felt little emotional upheaval or wrath. As if it were not his once beloved friend Zhang Tai who had fallen into such despair, but rather an unrelated passerby. Could it be that his understanding of the giant before him as merely a shell, devoid of its original essence, had dulled his sentiments? Or had his heart truly turned to iron? Such a display of selfish indifference instilled a sense of dread within Han Li himself that it was at this moment that he realized. Unbeknownst to him, he had become so profoundly estranged. Finally awakening from his stupor, Han Li cast a complex glance at the giant, uncertain of how to address him, recalling the words of Dr. Mo regarding the soul having departed. Leaving only a soulless husk, Han Li gazed skyward and softly murmured, "Brother Zhang, I trust you have since reincarnated. The body you left behind is now of no use. Allow me to employ it for a while. I vow to wield it with utmost caution, and I hope you shall not hold it against me." After uttering this prayer-like declaration, Han Li felt a semblance of tranquility wash over him. Before turning once more to the giant, "Since you are but a remnant of Brother Zhang, devoid of an independent soul, I shall call you Chu Han. I hope you can lend me your strength in the days to come." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the giant stood motionless, displaying only the customary docility, devoid of any discernible reaction, indicating a complete absence of independent consciousness, merely passively accepting commands. How foolish of me to converse with a soulless body. Han Li chuckled at himself, shaking his head, and then, with a light step, proceeded towards the stone hut. Chu Han, follow me. Having fully recovered from his earlier despondency, Han Li's demeanor returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. It appeared he had indeed transformed, as he believed, into a figure of remarkable resolve and rationality, no longer easily ensnared by emotions. This astonishing metamorphosis, was it a blessing or a curse for Han Li, who was about to embark on the path of an immortal cultivator? In the subsequent period, Han Li busied himself diligently, ensuring that all matters were settled thoroughly. Not only did he need to bury Dr. Mo's remains beneath a grand tree, but he also had to dispose of every item left within the stone hut, even commanding Chu Han to demolish the entire structure, leaving it in ruins, unrecognizable in its former state, before he would relent. After this exhaustive endeavor, twilight descended, and the sun began its descent. Standing before the remnants of what was once the stone hut, now a heap of rubble, Han Li surveyed the area, content that nothing had been overlooked. "Chu Han, let us depart. Tomorrow brings a myriad of tasks that await our attention. Alas, if only you possessed consciousness and could converse, I would feel much more at ease discussing matters with someone." As the fiery glow of the setting sun illuminated the scene, Han Li dragged his elongated silhouette, muttering incessantly to the newly named Chu Han, as if he had finally found a confidant, someone to whom he could unburden his thoughts without the fear of complaint. At that moment, any semblance of coldness or cruelty had vanished, leaving him akin to an amiable young man next door. After arranging matters with Chu Han, Han Li returned to his dwelling. Inside, he felt like a stranger returning after a long absence, touching the various tables and chairs, inspecting every corner, muttering to himself, "This day feels interminable. It seems longer than the sum of the past 10 years of my life." Suddenly, he collapsed onto the bed, burying his head in the pillow and succumbing to a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically drained. He could scarcely endure it any longer. Nevertheless, it was truly a blessing to have returned alive. A faint smile graced his lips as he pondered this thought before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 65. Divine Healer Han Li reclined in the grand chair once favored by Dr. Mo, holding in his hands a tome whose cover bore the title Longevity Sutra, yet contained within it a scroll detailing the tenets of the Changchun Gong. He perused it with rapt attention, deeply engrossed. This very book had often been in Dr. Mo's possession, who had never grown weary of its pages, a peculiarity that had once puzzled Han Li. Now, having uncovered its secret, he realized that he was not merely exploring the principles of health, but was indeed contemplating the incantations of the Changchun Gong. It appeared that Dr. Mo had not entirely relinquished hope regarding his inability to cultivate magical powers. for he had not completely accepted Yuzidong's assertions about spiritual roots. Rather, he had been quietly reflecting on the matter himself. This volume of scriptures had been discovered by Han Li within a concealed compartment. Alongside other items, the text not only encompassed the first 6 levels of incantations he had previously practiced, but also documented 2 additional levels of techniques he had never encountered before. This unexpected revelation filled Han Li with excitement for an extended period, upon realizing that he had been cultivating what was reputedly the power to summon winds and rain, magical prowess. His desire to learn the subsequent techniques of the Changchun Gong intensified. After all, who would not aspire to become an immortal deity? At that moment, the sun was at its zenith, with its warm rays cascading through the open skylight, enveloping Han Li in a comforting glow. As he read, his eyes narrowed into mere slits, and his languid posture accentuated an air of utter relaxation. Han Li slightly lifted his head to glance at the skylight, finding it somewhat blinding. He casually used the open book to shield his face from the glaring sunlight. Instantly, the world before him darkened, and a wave of comfort washed over him, invigorating his spirit. He then silently committed the incantation of the 7th level to memory once more. Recently, he had sensed that, due to his continuous consumption of spiritual medicines, his Changchun Gong had shown signs of breakthrough once again. It would not be long before he entered the 7th level of mastery, and gaining early insight into the lower techniques would undoubtedly be beneficial in overcoming his current bottleneck. That had already been more than half a year since the day Dr. Mo had seized his own body. Just the day after that fateful event, Han Li, in order to obscure the signs of Dr. Mo's demise, had meticulously forged the doctor's handwriting to compose a false letter claiming he wished to return to his hometown to visit family. Under the guise of Dr. Mo's name, he submitted this letter to the elder in charge of the sect's patrol. In the missive, he unabashedly adopted Dr. Mo's tone, asserting that he had inherited all of the doctor's medical expertise and was now capable of treating others. He explained that Dr. Mo himself was unable to return for an indeterminate time due to the long journey home, and thus requested the sect leaders to allow him to temporarily fulfill the duties of a physician until Dr. Mo's eventual return. Upon submitting the letter, the elders in charge exhibited no hint of suspicion, for Dr. Mo had long been known to collect medicinal herbs, often remaining absent from the mountain for extended periods. Although he held a position of honor at the 7 Mysteries sect, having once saved the life of the sect leader, he effectively enjoyed the status of a guest elder, granting him considerable freedom. However, several elders harbored reservations regarding the assertion in the letter that Han Li had inherited all the medical skills of Dr. Mo, remaining somewhat skeptical. Although Dr. Mo occasionally attended to minor ailments such as colds, fevers, and wounds among junior disciples, his exceptional medical prowess primarily catered to the higher echelons, such as the hall masters and elders. Consequently, most other disciples were compelled to seek treatment from several other physicians residing in the mountains. Thus, initially, the elders did not permit Han Li to immediately assume Dr. Mo's responsibilities. Instead, they assigned him to tend to the lower-ranking disciples' ailments, intending to assess the true extent of his abilities. Unfazed by the upper echelon's doubts regarding his medical expertise, Han Li maintained an indifferent attitude towards whom he treated. His desire to take on Dr. Mo's duties stemmed from his admiration for the secluded tranquility of the Divine Hand Valley and its substantial medicinal garden. Should he continue to reside within the valley, controlling it entirely, he would be able to openly utilize his mysterious vials to cultivate rare medicinal herbs in abundance, without the fear of others discovering his secret. Although the valley was presently under his sole use, if Dr. Mo were to remain absent for an extended period, who could predict whether the leaders and elders might whimsically reclaim it? Therefore, in a bid to showcase his remarkable medical skills, Han Li exerted considerable effort in treating the disciples, even discreetly utilizing the vast array of precious medicinal materials he had cultivated each day. As a result of his already formidable medical abilities combined with the effects of the rare herbs, he achieved what could only be described as a miraculous turnaround for nearly all patients, curing them with astonishing efficacy. Consequently, as he had anticipated, his reputation as a miraculous healer spread like a thunderclap throughout the 7 Mysterious sect, making it known across the mountain that a young and exceptionally skilled physician had emerged within their ranks. This physician's medical prowess was deemed miraculous and unfathomable. Under his care, whether for external injuries, internal afflictions, or perplexing ailments, he facilitated complete recovery within a mere 3 days, surpassing even the esteemed Dr. Mo in skill. In truth, Han Li's medical expertise still paled in comparison to that of Dr. Mo. However, The latter lacked access to such an abundance of rare herbs to lavishly expend, making Han Li's recovery results appear far superior by comparison. Thus, when Han Li once again transformed a severely injured disciple into a lively individual within just a few days, the higher-ups could no longer remain idle. Merely a day later, they dispatched someone to summon him. To his surprise, the individual who came to meet him was none other than the deputy sect master Ma, with whom he had previously crossed paths at the bone refining cliff. This deputy sect master, having evidently forgotten the inconspicuous registered disciple Han Li, promptly expressed his willingness to allow Han Li to take over Dr. Mo's position, along with all the privileges that came with it. Naturally, the title of attendant could not yet be conferred upon him due to his tender age of merely 16 or 17, which made it challenging for the other attendants to accept him. Nevertheless, his monthly remuneration would be dispensed according to the standard for attendance. In conclusion, Deputy Sect Master Ma further indicated that should there be any areas of dissatisfaction, Han Li was welcome to voice them directly, and they would certainly consider his concerns. Chapter 66. The peculiar regulations. The generous demeanor displayed by the opposing party made Han Li acutely aware that as long as the conditions he proposed were not excessively demanding, there was a high likelihood that they would acquiesce. It appeared that his original objectives could be effortlessly achieved. However, such leniency was rarely witnessed within the entirety of the Seven Mystic Sect. This indicated that the higher-ups were well aware of the significance a highly skilled physician represented within the martial world. Han Li, without hesitation, requested to be granted exclusive residence in the Divine Hand Valley, expressing his desire to conduct his medical research undisturbed by outsiders. Such a request, which hardly constituted a real condition, was promptly agreed to by the sect leader, Ma, perhaps in an effort to win Han Li over. The leader even proposed to send a young and beautiful maidservant to attend to his daily needs. For a moment, Han Li found himself stirred by this unexpected incentive, nearly acquiescing, but upon regaining his composure and recalling the myriad secrets he bore, he ultimately declined with a tinge of regret. This response garnered admiration from the sect leader, who regarded him with newfound respect, incessantly praising his youthful accomplishments and restraint from carnal distractions, jesting that if he had a daughter, she would undoubtedly be wedded to him. Such remarks left Han Li in a state of bemusement. It was not that he lacked an appreciation for beauty, but rather that the timing was simply not right. Thus, the entirety of the Divine Hand Valley became Han Li's private domain, with outsiders generally prohibited from intruding at will. To this end, he even installed a large bell at the valley's entrance, stipulating that anyone wishing to meet him need only strike the bell, and he would promptly emerge to greet them. This peculiar regulation was boldly established by Han Li beside the bell, and even some mid-level officials were not exempt. The rationale behind this eccentric decree was wholly to safeguard the last vestiges of secrecy surrounding the bottle's astonishing capabilities, as long as no one trespassed into the valley. Han Li could ensure that the bottle's remarkable uses would remain unknown to anyone else. Initially, this regulation seemed inconsequential to the lower-ranking disciples. However, it incited considerable discontent among many higher-ups, who felt that Han Li was overly self-important and oblivious to his own limitations. Even Dr. Mo did not carry such an air of superiority, so how dared a mere apprentice, freshly graduated, act so audaciously? Yet, when Han Li successfully revived a severely injured protector from the brink of death and completely healed him, all dissenting voices vanished without a trace, never to be mentioned again. No one would dare to offend a miraculous physician capable of saving their lives multiple times over for the sake of a trivial matter. Thus, the bell's protocol for meetings was naturally considered a peculiar quirk befitting a divine healer. As days turned into weeks, even several sect leaders gradually accepted this regulation, dispatching individuals to courteously ring the bell when seeking medical assistance, respectfully inviting Han Li to attend to their needs. In this manner, Han Li gradually became an anomalous figure within the lore of the Seven Mystic Sect. To call him a senior member would be inaccurate, as he held no official position of power. Yet, to regard him as merely a low-ranking disciple seemed equally unfitting, for who had ever seen such a prominent disciple? Even the sect leaders would address him with reverence as Dr. Han. His name had become a term not to be uttered lightly by most. Of course, this did not include our dear Li Feiyu. The esteemed senior brother Li Feiyu maintained his aloof demeanor in the presence of others. Yet upon encountering Han Li, he instantly adopted a carefree attitude, unabashedly calling out his name without any trace of the distance and deference exhibited by other disciples like Wang Depang, who had altered their behavior due to Han Li's change in status. This, however, brought Han Li a measure of solace, as the experience of solitude can be quite burdensome. The playful expression on Li Feiyu's face inevitably reminded Han Li of another familiar visage, one marked by a forlorn expression resembling a pumpkin. Not long ago, he unexpectedly ran into another acquaintance from the past, a fellow traveler from their journey into the mountains. Wu Yan, now a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall, Wu Yan was afflicted by a peculiar ailment that, though not severe, had proven difficult to cure through the inept ministrations of several quack doctors, leaving him in considerable distress. He had no choice but to seek Han Li's expertise through the influence of Master Toma. It must be said that Wu Yan possessed a commendable memory. Upon encountering the illustrious Han Daifu, he immediately recognized his former companion from the journey. Han Li, the astonishment and peculiar expression that graced Wu Yan's face are still vividly etched in Han Li's memory. Especially considering Wu Yan's less than favorable treatment of him in the past, which at times bordered on hostility. Han Li found amusement in Wu Yan's discomfort, yet he had no intention of withholding treatment. However, to preserve his own reputation, Han Li deliberately increased the dosage of the medication prescribed, resulting in Wu Yan's swift recovery within a mere 2 days. This, however, came at the cost of Wu Yan enduring a bit more suffering due to the potency of the medicine, a subtle retribution for his previous disdainful attitude. It appears that Han Li was not as magnanimous as he perceived himself to be. In truth, he harbored a grudge. Thus, Han Li gradually supplanted Dr. Mo in his standing on the mountain, even elevating his position further. Now, he routinely extracted small vials, placing them in an open area within the valley, allowing them to brew a miraculous green liquid every 7 or 8 days, fostering the growth of rare herbs of considerable age, which he then meticulously concocted into various medicinal formulations. That a modest portion of these remedies was dispensed to those who sought his aid, while the majority was reserved for his own use. Aiding in his cultivation of essence and the practice of his longevity techniques, Han Li shifted slightly in the grand armchair, seeking greater comfort. Although he sat in Dr. Mo's chair, this was not the doctor's abode. It was Han Li's own residence. He had unapologetically claimed all that he deemed useful from Dr. Mo's quarters, relocating it to his own space. Given his current standing, even if others witnessed his apparent disrespect towards Dr. Mo, they would think little of it. In their eyes, Han Li's importance had eclipsed that of the deceased doctor. People are, after all, quite pragmatic. In truth, Dr. Mo's dwelling was far more spacious than Han Li's. Residing there would have been more fitting. Yet, Han Li felt a peculiar discomfort at the thought of living in the home of a man whose demise was intricately linked to his own actions. The thought of openly inhabiting the residence of one who had perished by his hand sent a chill through him, leaving him feeling somewhat amiss. Ultimately, he found greater peace and comfort in his own humble abode. Nevertheless, the memory of Dr. Mo lingered, reminding Han Li of the frustrations that still bound him to the deceased. During this period, he meticulously examined his body both internally and externally on numerous occasions. And indeed, there lingered an elusive, chilling essence hidden within his dantian. Han Li endeavored to consume Qiling sand and various other detoxification methods, yet regrettably, none proved effective. It appeared that an impending journey a year hence was inescapable. Chapter 67. Fireball Technique. After a prolonged stillness, Han Li suddenly raised his right hand, extending a solitary finger in a manner that left onlookers perplexed. However, shortly thereafter, a subtle fluctuation in space occurred just above the tip of Han Li's finger, manifesting several sparks seemingly out of thin AI or as soon as these sparks materialized, they crackled, transforming into a red fireball the size of a walnut amidst the distortion of space. Although diminutive, this fireball radiated an intense heat that swiftly permeated the entire room. Han Li lay motionless, his face obscured by a book, appearing as though he were asleep, while the small fireball at his fingertip incessantly emitted a sizzling sound, which stood in stark contrast to the stillness of his hand. Time passed gradually, and the fireball maintained its extraordinary vigor, showing no signs of extinguishing. Yet, Han Li began to exhibit a different response. The fingertips supporting the fireball quivered slightly at first, but as moments elapsed, his wrist, entire arm, and ultimately his whole body began to tremble progressively. Suddenly, Han Li sat upright in his chair, oblivious to the book that had slipped from his face and fallen to the floor. His gaze was fixed intently on the small fireball at his fingertip. His face flushed crimson. Beads of sweat trickled down from his forehead to his exposed neck, as if he had just engaged in some vigorous exercise. His entire being enveloped in a cloud of heat. After a brief moment, the fireball began to sway amidst Han Li's intense trembling. The flames above fluctuated, alternately growing larger and smaller, unable to maintain their composure. Before long, it finally diminished, reverting to embers that vanished into the air. The instant the fireball disappeared, Hanli collapsed back into his chair as if his very spine had been extracted, appearing utterly fatigued. As though he had just undertaken an arduous task. This fireball technique is indeed challenging to master, he mused, having devoted nearly half a year to its study, yet still failing to fully grasp its essence. Having only managed to extend the duration of its manifestation by a fraction. Gazing at the ceiling, he spoke to himself that it turned out that the final few pages of this Changchun Gong manual contained several rudimentary spells, clearly intended for novice cultivators, which Hanli regarded as a treasure, causing him to lose sleep with excitement for several consecutive nights. It was no wonder he was so exhilarated. Ever since witnessing the various spells performed by Dr. Mo, Hanli had developed a profound interest in these extraordinary and enigmatic powers. Regrettably, the current Hanli possessed only the pinnacle power of the sixth layer of Changchun Gong, yet was akin to a beggar holding a golden bowl. Utterly ignorant of any magical techniques, unaware even of the most basic principles of spellcasting. Nevertheless, he had now discovered several incantations suitable for a novice such as himself, which filled him with unbridled joy. The final pages of the book inscribed 5 arcane incantations: the fireball technique, the spirit binding talisman, the wind control art, the object manipulation technique, and the heavenly eye technique. Each phrase of these spells was steeped in antiquity and complexity for Hanli, rendering their comprehension a formidable challenge. It is hardly surprising, as the terminology employed in these incantations was constructed from a rather archaic lexicon and grammatical structure. Although he had perused numerous texts, his expertise in this domain remained shallow, rendering him incapable of grasping their meanings with any immediacy. In desperation, Hanli summoned the same fervor he had once applied to mastering the spring skill. Immersing himself in a plethora of ancient texts, day and night, he toiled diligently, striving to unearth the true essence of the incantations, scrutinizing and contemplating each phrase and word dozens of times. Determined to attain a flawless understanding devoid of any ambiguity, he understood, despite his previous lack of experience in casting spells, that such formidable powers, if mishandled, could prove far more perilous than mere misfires of qi, potentially endangering his very life. Hence, he approached this task with utmost caution, fearful of even the slightest oversight. After 3 months of profound study, Hanli finally integrated the theoretical aspects of these incantations. Thus, he commenced the actual practice of casting spells. However, this hands-on experience presented him with considerable challenges. He had presumed that, given his aptitude for the blink sword technique, learning spells would be equally straightforward. Yet, he found himself inexplicably clumsy. Though he grasped the underlying principles, he faltered in execution, be it through incorrect hand movements, mispronounced incantations, or insufficient magical energy, rendering him seemingly dull-witted. Hanli felt utterly helpless in this regard. If the issue lay with insufficient magical energy, he could address it by consuming a few more spirit herbs. However, the challenges he faced stemmed from his own limitations, leading him to conclude that his innate talent for spell casting was not as promising as he had envisioned. After extensive practice, he finally made some progress with the fireball technique and the heavenly eye technique. But he had yet to even touch the threshold of the other 3 spells, achieving not a trace of effect. In his disheartenment, he chose to concentrate his efforts on the spells he could currently master, particularly nurturing hope for the fireball technique and the heavenly eye technique. The potency of the fireball technique indeed exceeded Hanli's expectations. Despite the modest size of the fireball, the terrifying heat it contained rendered it nearly unstoppable, incinerating all it encountered. Even weapons forged from fine steel would be melted to droplets upon contact with the fireball. Witnessing such inhumanly formidable power, Hanli cast a fireball upon the surface of the water. And to his astonishment, the entire expanse ignited as if it were oil, showing no inclination to be subdued by the deluge. Having fully comprehended the might of the fireball technique, Hanli finally understood Yu Zitong's disdainful attitude towards mortals. Recognizing the source of such arrogance, contemplate this. A cultivator, albeit with only a modicum of magical prowess, can effortlessly vanquish so-called masters of the martial world using mere spells like the fireball technique. Now, if a more adept cultivator were to intervene, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that they could sweep through the entire martial realm, rendering themselves invincible. The disparity in strength is so profound that it is no wonder that cultivators like Yu Zitong regard ordinary people with a condescending gaze, akin to viewing ants. Chapter 68. Poisoned as for another spell, the heavenly eye technique. After witnessing the remarkable capabilities of the fireball technique, Hanli harbored high expectations for it. However, upon attempting to wield it, he soon realized that this spell merely involved employing magical energy to enhance one's sight, a trivial skill devoid of any significant complexity, easily mastered. Yet, its function corresponded with its simplicity, serving solely as an auxiliary spell to observe whether a person possessed magical energy and to gauge its depth. Initially, Hanli was quite enthusiastic, repeatedly applying the heavenly eye technique to his own eyes, subsequently examining his bodily condition through the enhanced vision. He discovered a faint layer of white light enveloping him. Increasingly pronounced near the dantian. It appeared that this was the so-called magical energy. Upon seeing this, Hanli instinctively reached out to touch the white light, but felt nothing. It seemed that magical energy, like true qi, was intangible and formless, only discernible under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye technique. However, after several attempts, Hanli lost all interest in it. After all, in the entire Seven Shin sect, he alone could be considered a half-hearted cultivator. Who would he use the heavenly eye technique on? Surely, he could not indulge in a self-absorbed examination of himself all day long. Thus, apart from diligently practicing the fireball technique in hopes of mastering it for practical combat, he redirected his focus to several other spells yet to be learned, engaging in repetitive practice and experimentation, aspiring for further breakthroughs. Reflecting on the arduous nature of mastering these other spells, Hanli, having regained a modicum of strength, could not help but sigh. He realized that since embarking on his magical studies, the frequency of his sighs had increased significantly. Dong, dong, a deep bell tolled from beyond the valley. Hanli furrowed his brow. Recently, for reasons unknown, the influx of individuals seeking medical aid had surged, most of whom bore grievous injuries, such as severed limbs and wounds inflicted by blades. He dared not be negligent. For saving lives is akin to extinguishing a fire. Grabbing his prepared medical kit, he exited the dwelling and made his way towards the valley entrance. Upon reaching the wooded exit of the valley, Hanli encountered a senior disciple clad in splendid robes, anxiously pacing beneath the great bell, reminiscent of an ant on a hot skillet. As soon as he spotted Hanli, he rushed over with palpable relief. "Dr. Han, you have arrived. My master has been poisoned and is on the brink of death. I implore you to assess the situation and see if you can neutralize the toxin." As the individual drew near, Hanli recognized him as Ma Rong, the favored disciple of Elder Li, ranked 5th within the sect, having met him several times when Elder Li visited the Divine Hand Valley. Thus, he could be considered a semi-acquaintance. Poisoned, Hanli hurriedly followed his companion along the path while silently lamenting his misfortune and inquiring about the details. It is worth noting that he still bore the effects of an unresolved poison. Indeed, my master, while descending the mountain on an errand, engaged in combat with a formidable expert from the Wolf Gang and inadvertently fell victim to a dark azure projectile. Initially, he paid it no mind and even succeeded in slaying his opponent. However, upon returning to the mountains, he was immediately incapacitated by the poison. Have you sought the counsel of other physicians? Of course, I have. If it were merely a common poisoning, I would not trouble the esteemed Han. The divine healer. Those inept doctors, aside from recognizing that my master had been afflicted with a rare toxin, could offer no further insight, nor would they dare to prescribe a remedy. As Ma Rong recounted this, a look of disdain crossed his face, indicating his profound dissatisfaction with the other physicians. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression remained unchanged. He merely acknowledged with a hum and continued on the path alongside Ma Rong. Though his mind was filled with concern, to speak candidly, he was not particularly skilled in the art of detoxification, while he possessed a degree of confidence in treating internal and external injuries. Relying on several effective remedies, the prospect of countering a rare and potent poison left him feeling uncertain. Although he did possess the miraculous elixir, Qing Ling San, capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, the world was replete with poisonous substances. And who could ascertain whether Qing Ling San would prove effective against this particular affliction? Furthermore, the other physicians on the mountain were not mere charlatans. They possessed unique techniques for treating injuries and detoxifying. Otherwise, they would have long been expelled by the prominent figures within their sect who valued their lives and would not tolerate incompetence. The fact that they hesitated to even prescribe a remedy suggested that this poison was indeed formidable and not to be trifled with. He could only adapt and respond as circumstances demanded. Even if he were unable to provide a cure, his reputation would not be irreparably damaged, for no healer could claim to possess the ability to treat every ailment. And his standing within the sect would remain largely unaffected. As Han Li pondered his strategy, Ma Rong nearly supported him, tugging insistently at his sleeve as they hastened towards Elder Li's residence. Observing Ma Rong's fervent demeanor, Han Li recognized the deep bond shared between master and disciple, that a twinge of melancholy washed over him as he reflected on his own relationship with Dr. Amo, which, though labeled as master and disciple, was more akin to rivalry. How he wished their rapport could mirror that of Ma Rong and his master. Deep down, he harbored a modicum of respect for Dr. Amo. For his considerable medical prowess and the longevity techniques he had acquired were imparted by that very individual. Alas, fate had conspired against them, and it seemed destined that they could not coexist in harmony. Their conflict culminated in a tragic encounter that resulted in Dr. Mo's untimely demise at Han Li's hands. That as Han Li was lost in his poignant reverie, Ma Rong had already ushered him to Elder Li's abode. The residence of Elder Li was unpretentious, modest in size, and resembled an ordinary dwelling. Enclosed by a 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick earthen wall, it formed a simple courtyard with several adjoining rooms. The wall featured an arched, semicircular gate facing the path, through which one could glimpse numerous visitors gathered within the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Han Li soon realized that the actual number of individuals present was far greater than what he had observed from the outside. They gathered in small clusters, quietly discussing Elder Li's injuries. Han Li had long heard that Elder Li was one of the few amiable figures among the higher echelons of the Seven Mysteries sect, rarely losing his temper with either junior disciples or peers, and never engaging in power struggles within the sect. Such a kind-hearted individual naturally garnered widespread admiration, resulting in an exceptional rapport with those around him. Now that something had befallen Elder Li, those of some standing felt compelled, whether out of genuine concern or mere pretense, to personally visit or send someone to express their regards, thus creating the scene before Han Li. As soon as he entered, the crowd recognized him, and immediately, those of lower status, such as protectors, rushed over to him, each eager to extend their greetings. Greetings, divine Dr. Han. Ah, Dr. Han has arrived. The chorus of flattery incessantly filled his ears, making it impossible to ignore. Observing the enthusiastic faces around him, Han Li reciprocated with a radiant smile, responding to everyone with utmost politeness, although inwardly he felt quite repulsed by such insincere exchanges. Fortunately, those of higher status, including several deputy hall masters and offerings, maintained a semblance of dignity, merely nodding subtly in Han Li's direction without approaching him closely. Their behavior, in fact, endeared them to Han Li somewhat, as it spared him from having to engage further with several prominent figures. Ma Rong, on the other hand, due to his lowly status, found himself unable to interject and could only watch anxiously from the sidelines as Han Li navigated the incessant flattery. His face was etched with worry, hands fidgeting restlessly. Finally, after Han Li concluded his exchanges, Ma Rong could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, seizing Han Li's arm and pulling him into the room. This impulsive action drew some displeasure from a few who had hoped to cultivate a rapport with the esteemed divine Dr. Han. On the surface, Han Li seemed to wear a wry smile. Yet internally he felt a surge of relief at having avoided any potential offense, thereby freeing himself from the incessant prattle of those around him. Thus, Han Li was directly ushered into the parlor by Ma Rong. The room was not crowded. Apart from a few family members, there were 2 elders and Deputy Master Ma present. However, to Han Li's astonishment, he found that Li Feiyu was also inside. This discovery puzzled him. For to his knowledge, Li Feiyu had no apparent connection to Elder Li. Why would he be here? As he pondered this mystery, Han Li observed Li Feiyu standing beside a petite girl with tear-streaked cheeks, offering her comfort. The earnestness of his demeanor was markedly different from his usual self when interacting with other peers or even with Han Li, revealing an unmistakable visage ensnared by the throes of affection. Witnessing Li Feiyu so deeply infatuated, Han Li experienced a sudden epiphany. Feeling both astonished and amused, he promptly scrutinized the young lady's features, eager to discern the exquisite beauty capable of captivating such a reckless rogue as Li Feiyu. The young girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, adorned with a jade hairpin that graced her head. She wore a dress of a delicate lotus green that complemented her petite figure exquisitely. Her lustrous black hair was arranged into 2 small braids cascading down her back, lending a mischievous charm to her already sweet visage. However, her eyes were slightly red and swollen, making her look rather pitiful, evoking an overwhelming impulse to cradle her tenderly in one's arms. Indeed, she was a genuine little beauty. Han Li marveled silently, finding it quite understandable that Li Feiyu had fallen under the spell of this young woman. Though a twinge of envy and jealousy stirred within him, as he pondered when he might also find a kindred spirit. Perhaps noticing Han Li's gaze upon the girl, Ma Rong hastily approached to introduce the others present in the room. Ma sect leader and Elder Qian, with their fair countenance, were familiar to Han Li and required no further introduction. He promptly stepped forward to offer his greetings. Greetings, sect leader Ma. Elder Qian. Haha. Young Dr. Han has arrived. Sect leader Ma appeared affable and did not assume any airs of authority before Han Li. Yet, Han Li secretly scoffed at the formality of addressing him as young doctor. Elder Qian, on the other hand, merely nodded coldly, his demeanor in stark contrast to that of sect leader Ma. Han Li took no offense, understanding that Elder Qian's unique internal cultivation necessitated a disposition of emotional detachment, rendering him indifferent towards all. Another robust elder with a ruddy complexion was unfamiliar to Han Li, suggesting they had never crossed paths before. However, the roughness of his hands and the stoutness of his fingers indicated he had practiced some form of unique martial arts. This is Elder Zhao, a close friend of my master. He has recently returned from overseeing the operations of the treasure-gathering hall outside the mountain, Ma Rong introduced. Elder Zhao grunted noncommittally, his skepticism evident in his eyes, clearly doubting the abilities of this young physician. Since Elder Zhao seemed less than welcoming, Han Li chose not to ingratiate himself further, offering only a casual greeting before attempting to bypass him. Tomorrow, I shall consolidate the unreasonable suggestions from my readers and revise accordingly, allowing for only one chapter update that I hope for your understanding. I will strive to improve my writing, and I appreciate your support. Chapter 70, Provocation. Sect leader Ma appeared to sense the tension between the two, and rather than worry, a hint of delight emerged on his face. Though young in years, Han the young doctor's medical prowess is truly remarkable. I believe Elder Li will surely be revived. He suddenly began to extol Han Li's medical skills. That so? At such a tender age, can one truly possess such high medical expertise? Surely, it cannot surpass that of Dr. Mo. This elder, with a fiery temperament, fell for the subtle provocation, voicing his disbelief without a second thought before Han Li. His words left the nearby family members in a quandary. They could not openly agree, as they relied on this young miracle worker to save a life. To counter his claim seemed equally inappropriate, given that he was a close friend of Elder Li and an elder to most present. Haha. Elder Zhao remains oblivious, for Dr. Han is none other than the favored disciple of Dr. Mo, possessing medical skills that have transcended those of his master, eclipsing him by far. Master Ma secretly rejoices, adding fuel to the fire. How proficient can a mere child, who has been learning since the womb, truly be? I remain skeptical, unless I witness it with my own eyes. Elder Zhao shakes his head vigorously, unaware that he has fallen into a trap set by his counterpart. Having offended someone he ought not to have, it appears he is quite reckless. One wonders how such a person could occupy the esteemed position of elder without having fallen from grace. Han Li, listening from the side, rolls his eyes. Does my medical prowess require your validation? He knows full well that Master Ma has deliberately provoked such remarks, yet he cannot help but feel a twinge of annoyance. It is evident that Elder Zhao and Master Ma do not belong to the same faction, harboring some animosity towards one another. Elder Zhao's exceptional skill in the mixed round technique is truly remarkable and potent. Noticing Han Li's displeasure, Master Ma's delight intensifies, and he abruptly shifts the conversation, making a cryptic remark. Humph. There is no comparison to the purity of Master Ma's profound finger. Elder Zhao seems unfazed by his opponent's status, retorting with a stern countenance. Elder Zhao has missed the mark. Master Ma, clearly one who conceals daggers behind a smile, disregards the veiled sarcasm in Elder Zhao's words, accepting the hollow flattery with a grin. This is not the first time Elder Zhao has encountered such a situation. He finds himself at a loss and is unwilling to engage further with such a brazen adversary, choosing silence instead. However, he is somewhat perplexed by the unexpected nature of Master Ma's comments at this juncture. It is worth noting that although Master Ma does not share his faction, it is the first time he has openly exposed upper-level conflicts in front of so many juniors, leaving one to wonder what cunning plans lie beneath. Han Li, observing the sharp exchange between the two, remains impassive, feigning ignorance. Yet, he is fully aware that Master Ma is once again attempting to sow discord between him and the other high-ranking members. Ever since their first encounter, Master Ma has repeatedly hinted at persuading Han Li, the skilled physician, to join his faction in a bid to expand his influence. However, Han Li has never entertained thoughts of involving himself in the power struggles of the Seven Mysteries sect. It is not out of intentional arrogance. Rather, after interacting with eminent figures like Dr. Mo and Yuzito. Especially upon mastering 2 spells, his perspective has inadvertently broadened significantly. He has long since lost interest in the petty squabbles for power within a minor sect like the Seven Mysteries. Even if he were to aspire to be a man of authority, he would not willingly submit to someone like Master Ma for manipulation. Although Han Li possesses considerable strength, he is reluctant to offend Master Ma. Thus, he engages in a strategy of delay, neither acquiescing to his demands nor outright rejecting them, but consistently evading a definitive response. This leaves Master Ma in a state of frustration as Han Li withholds his answer. His invaluable medical skills cannot be disregarded, and Master Ma cannot force him into joining his faction, leading to an ongoing stalemate without a clear resolution. However, in order to prevent Han Li from being swayed by other factions, the Master of the Ma sect would seize every opportunity to undermine Han Li's interactions with other high-ranking members and sow discord among them. Whether these seemingly juvenile tactics were effective, Han Li could not ascertain, but it was indeed true that no other high-ranking members from different factions had troubled him thus far. This unexpected fortune filled Han Li's heart with secret delight. Now, the Master of the Ma sect was employing the same strategy once again, and it was clear that he would not leave a favorable impression in Elder Zhao's mind. Upon witnessing this combative atmosphere, Ma Rong felt a twinge of anxiety and hurriedly continued with the introductions. This is my master's wife, Li Shi. He first pointed to a middle-aged woman who bore a slight resemblance to the young girl. This is. He stammered, as the youngest girl, ranked last in the introductions, was revealed to be Zhang Xiu'er, the niece of Elder Li, which took Han Li by surprise. When it came time to introduce Li Feiyu, the latter purposely pretended not to recognize Han Li, presenting a cool demeanor that suggested a desire for distance. This left Ma Rong, who was prepared to introduce them, feeling somewhat awkward. He quickly whispered to Han Li. Li Hufa is always like this. She usually has this temperament and is not specifically targeting you, Dr. Han. Please do not take it to heart. Han Li smiled faintly, understanding that Li Feiyu wished to keep their relationship discreet in front of so many people. It's nothing. I want to stoop to the level of certain individuals. Let us first assess Elder Li's condition. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Han Li deliberately made a pointed remark at Li Feiyu. Upon hearing this, Ma Rong felt relieved and promptly led everyone into the patient's bedroom. Li Feiyu, upon hearing, twitched her lips momentarily as if unfazed, but seizing the opportunity when everyone had turned away. She suddenly made a face at Han Li, only to revert to her previous demeanor as if nothing had occurred. Han Li stifled a chuckle within, disregarding her antics, and followed in Li Shi's footsteps to Elder Li's bedside. Upon seeing the figure lying on the bed, even the usually bold Han Li could not help but gasp in shock. It was then that he understood why the other doctors had hesitated to prescribe any medications. The once kind and gentle Elder Li now lay in a state of unconsciousness. From his face to his neck, from his hands to his feet, there were toxic spots the size of coins, each of vivid hue, startling to behold. More troubling for Han Li was the bluish tint of the elder's lips and the dark aura shrouding his visage, a clear indication of deep and late-stage poisoning. It seemed that saving his life would be a formidable challenge. Chapter 71. Qing Ling San. Han Li furrowed his brows tightly, remaining silent. Having just taken the pulse, examined the tongue and pupils, he had initially deduced that this poison was akin to the tangled incense threads he had encountered before, a mixed toxin. The task of meticulously extracting the various toxic elements was beyond his current capabilities. He could only resort to attempting Qing Ling San and a few other unconventional methods to achieve this thought. Han Li silently cursed the other doctors for shirking their responsibility in detoxification, while outwardly feigning contemplation. After a moment, Elder Zhao could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "You lad, can you truly save Elder Li or not? Speak up, Elder Zhao. You are far too impatient. Do you not see that Dr. Han is contemplating a solution?" Exercise some patience. Before Han Li could respond, the master of the Ma clan, standing nearby, feigned benevolence and took a jab at Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao glared, poised to speak, but Han Li, preemptively clearing his throat, interrupted his intention. This slight cough drew curious glances from those present, and Han Li suddenly realized how comical it appeared for someone of his tender age to mimic the cough of an elderly person. However, it mattered little. His objective had been achieved, and he wished to hear no further disputes between the two. This poison is a complex amalgamation, and its antidote is indeed quite troublesome. I cannot assure you of a complete certainty in neutralizing it. but I am willing to attempt it. The process of detoxification may involve certain risks that could endanger elderly's life. I wonder if you all are still inclined to proceed. Hanli feigned a look of hesitation as he articulated these words. For him, it would be preferable not to undertake the antidote at all, as his confidence was rather tenuous. His statements left the assembled family members exchanging glances, none daring to agree to an immediate course of action. But it seemed that apart from Hanli, the other doctors were even less capable. After a prolonged silence, Elder Li's wife, Mrs. Li, suddenly inquired, "Might I ask, Dr. Han, what is your level of confidence in saving my husband?" 50%. Han Li replied without hesitation. "Very well, then. Dr. Han, proceed with your efforts. Should my husband meet with misfortune, I shall bear no ill will towards you. It is merely fate," Mrs. Li declared resolutely, unexpectedly making her decision. "Sister-in-law, have you not considered this carefully? This young doctor is quite inexperienced. I find it somewhat dubious," Elder Zhao urged, clearly anxious to dissuade Li from her impulsiveness. "I have thought it through thoroughly. If we do not allow Dr. Han to attempt the antidote, my husband may not survive the night. It is better to take the risk. There is still a chance of salvation," Mrs. Li replied softly, her head bowed in melancholy. Elder Zhao was rendered speechless by her reasoning. Han Li glanced at the others, noting that none opposed Mrs. Li's decision. He then retrieved a jade-green porcelain vial from his medical kit, pouring out a crimson pill. "Who will fetch a bowl of warm water to dissolve this medicine and administer it to elderly?" "I shall." Before Han Li could finish, a clear, bright voice responded. Zhang Xiu'er, with red-rimmed eyes, promptly stepped towards the door. Li Feiyu hesitated for a moment before quickly following suit, prompting Han Li to inwardly scorn Li Feiyu for his eagerness. Moments later, Zhang Xiu'er returned with a look of helplessness, her hands empty. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu cautiously entered, cradling a white porcelain bowl. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not suppress their amusement, their faces betraying an expression of anticipation, which caused a faint blush to rise on Zhang Xiu'er's cheeks, rendering her somewhat flustered and displaying the demeanor of a bashful young lady. Nonetheless, this lightened the tense atmosphere within the room, easing the spirits of several individuals. Li Feiyu dutifully presented the bowl to Mrs. Li. "Dr. Han, do you find this bowl of water satisfactory?" Li turned her head to seek Han Li's opinion. "Very well," Han Li replied, casting a glance at the white bowl before nodding slightly. He then took the bowl with one hand and tossed the pill into the liquid, causing the entire bowl of water to instantaneously transform into a vivid red hue. "Just feed it to elderly. Women tend to be more meticulous, so it is better if you handle this." Han Li extended his hand, returning the bowl to her. Li quickly agreed without hesitation. For her, every word uttered by Han Li was intertwined with her husband's fate. How could she not comply? "What kind of medicine is this?" Watching as Li slowly poured the large bowl of crimson potion into Elder Li's mouth, Elder Zhao, unable to contain his curiosity, posed the question that everyone in the room yearned to ask. "It is an antidote I concocted myself. I hope it proves effective." Han Li responded casually. He wished to keep the name of the Qingling Sen a secret, for who knew whether this miraculous antidote might lead to complications for him. It was wiser to remain discreet. After administering the potion, within the span of a meal, the dark aura on Elder Li's face began to gradually dissipate, and the poison spots on his body transformed from deep to faint, starting to shrink. Such apparent changes were evident even to the untrained eye. The poison afflicting Elder Li was evidently diminishing, and matters were progressing favorably. Witnessing this transformation, the onlookers could not help but beam with joy. Their gazes towards Han Li markedly altered from earlier. Only Elder Zhao maintained a semblance of composure, letting out a slight huff, though his expression had softened considerably. Observing that the poison had begun to recede without any additional measures taken, Han Li felt a twinge of surprise. The Qingling San proved to be remarkably effective, far exceeding his expectations. Perhaps this poison was not as formidable as he had initially believed. Yet, as circumstances appeared to take a positive turn, Han Li felt a pang of frustration for two reasons. First, he had earlier mentioned that the detoxification process bore certain risks, yet if the toxicity were so easily alleviated, wouldn't that be akin to striking himself across the face, leading others to think he had intentionally deceived them? Second, why was this Qingling Sen so effective on others' poisons while proving ineffective on his own? This left him troubled over his own affliction from the hidden poison. Chapter 72. Extracting the poison. Han Li silently lamented. But in order to uphold his image as a miraculous healer, he had to present an air of calm and confidence. smiling without uttering a word. His composed demeanor reassured those present, leading them to believe the efficacy of the pill was within his expectations, which only heightened their admiration for him. The sect leader, Ma, was also in high spirits, his smile tinged with a hint of pride, as if Han Li were already his subordinate. Perhaps he thought that, at this moment, he was the most likely to gain Han Li's allegiance, hence his exuberant demeanor. However, not long after, the situation took a turn for the worse. Not good, Zhang Shouer exclaimed. The dark aura on my uncle's face seems to have returned. This declaration startled everyone, prompting several impatient individuals to rush forward for a closer look, including Elder Zhao. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a momentary jolt of surprise, yet he refrained from pushing his way through the crowd to the bedside. Yet Li was a person of meticulous thought and keen perception. She hastily admonished the two younger individuals, urging them to step away from the bedside, thereby creating space for Han Li, the esteemed physician, to proceed with his diagnosis. Observing the newly available gap before the bed, Han Li approached with an unhurried demeanor, scrutinizing the situation with great care. After the passage of approximately half a stick of incense, Han Li finally concluded that this was not a manifestation of black energy rising, but rather a lingering trace of toxicity that could not be entirely eradicated, presenting itself as a faint and elusive darkness upon the face. Upon reaching this conclusion, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Shouer, feeling that the girl was somewhat overreacting. This reproachful look, unnoticed by others, was, however, perceived by Li Feiyu, who had been intently focused on Zhang Shouer. He returned Han Li's gaze with a glare, evidently offended by what he considered an affront to his goddess. Han Li found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that Li Feiyu, ensnared by the throes of infatuation, had indeed prioritized romantic pursuits over friendship. Choosing not to engage further with this simple-minded individual, Han Li redirected his attention back to Elder Li's condition. Aside from the unresolved darkness on his face, the toxic spots on Elder Li's body had stabilized at the size of yellow beans, ceasing to diminish any further. The residual poison had left him in a state of unconsciousness. At this juncture, Han Li realized that the subsequent measures he had prepared would indeed be necessary, alleviating any concerns he harbored about justifying his earlier statements, as they would now serve to demonstrate his foresight. Fetch me a basin filled with clear water, Han Li instructed in an authoritative tone. This time, it was not Zhang Shouer who attended to the task. Rather, Ma Rong swiftly volunteered and dashed out. Han Li then turned back to Elders Qian and Ma, stating with gravity, I require your assistance in channeling your internal energy to expel the residual poison from Elder Li's body to several specific acupuncture points. Following that, I shall employ the method of bloodletting with golden needles to release the toxic blood. Would you both be able to assist? Ma, though his gaze flickered with uncertainty, ultimately acquiesced, while Elder Qian nodded curtly in agreement. Why seek their help? Am I not capable? Elder Zhao interjected, displeased by what he perceived as Han Li's undervaluation of his abilities. Han Li sighed inwardly, recognizing that he would need to clarify matters for this obstinate individual. Elder Zhao, your practice of the mixed circle palm primarily draws from external techniques, does it not? In terms of the purity of internal energy, I still believe that Masters Ma and Qian are more suited for this task. Han Li replied calmly and gently. This left Elder Zhao at a loss for words, stymied by Han Li's subtle rebuke. Ignoring the disgruntled elder, Han Li addressed the others in the room with a commanding tone. Everyone else, apart from Masters Ma and Qian, please leave. The method for detoxifying Elder Li is not suitable for public observation, and the healing process requires absolute tranquility, free from disturbances. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals were momentarily taken aback. But it was Li who first comprehended the situation. She respectfully bowed deeply, stating, I shall take my leave then. Following her lead, the others, whether willingly or reluctantly, filed out of the room. Once Ma Rong returned with a basin of clear water, Han Li promptly dismissed him, then firmly closed the door, leaving the remaining individuals outside exchanging glances. Time passed slowly, minute by minute, and it was uncertain how long had elapsed. The door to the bedroom remained unopened, and not a whisper could be heard from within. This peculiar stillness rendered those awaiting news increasingly anxious, a shadow of unease creeping silently into their hearts. Even Li, who usually maintained a composed demeanor, exhibited signs of restlessness, let alone the hot-tempered Elder Zhao, who had already paced the living room countless times, just as the occupants of the living room were on the verge of losing all patience. The door creaked open from the inside. Instinctively, all eyes swiftly converged on the entrance, and the atmosphere turned heavy with tension. Han Li emerged slowly, his face etched with fatigue, upon seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces. He offered a slight smile and reassured them, "There is nothing to worry about. The residual poison has been completely eradicated. Elder Li just needs to rest for one more night, and he will awaken on his own come morning." Han Li spoke with unwavering confidence, though he himself had not anticipated that the elimination of the poison would proceed so smoothly, without a hitch. Upon hearing this, the faces of Li and the others brightened with joy, their previous gloom dissipating entirely. A few of the more impatient individuals were eager to rush in and see for themselves, but Han Li raised his hand to halt them. Elder Li is currently very weak and should not be disturbed by too many people. Moreover, both Master Ma and the others have sustained significant energy loss in their efforts to dispel the poison and are in need of recuperation. That I believe it would be best if only Madam enters. Han Li spoke earnestly to Li. Upon receiving this good news, Li had no further objections. She nodded in agreement without pausing to express her gratitude to Han Li and hurriedly entered the bedroom alone. Chapter 73. The thoughts of Li Feiyu. As soon as Li entered the room, she was greeted by a pungent odor. She then observed Master Ma and Elder Qian seated cross-legged on either side of the bed. Their eyes closed in meditation. In the space between them lay a basin filled with pitch-black blood-like liquid, the source of the foul smell. Both men appeared somewhat pale, evidently having expended considerable energy. Just as Han Li had described, I felt a surge of gratitude towards the two of them. Although she possessed no martial skills, she was aware that it was inappropriate to disturb them at this moment. So she slowed her steps and approached the bed gently, gazing at the figure lying there. To her relief, Elder Li was sleeping soundly. The anguish that had once marred his brow completely vanished. Although his complexion still bore a hint of pallor, the dark aura that had enveloped him was entirely gone, and the toxic markings on his body had faded to faint, barely perceptible traces. Almost indistinguishable. That it seemed the poison had indeed been thoroughly dispelled, and Li could not help but weep tears of joy. After some time, she wiped the tears from her eyes and realized she should return to express her heartfelt gratitude to Han Li. She gracefully withdrew from the room, only to be immediately surrounded by eager inquiries from the others upon reaching the threshold. However, she could not find Han Li among the crowd. Surprised, she quickly inquired about Ma Rong and the others. Upon hearing their responses, Li learned that after prescribing a restorative remedy, Han Li had taken his leave, departing gracefully without lingering for even a moment longer. After hearing these words, Li remained silent for a moment. Yet her resolve had already taken shape in her heart. Once Elder Li's health was restored, the couple would undoubtedly pay a visit to express their profound gratitude for the life-saving assistance they had received. Unbeknownst to Li, besides the esteemed physician Han, there was another absence in the room. Li Feiyu, who had previously been inseparable from Zhang Xiora, in a secluded spot along a narrow path, beneath the shade of a lush tree. Han Li, who had just departed from Elder Li's residence, lay sprawled on the grass, his head resting on his hands while he idly examined the green leaves of a nearby branch, just as he counted nearly 1,000 leaves. A shadow swooped down from above, pouncing upon him with the ferocity of an eagle seizing its prey, as if driven by a deep-seated vendetta. "Hey, stop fooling around. Why is it that every time we meet, you always want to get physical? I'm not that Zhang Xiora." Upon uttering these words, Han Li observed the shadow perform an agile mid-air turn, gracefully landing beside him, none other than the swift Li Feiyu, who had arrived right after. "Han Li, with that dark and dreary appearance of yours, how dare you compare yourself to Miss Zhang?" "Isn't that just a blatant insult?" Li Feiyu retorted, her tone laced with irritation as she gently tapped the tip of her right foot against Han Li's rear in a playful reprimand. Rolling his eyes in response, Han Li sprang to his feet in a swift motion. "It seems our esteemed senior brother Li is indeed one who prioritizes beauty over friendship. I truly regret my poor choice in companions." "Cut the nonsense. What exactly did you summon me here for? You should know how hard I worked to get a chance to approach Miss Zhang, and now you want to squander it without a sound reason? You shall not pass without a satisfactory explanation." Li Feiyu expressed her discontent, thoroughly displeased with Han Li's inexplicable summons. "Did I summon you? I was unaware of such a thing. Did I ever explicitly state it?" Han Li feigned astonishment in an exaggerated manner. "With the way you were making eyes at me when I left, even a blind person could see it. Stop beating around the bush. If there is nothing urgent, I truly must take my leave." Li Feiyu turned to depart, her demeanor leaving Han Li uncertain of her sincerity. Not wishing to continue teasing her, Han Li suddenly shifted his expression, addressing Li Feiyu with gravity. "Do not blame me for prying. As a friend, I feel compelled to ask, does Zhang Xiu'er know that you have consumed the marrow-extracting pill, which has left you with merely a few years to live? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face drained of color, rendered as pale as a ghost, and she fell silent for an extended moment. Han Li sighed inwardly, realizing that further inquiries were unnecessary. Her expression had already conveyed everything. Why must you awaken me to such harsh realities? Li Feiyu's countenance was filled with sorrow, and after a long pause, she spoke with pain. Han Li chose not to respond to her accusation, instead offering a gentle pat on her shoulder as a gesture of comfort. You should have heard that in matters of the heart, the more one invests, the greater the ensuing pain. Finally, as her emotions began to stabilize, he imparted this philosophical insight, leaving Li Feiyu momentarily stunned. I have pulled you back from the brink before you became ensnared, all to spare you from future suffering, Han Li added slowly, reinforcing his intent. Li Feiyu stared blankly at Han Li, a peculiar expression dancing in his eyes. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Han Li felt a sense of unease under Li Feiyu's gaze and hastily examined himself from head to toe. How old are you, anyway? Why do you speak as if you possess the wisdom of a jaded romantic, as if you have experienced the throes of love? Li Feiyu suddenly inquired. Of course not. These musings are merely gleaned from books. I found them to possess a semblance of truth, so I thought to share them with you. Han Li replied. Oh, so that's how it is. I was wondering. With my handsome and dashing demeanor, how could I possibly allow myself to fall behind you in matters of the heart, to hear you wax poetic about insights, only to realize it's mere theoretical discourse? Li Feiyu exhaled deeply, patting his chest repeatedly, as if he had been considerably startled. Han Li was rendered speechless. This lad seemed to recover far too quickly. Just moments ago, he was despondent, and now he was all smiles again. Truly an emotional creature. Nevertheless, Han Li maintained a relentless curiosity, pressing further. Have you truly given up on Miss Zhang Xiu'er? Are you unaffected by the sight of her in another's embrace? Li Feiyu's previously jovial expression abruptly transformed into one of chilling severity. With a voice brimming with menace, he declared, whoever dares to lay a hand on Miss Zhang shall find their fingers severed. What becomes of me after my death is beyond my control. But while I yet draw breath, Miss Zhang belongs solely to me. His words seemed capable of freezing the air around them. Chapter 74. The Wind Command Technique. Han Li gazed at Li Feiyu's suddenly imposing visage, rendered speechless in solemnity, uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, Li Feiyu's aura shifted dramatically, reverting to his previous playful demeanor. He winked at Han Li and exclaimed, So, what do you think? Was my earlier display sufficiently impressive? Did it not exude the essence of a formidable hero, inspiring your utmost admiration and loyalty? Han Li could only manage a wry smile in response to this proclamation. Just moments ago, he had been moved by Li Feiyu's words. Yet the latter's subsequent comments swiftly returned him to his former self. Han Li glared at him for a moment, then gritted his teeth and retorted, Hero, you resemble more of a bear. Li Feiyu laughed heartily, reveling in the amusement of having temporarily subdued Han Li. However, Han Li gradually regained his composure, and amidst the laughter, he remarked, I have already cautioned you before. You are acutely aware of your circumstances. Thus, I will pose this question to you once more with utmost seriousness. If you were to disperse your energy, I could grant you several more years of life, allowing you to share an extended existence with Miss Zhang. Would you not reconsider? Han Li's laughter came to an abrupt halt, his expression darkening as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Feiyu, who remained silent. Yet, Han Li maintained his composure, returning the other's gaze with unclouded clarity. After what felt like an eternity, Li Feiyu finally withdrew the intensity from his eyes, his demeanor softening somewhat. Han Li, you know that I will never entertain the notion of willingly dispersing my energy. I understand you mean well, but please refrain from bringing it up again, if you would be so kind. He managed a strained smile, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Moreover, do you truly believe that, having become a feeble and ineffectual person, Miss Zhang would still hold me in esteem? The words spoken by Li Feiyu carried a hint of self-mockery. Han Li fell silent, turning his gaze towards the direction from which Li Feiyu had arrived, quietly observing for a moment before he spoke in a grave tone. Since you have made up your mind, I shall no longer dissuade you. Do return quickly. I hope that you and Miss Zhang Xiu'er can indeed achieve a happy union. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Li Feiyu's face instantly lit up with joy, and he heartily patted Han Li on the shoulders several times. Good brother, those words are music to my ears. They are the happiest I have heard today. I shall take my leave now. With that, He leapt into the air and, after a few graceful bounds, vanished at the end of the path, leaving no trace behind. Ouch. Han Li suddenly clutched his shoulder tightly. It appeared that Li Feiyu had surreptitiously employed his internal strength in those playful slaps, causing his shoulder to swell painfully, akin to a small red bun that was too tender to touch. This was indeed a considerable ordeal. That little rascal, in retaliation for revealing his vulnerabilities, resorted to such a method to get back at me, Han Li thought, grimacing as he fumbled to retrieve healing elixirs from his robe. Unfastening his garments to apply them to his shoulder. Cough. Just when I finally acted out of kindness, it ends in such a manner. Perhaps I am truly not cut out for good deeds. It would be better to return and contemplate my techniques. As for this underhanded trickery, I shall seek retribution the next time we meet. Han Li pondered, somewhat unwilling to accept his fate. After a considerable passage of time, Han Li had reached the age of 18. During this interval, the Qishuan sect, pressed by the relentless encroachment of the Wild Wolf Gang, finally declared war against them. Consequently, countless conflicts erupted along the borders of the two factions, resulting in the demise of several companions who had entered the mountains alongside Han Li, which left him deeply contemplative. The great bell outside the valley was rung with increasing frequency due to the rising number of casualties, affording Han Li ample opportunity to hone his advanced healing techniques, significantly enhancing his medical prowess. However, even with Han Li's remarkable skills, many mid to high-ranking members continued to fall. Some perished in battle, while others succumbed to grievous wounds on their way, leaving no chance for Han Li to administer aid. Yet, as a result of this turmoil, numerous young masters emerged, ascending to the positions vacated by the fallen. Notably, the infamous figures of the Wild Wolf Gang, the 5 demons, 3 eagles, and 2 leopards, as well as the 7 heroes of the Qishuan sect, gained prominence, with Li Feiyu being among the renowned. He had attained the prestigious position of deputy leader of the Outer Blade Hall after personally slaying an opponent. The purple-robed standard-bearer, and his relationship with Zhang Xiu'er was flourishing rapidly, having reached the stage of discussing marriage. Upon learning of this, Han Li could only let out a gentle sigh. He was uncertain whether Li Feiyu's actions were right or wrong. After all, he was not Li Feiyu and could not truly grasp the nuances of their situation. However, if the roles were reversed, and he were forced to witness his beloved with another, Han Li admitted to himself that he would be incapable of such endurance. Yet the thought of marrying someone while knowing he was on the brink of death seemed to require a fortitude he did not possess. Thus, Han Li could only feign ignorance, for there exists a natural distance among individuals that Li Feiyu, being his close friend, naturally garnered a slight bias in his favor, a fact that Han Li accepted with a sense of inner peace. Furthermore, a recent and crucial event had occupied most of his thoughts, rendering him unable to divert his attention to the matter at hand. After countless failures, Han Li finally mastered the use of the wind control technique. Like the Heavenly Eye technique, it too is an auxiliary spell, applicable solely to the caster and not transferable to others. However, its practical applications far surpass those of the Heavenly Eye technique. Upon invoking the wind control technique, Han Li felt as light as a swallow, and with a mere tap of his toes, he could effortlessly leap several zhang away, the exhilarating sensation of sprinting at high speed across the land, leaving everything behind with ease, became an addictive pleasure for Han Li, compelling him to race through the valley 5 or 6 times daily before he would relent. It indulged his cravings for the finesse of lightness. Of course, the effects of this acceleration differ greatly from those of the Luo Yin step, a secret technique that emphasizes exploiting every opportunity to transform impossibility into possibility, achieving rapid movement over short distances at the expense of considerable stamina. This technique is most wondrous when employed in confined spaces. In contrast, the wind control technique imposes no physical strain beyond the continuous consumption of a minuscule amount of magical energy, allowing for unrestricted, frenzied running without the risk of exhaustion. Moreover, this acceleration persists until the magical energy is depleted or the spell is terminated, rendering it a favored utility among low-level cultivators for long-distance travel. Chapter 75. The harmonious use of martial and magical arts. Since mastering the wind control technique, Han Li's interest in the other 2 spells, the spirit-fixing talisman and object manipulation technique, has grown significantly. He devoted considerable time and effort to these spells, hoping to achieve a sudden epiphany akin to that with the wind control technique. However, after repeated examinations, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that his inability to cast these spells might not stem from his own limitations, but rather from the inadequacy of the external conditions necessary for their execution. According to the texts, the spirit-fixing talisman is a type of charm that necessitates the use of pre-prepared talismans. Consequently, Hanli had been employing yellow paper purchased from a nearby town, painstakingly replicating the talisman designs with a brush as illustrated in the book. Although the text did not specify what materials should be used to create the talismans, he recalled the silver symbols of Dr. Mo's talismans and thus opted for the luxurious silver powder as his medium. Whether this pigment would prove effective remained unknown to him, yet at the very least, these homemade talismans appeared identical to the examples in the book. Regrettably, mere outward resemblance was insufficient. When Hanli recited the incantations to activate these talismans, the symbols failed to emit the dazzling silver light characteristic of Dr. Mo's use, nor did any other extraordinary phenomena occur. It could be said that his attempt was a complete failure, leaving him in a predicament of frustration and indecision. Unbeknownst to him, the failure of the spell was attributed to errors in the incantation or the hand gestures, or perhaps to the unsuccessful creation of the talisman. However, after this research, his perspective changed. Through extensive inquiries into various relevant materials and texts concerning magical legends, Hanli finally discerned that the talismans employed by cultivators were certainly not mere sheets of ordinary paper and pigments as understood by mortals, but rather crafted from unique materials specific to the practitioners, possibly requiring a special method for their creation. Thus, even if his incantations and gestures were flawless, the casting would still be rendered futile. The same principle applied to the technique of object manipulation. Previously, Hanli believed that any random object could serve as a target for this spell. Thus, he directed his incantations at commonplace items such as furniture or swords, which, unsurprisingly, yielded no effect. Yet, upon reflection prompted by the matter of talismans, he recognized that the objects manipulated by this technique were not ordinary items, but rather specific artifacts utilized by cultivators. Consequently, he considered the peculiar items obtained from Dr. Mo, including the soul-calling bell and the 7 silver blades used in the 7 ghosts soul-devouring technique, as potential targets for his experimentation. Regrettably, none of these artifacts yielded successful results, leaving Hanli profoundly disheartened. It appeared that the objects of manipulation were something entirely different. Acknowledging the general source of the problem, he understood that without the appropriate items, it was impossible to execute the spirit-fixing talisman and the object manipulation technique. Thus, he shifted his focus away from these issues and instead contemplated the combination of martial secret techniques with several spells, intending to rapidly enhance his strength and elevate his capabilities in a short span of time. With this whimsical notion in mind, Hanli embarked on a rigorous journey of self-discipline, soon achieving modest success. After numerous attempts, he ultimately fused the Luo Yin step with the wind command technique. This fusion, in essence, involved first employing the wind command technique while simultaneously executing the Luo Yin step. However, the coordination and integration of both techniques required meticulous control, lest errors ensue, demanding considerable mental and physical effort from Hanli. Nevertheless, this approach gradually ameliorated the shortcomings of the wind command technique, which was originally inept at agile maneuvers, and addressed the Luo Yin step's excessive energy consumption during movement, rendering him almost as elusive as a flicker of lightning. His movements becoming increasingly ghostly and unpredictable. Shortly thereafter, Hanli also discovered his own innovative application of the fireball technique. Traditionally, upon the emergence of the small fireball, the caster would propel it towards the target using their own magical energy to vanquish their adversaries, which was the technique's original purpose. However, Hanli found this method lacking. That he contended that the speed of the magically propelled fireball was too languid, easily evaded by any adept practitioner of lightness skills, thereby limiting its effectiveness in the realm of combat and rendering it somewhat ostentatious yet impractical. Thus, he opted to utilize the fireball technique by casting only half the spell. Once the fireball materialized, he refrained from launching it, instead harnessing its all-consuming nature, wielding it as a compact divine weapon under his control, with the aid of his refined limit-breaking agility and the searing fireball in his grasp. Hanli now harbored the confidence to effortlessly vanquish any formidable opponent. With these newfound assurances, he finally exhaled in relief, no longer troubled by his previous inadequacies, and could now venture to lance how to seek the antidote with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Hanli's Changchun skill had quietly ascended to the 8th level, as he consumed spiritual herbs as though they were mere snacks, significantly augmenting his magical prowess in terms of the depth of his mana. Hanli had surpassed the former Yuzitong, while his physical form still lingered, yet when it came to the breadth of his spell mastery and practical combat techniques, he still lagged far behind the previous Yuzitong. After all, Yuzitong had the advantage of guidance from elders during family training and peers for sparring, far eclipsing Han Li's solitary learning experience. Unaware of this disparity, or indifferent if he did, Han Li was not so arrogant as to believe that a rudimentary understanding of a few spells could enable him to contend with true cultivators. His adversaries remained primarily mundane martial artists. Consequently, Han Li's spirits were buoyant as he contemplated a pretext to depart from the Seven Xian sect when the Wolf Pack gang unexpectedly proposed negotiations with the sect. The news sent a ripple of astonishment through the ranks of the Seven Xian sect. For it had recently been the Wolf Pack gang that had dominated the conflicts, consistently pressuring the sect. In such favorable circumstances, why would the adversary suddenly seek parley? Was there some ulterior motive at play? This engendered skepticism among many. In an instant, voices of agreement and dissent regarding the negotiations emerged within the Seven Xian sect, each high-ranking official holding differing opinions, with Li Feiyu being a staunch opponent. As the sentiments of both proponents and opponents were nearly equal, a clear resolution could not be reached through debate. Ultimately, it was left to the sect leader, Wang, to make the final decision, to engage in talks first and ascertain the terms. If the conditions were reasonable, they would shake hands and reconcile. If excessively harsh, they would continue the conflict. Although this compromise did not fully satisfy either faction, it was the only feasible course of action. Chapter 76. Negotiations and flames. After several rounds of discussions between the Seven Xian sect and the Wolf Pack gang, a location known as Luosha Slope was mutually acknowledged as the venue for negotiations. As for the representatives participating in the talks, the Wolf Pack gang firmly insisted that a leading figure from each side must be present to demonstrate mutual sincerity. Otherwise, the negotiations would be deemed unnecessary. This condition, once proposed, did not incite unrest within the Seven Xian sect, as it was a standard aspect of negotiation. Naturally, the foremost leader would never place themselves in a perilous situation. The Seven Xian sect would dispatch a deputy sect leader at most, while the opposing side would similarly send an equally significant deputy leader to maintain appearances, thus rendering the condition entirely acceptable. Thus, both parties agreed upon a specific date for the negotiations, and on that day, each would dispatch a contingent of over 100 individuals to partake in the meeting to safeguard against any potential ambush during the talks. The Xianmen meticulously arranged for the personnel and backup involved in the negotiations. Not only was the delegation led by the second strongest master of the sect, Deputy Master Wu, but the nearly 100 members within the team were all elite experts of the highest caliber within the sect. These individuals primarily included protectors, offerings, and other core members, accompanied by several elders and high-ranking figures such as hall masters, resulting in an impressive assembly. With such a formidable team, even if the entire elite force of the Wild Wolf gang were to converge, they would likely be unable to impede their progress, instilling great confidence within the ranks of the Xianmen. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the negotiators could rely on their formidable martial prowess to swiftly break through encirclement and return to their territory, where additional elite disciples of the Bloodblade Hall would be stationed to ensure their safe retreat. Li Feiyu also volunteered to join the endeavor. For someone who sensed his life nearing its end, the more perilous the situation, the greater his desire to engage. Thus, nearly half of the Xuanmen's elite were set to embark on their journey from the mountain as the negotiation date approached. A round trip that would undoubtedly consume at least half a month, a considerable span of time indeed. Han Li, however, remained largely indifferent. Whether the negotiations succeeded or faltered held little significance for him. He was on the brink of departing this place to venture into the wider world, and the rise and fall of the Xianmen bore little relevance to him as long as it did not involve him directly. He felt no inclination to concern himself with such matters. Therefore, in the days following the departure of the negotiating team, he calmly continued to cultivate the medicinal herbs he required and began gathering seeds of rare medicinal plants for future use. Han Li had resolved that upon the return of the negotiation team, he would formally bid farewell to the several sect leaders, should the higher-ups prove obstinate and refuse to grant him leave. He would not hesitate to demonstrate his true strength before them, ensuring they were thoroughly disheartened that in truth, departing unnoticed would be the simplest course of action. However, Han Li was apprehensive that they might seek him out and cause trouble for his family, thus making it necessary to openly inform the higher-ups of his departure and showcase a fraction of his power to deter them. As for his excuse for leaving, Han Li had already devised a plan. Claiming he wished to seek out Dr. Mo, his mentor, Whether or not they believed him was of little concern. With absolute strength backing him, he had no reason to fear their ulterior motives. Every time he contemplated this, a faint, cold smile would appear at the corners of his mouth at that moment. If he desired to take the lives of the sect leaders, it would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Of course, he merely entertained the thought and had no intention of acting upon it. Little did Hanli anticipate that on the fourth night following the departure of the negotiating team, a ragged figure, covered in dust, with disheveled hair, would suddenly burst into his room. Staring with bloodshot eyes, the individual, with cracked lips devoid of moisture, rasped a chilling message. The negotiating team has perished. Master Wu is dead. The protectors and offerings have fallen, and several elders have also met their demise. Nearly all have been slain. Upon hearing these words, Hanli was momentarily taken aback, before he could even open his mouth to inquire further. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air from somewhere atop the mountain. Following that, a series of dull thuds echoed ominously. The cacophony of various alarm signals resonated in unison, soon followed by a thunderous clamor of battle cries that reverberated throughout the mountain. Amidst this chaos, the faint sounds of clashing weapons could be discerned, as if, in that instant, the entire Kaixia mountain had transformed into a vast arena of slaughter. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding the individual before him, he swiftly exited the building. Scanning his surroundings, he located the tallest structure, and with a slight stamp of his foot, he found himself atop the roof, gazing out towards the valley below. His countenance was grim, shadowed by a pall of foreboding, for not far from his sight, flames surged skyward, figures flitted about, and the glint of blades flickered incessantly amidst the din of combat, alarm bells, and furious shouts merging into a chaotic uproar. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, he inquired without turning, "Li Feiyu? Is it the Wolf Gang?" "Indeed, I never anticipated their meticulous planning would lead to the near annihilation of our negotiation team, only to have them immediately pursue us survivors up the mountain." The messenger was none other than Li Feiyu, who had departed 4 days prior. His voice was now laden with fury and frustration. Chapter 77. Countermeasures. However, how did they breach the outer sentries of the mountain? When we retreated, I distinctly instructed the guards along the way to heighten their vigilance. Li Feiyu mused aloud, perplexed. There is nothing particularly surprising about this. The Wolf Gang has undoubtedly schemed for this large-scale assault for quite some time. Planting a few infiltrators at the periphery would be a trivial task. With these traitors guiding them, it is quite ordinary for the outposts to be silently overrun. Hanli replied with a calm demeanor. Nevertheless, it is impossible for the Wolf Gang to easily seize all the branches. I suspect they intend to encircle each peak housing a branch without direct engagement, concentrating their elite forces on the assault of the main hall located at Sunset Peak. Should they manage to capture or eliminate the key figures of our sect, the remaining branches would inevitably collapse without resistance. What shall we do now? Should we head to Sunset Peak? Li Feiyu pressed anxiously. Hanli remained silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to face Li Feiyu and solemnly stated, "You have yet to inform me how such a formidable negotiation team could be entirely obliterated. Logically, the Wolf Gang should not possess such overwhelming strength to this." Li Feiyu's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He couldn't help but lick his cracked lips, revealing a bitter smile as he replied, "They deployed a substantial number of repeating crossbows, all of which were enhanced military-grade weapons. Military-grade repeating crossbows. Indeed, we had only departed the mountain 2 days prior, traversing a patch of grassland, and since we were still within our own territory, everyone let their guard down." At that moment, an unexpected surge of numerous members from the Wild Wolf Gang erupted from the ground, each armed with a formidable crossbow. A relentless barrage of crossbow bolts rained down upon us, so dense that all disciples with lesser martial prowess perished on the spot, struck down by the chaotic hail of arrows. Only a fortunate few, those of exceptional skill or sheer luck, managed to evade this onslaught. Yet even they bore injuries that severely diminished their abilities. I counted myself among the fortunate, for had it not been for my luck, I would not have returned. As Li Feiyu recounted this harrowing tale, a flicker of trepidation surfaced in his eyes, revealing the lingering terror that the terrifying onslaught of crossbow bolts had instilled in him. After the arrows had ceased, the enemy's elite advanced upon us, plunging us into a fierce struggle. To enhance our chances of survival, the remaining members resolved to separate and act independently in a bid to break through. Fortune favored me, in the eyes of the enemy. I was not deemed a significant target, resulting in fewer pursuers, and those who did pursue were not particularly formidable. Miraculously, I managed to carve my way to safety. However, as I hastened back, I discovered that the various strongholds along my route, which should have harbored our comrades, had inexplicably been overrun by the wild wolf gang, lying in wait for us, the hapless survivors, to fall into their trap. After being ensnared once or twice, I resolved never to seek assistance again. Driven by a desire to ascertain the fate of others, I took a bold step and ambushed a blue-clad enforcer of the wild wolf gang, from whom I learned that Master Wu and several elders had perished under the relentless assault of the enemy's numerous elites. Only a handful, like myself, neither particularly esteemed nor weak in skill, had managed to escape. Upon receiving this distressing news, I dared not linger for even a moment longer and dashed desperately into the mountains. Along the way, I fortuitously encountered two fellow escapees, and together we fled for an entire day and night until we finally returned to the sanctuary of the mountains. Upon our return, the two escapees made their way to Sunset Peak to inform Master Wang of the annihilation of the negotiation team. I, on the other hand, fabricated an excuse regarding my injuries and stealthily came to consult with you about possible strategies. It is imperative to recognize that with Master Wu and so many others having fallen in ambush, we, this small group, neither high nor low in status, have returned in efforts to deflect blame. One wonders whether the higher-ups might unleash their wrath upon us, treating us as scapegoats. Now, it appears that before I could even fully convey this matter to you, the forces of the Wild Wolf Gang have already surged forth. What do you propose we do now? Li Feiyu exhaled a deep breath, his demeanor shifting to one of resignation. After listening intently, Han Li furrowed his brow and tilted his head in contemplation. The clamor of battle on the mountain intensified, punctuated by the anguished cries of the mortally wounded, sending chills down one's spine. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li's voice deepened with gravity. Yes, I still have over 20 subordinates stationed in several houses near Elder Li's residence. They were meant to wait for the negotiation team's return before being let out to carry out their duties. Very well, let us first proceed to the residence of Elder Li, gather these individuals together, and while we are at it, we shall also meet with Miss Zhang Shouer. Elder Li will surely be present. And as for the subsequent course of action, we shall make a decision once we have clarified the specific circumstances. Han Li spoke calmly, displaying a remarkable sense of reason. All right, I will heed your advice. Given the current chaos outside, I am genuinely concerned for Shouer's safety, Li Feiyu expressed, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Li Feiyu, perplexed by his thoughts. On one hand, he was exceedingly anxious about Zhang Shouer, showing great concern. On the other hand, fully aware of his limited lifespan, he still insisted on marrying her, clearly intending to leave her a widow. What a contradictory fellow. Han Li silently offered a rather unflattering assessment of his friend. With a gentle leap, Han Li descended from the rooftop, followed closely by Li Feiyu. I will gather my belongings, and we shall depart promptly. Very well, please be swift. I am truly worried about Shouer's safety. Upon hearing this, Han Li could only remain speechless. The way Li Feiyu incessantly mentioned Shouer was quite tiresome, evoking in Han Li both disdain and a tinge of jealousy. Choosing to ignore Li Feiyu, who had suddenly transformed into a lovesick fool, Han Li returned indoors and efficiently began to pack a few essential items. Chapter 78. Slaughter in the Forest. Are you ready? As soon as Han Li emerged from the house, Li Feiyu eagerly urged him on. Han Li shot a glare at Li Feiyu, displaying his displeasure, before approaching a smaller room and coldly calling out through the closed door, Chu Han, come forth. You will be of use tonight. No sooner had Han Li's words left his lips than, with a resounding crash, the wooden door was shattered as if it were made of paper, and amidst the swirling wood chips, a colossal figure slowly emerged from within. Li Feiyu stared, his eyes wide, as he beheld this imposing giant. Cloaked and faceless like a demon, the giant silently stepped behind Han Li. Let us proceed, Han Li said with a smile, now urging the dazed Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu finally snapped back to reality. He regarded Han Li with a peculiar gaze, glanced at the giant, and then sealed his lips, silently leading the way out of the valley. Han Li looked at Li Feiyu's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before quickening his pace to catch up, the giant Chu Han followed closely behind, never straying from his side. Han Li was greatly pleased with Li Feiyu's perceptiveness. It was precisely because they respected each other's privacy that they had forged such a strong bond of friendship. The group moved swiftly, soon arriving near the valley's entrance. Just as Li Feiyu lifted his leg to step into the woods, Han Li suddenly extended his right hand, firmly grasping his shoulder and halting his advance. What is it? Li Feiyu asked, puzzled and somewhat displeased, for he was burning with anxiety. Someone is approaching, and not just one person. Han Li replied calmly. Li Feiyu was taken aback, promptly focusing his attention. Yet after a considerable time passed, he heard nothing at all. He cast a puzzled glance at Han Li, yet the latter remained unflustered, offering no explanation. You. Before Li Feiyu could finish his sentence, Han Li abruptly raised a finger to his lips. Signaling for silence, Li Feiyu furrowed his brow. Though somewhat reluctant, he instinctively chose to heed the other's gesture and refrained from speaking further. Not long after, a grave expression overtook Li Feiyu's countenance as he turned to Han Li in astonishment. For he finally discerned the sound of numerous footsteps echoing from outside the valley, indeed indicating the presence of many individuals. Sun Gfa. There is a great bell at the edge of this grove, along with a small path. This must be the Divine Hand Valley mentioned by the Deputy Lord. A robust voice resonated from the other side of the woods. Yes, according to the map and this great bell. It is undoubtedly here. You all listen carefully. The Lord has issued a strict command. Capture the Divine Doctor within the valley alive, and no harm must come to him. Otherwise, we shall deal with it according to the sect's rules. Do you understand? Another voice, sharp and commanding like a rooster's crow, ordered Twint. The chorus of obedient replies followed, indicating at least a dozen individuals, each possessing a strong voice, suggesting they were all skilled fighters, aside from one enforcer clad in blue. The rest were elite members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Li Feiyu lowered his voice and leaned closer to Han Li, softly elucidating the situation. He understood that his friend was typically indifferent to the affairs of their adversaries. So he prioritized informing him of the enemy's identities, hoping to prevent any complacency. Upon hearing this, Han Li grasped Li Feiyu's intent and chuckled lightly, saying nothing, though his demeanor suggested a lack of concern. However, Li Feiyu grew anxious. With my current stamina, I could manage the blue-clad enforcer alone, but against the others, I would surely be outmatched. I know you are clever. Please share any strategies quickly, otherwise it may be too late. His words were spoken in a hasty and urgent manner, for those individuals had already entered the grove and were approaching Han Li and the others' position. Shall we first evade and temporarily avoid the enemy's assault? Li Feiyu proposed a seemingly sound idea, but regrettably, Han Li had no intention of adopting it. Chu Huan, apart from capturing that blue-clad individual alive, eliminate the others lurking in the woods. Han Li suddenly turned and coldly commanded the giant. What? Li Feiyu was taken aback by this declaration. However, before he could react, the hulking figure behind Han Li transformed into a gust of wind, rushing into the forest, and almost immediately, the air was filled with the cries and gasps of the Wild Wolf Gang members. Ah! Who is it? This is bad. Someone is ambushing us. What kind of monster is this? Ah! Run! Ah! The forest was suddenly filled with exclamations and anguished cries, but soon these sounds began to dwindle, and before long, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Li Feiyu gazed at the woods, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 79. Interrogation. The towering giant emerged from the thicket, effortlessly gripping a bewildered man in blue, as if he were a mere chick. Blood splattered across his form, the crimson stains contrasting vividly against his green robe, reminiscent of the brilliance of peach blossoms. Li Feiyu inhaled sharply. The giant strode forward, casting the blue-clad man onto the ground, and a pungent scent of blood assaulted Li Feiyu's senses. His complexion paled, instinctively retreating a half-step as he assumed a defensive posture. The giant paid no heed to Li Feiyu's subtle movements, instead stepping back to resume his position behind Han Li, remaining utterly still and silent, as if he had never left that spot. With a long sigh of relief, Li Feiyu relaxed his stance, casting a glance at the blue-clad man on the ground and then at the composed Han Li. Suddenly, he chuckled. How is it that you remain so calm? It turns out you have such a formidable ally by your side. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I was unnecessarily anxious for quite a while. While Li Feiyu feigned ease, his mind raced with speculation regarding the relationship between Han Li and the colossal figure. Han Li perceived the thoughts of his companion but had no intention of clarifying. A cryptic smile graced his lips as he leisurely remarked, "This blue-clad enforcer likely possesses valuable information. Who among us shall conduct the interrogation?" "I believe you, esteemed Li, would excel in this endeavor far more than I.as the capable one. It is only fitting that this task falls to you." Seeing Han Li divert the topic without any intention of introducing the giant, Li Feiyu felt somewhat discontented. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the prospect of interrogating the enforcer. Thus, he acquiesced to the suggestion. Li Feiyu grasped the unconscious blue-clad man and swiftly vanished into the woods. Embarking on his coercive endeavor, while Han Li comfortably settled onto the grassy ground, appearing entirely at ease. Before long, Li Feiyu emerged from the thicket, his countenance darkened. "Why are you back so soon? Did you uncover any useful information?" Han Li inquired without rising, arching an eyebrow. "Humph. He is a coward who fears for his life. I barely laid a hand on him, and he revealed everything without hesitation. There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Li Feiyu replied, his tone laced with frustration. "Let us hear the good news first. That should brighten the mood a bit." Han Li remarked nonchalantly. "The good news is that you accurately predicted the plans of the Wild Wolf Gang. Indeed, they have merely surrounded the other peaks without launching an attack, concentrating their forces at Sunset Peak, where they are relentlessly assaulting it. I've heard they have already captured several strongholds. Li Feiyu stated matter-of-factly, seemingly unconcerned for the safety of their leaders. With such disheartening good news, it was evident that the bad news could only be dire. Han Li mused to himself, rubbing his nose. "Your ominous predictions have proven remarkably accurate. The unfortunate news is that, in addition to the Wild Wolf Gang, the enemy assaulting the mountain includes the Iron Spear Society, the Broken Water Gate, and several other minor factions. It seems our sect is truly facing a grave crisis." Han Li, taken aback by this revelation, found the news unexpectedly shocking. "Regardless of the number of attackers, it is imperative to rendezvous with your beloved and your subordinates first, given the current chaos outside. We must make haste." Han Li's surprise was fleeting, and he quickly assessed the situation. Li Feiyu nodded in eager agreement. This suggestion was precisely what he desired. "What about that fellow? How did you deal with him?" Han Li inquired suddenly. "Silenced him. What else could I do?" Li Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Han Li smiled faintly, supporting himself with one hand before gracefully rising from the grass. "Let us proceed. Avoid the enemy as much as possible. If evasion proves impossible, eliminate anyone who discovers our presence without mercy. Otherwise, their numbers will only continue to swell." Though Han Li's words were delivered in a casual tone, their underlying meaning was laced with lethal intent and a palpable sense of bloodshed. Several miles away from the Divine Hand Valley, in the courtyard of Elderly, a throng of people crowded the space. Among them were men and women of all ages, appearing utterly devoid of martial prowess, yet engaged in hushed discussions, each face etched with concern. Nearby, over 20 young individuals clad in black, wielding swords and knives, stood vigilant, starkly contrasting with the unarmed civilians in the courtyard. Within the living room of the residence, two individuals were embroiled in a heated debate that I vehemently oppose sending anyone outside. Our defenses here are already weak. Dispatching more people would only exacerbate our vulnerability. Absolutely not, exclaimed a portly middle-aged man, spitting as he spoke, shaking his head vehemently in resolute opposition. "But we are entirely unaware of what transpires outside. If we do not send someone to inquire, shall we remain in ignorance, utterly blind to the situation?" "That would be far too passive," countered Ma Rong, the cherished disciple of Elderly. "Being passive is of no concern to me. What happens outside has no bearing on my priorities. The safety of this place is paramount." The rotund man blinked a few times, then suddenly produced a golden token from his pocket, brandishing it before Ma Rong with a proud expression. A Rong glanced at the man and then at the token, letting out his sigh before clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I dare not defy. I shall adhere strictly to your command." This token was the personal insignia of the sect leader, granting its bearer temporary authority to issue orders to disciples below the rank of elder. This man was a close confidant of the sect leader, reportedly a relatively close relative. Thus, any messages or commands from the leader would be relayed through him. Not long ago, he had been hastily entrusted with this token by the sect leader, sent to request Elder Li's presence on the mountain for a meeting. However, after delivering the command, he deemed it overly strenuous to return to the Sunset Peak immediately, relying on his favored status to insist on resting at Elder Li's residence for a while before making his way back. In a state of resignation, Elder Li had no choice but to acquiesce. While he himself could not afford to be negligent, he hastily led Zhang Xiaoer and several other disciples to Sunset Peak. Before long, a significant upheaval occurred on the mountain. The cowardly rotund man was naturally even more reluctant to return alone. Meanwhile, the individuals in the courtyard were mostly families of the Seven Xian sect's members residing nearby, most of whom possessed little to no martial prowess. Thus, as the chaos erupted, they found themselves in a state of utter panic, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, Ma Rong demonstrated considerable initiative. He promptly requested the assistance of the 20 or so subordinates left behind by Li Feiyu, gathering these individuals together to prevent them from scattering in the darkness and encountering unforeseen dangers. Given the remoteness of their location, nestled within a mountain hollow, although they could hear the sounds of alarms and cries of battle, the specific events transpiring outside remained a mystery to them. After Ma Rong had attended to these matters, he intended to dispatch some individuals to investigate the situation outside. Yet, at that moment, the utterly inept rotund man re-emerged, not only obstructing the reconnaissance efforts, but also seizing command over Ma Rong's authority regarding these outer disciples. Leveraging the token from the sect leader, he then resolved to remain there, choosing to bury his head in the sand and remain inactive. Ma Rong was acutely aware of the critical importance of understanding the enemy's situation. Despite several disputes with this deathly afraid man, he was repeatedly suppressed by the token's authority. Even Ma Rong's attempts to investigate personally were met with refusal, as the rotund man regarded him merely as a tool for self-preservation. Thus, Ma Rong found himself in the living room, agitated and restless, akin to an ant on a hot pan, utterly powerless against the ignorance of this so-called superior. He understood that in the Seven Xian sect, disobeying orders and acting independently carried severe consequences. The punishment could range from being stripped of martial skills and expelled from the sect to facing the death penalty. Consequently, even though he was aware that a monumental event was unfolding outside, one that could potentially threaten the very existence of their sect, he remained immobilized. While Ma Rong seethed with the desire to strike down this so-called superior, Han Li and Li Feiyu were completely oblivious to the turmoil occurring at that moment, continuing their rapid advance towards the location. Along the way, they encountered traces of the enemy, skillfully avoiding confrontation whenever possible and concealing their movements. It was only when they were within a mile of Elder Li's residence that they were confronted by a group of individuals clad in green, leaving them no choice but to reveal themselves, thus marking their first direct encounter with the enemy. Now, a dozen or so green-clad individuals wielding steel knives had surrounded them from all sides, trapping them in the center. Observing their movements, it became evident that the majority of those with a single white line embroidered on their sleeves possessed the least martial skill. Two individuals adorned with two white lines were considerably more formidable. However, the most intimidating was a man marked with three white lines and bearing a scar on his face, who clearly held the position of leader among this group. The scarred leader scrutinized the captured individuals with a sense of intrigue. It was no wonder he felt this way. Among the captives, Li Feiyu appeared disheveled and filthy, resembling a mountain cook, while Han Li's vacant eyes and dark complexion made him look like an unskilled peasant. The only one among them who exuded a sense of pressure was the tall figure of Chu Han, who wore a bamboo hat and was splattered with blood. The three incongruous individuals stood together. And even the self-proclaimed veteran of the underworld, their leader, found himself somewhat perplexed. He exchanged wary glances with his subordinates and then called out loudly to the opposing group, "Regardless of who you are, the Seven Mysteries sect is now finished. Surrender, and you may yet escape with your lives." Han Li chuckled softly and turned to Li Feiyu, asking, "Who will strike first? Are you still Chu Han?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes glinted fiercely as he replied in a sharp tone, "These individuals, judging by their attire, appear to be low-ranking disciples of the Broken Water sect, having been pursued by the Wild Wolf gang for so long. Let me first vent my frustrations on them. Moreover, their weapons are just to my liking." With that, he shot forth like a rainbow, instantly closing the distance to the nearest cloaked figure. The man was taken aback. And just as he intended to wield his steel blade, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. The knife had already been seized by his adversary. He hurriedly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. A flash of white light flickered before his eyes, and he found his head and body severed. Li Feiyu's series of actions was executed with precision and swiftness, akin to a bolt of lightning, leaving the remaining disciples of the Broken Water sect unable to react before he had disarmed and killed one of their own. The faces of those left began to pale, especially that of the scarred leader, whose martial prowess far surpassed that of the others. Thus his heart sank the most. He understood all too well that he had encountered a formidable opponent, one beyond the capacity of his companions to contend with. Therefore, he decisively commanded, "Retreat, every man for himself. Signal for reinforcements." This exhortation roused the other cloaked figures, who, in a frenzy, abandoned their encirclement and scattered in all directions. Some even reached into their garments, seemingly in search of that so-called signal. One cloaked figure, adorned with two white lines, sprinted the fastest, Leaping several paces away, as he reveled in his apparent chance of escape, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. A half-inch sword tip had pierced through his throat and vanished without a trace. He was overcome with terror, wanting to scream, but his body felt as though it had been drained of all strength. Leaving him limp and powerless, he could only watch helplessly as his body gradually collapsed. Lying on his back, utterly immobilized, was then he comprehended that he had been struck down from behind by a sword through the throat. This cloaked man felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Having fled so far, how could he perish so swiftly? With great effort, he turned his head to the side and caught a glimpse of the final scene before his demise. A shadow appeared, flickering in and out of view behind a fellow disciple who had fled the farthest. A delicate sword stroke followed, and the shadow wavered slightly before vanishing, only to reappear behind another comrade, delivering yet another lethal flash of white light. That moment, the previously wounded disciple, with a sword through his throat, succumbed to the ground, blood gushing forth from his neck. After witnessing this harrowing spectacle, the cloaked man could only smile serenely as he passed away, for he realized he would not die alone. Soon, many would join him, as that elusive shadow would spare none of them as the climax approaches. And in order to ensure quality, the recent updates from Wuyo may be somewhat slower, and I kindly ask for your understanding. However, dear readers, rest assured that updates will be guaranteed daily. I hope everyone will continue to support this book. Chapter 81. Jia Tianlong. At this moment, Jia Tianlong, the formidable golden wolf, was filled with ambition. The pallor of his usually ashen face was now tinged with a slight flush due to his exhilaration. It is hardly surprising that he appeared this way. After all, the sworn enemy of the Wild Wolf Gang, the 7 mysterious sects, was on the brink of collapsing right before him, under his meticulous scheming. As the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, how could he not feel triumphant? He stood upon the mountainside of Sunset Peak, at a certain outpost of the 7 mysterious sects, surrounded by a throng of crimson-clad iron guards from his gang. These 50 to 60 steadfast soldiers were the fruits of his painstaking cultivation, each one not only exceptionally skilled in martial arts but also unwaveringly loyal to him. He cherished this group dearly and seldom deployed them in routine skirmishes. However, he now had them all by his side, intending to instill complete intimidation in the small and medium-sized factions that were stirring with ambition. Otherwise, how could the leaders of factions such as the Iron Spear Society and the Waterbreak sect be so compliant? These factions were resolutely opposed to the Wild Wolf Gang's monopolization of power, desiring instead a perpetual state of rivalry or balance between the two major forces, allowing them to thrive in the interstice. Had it not been for Jia Tianlong's swift and cunning maneuver to seize the families of these leaders, coupled with the promise of substantial rewards, these smaller factions would have undoubtedly turned against him long ago. Reflecting on this, he could not help but glance back at the leaders of the small and medium-sized factions standing a short distance behind him. Each of them appeared dejected upon noticing Jia Tianlong's gaze. They either glared back with fury or averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his stare. Witnessing this scene, Jia Tianlong could not suppress a cold smile, turning back to contemplate feasible strategies for assimilating these small and medium-sized factions once he had subdued the 7 mysterious sects. Before Jia Tianlong, nearly 1,000 individuals clad in various hues, wielding an assortment of weapons, were fervently assaulting a post of the 7 mysterious sects. Their formation was chaotic, lacking any semblance of coordination, resulting in significant casualties. Yet, Jia Tianlong remained unfazed, for these attackers were not members of the Wild Wolf Gang, but rather the minions of the Iron Spear Society and the Waterbreak sect. He had never anticipated that these individuals could conquer the last and most perilous stronghold of Sunset Peak. He merely sought to exhaust the defenders' energy, paving the way for his elite troops to strike with crossbows. The mere thought of those military crossbows brought a glimmer of joy to Jia Tianlong's refined features. It must be said that the ease with which the Wild Wolf Gang gained the upper hand in this conflict was largely attributable to these lethal instruments of warfare. Otherwise, not only would the annihilation of the opposing negotiation team have been impossible, but the numerous outposts already captured before Sunset Peak would have inflicted considerable damage on the Wild Wolf Gang, severely undermining his future plans to absorb the smaller factions. Remarkably, these military crossbows had cost Jia Tianlong not a single ounce of effort. They had simply fallen into his hands from the heavens while he remained at home. Whenever Jia Tianlong reflects upon this matter, a sense of elation fills his heart. It transpired 3 months prior, when he was engrossed in strategizing the operational plans at headquarters. Suddenly, An officer claiming to be his relative requested an audience with him. Surprised, he agreed to meet this individual, who turned out to be a cousin of his. It emerged that over a decade ago, when the Wild Wolf Gang was still in its nascent stage as a band of marauders, a group had been pacified by the authorities, and his cousin was among them. Astonishingly, after all these years, his cousin had ascended to the esteemed rank of deputy general within the military. Coincidentally, this cousin, now a deputy general, was escorting a shipment of supplies destined for a border outpost in Jingzhou, and, upon passing through, had heard of Jia Tianlong's reputation as the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, prompting him to pay a visit to his younger kin. Upon their meeting, they exchanged heartfelt greetings and shared tales of their respective experiences over the years. When Jia Tianlong recounted the recent conflicts and bloodshed involving the Qishuan sect, his cousin, with a disdainful smirk, arrogantly proclaimed that such skirmishes were trivial. With merely 100 or so repeating crossbows, he could wipe out the entirety of the Qishuan sect. While the speaker may have been casual, the listener took heed, and Jia Tianlong, intrigued, cautiously inquired whether his cousin could procure some crossbows for him. The cousin smiled faintly and candidly revealed that among the supplies he was transporting were indeed numerous repeating crossbows. It was not that he could not provide them, but a modest sum of silver would be required to ensure the silence of the officials involved, and the quantity could not be excessive. Elated by this revelation, Jia Tianlong promptly spent over 20,000 taels of silver to acquire more than 300 repeating crossbows from his cousin, entrusting them to his most loyal subordinates for careful utilization, which subsequently led to a string of victories in recent days. Breach, breach, a cacophony of exclamations jolted Jia, the esteemed leader, from his reverie. Startled, he lifted his gaze towards the mountain peak, where the outpost bearing the Qishuan sect's banner had become inundated with personnel from smaller factions, indicating that it had indeed been overrun. Jia Tianlong furrowed his brow, perplexed. Judging by the defensive measures at the preceding checkpoints, this final stronghold ought to have been even more formidable. How could it have fallen to these ragtag forces so swiftly? Was there some insidious plot afoot? His expression darkened, and those familiar with Jia Tianlong knew this was a sign of his displeasure. To provoke him at such a moment would spell dire consequences for the offender. Hey, since it's been breached, why aren't we advancing? A voice, grating as a broken gong, rang out, devoid of any respect for the esteemed leader. One would expect Jia Tianlong to erupt in fury. Yet he turned to the speaker with deference, replying, Master Zhang, I find the circumstances surrounding this breach rather suspicious. There may be a trap laid within. It would be prudent to exercise caution. What is there to fear? With me by your side, do you think mere mortals could harm you? Move on, move on. I've been waiting here for nearly an entire night. I'm nearly exhausted. Let us deal with these Qishuan sect ruffians swiftly so I can rest. The voice, though not aged, carried an irritatingly pompous tone that grated on the nerves. Chapter 82. The Golden Light Master. The speaker stood beside Jia Tianlong, a diminutive figure measuring merely 3 feet in height. This gnome appeared to be in his 40s, slender and wiry, clad in a red robe adorned with golden embroidery. His fingers and neck were bedecked with gold rings and a thick gold chain, while several golden bells jingled at his waist. As he spoke, his mouth sparkled with the glimmer of gold, suggesting he had gilded teeth, presenting an unmistakable image of a nouveau riche. At that moment, he bore an expression of palpable impatience, clearly dissatisfied with Jia Tianlong's hesitance. Such a grotesquely unrefined creature, dressed like a rustic tycoon, dared to show such disrespect towards Jia Tianlong, inciting the loyal iron guards nearby to glare at him in outrage. The gnome, perceiving their discontent, merely chuckled derisively, ignoring them entirely, and addressed Jia Tianlong haughtily. Chief Jia, you have expended 3,000 taels of gold to summon me all the way from the Golden Light Temple. Surely you do not intend to have me merely idle the night away. If there is anyone you wish me to deal with, now is the time to speak plainly. You cannot possibly expect me to handle the leader of the 7 Mysteries sect. Such a feeble opponent is one you can easily manage on your own. The leader of the 7 Mysteries sect does not require my intervention. I am here to confront his 3 esteemed uncles. Although they have publicly declared their demise, they have actually been residing in seclusion within the chambers of Sunset Peak, engaged in a life-and-death trial. Their prowess must have long since reached a transformative state, beyond the reach of ordinary masters, and they are the greatest asset of the 7 Mysteries sect at present. Only you can call upon me to contend with them. Jia Tianlong spoke with utmost humility, displaying no hint of disdain. It is essential to note that this red-robed gnome was someone he had encountered by chance in a nearby temple within the barbarian territories. This individual, claiming to be the Golden Light Master. Boasted boundless magical powers, having personally demonstrated the art of flying swords and the invulnerability technique to him. Witnessing the might of these two spells left Jia deeply impressed, recognizing the gnome as a legendary practitioner of the mystical arts, and fostering a desire for alliance in his heart. Upon learning of the gnome's peculiar obsession with gold, he promptly lavished him with generous amounts of wealth and offered flattering compliments, ultimately persuading him to pledge his assistance for a single occasion. Thus, Jia Tianlong treated this gnome with the deference reserved for a junior, suppressing any feelings of contempt for his arrogance, well aware that the Golden Light Master was not someone to be trifled with by his modest wild wolf gang. Upon hearing this, the Golden Light Master erupted into hearty laughter, and once his mirth subsided, he arrogantly declared, "A few mere mortals, leave them to me. Regardless of their skill or martial prowess, they are no match for my flying sword technique. Rest assured, then I must trouble you. Master, I shall not renege on the promised reward, and, upon successful completion, I am willing to offer an additional 2,000 taels of gold as a token of gratitude." Jia Tianlong was overjoyed, hastily increasing the stakes of his reward, fully aware that the gnome was not a benevolent soul, and that speaking in the language of gold was the most effective approach. When the Golden Light Master heard this, a slight smile broke through his parched, orange peel-like visage, and he nodded in satisfaction, clearly appreciating Jia's perceptiveness, with the assurance from the formidable figure known as Jin Guangshang Run. Jia Tianlong no longer hesitated. He promptly commanded the members of the Wild Wolf Gang to ascend to the summit of Sunset Peak, preparing to assail the headquarters of the Seven Mysteries sect, the Qishuan Hall. However, the sheer number of individuals surging up the mountain made it a considerable challenge for Jia Tianlong and his iron guards to arrive at the Stone Hall. It was Jia's first encounter with the headquarters of his nemesis, and he was astounded by the grandeur of the Qishuan Hall. In comparison, he felt that the main stronghold of the Wild Wolf Gang resembled a mere dog kennel, utterly pitiful on the vast expanse atop Sunset Peak. Several stone halls, constructed from colossal azure stones, rose majestically from the ground, one large and 6 smaller structures, though the darkness of night obscured their full splendor due to the dim light of torches. The imposing, rugged, and magnificent aura still left the members of the Wild Wolf Gang and other smaller factions, who were new to this place, utterly awestruck. For a moment, they refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead surrounding the stone halls in a tight formation, leaving no room for escape. After all, the opposing sect had a lineage spanning over 2 centuries, and its financial resources far surpassed those of a gang that had only recently emerged a mere decade ago. Truly, it was a display of opulence. Jia Tianlong silently pondered, having resolved that as soon as he annihilated the Seven Mysteries sect, he would relocate his headquarters to this site, for such magnificent architecture would befit his status as a regional sovereign. He glanced at the dark entrance of the main hall opposite him, then surveyed his subordinates surrounding him, before slowly raising his right hand. In an instant, the entirety of Sunset Peak fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated upon his hand. They understood that once this hand descended, the brutal onslaught to eradicate the headquarters of the Seven Mysteries sect would commence. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice unexpectedly echoed from the entrance of the shadowy main hall. Following it came a rhythmic series of footsteps, growing increasingly distinct. Finally, a middle-aged man clad in white appeared at the entrance, a wooden hairpin adorning his head, with only a white scabbard at his side containing a longsword. His complexion was as pale as death, yet his eyes shone with a piercing intensity, their gaze striking like a sharp sword, sending shivers down spines. He halted several paces from the entrance, slowly surveying the crowd before him. His expression devoid of fear at last. His gaze settled upon the elevated right hand of Jia Tianlong, before shifting to meet his face. The middle-aged man called out Jia Tianlong's name, while Wang Juechu, the latter's counterpart, did not falter in proclaiming his own identity. That it was indeed the first time the two sovereigns had met face to face. Was it not, my esteemed Wang sect leader? Jia Tianlong remarked with a tone of casualness, a hint of derision gracing his lips, as he gradually lowered his raised hand. Wang Juechu regarded Jia Tianlong with an impassive expression, remaining silent, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Did Wang's sect leader come here alone with the intention of surrendering? Jia Tianlong inquired with a teasing tone, a smile lingering on his face. Very well, I intend to discuss the matter of surrender with you, replied Wang Juechu, the master of the Qishuan sect, with a chilling demeanor reminiscent of an icy figure. Chapter 83. The Great Trap. Do you truly intend to surrender? Jia Tianlong expressed his surprise. Surrender is one thing, but which side capitulates remains uncertain. Master Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, casually resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword as he spoke slowly. What do you mean by that? Jia Tianlong's expression darkened, and with a swift gesture of his hand, he signaled for an encirclement. Instantly, his iron guards surged forward, forming a semicircular formation that surrounded Wang Juechu, while simultaneously drawing their crossbows, aiming the glistening blue-tipped bolts at him. It appeared that at a mere command from Jia Tianlong, they would unleash a volley of bolts without hesitation, striking Wang Juechu down on the spot. Do you suppose that our sect, having relocated its headquarters to Sunset Peak, has never contemplated the possibility of an external invasion that we could not fend off? Master Wang regarded the crossbows with indifference. Yet his tone carried a menacing undertone. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong's heart sank slightly, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind that he refrained from interrupting, maintaining a somber expression, eager to discern what the other party had to say. It was the seventh-generation master, Master Li, who decided to move our sect here. He was not only a man of exceptional talent but also a master of civil engineering and mechanisms. Truly a remarkable genius of his time. At this juncture, Master Wang paused momentarily, a hint of admiration gracing his features. Continuing, he elaborated, Master Li chose Sunset Peak as our sect's headquarters for two reasons. First, the treacherous terrain of the peak makes it easy to defend and difficult to assault, serving as an excellent stronghold. Second, within the mountain lies a vast and naturally formed stone milk cave, an extraordinary marvel that occupies nearly two-thirds of the peak's interior. Witnessing this spectacle, Master Li conceived a brilliant strategy. Utilizing his knowledge of civil engineering and the cave's topography, he transformed the entire mountain into a colossal natural trap. Now, should anyone activate the preset mechanisms, the entire peak would collapse instantaneously, burying all who stand upon it. After delivering this ominous revelation, Master Wang ceased speaking, his gaze cold and penetrating, as if surveying a crowd of the deceased. Jia Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. He found it hard to believe the claims made by his opponent, yet he was at a loss for how to counter such threatening assertions. Meanwhile, those on the peak who had overheard the conversation began to stir uneasily, whispering among themselves. Some of the more astute individuals even began to edge toward the sole path down the mountain, ready to flee at the slightest indication of danger. Silence. Those who cause unrest or commotion shall be executed without mercy. Jia Tianlong quickly regained his composure, incensed that his own men were becoming disordered based solely on the words of the other party. He understood that if he did not act swiftly to quell the turmoil, the situation would spiral out of control, and without further deliberation, he issued a ruthless command. Jia Tianlong's orders were executed flawlessly by his trusted subordinates, after swiftly eliminating several timid individuals who attempted to flee. The remaining onlookers were thoroughly intimidated, and the commotion subsided. However, Jia Tianlong was acutely aware that this calm was merely superficial and fleeting if he could not swiftly verify the veracity of the opponent's claims as falsehoods. Neither his own men nor those from rival factions would feel secure in remaining there. It was likely that any hint of disturbance would cause them to scatter in haste. You cannot expect us to believe your words based solely on your assertions. Jia Tianlong suppressed his simmering anger, preparing to personally expose the deceitful rhetoric of his adversary. Certainly not. I possess ample evidence for you to witness firsthand. However, heed my warning. Should anyone attempt to flee or continue their attack after viewing my proof, I will activate all mechanisms, ensuring our mutual destruction. Wang Juechu's words were laden with lethal intent, unmistakably threatening. Jia Tianlong scrutinized his opponent's expression, hoping to uncover any sign of weakness. Unfortunately, the individual across from him maintained a frigid demeanor, revealing no signs of trepidation or guilt. This left him pondering. Could it be that the opponent's words were not mere fabrications, but rather a genuine contingency plan? Activate mechanism 2. Wang Juechu suddenly turned his head and commanded loudly towards the main hall. He then averted his gaze towards a smaller stone chamber, disregarding Jia Tianlong entirely. The blatant contempt displayed by his adversary ignited Jia Tianlong's fury. He resolutely decided that if the evidence presented did not satisfy him, he would immediately order that the leader Wang be turned into a human pincushion. However, Wang Juechu's peculiar fixation on the stone chamber drew the attention of the members of the wolf pack gang, who instinctively turned their gaze to witness the unfolding mystery. As the members of the wolf pack gang grew increasingly anxious, none noticed the two figures clad in the attire of the Broken Water sect. whispering discreetly at the periphery of the crowd. Han Li, do you believe our leader's words to be true or false? Could it be that the vast Sunset Peak is indeed hollow? I've been here several times before and never sensed anything amiss. Could it be that Leader Wang is deceiving them to buy time? Or point one young man incessantly questioned his silent companion, evidently eager for an explanation to his uncertainties. These two were none other than Han Li and Li Feiyu, who had originally set out for Elder Li's residence. Chapter 84. The earth shakes and mountains trembled to prevent the disciples of the Broken Water sect from fleeing and alerting other enemies. Han Li had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Utilizing both the smoke step and the wind control technique, he effortlessly dispatched all foes in an instant, leaving Li Feiyu, who had intended to join the fray, utterly astonished. It was at that moment he truly grasped Han Li's formidable prowess. Upon regaining his senses, Li Feiyu was astounded to believe that Han Li's remarkable prowess was solely attributed to the cultivation of the blinking sword technique. This notion nearly drove him to madness, immediately igniting thoughts of forsaking his own abilities to retrain in the blinking sword technique. Fortunately, a fragment of rationality informed him that, in terms of both time and aptitude, such an endeavor was now beyond his reach. Thus, as they continued on their journey, Li Feiyu incessantly lamented to Han Li, expressing his envy over Han Li's extraordinary fortune in mastering such a formidable skill. Han Li, however, paid little heed to his now envious companion and began to unleash his lethal capabilities upon the foes they encountered, no longer concealing his strength. All adversaries faltered before Han Li's uncanny agility, unable to withstand even a single strike before meeting their demise, including several formidable opponents of considerable stature. In this manner, under Han Li's display of might, the two easily arrived at Elder Li's residence, where they met Ma Rong, who informed them of Elder Li and Zhang Xiuer's ascent to Sunset Peak. Upon receiving this grim news, Li Feiyu's countenance paled. He was acutely aware that the current Sunset Peak was indeed a den of peril. The thought of Zhang Xiuer venturing there was akin to stepping into the gates of death, in a state of helplessness. The two conferred and subsequently departed from Elder Li's abode, making their way towards Sunset Peak, only to encounter a minor commotion before leaving. The repugnant, rotund confidant of the Wang sect master brazenly brandished a token, threatening the two to remain, lest they face the consequences dictated by sect rules. Li Feiyu, burning with anxiety and solely preoccupied with Zhang Xiuer's safety, paid little mind to the sect's regulations. With a swift motion, he struck the loquacious fat man unconscious and commanded his subordinates to continue safeguarding the group while he and Han Li made their escape. Upon nearing Sunset Peak, the sheer number of enemies took them aback. Realizing that a direct assault would be futile, they devised a clever plan. They incapacitated two disciples of the Duanshui sect, donned their garments, and, amidst the chaos of dusk, stealthily blended into the throng of attackers, easily making their way to the summit, where they overheard the words of the Wang sect master as for Chu Han, due to his conspicuous appearance. He was concealed in a secluded spot at the mountain's base. Unable to quell his rising curiosity upon hearing of a potential weapon against their foes, Li Feiyu incessantly questioned Han Li, yearning for reassurance from his friend. Regardless of the veracity of their information, it was imperative that they swiftly infiltrate the main hall, reunite with his beloved, and then stealthily descend the mountain. They were acutely aware that, regardless of the truth, remaining in this perilous location was far too dangerous. Finally, Han Li whispered a candid response. While it was indeed a profound truth, amidst such a multitude of spectators, how could they possibly slip inside? With his head bowed and a furrowed brow, Li Feiyu despondently remarked, "Alas, we can only wait a while longer to see if any opportunity arises." Han Li, equally at a loss, concurred as the two individuals anxiously concealed themselves amidst the throng. The ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble. Initially, the vibrations were barely perceptible, but soon escalated into a violent quake, causing many to lose their footing and collapse to the earth, while numerous boulders tumbled down the mountainside in concert with the convulsions of the peak. "This is disastrous. The mountain is about to collapse, and that man named Wang intends to perish with us." A reckless voice pierced through the chaos of the panicking crowd. Upon hearing these words, the majority of the people grew even more frantic, with some disregarding Wang Juechu's prior warnings, scrambling and crawling towards the exit in a desperate bid to escape what they believed to be an imminent catastrophe. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, accompanied by an even more violent shaking of the ground. The sound of this tremendous noise, Everyone assumed it marked the beginning of the mountain's collapse. And a wave of despair washed over them at that moment. Even if one wished to flee, it seemed far too late. Meanwhile, Jia Tianlong was engulfed in a whirlwind of shock and fury, though still surrounded by his fiercely loyal iron guards. His heart was shrouded in confusion. Unsure of how to proceed, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the golden light ascendant, who had been his pillar of support, but upon witnessing the panic etched on the latter's face, he could not help but let out a bitter laugh. It became evident that this ascendant was also grappling with his own survival. Jia Tianlong's previously held admiration for this figure diminished significantly in that instant. I had thought the members of the Wolf Gang were fearless heroes. It appears they are merely a rabble. At that moment, Wang Juechu's mocking voice broke through the turmoil, despite the chaos atop the mountain. His words resonated clearly in everyone's ears, a testament to his profound mastery. As he spoke, the ground's tremors astonishingly ceased, as if the mountain itself had momentarily quelled its fury and returned to a state of calm. It was then that the onlookers realized that the stone temple, which had drawn their attention, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping chasm several acres wide. A few bold souls edged closer, peering over the edge, only to gasp in astonishment at the abyss, which appeared impenetrably dark, concealing its depths from view. Jia Gang Master, do you believe this evidence can substantiate my claims? Wang Juechu inquired icily. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned ashen. Rather than respond immediately, he surveyed his surroundings. He observed that everyone on his side wore expressions of utter shock, and not just the ordinary members and those from other factions. His iron guards also bore particularly grim visages. At this moment, Jia Tianlong understood that his goal of annihilating the Seven Mysteries sect that night was unattainable. It seemed he must retreat and contemplate a new strategy. What conditions do you propose? Speak freely, but bear in mind, even so, we are merely at a stalemate. Do not push your luck. He turned back, his voice laced with reluctance and a hint of suppressed fury. Chapter 85. The Blood Pact Duel. There are not many conditions, just two, and they are quite simple, Wang Juechu stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Firstly, your people must withdraw from the sphere of influence of our sect, and this withdrawal should be executed in batches. Under the supervision of our disciples, his tone was rather stern. Very well, no problem. Jia Tianlong readily agreed without hesitation. Upon witnessing the other party's swift acquiescence, Wang Juechu let out a cold sneer, then proceeded to articulate the next condition that took Jia Tianlong by surprise. Secondly, both parties must engage in a life-and-death duel here before you are permitted to leave. A life-and-death duel. Is this for real? Has the other party lost their mind? As soon as Wang Juechu uttered these words, it immediately incited a great uproar among the crowd opposite, each listener displaying a different expression. Some appeared as pale, as if they had encountered a venomous scorpion, while others were visibly exhilarated, seeming eager to participate. Jia Tianlong's expression also shifted upon hearing this. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Did I hear that correctly? It is a life-and-death contract, allowing only one party to leave the duel arena? He chuckled, seemingly nonchalant, and posed a casual question. Absolutely correct. This is a necessary blood feud to settle the debts of blood owed by Master Wu and others, and both of us must partake in it. Wang Juechu declared coldly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, fixing his gaze on Jia Tianlong. Jia Tianlong chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, instead lost in contemplation, indicating that he did not dare to take the life-and-death duel lightly and would respond only after thorough consideration. Observing the nearby crowd engaged in fervent discussion about the life-and-death duel, Han Li, who was oblivious to the situation, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of the person beside him. Li Feiyu, what is a life-and-death duel? It seems to be quite a significant matter. No way. You don't even know what a life-and-death duel is. That is hard to believe. This is the most infamous bloody method for resolving disputes among the martial world. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face turned as if he had seen a ghost, filled with astonishment. Nonsense. You know very well that I am not well versed in such matters of the martial world. So what is so remarkable about it? Han Li retorted in a low voice, somewhat irritated. That is true. I almost overlooked that detail, Li Feiyu said, scratching his head in embarrassment. The so-called life-and-death duel refers to a situation where parties with deep-seated enmity must sign a death contract before the duel, declaring that upon entering the arena, only one party may leave alive. If anyone attempts to leave the duel prematurely, they not only tarnish their reputation and face scorn, but will also be hunted and pursued throughout the martial world. This is because all practitioners believe that a life-and-death duel is a sacred contest, and those who tarnish it deserve to be executed as a warning. Moreover, this type of duel is typically employed in situations involving multiple combatants, rendering it particularly bloody and brutal. In recent years, it has become quite rare to hear of anyone resorting to such a method, Li Feiyu explained in detail. After listening, Han Li furrowed his brows. Having grasped the nature of the life-and-death duel, he felt somewhat skeptical about the sudden proposition made by Master Wang, that in his view, such a duel evidently leads to mutual destruction, so why engage in it at all? It would be more prudent and efficient to allow the enemy to depart sooner, thereby preventing the prolongation of the night and the dreams that accompany it. Very well, I consent. We may proceed with the death contract duel. After much deliberation, Jia Tianlong's gaze circled the figure of Jin Guang several times before he finally resolved to accede. It is crucial to recognize that while the adversary seeks to eliminate him at this juncture, he too yearns for the opportunity to eradicate the remaining elite members of the Seven Mysterious Sect. Jia Tianlong is acutely aware of Wang Juechu's intentions. The latter is merely relying on the support of 3 obscure masters. However, he has long been forewarned through his own covert informants, and thus has prepared accordingly. With a cultivator skilled in flying sword techniques at his disposal as a trump card, coupled with his strategic cunning, he possesses a greater than 90% chance of emerging victorious from this life-and-death struggle, should he succeed in eliminating Wang Juechu along with the remaining experts of the Seven Mysterious Sect. The failure of this scheme would bear little consequence, for, should they launch another offensive, their capacity for resistance would be utterly diminished, as the cultivation of masters cannot be achieved in a mere year or two. Therefore, the ordinarily cautious Jia Tianlong is willing to take this risk and resolutely agrees to sign the death contract. Lord Wang, according to the rules of the death contract duel, since it was you who proposed the time and place for the duel, and I raised no objections, the number of combatants and the manner of the duel should be determined by you, correct? Jia Tianlong said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Humph, indeed, Wang Juechu conceded somewhat begrudgingly. Very well, I propose that the number of duelists be 100, with each side contributing 50 participants. Engaging in a free-for-all, Jia Tianlong boldly stated his demands. 50 participants. A free-for-all? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Juechu's cold visage. Typically, in such duels, both parties aim to avoid excessive depletion of their vitality, with 20 to 30 combatants being considered substantial. The free-for-all format is seldom employed, with one-on-one duels being the most common. However, since he initiated the challenge, he cannot renege on it, and he possesses unwavering confidence in his 3 masters, believing that even in a chaotic melee, victory will assuredly belong to his side. Moreover, should he succeed in eliminating Jia Tianlong, any price paid would be deemed worthwhile. Once this cunning leader of the Wild Wolf Gang is vanquished, his unruly subordinates will likely descend into discord over the struggle for leadership, leaving the diminished Seven Mysterious Sect with a fleeting respite. With this thought in mind, Wang Juechu nodded in agreement to the proposal. Bring forth the arena for the death duel. Prepare the death contract. Wang Juechu commanded sternly to those behind him. Chapter 86. The unexpected turn. With this command, over 30 well-dressed disciples rushed out from the main hall. They remained silent, diligently setting up the arena for the duel with wooden stakes and ropes in the open space before the hall. Their swift and skillful actions indicated that they were well-trained, far from being ordinary low-ranking disciples of the Seven Mysterious Sect. Observing the arena being prepared, Li Feiyu felt a growing unease and turned to Han Li, asking, "Are we to remain here, doing nothing but watching them duel? This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? What is amiss? Your beloved is currently in no danger. She is quite safe. Once the duel between both parties concludes, we shall seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of the Wild Wolf Gang's retreat to discreetly rescue Miss Zhang. Then, you two can abscond to a remote location where they cannot find you, sparing you from being made a scapegoat by those above, forcing you to bear a burden too great to endure." Han Li spoke languidly, revealing his apparent lack of deep allegiance to the Seven Mysteries sect. Is this not akin to elopement? No, Xiu'er would never consent to that. Li Feiyu shook her head vigorously, akin to a drum. Then you could simply render her unconscious, forcibly take her away, and proceed to consummate the deed regardless. Han Li replied nonchalantly. Li Feiyu was left speechless, gaping at Han Li in indignation. Just as the two were entangled in their discussion, the sect leader, Wang, solemnly received 2 blood-red documents from a disciple. They were indeed life and death contracts. He retained one for himself while instructing another to be delivered to the opposite party, Jia Tianlong. Upon receiving the document, Jia Tianlong's expression grew serious. He cautiously opened the document, meticulously reviewing its contents, and only after confirming its integrity did he nod, closing the document once more, and began selecting the death warriors for battle. After a thorough selection process, he chose 13 elite experts from the Wild Wolf gang. To minimize losses, he also selected a dozen capable members from smaller factions, regardless of their willingness to fight. Once they signed the death contract, they would fight for their lives. As for the remaining participants, they would be composed of his adept Iron Guards, with the Golden Radiance Master also expected to take the stage, as he was relying on this individual's formidable swordsmanship, while Jia Tianlong busied himself. Wang Juechu had returned to the Stone Hall unbeknownst to anyone, presumably also racking his brain over the selection of participants for the deadly contest. When the arena was finally completed, the sect leader emerged from the hall, accompanied by 300 to 400 individuals. These individuals, young and old, male and female, all exhibited a resolute gleam in their eyes and steady strides, evidently the elite of the Seven Mysteries sect. Most concerning to Jia Tianlong were the 3 individuals closely following Wang Juechu. The first was elegantly robed, exuding an air of scholarly grace. The second was a towering figure, bare-chested with a rugged beard, presenting a fearsome demeanor. And the last was a cold-faced individual clad in gray, bearing a long sword. At first glance, these individuals appeared to be middle-aged, yet a closer inspection revealed the profound weariness of age in their features, suggesting they were far older than their outward appearance indicated. Jia Tianlong understood that these 3 must undoubtedly be Wang Juechu's 3 esteemed uncles, indicating that the opposing side was indeed prepared to go to great lengths to secure their presence here. With this thought, he turned to the diminutive Golden Radiance Master beside him and inquired, "Master, what are your thoughts on those 3? Do you believe they can be subdued? Mere ordinary mortals, once my flying sword is unleashed. Their lives shall be forfeit. What is there to be concerned about? Do you not trust me?" The venerable Jin Guang glared, his displeasure evident, and his tone turned somewhat harsh. Fear not. I merely posed a casual inquiry." "Esteemed master, please do not take it to heart." Jia Tianlong hastily smiled, fearing that he might offend his most formidable ally at that moment. Upon hearing these words, the dwarf's anger began to dissipate. Observing this, Jia Tianlong finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this Grand Master was not easy to serve. He secretly chuckled to himself, quickly turning around and bellowing, "Are we prepared? Let us commence the signing of the life and death contract." With this commanding shout, the members of the Wild Wolf gang participating in the deadly duel began to solemnly inscribe their names upon the contract, pledging their resolute fighting spirit. Simultaneously, Wang Juechu, unwilling to be outdone, coldly declared, "Sign the life and death contract." Instantly, dozens of pre-selected warriors emerged from the crowd of the Seven Shin sect, ready to affix their signatures to the death contract. As these individuals stepped forward, Hanli naturally directed his gaze toward them, hoping to spot any familiar faces within the throng. He did glimpse the 3 esteemed uncles of the Wang sect, but paid them little heed, hastily moving on until his attention settled upon an elderly figure clad in green. Upon recognizing the visage of this elder, Hanli could not help but exclaim softly, "Elderly!" This man was none other than Elderly, the mentor of Ma Rong, whom Hanli had once saved. It was utterly unexpected that he would also participate in this deadly contest. Regaining his composure, Hanli eagerly turned to Li Feiyu, giving his shoulder a firm pat as he exclaimed, "Did you see? Elderly is also here. He too intends to sign the life and death contract." Li Feiyu stood there, unresponsive, gazing into the distance as if he had heard nothing, his expression utterly blank. "What is the matter?" Hanli asked, somewhat astonished. Even if Elderly were to sign the life and death contract, there was no need for such a reaction, he questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu finally returned his gaze, staring blankly at Hanli, uttering a statement that momentarily left Hanli in a daze. Shower is also here. She too is participating in the death duel. As soon as he spoke these words, Li Feiyu's face turned an ashen shade. "Where?" Hanli, regaining his senses, inquired urgently. "Over there." Following Li Feiyu's gaze, Hanli finally spotted the pale-faced Zhang Xiu'er in a corner of the crowd, standing alongside 2 other female companions who were also partaking in the deadly contest. Clad in a silken white dress, her delicate lips slightly pursed, she resembled a fragile white flower, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. How could a delicate woman like Zhang Shouer participate in such a bloody duel? Had the Wang family lost their senses? Han Li still struggled to believe his own eyes, incredulously stating, "Is she truly participating? Shouer is also a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall. Did I not inform you?" Li Feiyu replied with a wry smile, revealing news that greatly astonished Han Li. Han Li fell silent, lost in thought. Clearly, the remnants of skilled practitioners at the Seven Mysterious Sect are few in number. And their leader, Wang, shows no inclination for mercy in a desperate bid for victory in this deadly confrontation. They have even dispatched someone like Zhang Shouer, a delicate lady it seems they are indeed risking everything. Brother, I shan't waste words that I wish to be with Shouer. Take care of yourself. Li Feiyu gently clasped Han Li's shoulder and spoke softly, then turned to join the throng. However, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when he heard a light sigh from behind. A gentle breeze stirred, and suddenly, another figure appeared at his side. It was Han Li. What's the big deal? It's merely a life-and-death duel, is it not? Such trivial matters cannot faze me. Yes, we are friends. I shall extend my assistance in this small endeavor, Han Li said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu, without a moment's hesitation, playfully thumped Han Li's chest and whispered, "Good brother, thank you." Han Li smiled in silence. Just as he had expressed, his decision to accompany Li Feiyu stemmed from their long-standing camaraderie and deep affection. He could not bear to watch his friend venture into danger alone. Additionally, he was emboldened by his own skills, confident that the so-called experts of the Wild Wolf Gang posed little threat to him, who had mastered fireball technique and wind control. Moreover, he was eager to personally test the limits of his current strength. The two of them boldly pushed through the crowd, heading straight towards Wang Juechu. Along the way, they tore off the tattered garments of the Broken Water sect, revealing the attire of the Seven Mysterious sect. Their sudden appearance and identity shift left both sides astonished and momentarily speechless, allowing them to approach Wang Juechu without any hindrance. Hall Master Li, Dr. Han. Many disciples from the Seven Mysterious sect recognized these 2 renowned figures and exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Shouer, upon seeing Li Feiyu, was overwhelmed with joy, her charming face alight with delight. Had it not been for the multitude present, she might have thrown herself into the embrace of her beloved. Eager to share her innermost feelings, naturally, Wang, the sect leader, also recognized them, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise at their unexpected arrival. Deputy Hall Master Li Feiyu, I greet the sect leader, Li Feiyu called out with a strong voice. We wish to sign a life-and-death contract to participate in the blood duel, and we hope for your approval. Before Wang could inquire further, he directly stated his request, while Han Li stood silently beside him, appearing to follow Li Feiyu's lead. After hearing Li Feiyu's words, Wang had initially prepared to express his concerns, but the reprimand dissolved on his tongue, replaced by a faint smile on his cold visage. He spoke warmly, "Excellent. It is indeed commendable to have loyal disciples like you in the Seven Mysterious sect. With Hall Master Li joining the duel, our chances of victory have surely increased. However, Dr. Han should refrain from participating. After all, your medical skills are invaluable to our sect. Should any mishap occur during the duel, it would be a loss we cannot afford." Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled lightly. Before Li Feiyu could offer an explanation, he merely swayed his body and suddenly vanished right before Wang's eyes. Wang Minmaster was taken aback, and just as he was about to look around, he heard Han Li's languid voice behind him. "I wonder if my abilities are worthy of the esteemed master's attention. Even if we were to engage in a life-and-death battle, I assure you, I possess the means to protect myself. I humbly request the master to acknowledge my sincere loyalty." A wave of astonishment washed over Wang Juechu. He had never anticipated that Han Li, renowned for his medical skills within the sect, would possess such terrifying agility, silently infiltrating his space without detection. What a fearsome prowess! Who exactly is this person? What ulterior motives could he harbor within our sect? A torrent of chilling thoughts flooded Wang Juechu's mind. He turned around to scrutinize Han Li, who still appeared harmless, and instinctively cast his gaze toward his 3 senior uncles. To his surprise, their expressions had subtly shifted, their eyes betraying a hint of alarm, clearly indicating that this Dr. Han's skills had instilled considerable apprehension in them as well. A multitude of conflicting thoughts spiraled through Wang Minmaster's mind before he ultimately reached a decision. Suddenly, he burst into a hearty laugh and said warmly, "Since Dr. Han has demonstrated such unwavering loyalty to our sect, how could I, as the master, refuse?" He then gestured, instructing the 2 weakest disciples from those originally slated for the deadly duel to step aside. allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to join the ranks. Furthermore, he commanded them to be the first to inscribe their names in black ink upon the blood-red contract of life and death, thus marking them as the initial participants in the fatal contest. Naturally, the farcical proceedings from the Seven Xian sect were observed with clarity by Jia Tianlong. Although he was somewhat taken aback by the addition of two formidable opponents, he did not dwell on it. Firmly believing that mere mortals could not withstand the swordplay of the Golden Light Master. Thus, once both parties had signed the death contracts and exchanged the documents, the blood duel, where only one side could emerge alive, was finally set to commence. Chapter 88. The Golden Light Shield. The Golden Light Master stood proudly at the center of the arena, flanked by members of the Wolf Gang. Prior to his entrance, he had assured Jia Tianlong that he alone could vanquish all participants from the Seven Xian sect. And in exchange for his all-encompassing guarantee, the promised reward of 5,000 taels of gold had now escalated to 8,000. The mere thought of acquiring such a substantial sum ignited a fervor within the Golden Light Master. As he cast a disdainful glance at the opposing crowd, eagerly anticipating the slaughter of his adversaries, Han Li, however, did not stand with Li Feiyu, but rather positioned himself on the opposite side of the crowd. Li Feiyu was engaged in intimate conversation with Zhang Shou'er, whispering sweet nothings typical of a romantic pairing. Han Li, understanding the delicacy of their moment, refrained from intruding upon their little world. He couldn't fathom how this young couple could harbor romantic sentiments in such a life-or-death scenario. A twinge of envy flickered within him. Upon regaining his focus, Han Li, like the others, regarded the diminutive figure across the arena with curiosity. The members of the Wolf Gang cowered behind, allowing a seemingly ordinary dwarf to lead the charge. It was utterly inconceivable. Could this little person possess some extraordinary skill? Han Li blinked, contemplating this perplexing notion. The leader of the Wang sect evidently shared the same sentiments as Han Li. He did not permit others to rush in recklessly, but instead dispatched a single sword-wielding guardian to confront the individual. It appeared he intended to first ascertain the true nature of this person before devising further strategies, thus avoiding any unforeseen casualties. Although the duel was styled as a chaotic brawl, it was not unreasonable for both parties to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. This was the leader's line of thought, and he acted accordingly. Upon witnessing that only one person approached from the opposing crowd, the Golden Light Man grasped the implications of the situation. That he emitted a peculiar, sinister laugh, his voice akin to a rusty bell, causing a sense of discomfort in all who heard it. The guardian sent forth was a robust man in his 30s, bearing a fierce countenance, with prominent veins bulging from his hand that gripped the sword, clearly indicating his prowess in close combat. Despite the unsettling laughter, he remained composed, demonstrating considerable experience in battle. As the formidable figure drew near, the Golden Light Man ceased his eerie laughter. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his bosom. This talisman shimmered with a golden hue, adorned with intricate golden characters and patterns that suggested it was of great value. Ignoring the advancing warrior, the gnome clutched the talisman with one hand and began to chant an incantation, though the guardian of the Qishuan sect was oblivious to the gnome's peculiar behavior. His extensive combat experience cautioned him against allowing the gnome to complete whatever he was attempting. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. Swiftly closing the distance to the Golden Light Man, he swung his steel blade with ferocious intent, its edge gleaming ominously as he unleashed a powerful strike, evidently exerting all his strength. Just as the blade was about to descend upon the Golden Light Man, the incantation reached its conclusion. In a swift motion, he slapped the talisman against his body, instantly enveloping himself in a blinding, resplendent golden light. This dazzling radiance overwhelmed the guardian's vision, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his blade still descending with brutal force. A resounding clash echoed throughout the arena as metal met metal. The guardian felt a searing heat in his grip, nearly losing his weapon in surprise. Though his sight remained obscured, he sensed the precariousness of the situation. With a deft push of his toes, he propelled himself backward several paces before coming to a halt, bracing with his sword at the ready. At that moment, he was startled to hear gasps of astonishment from both within and outside the arena. This sound only heightened his anxiety, compelling him to discern the source of such an extraordinary occurrence. Fortunately, his vision began to normalize, and he quickly focused his gaze. There, several paces away, stood the gnome, motionless yet enveloped in a shimmering golden aura that resembled a thick armor, shielding him from harm. It appeared that the previous strike had merely grazed the golden shield, failing to inflict any actual damage upon the gnome. The nature of this golden light remained a mystery. Exhibiting a solidity akin to steel, rendering the Guardian's efforts utterly futile. Though the burly Guardian was well-versed in many matters, he was nonetheless taken aback by this spectacle, which he had never before encountered. Gripping his steel blade, his mind was engulfed in confusion. Uncertain whether to advance or retreat, It was not just the robust man who was astonished. All those present on Sunset Peak were equally dumbfounded. It is noteworthy that the tales of cultivators were known to but a scant few within the realm, particularly in such a remote locale, where the knowledge was even more scarce. Consequently, the majority regarded this mysterious phenomenon of talismans with profound awe. Sensing an inscrutable depth to It, the moment when Jia Tianlong secretly reveled in his triumph, and the members of the Seven Xian sect exchanged bewildered glances. Han Li, standing at the back of the crowd, was far more astounded than the others. He was likely the only individual upon the entire mountain, aside from the dwarf, who possessed any understanding of magical arts. It was evident that the opponent was employing a talisman akin to the spirit-fixing talisman, albeit seemingly of a more advanced nature. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Han Li silently recited the incantation for the Heavenly Eye technique, discreetly casting it upon himself, and then hastily directed his gaze towards the dwarf. Beneath the golden radiance, he perceived faint wisps of white light swirling around the dwarf, which appeared exceedingly tenuous compared to the golden glow. Had he not been intentionally searching for it, he might have overlooked it entirely. To his astonishment, the dwarf turned out to be a cultivator with significantly lesser power than Han Li. This revelation elicited a mixture of joy and concern within Han Li. The joy stemmed from the realization that, as a novice, his own abilities surpassed those of the dwarf, indicating that the dwarf was merely a half-baked cultivator. The concern arose from the uncertainty of how many spells the dwarf possessed and whether they were formidable enough for him to contend with. Chapter 89. The Spear and the Shield. Han Li glanced at sect leader Wang, who wore a grim expression, engaged in hushed deliberations with three weathered individuals at his side, seemingly troubled by the golden light enveloping the dwarf. The golden light master erupted into a bizarre cackle, tilting his head back and flaring his nostrils defiantly, before proclaiming, "I shall remain here unmoving, allowing you to attack at will. Should anyone manage to breach my indestructible golden barrier, I might just spare your insignificant lives." With that, he erupted into another round of derisive laughter. This audacious proclamation incited the previously hesitant disciples of the Seven Xian sect, igniting their fury. Several formidable martial artists surged forward, intent on confronting the dwarf, only to be halted by sect leader Wang. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the guardians still present, then leaned towards the burly man among the trio. Whispering a few words, the man nodded resolutely and strode forward with purpose, approaching the dwarf. The dwarf regarded the bearded man before him with a glint of malice in his eyes. Having endured ridicule throughout his life due to his naturally stunted stature, he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward those who were tall and imposing, placing the man squarely within the realm of his resentment. He was already contemplating the most brutal means of tormenting his opponent. This bare-chested man was one of Wang Juechu's three senior disciples. Despite his rugged appearance, he had long surpassed the age of 60, a once-renowned general of the Seven Xian sect, who had slain countless foes. He naturally would not act recklessly in the face of this peculiar golden barrier. He scrutinized the golden radiance intently and cast a glance at the figure illuminated within it. With a grin, he suddenly extended two fingers and lightly flicked the golden barrier, producing a crisp sound. This audacious act incited the golden figure's fury. He coldly exclaimed, "You brutish fellow, do you wish for this celestial master to hasten your reincarnation?" The man, unfazed by the remark, stepped forward, moving to the side of the dwarf, then swiftly raised his leg, positioning himself behind the dwarf. Thus, he began to circle the golden figure like a whirlwind, each step growing larger and the pace quickening, until in the blink of an eye, his form became a mere blur, indistinguishable to the eye. The golden figure, dizzy from the relentless spinning, felt his anger swell further. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his robes, seemingly to retrieve something. The bearded man, still circling, keenly observed the golden figure's actions. Suddenly, he unleashed a long, resonant howl, reminiscent of a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl, deep and enduring, reverberating through the ears of all upon Sunset Peak, causing even the nearby trees to tremble slightly. Upon hearing the howl, the golden figure felt his limbs weaken, unable to withdraw his hand from his robe. In an instant, a series of sharp cracking sounds emanated from the man, each pop growing increasingly rapid and pronounced, until it resembled a cascading series of explosions, drowning out the howl. When the man again circled back in front of the dwarf, he halted, and both the howl and the cracking sound ceased abruptly. As the onlookers emerged from their stupor, they realized that the man's physique had inexplicably expanded beyond its original size, his chest and arms bulging with muscles that gleamed like forged iron. In comparison to the dwarf, he now appeared as a titan. Seizing the moment of respite, the golden figure finally produced a long, dark wooden box from within his robe, adorned with a talisman that seemed to seal the contents within. Before the dwarf could tear off the talisman, the giant man, with a hand as large as a fan, struck the golden barrier with a powerful punch, causing the golden radiance to shake and distort. Leaving the dwarf unable to stabilize himself to remove the talisman, the golden figure, alarmed, understood the potency of the barrier and was astonished that this man could deform it. Such strength required immense power. His disdain swiftly dissipated, and he hastened his efforts to tear off the talisman. With a decisive rip, the talisman finally came away, just as joy began to surface on the golden figure's face. A series of violent impacts echoed from the barrier, causing him to sway uncontrollably until he ultimately collapsed to the ground. It was then he realized that the man was employing both hands and feet in a frenzied assault against the golden barrier. The luminous shield enveloping him, akin to pliable dough, continuously yielded and deformed under the relentless assault of his opponent's punches and kicks, with the golden glow appearing perilously close to shattering under such brutal strikes. Witnessing this spectacle, the countenance of the golden-clad figure shifted dramatically. He could no longer maintain the composure befitting a celestial master, and in a flustered haste, he began to chant incantations, regrettably, amidst his panic. He made numerous errors, yielding no effect whatsoever, as the black box remained utterly unperturbed. Observing this unfolding drama, Jia Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, and on one hand, he was rendered speechless by the golden figure's foolish antics, while on the other, he was astonished by the martial prowess of Wang Juechu, his esteemed senior. He had personally tested the impenetrable might of the golden shield before, which had proven to be resilient against blades and flames, as unyielding as adamantine. Yet now, this luminous barrier trembled and contorted under the man's onslaught, as if it were mere putty in his hands. This was truly astonishing. The prowess of this man was unfathomable. The mere thought of two other equally formidable experts lurking nearby made Jia Tianlong feel a twinge of regret for having rashly consented to the death match. It dawned upon him why the adversary had been so confident in demanding a duel to the death. With such monstrous allies at his disposal, one could hardly blame him for eagerly seeking bloodshed. Contemplating this, Jia Tianlong glanced at the beleaguered dwarf and began to deliberate whether he should dispatch assistance to the esteemed celestial master, lest he perish without even employing his renowned swordsmanship. Chapter 90. The Flying Sword. From an external perspective, the man engaged in frenzied assault held an undeniable advantage. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this seemingly invincible figure was secretly lamenting his plight. Though each punch he delivered caused the golden shield to indent further, shaking the entire protective barrier, it seemed only a matter of time before he would tear through it completely. But who knew that with every strike of his limbs upon the golden light, he was met with a tenacious rebounding force. As he exerted greater strength, the recoil intensified, inflicting severe pain upon his hands and feet, which would likely swell immediately upon cessation of his efforts. Moreover, the resilience of the golden shield was remarkable. The areas he had struck would promptly revert to their original form as if they had never been hit at all, even if he relentlessly targeted the same spot. All he could achieve was a maintained indentation, without any further penetration. Thus, after a prolonged series of strikes, the golden shield continued to tremble ominously, yet it remained unbroken. That moment, the opinions of all observers underwent a complete reversal. They understood that the man could not breach the protective barrier, and his immense strength could at best induce a mere quiver, rather than obliterating it. Consequently, not only did Jia Tianlong abandon the thought of sending reinforcements, but even the dwarf regained his composure. However, due to his previous humiliation, the golden-clad figure's expression darkened with mortification, and his gaze toward the man turned increasingly venomous. Yet, hindered by the continuous attacks, he struggled to maintain his footing, leading to repeated errors in his spellcasting during this tumultuous interval. Thus, he abruptly ceased his incantations and instead fixed his gaze intently upon his adversary, muttering curses in an incomprehensible dialect. The man, seemingly oblivious to these developments, continued to assault the golden barrier with frenzied vigor. Just when onlookers presumed that he would succumb to fatigue, Having exhausted his strength, a series of resounding impacts echoed. After delivering a powerful combination of 2 punches and a kick, he suddenly pivoted and fled, his massive frame surprisingly swift. This unexpected maneuver astonished the spectators, only to be followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. The figure enveloped in golden light was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in fury that he hastily seated himself in a cross-legged position, placing the black box across his lap, and began to chant fervently. His fingers were raised before his chest, contorted into peculiar positions, trembling with immense effort, as if each digit were burdened by 1,000-fold strength. At that moment, the man was merely a few steps away from the primary formation of the Seven Mysteries sect. Seemingly on the verge of rejoining the crowd, suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from behind him, causing him to glance back just as he noticed the expressions of Wang Juechu and the others shift dramatically. They almost simultaneously shouted a warning to be cautious. Startled, the man swiftly darted to the left, turning to look. A hazy beam of light, like a flash of lightning, whizzed past the very spot where he had just stood. A shiver ran down his spine, yet he quickly reassured himself. Having evaded that concealed weapon, he could reunite with his fellow disciples and rest easy. However, before he could fully entertain that thought, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his right arm. He instinctively lowered his gaze, but before he could discern what was amiss, a chorus of gasps echoed around him, including the anxious voices of his 2 senior brothers. Momentarily taken aback and bewildered, he was then struck by a piercing gray light that shot through his chest, unmistakably the very concealed weapon he had just avoided. Overcome with shock and rage, he attempted to utter a word, but crumpled to the ground. It was then that he realized his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. What had transpired? With a heart full of questions and resentment, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fell into unconsciousness. Even in his final moments, the man could not grasp the events that had unfolded, yet the observers from the Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysteries sect understood perfectly. They witnessed, as the dwarf completed his incantation, a slender gray beam shot forth from the black box, swirling above the dwarf's head before darting towards the man in accordance with the direction indicated by the dwarf's finger. Although the man had cleverly tilted his body to evade the initial strike, the gray light brushed past his shoulder, resulting in his arm slipping away unnoticed, severed by the weapon's razor-sharp edge. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the gray beam, having been dodged, arced back with a sudden twist, charging toward the unsuspecting man once more, ultimately claiming his life with ease. All present were left utterly astonished by the spectacle before them, their gazes converging in unison upon the swirling gray light that soared back to hover above the gnome's head. The term flying sword involuntarily surfaced in the minds of many, though they were unaware of the existence of cultivators. They had certainly heard numerous tales of flying swords from various legendary stories. This gray radiance bore an uncanny resemblance to the flying swords wielded by the legendary sword immortals, almost identical in appearance. Could it be that this unassuming gnome was, in fact, a legendary sword immortal? At this moment, the onlookers cast their eyes toward the golden light figure with a profound sense of reverence, for the title of sword immortal still commanded significant respect among mortals. The golden light figure stood tall and proud, exuding an air of invincibility as he ostentatiously manipulated the gray light, causing it to dance above his head like an elongated gray serpent, eliciting gasps of admiration from the members of the Wolf Gang, while the Seven Xian sect fell into a heavy silence, enveloped in a pall of despair. If it could be said that the faction of Jia Tianlong was buoyed by the presence of the sword immortal, their spirits soaring high, the Seven Xian sect found themselves ensnared in uncertainty, their fighting spirit considerably diminished. In stark contrast, Han Li was the sole individual in the crowd who felt an overwhelming joy upon witnessing the gray light. He realized that the incantation and gestures employed by the golden light figure to manipulate the gray light were identical to the techniques he had mastered in his own object manipulation arts. Although he could not ascertain whether the gray light was indeed a flying sword, he was certain that the object being manipulated was unmistakably the same. At this moment, Han Li's mind was consumed with thoughts of slaying and seizing treasures, his interest in cultivators growing ever more fervent. Chapter 91. The treasure heist. Just as the gnome reveled in his triumph, and Han Li harbored ulterior motives, 2 individuals leaped forth from the ranks of the Seven Xian sect. Without uttering a word, they dashed toward the gnome with the swiftness of lightning, being the remaining 2 disciples of Wang Juechu. Their faces were etched with profound sorrow, clearly devastated by the loss of their burly comrade. Thus, They harbored a deep-seated hatred for the golden light figure, disregarding whether the gnome was truly a sword immortal, their sole desire being to exact vengeance for their fallen companion. Although Wang Minmaster initially intended to prevent their reckless charge, he soon reconsidered. This gnome, possessing arcane abilities, would inevitably have to be confronted, and these two disciples were the only ones capable of posing a threat to him. Rather than intervening now, it would be more prudent to allow his disciples to settle their vendetta while their hearts were aflame with the desire for revenge. With this thought, Wang Juechu swallowed the words he had intended to call back. Having learned from a recent lesson, the golden light figure did not dare to underestimate his adversaries this time. He directed the gray light toward the two, and with a mere gesture, the gray radiance transformed into a long rainbow, hurtling toward them as the gray light, seemingly akin to a flying sword, approached. The scholar among the two opponents raised an eyebrow and swiftly extended his hand, launching a slender silver thread from his sleeve to intercept the gray light. The silver thread collided with the gray radiance, momentarily halting its advance, yet the gray light continued unabated, indicating that the silver thread had little effect. While the others failed to discern the nature of the silver thread, Han Li, endowed with extraordinary eyesight from his Changchun technique, perceived it with crystal clarity. Clearly, it was a multitude of silver needles aligned in a straight line. One could not fathom the means by which the Confucian scholar managed to launch such delicate, yet weightless needles with such formidable force, a feat that greatly intrigued Han Li. Observing that the silver threads had failed to achieve their purpose, the scholar remained unperturbed. He bent his body slightly and suddenly began to spin in place like a top, and from his whirling form erupted countless shards of icy brilliance, varying in size. These shards divided into two paths. One transformed into a silvery torrent that directly collided with the gray light, producing a cacophony of crashing sounds that held the gray luminescence momentarily aloft. The other surged directly towards the dwarf, striking against the golden barrier with a spectacular clatter. The icy stream, engaged in its exchange with the gray light, continuously shed fragments, yet due to their fragmented nature, their original forms were indiscernible to eye in contrast. The shards rebounding from the golden barrier remained intact, comprising an array of concealed weapons, flying daggers, bodhi seeds, iron lotus seeds, and golden money darts among them, a veritable cornucopia of lethal implements, some even of unfamiliar design. The figure cloaked in golden light paused momentarily in surprise, but quickly smirked dismissively, convinced that these mundane metals could scarcely withstand the might of his treasures for long. With a thunderous roar akin to a spring thunderclap, the arena reverberated. Startling all present. It was then that the onlookers recognized that the gray-clad figure, who had initially dashed forth alongside the scholar, had drawn a sword from his back and was now advancing step by step toward the gray light. Atop the sword's tip, a white gleam, over 2 inches in length, flickered unpredictably, exuding a chilling aura. The name of this supreme sword technique, coveted by all swordsmen, was uttered by an unknown voice, causing an uproar both inside and outside the venue. If the flying sword was merely a legendary tale, then the sword gleam was a myth of the martial world, a dream for every swordsman. Now, with both the flying sword and the sword gleam making their appearances and poised for confrontation, how could the spectators not feel their blood surge with excitement? As if their lives were suddenly imbued with purpose? At that moment, Jia Tianlong felt not exhilaration, but an icy dread that sent cold sweat cascading down his brow. He was abruptly struck by the realization of his ignorance and the depth of his fear. Though he had been aware of the 3 formidable masters hidden within the 7 mystery sect, he had never anticipated that one could wield the sword gleam to such an extent. Had he not summoned the immortal, the figure capable of wielding the sword gleam alone could have decimated everyone on his side. As Jia Tianlong's pallor deepened in fear, the gray-clad figure approached the shadow of the gray light. It was then uncertain whether the scholar had intentionally ceased his spinning or if he had truly exhausted his projectiles. His form abruptly halted, and the silvery current supporting the gray light came to a standstill, leaving the descending gray light unimpeded as it fell toward the gray-clad figure's head. With sword in hand and a resolute demeanor, the gray-clad figure leapt into the air that he wielded the sword gleam, aiming a fierce strike at the gray light. With a resounding clang, the gray-clad figure plummeted to the ground, staggering several steps backward, and upon opening his mouth, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his countenance turning pallid and feeble. The tip of his long sword, 3 inches in length, had vanished, leaving only a blunt end. The gray radiance, having endured this strike, fell from the sky to the dust like a bird struck by a bullet. Yet, despite this, the gray radiance retained its brilliance, pulsating and stretching upon the ground, exuding an air of vitality. Witnessing this scene, both Jia Tianlong and the members of the Qishuan sect gasped in unison. However, the Qishuan sect's reaction was filled with joy. While Jia Tianlong's was steeped in concern, the Confucian scholar was equally elated. He glanced at the prostrate figure in gray and then at the dwarf. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly darted toward the dwarf, intent on eliminating this formidable adversary first. Before the scholar could take more than a few steps, a loud cry from the gray-clad figure behind him warned him to dodge. Startled, the scholar attempted to react, only to feel a chill at his neck as gray light zipped past him. He then beheld a headless body running forward for a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Its silhouette hauntingly familiar. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was plunged into darkness. This moment, the golden light master was brimming with arrogance, directing the gray radiance, which had leapt back into the air, towards the only surviving gray-clad man among the three great masters. Pleased with himself for having dispatched the Confucian scholar with a clever ruse, he contemplated eradicating the remaining members of the Qishuan sect once he dealt with the gray-clad figure. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd opposite him. "You, this fluttering thing, intrigue me. How about you come to me for some amusement?" No sooner had the words been spoken than he felt a surge of potent spiritual energy envelop the gray light. Severing his connection with it and wresting away his control, the gray radiance, instead of continuing toward the gray-clad man, veered in the air and zigzagged toward the crowd. Panic ensued wherever the gray light passed, as people scrambled to evade it. Yet, amidst the chaos, a seemingly ordinary young man, appearing merely 17 or 18 years of age, stood his ground. He flashed a smile at the golden light master, revealing a stark contrast between his immaculate white teeth and his dark skin. Then, with a mere gesture toward the gray light, it obediently descended into his palm. A cultivator. The dwarf felt a chill run through him, his face paling to an ashen hue. Chapter 92. Sword Talisman. All who witnessed this spectacle were left questioning their own perception. Initially, it seemed that the gray light had turned to target the members of the Qishuan sect, leading many to believe the dwarf had altered his strategy to eliminate the weaker disciples before returning to confront the gray-clad man. However, to their astonishment, as the gray light entered the throng, it was effortlessly seized by an unremarkable disciple with a mere flick of his hand, a feat utterly beyond belief, on the side of the Qishuan sect. Including sect leader Wang and the gray-clad man, a mixture of disbelief and elation coursed through them. Wang Juechu, in his ecstatic state, felt immense gratitude for his foresight in allowing Han Li to participate in the deadly confrontation. He understood that the survival of everyone involved in this battle, as well as the future of the Qishuan sect, now rested upon the suddenly enigmatic figure of Han Li. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu, who had a slight understanding of Han Li, stood with his mouth agape, unable to comprehend the situation. Though aware that his friend was somewhat extraordinary, the fact that he could effortlessly claim the flying sword of a sword immortal was surreal. Leaving him in a dazed as for Zhang Xiu'er, Elder Li, and the others, including Jia Tianlong across from them, they were all left speechless, their expressions a remarkable tapestry of emotions that a multitude of gazes filled with fear. Curiosity and astonishment converged upon Han Li, who maintained an air of composure, his smile unwavering, seemingly unfazed by the scrutiny of so many. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath Han Li's calm exterior, his heart was in turmoil. Heaven knows, he had no intention of taking action at this moment. His original plan was to wait until the gnome, in a moment of negligence, removed the golden barrier before launching a surprise attack. At that point, he would merely need to stealthily approach from behind and use a small fireball to effortlessly eliminate the opponent. However, fate had other designs. Han Li, merely captivated by the erratic flight of the gray light, found himself unwittingly employing the object manipulation technique he had practiced countless times, resulting in the effortless acquisition of this item. The simplicity of the seizure far exceeded his expectations that he merely extended his magical essence over the gray light, effortlessly erasing the gnome's spiritual presence and establishing a connection between himself and the gray light. Under his guidance, the gray light flitted about like a toddler taking its first steps, clumsily flying to his side, where he successfully collected it. Presently, Han Li felt a mix of delight from his unchallenging acquisition of the treasure, while simultaneously harboring some trepidation about facing the gnome directly. He was acutely aware that he lacked substantial confidence in his ability to forcibly breach the gnome's protective shell, with his only source of assurance being his significantly greater magical prowess. That, of course, there was no sign of concern visible on Han Li's face. He understood well that if he maintained a psychological advantage, it would translate into tangible benefits during their confrontation, augmenting his chances of victory, a tactic he had gleaned from the Blinking Sword manual. Thus, upon observing the gnome's apprehensive demeanor, Han Li, in stark contrast, displayed an expression of assured confidence. He casually toyed with the newly acquired treasure in his hands. The gray light, still imbued with vibrant energy, flickered unpredictably, its cold radiance obscuring its true form. Han Li glanced up at the gnome, whose face had paled somewhat, and with a subtle smile, he enveloped the gray light within his hands, gently rubbing it between them. Instantly, the brilliance of the gray light dissipated, revealing its true nature. It was, in fact, a talisman, a peculiar one adorned with the image of a small gray sword. The small sword depicted on the talisman was intricately designed, appearing almost lifelike, and even without the aid of magical enhancement, it radiated a faint luminescence, exuding an aura of a peerless blade, chilling to behold. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt a pang of disappointment. It was clearly not a magical artifact akin to a flying sword. Though it possessed its own peculiarities, it was still merely a piece of talisman paper. However, he soon recalled the impressive display of power the talisman had exhibited, which brought him some solace, for he had witnessed its formidable capabilities firsthand. Knowing it would undoubtedly prove invaluable to him in the future, Han Li deftly tucked the talisman into his robe, wary of brazenly employing it in the presence of its original owner. He could not ascertain what tricks the other party might have played upon the talisman, and his own skills in the art of manipulation had scarcely been practiced with tangible objects, rendering him rather inept. Even should he attempt to utilize the talisman at this moment, it would likely prove futile against his adversary. The golden-clad figure could only watch in astonishment as Han Li appropriated his treasured item, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. Yet, he lacked the courage to confront Han Li directly, for the fact that Han Li could effortlessly dispel the spiritual energy from the talisman indicated that Han Li's magical prowess was at least several times more formidable than his own. Thus, he found himself devoid of the audacity to engage in conflict. Observing the diminutive figure retreating, his demeanor reflecting a mixture of anger and fear, Han Li discerned that he had completely subdued his opponent, who remained oblivious to the true extent of his capabilities. Encouraged by this revelation, Han Li's confidence swelled. He resolved to capitalize on the intimidation he had instilled. After employing the wind control technique, he flickered and appeared before the gnome. The golden-clad figure, witnessing Han Li's uncanny agility, felt his trepidation intensify. He involuntarily took several steps back, his voice trembling as he stammered, "What are your intentions? I have not encroached upon any local resources, nor have I plucked any spiritual herbs or medicines. I have merely collected some mundane gold, and have not infringed upon your family's interests. You have no justification to slay me." Upon hearing these words, Han Li could not suppress his delight, realizing that his adversary had mistaken him for a member of some cultivation family. This misapprehension bolstered his confidence further. That he feigned a casual smile, and, adopting an air of mystery, whispered, "Might I inquire as to your identity? What prompts you to meddle in the affairs of mortals, thus disturbing the local secular order? This poses quite a challenge for our family." Upon hearing Han Li's tone, which was unexpectedly gentle and devoid of immediate hostility, the gnome felt a renewed sense of vigor. His small eyes darted about before he quickly deflected. "I am a disciple of the Yi family from Qin Yiling. I am merely passing through, having been compelled by a prior acquaintance with the leader of the Wild Wolf gang to lend my assistance. I had no intention of infringing upon your family's interests, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. May I inquire as to the name of your esteemed family? I would certainly come to express my apologies in due course." Chapter 93. Flames of Fury. As the gnome proclaimed his affiliation with the Yi family, he could not help but puff out his chest, as if suddenly emboldened by this claim. His voice gained a newfound firmness, suggesting that he held a considerable degree of confidence in the reputation of the Qin Yiling Yi family. Noting the gnome's sudden surge in bravado, Han Li deduced that this Yi family must indeed be a renowned sect of cultivators. However, the gnome's initial panic belied the strength of such a powerful family, leading Han Li to conclude that he was either deceiving him or was merely a trivial pawn within his clan, whose life and death were of little consequence to anyone. In that fleeting moment, Han Li arrived at a judgment, concluding that eliminating this individual would not yield significant repercussions. This deduction dispelled the last vestiges of his hesitation, and his murderous intent flourished with renewed vigor. After all, encountering a cultivator whose magical prowess paled in comparison to his own, coupled with their foolish demeanor, was a rare opportunity indeed. Even in the absence of this deadly struggle, Han Li would never have allowed such a splendid opportunity for prey to slip through his fingers. Moreover, judging by the demeanor and mannerisms of his opponent, it was evident that he was no paragon of virtue. Leaving Han Li with no hesitation in taking action, the Qinling Yi clan, that illustrious Yi family, was it? Han Li's face bore an expression of astonishment, as if grappling with disbelief, since his adversary dared to wield such a name as leverage. It was reasonable to assume that their reputation among cultivators was formidable, Han Li mused to himself. Indeed, it was the Yi family. Since you are aware of the Yi family's name, I trust you will not intentionally create difficulties for me. Will you? The dwarf, seeing the effectiveness of the banner he had raised, immediately elevated his voice considerably. The Yi family? Han Li feigned indecision, scratching his scalp and displaying an expression of uncertainty. Observing this, the dwarf felt a surge of delight and hastily began to plead and threaten, banging a nearby drum in a cacophony of sound, fearful that the situation might turn against him. How about this? I shall take you to meet the clan's elders and let them decide how to deal with you. My friend. Han Li appeared to be in a quandary as he spoke. There is no need for such trouble. This is merely a trivial matter, if you require the elders to adjudicate even this minor issue. It may leave an unfavorable impression above, adversely affecting your future prospects. The dwarf, upon hearing these words, was taken aback, quickly adopting a facade of concern for Han Li and urging him otherwise at that moment. Master Jingguang had completely categorized Han Li as a naive young lad, believing him to be a disciple who had spent his entire youth immersed in familial cultivation, only recently stepping into the secular world for refinement. This also explained why, at such a tender age, he possessed such profound magical prowess. Thank you for your kind reminder, my friend. Han Li appeared genuinely touched. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand and retrieved a talisman adorned with a small sword from his robes. As we meet for the first time, your consideration for me is truly commendable. Thus, I shall return this treasure to you. Han Li said earnestly, a hint of reluctance evident in his expression. The dwarf was overjoyed, not expecting such navet from the young man before him, who would return the coveted treasure. Without a moment's thought, fearing a change of heart from Han Li, he quickly formed a hand sign and waved his hand, causing the golden barrier around him to shatter and vanish entirely. He then extended his hand, eagerly reaching for the talisman, and shamelessly declared, "Since you are so sincere, I shall not be impolite." Just as the dwarf's hand was about to grasp the talisman, Han Li's expression suddenly shifted dramatically, his face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed towards the dwarf's back, "Clan leader, why have you personally come?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf trembled, momentarily forgetting the treasure, and swiftly turned to look behind him. He was stunned. Behind him was utter silence, devoid of any presence. This is bad. Even the most dim-witted dwarf now recognized he had been deceived. Before he could turn back, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest, followed by a blaze of crimson in his vision, as his body erupted into flames, instantaneously reducing him to ashes. At that moment, Han Li let out a long sigh, retracting the hand that had just launched the fireball. With the seemingly simplistic application of a small fireball technique, he was able to eliminate his opponent in a single blow. However, the entire process had required considerable thought and had placed a significant amount of pressure upon him. Now, having successfully executed such a stealthy ambush, Han Li couldn't help but feel a sense of private relief, a hint of joy gracing his countenance. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu, along with others, had witnessed the events unfold before their eyes. Yet the true nature of the situation eluded their understanding. Due to Han Li and the dwarf's desire to keep their conversation private, their dialogue was conducted in hushed tones, rendering the bystanders unable to decipher the words exchanged from their distant vantage point. They could only perceive that the dwarf appeared somewhat fearful upon encountering Han Li, and after a brief exchange, the dwarf persistently implored him for something. Ultimately, they witnessed Han Li seizing the opportunity as the dwarf turned away, conjuring a small fireball that effortlessly reduced the formidable figure of the Wild Wolf Gang's patron, Jingguang Shangren, to a pile of white ash. At that moment, Jia Tianlong's mouth was filled with bitterness, penetrating deep into his very core. What had transpired? The situation, once promising, had taken a drastic turn for the worse with the appearance of this inconspicuous disciple from the Qishuan sect, spiraling into chaos. Even Jing Guangshangren, the esteemed immortal, had perished in the flames without a chance of survival. But in stark contrast, Wang Juechu's sentiments were entirely opposite to those of his rival. He gripped his sword tightly at his waist, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed upon Han Li, who squatted in an unrefined manner on the ground, seemingly engrossed in something. A fervent expression washed over his face. Han Li, too, was filled with exhilaration, though not from excitement. Rather, he was pleased to have unearthed several items from the ashes where the dwarf had met his end, items that had miraculously escaped incineration. There were but a few objects: a talisman, a token, and a book. The talisman, previously wielded by the dwarf, was capable of emitting a golden light to form a protective barrier. Although the incantation remained unknown to Han Li, the mere possession of it sent him into a state of rapture. For what he lacked most at present was a means of self-protection. The token was a triangular piece of obsidian, one side embossed with the ancient glyphs for ascend to immortality in gold, while the other bore the silver character for command. The token, though appearing non-metallic, was surprisingly weighty, its purpose remaining a mystery as for the book. Han Li initially surmised it must be something extraordinary to have survived the fireball technique. However, upon flipping through its pages, he discovered it to be a genealogy, specifically that of the Qin clan, leaving him puzzled as to its connection to Jing Guangshangren, who had carried it so closely. The dwarf had claimed to be from the Yi family, yet here he was with a Qin family genealogy. Could he perhaps be an illegitimate child of someone from the Yi family? Disappointment clouded Han Li's mind, leading him to entertain such malicious speculations. Chapter 94. Complete victory. Although none of the 3 items he had acquired were immediately usable, Han Li unceremoniously gathered them all. Rising to his feet, he dusted off the remnants of ash from his clothing and, with a sardonic smile, cast a glance at Jia Tianlong and the other members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Are you planning to sever your own meridians, or shall I assist you in your departure? Han Li's tone was polite, yet the implication left no room for the Wild Wolf Gang to maneuver. Upon hearing these words, Jia Tianlong felt a chilling sensation envelop him, rendering his face rigid with fear. He incessantly reminded himself to remain calm, convinced that there must be a way to deal with this person. Yet, unable to restrain himself, he wiped his face, revealing a forehead drenched in cold sweat. Jia Tianlong managed a bitter smile, knowing that he need not look in the mirror to discern his pallor. It was undoubtedly far from flattering, likely bordering on ghastly. He labored to turn his neck, surveying the crowd around him, only to find others equally pale, their faces etched with terror and confusion, embodying the very essence of impending doom. These individuals were utterly at a loss, devoid of any semblance of fighting spirit. Overwhelmed by despair, Jia Tianlong once again cast his gaze towards the direction of the Qishuan sect. There, his arch-nemesis Wang Juechu regarded him with the eyes of a mourner, coldly observing him, while the others bore expressions that spoke of vengeance fulfilled. In a state of bewilderment, Jia Tianlong's gaze inadvertently drifted beyond the arena, landing on those who were once his steadfast subordinates. Their expressions varied greatly. Some were anxious, others indifferent, yet a substantial group wore smiles of delight, huddled together in hushed conversation, exuding an unmistakable air of schadenfreude. No, he could not allow himself to perish here. He was determined to survive and continue his quest for supremacy. That a particular countenance among the crowd ignited something within Jia Tianlong, and a frenzied glint flickered in his eyes. Come forth, Iron Guards. Prepare the crossbows, he bellowed, his voice resonating with inner strength. Others, assist Qingzi. Jia Tianlong, a true leader of his faction, unleashed a powerful roar that invigorated the disoriented individuals within the arena, awakening them from their stupor. Whether they were members of the Wolf Gang or skilled fighters from smaller factions, they all suddenly found resolve, rolling up their sleeves and adopting a stance of determined combat. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a soft hum before turning his back and slowly advancing towards Jia Tianlong. That it appeared that more effort would be required. He mused wryly. Loose the arrows. As soon as the adversary entered the range of the crossbows, Jia Tianlong licked his parched lips and issued the command without hesitation. Instantly, hundreds of shimmering steel bolts erupted towards Han Li, filling the air with a storm of deadly projectiles, leaving no room for escape in the small space before him. In a shocking turn of events, Jia Tianlong observed as the young man, undaunted by the barrage of bolts, flashed him an eerie smile. Then, his form began to blur, and the bolts passed through him without any resistance. shooting off into the distance as if he were becoming insubstantial. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to vanish without a trace beneath the glaring sun. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned a shade of ashen fury, and just as he prepared to caution his subordinates to exercise caution, Han Li reappeared mere steps away from them. This time, before Jia Tianlong could issue any orders, the Iron Guards unleashed another volley of crossbow bolts, mingled with daggers and other concealed weapons, all aimed at Han Li. The result left the onlookers in stunned silence as the figure before them vanished once more, eluding their sight amidst their collective gaze. Just as Jia Tianlong grappled with a tumult of fear and dread, a pair of piercing screams echoed from behind him, startling him into turning around in alarm. Before long, two closely positioned Iron Guards transformed into two fiery beings. While the vanished young man withdrew his palms from their forms, the very moment his hands departed, the two Iron Guards disintegrated into nothingness, reduced to ashes, from the palms that had been withdrawn. Jia Tianlong vaguely discerned a flickering red light within the young man's palm, the nature of which remained a mystery. The scene unfolded before Jia Tianlong's eyes as a perfect demonstration of Han Li's seamless integration of martial prowess and sorcery. The red glow he held was none other than the small fireball of the fireball technique. Han Li's internal energy flowed gradually, restoring the fireball, which had diminished due to previous exertion, back to its original size. In an instant, he vanished once more, only to reappear at the opposite end of the crowd, where he promptly turned another individual into a blazing inferno. Thus, Han Li flickered in and out among the throng, each manifestation heralding a new victim, and regardless of where his hand made contact, that person would immediately ignite, vanishing entirely from this world. Jia Tianlong stood transfixed, devoid of any glimmer of spirit, his complexion pale as that of a corpse. In that fleeting moment, more than half of his subordinates had perished, and those remaining were gripped by terror, desperately seeking refuge. Yet, against the specter-like agility of their adversary, each one succumbed to ashes in turn. When the last of his subordinates was consumed by flames, Jia Tianlong found himself utterly numb. He understood that his continued existence was a deliberate act of mercy from his foe, but now he stood alone, anticipating the inevitable arrival of the infernal flames upon him. Han Li, having allowed Jia Tianlong this brief respite, swiftly moved behind him after dispatching the final subordinate, delivering a complete fireball technique as a parting gift to the leader of the gang. Following Jia Tianlong's demise, Han Li clapped his hands together, murmuring to himself, "It seems that taking a few lives is not such a daunting task after all. If only you had chosen to end things yourself sooner. It would have been so much better, no suffering. Now, as I take matters into my own hands, the agony of flames is far from pleasant." Chapter 95. The name of the demon resounds. Han Li lifted his gaze toward the outside of the arena, observing that whether they hailed from the Seven Shin sect, the Wild Wolf Gang, or any other faction, all were pale-faced, their eyes filled with dread as they regarded him. It was evident that his feats, collecting flying swords, slaying the golden-clad master, and turning numerous skilled individuals, including Jia Tianlong, to ashes in mere moments, underscored that Han Li was not only a transcendent figure akin to a gnome but also possessed a cold ruthlessness, devoid of compassion or mercy. Consequently, wherever his gaze fell, all would avert their eyes, none daring to meet his stare. At that moment, Han Li had truly become a figure of terror. "Why are you still lingering? Do you wish to remain on this mountain so I can send you on your way too?" Han Li suddenly remarked coldly toward the direction of the Wild Wolf Gang. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated like thunder among the thousands present on the peak, inciting immediate panic. "Run. If we don't leave now, he might incinerate us again." The cry of alarm erupted from an unknown source. In an instant, the members of the Wolf Gang and other smaller factions erupted into chaos, each vying to flee down the mountainside. The throng of bodies created a dense, impenetrable mass on the narrow path leading down, trampling countless individuals along the way. Moments later, the once crowded Sunset Peak became desolate. Aside from the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect, no other factions remained. Wang Juechu felt a mix of surprise and joy, astonished that the crisis facing his sect had been so effortlessly resolved, and that Jia Tianlong had been decisively eliminated. Yet, amidst his elation, a sense of unease began to creep in. He understood that if the opposing force could so easily assist the Seven Mysteries sect in overcoming this peril, they could likewise suppress the sect with equal ease, potentially rendering their situation worse than that of the Wolf Gang at present. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the reassurance he had previously felt was swiftly replaced by apprehension, compelling his gaze to drift toward the center of the scene. "Where is Master Han?" He wondered aloud, his astonishment palpable. The figure he esteemed as both a skilled practitioner and an unpredictable wildcard had vanished from sight. "Has anyone seen Dr. Han?" Wang Juechu inquired urgently of those nearby. "No, I didn't notice." Nearly everyone shook their heads, equally perplexed. This was hardly surprising. They were all awestruck by Han Li's formidable display of power and had been too intimidated to keep a close watch on the harbinger of doom. Moreover, with his elusive movements, it would have been a trivial matter for him to slip away unnoticed. "Do not search any longer. I just saw him blending in with the crowd descending the mountain. He has already left Sunset Peak." A gray-clad figure, whose complexion had visibly improved, suddenly interjected. "Down the mountain? Where could he possibly go?" Wang Juechu murmured, a complex smile of resignation crossing his face as he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze inadvertently fell upon an individual. Wang Juechu's eyes suddenly gleamed with a shrewd insight, and a sly smile crept upon his lips, revealing a cunning expression at that moment. Li Feiyu, who was unusually exhilarated by his friend's transformation into a reclusive master, was engaged in conversation with Zhang Xiu'er, blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights upon him. Thus, the members of the Wolf Gang and other factions hastily retreated from Caisha Mountain, tirelessly fleeing the territory of the Seven Mysteries sect throughout the night. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Seven Mysteries sect, led by Wang Juechu, who were also significantly weakened, did not dispatch anyone to pursue them. For a considerable period thereafter, both the Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysteries sect lay low. Recuperating from their arduous conflict, the tumultuous saga of the Seven Mysteries sect and the Wolf Gang soon spread across the vast expanse of land, evolving into a legendary tale imbued with elements of the supernatural. It captivated not only those within the realms of light and darkness but also piqued the interest of ordinary folk, who relished recounting it as a story that never lost its allure. In this narrative, the epic battle commenced with a peerless swordsman wielding a radiant sword light facing off against a sword immortal adept at maneuvering flying blades. Ultimately, the sword immortal's ethereal flying sword proved to be far superior, decisively vanquishing the unparalleled swordsman. At this juncture, the antagonist, the fire demon, made a sudden appearance. Seizing the opportunity to strike, while both parties were severely weakened, he not only killed the sword immortal, who sought to eradicate evil, but also unleashed his malevolent fury, incinerating nearly 1,000 individuals from the factions present, which tragically included the demise of the Wolf Gang's leader. In the end, the fire demon, burdened by the weight of its own malevolence, transgressed against the celestial laws and was struck down on the spot by divine lightning, leaving no trace of its remains. Thus, it vanished from existence. Upon hearing this rumor of his own complete transformation into a demon from Li Feiyu while residing in the Valley of Divine Hands, Han Li stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was already doubled over with laughter, unable to straighten up for quite a while. This moment marked the noon of the 5th day following the conclusion of the fierce battle. That very night, amidst the chaos, Han Li discreetly descended from the Sunset Peak, blending into the crowd, and after locating Chu Han, he returned to the valley with him. Upon his return, Han Li promptly hung a sign at the valley entrance declaring that he was unavailable for visitors, unwilling to meet anyone, thus turning away several high-ranking members of the Seven Mysterious sect who had rushed to pay their respects. Naturally, given Han Li's current renown, these individuals dared not express any dissatisfaction, nor did they risk entering the valley uninvited, opting instead to retreat with their tails between their legs. After waiting for a time, in the subsequent days, Han Li began practicing the material manipulation technique, using the talisman inscribed with a small sword, fully aware that time was not on his side. Therefore, each day before dawn, he transformed the talisman into a wisp of gray light, which he set to spiral and dance within the valley until his entire reservoir of spiritual energy was depleted. He would then quietly close his eyes, allowing his energy to gradually replenish, and as soon as his spiritual power returned to a normal level, he would once again activate the talisman to continue his practice. Thus, Han Li persistently repeated this monotonous training for 3 consecutive days, until he felt he had grasped the fundamental techniques of the material manipulation in practical application, at which point he formally concluded his training. Chapter 96. Flaws. While maneuvering the gray light, Han Li discovered that although the gray light, driven by the material manipulation technique, was exceedingly sharp and capable of slicing through nearly anything, responding to his gestures to attack foes, it still possessed considerable limitations. Firstly, Manipulating this gray light required an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy for someone like Han Li, who had cultivated the Eternal Spring technique to the 8th level. He could unleash the full version of the fireball technique continuously over 100 times. However, when directing the gray light, his energy would be completely expended in a mere 15 minutes. Reflecting on this, it became clear that the Golden Light Master had not initially refrained from employing the gray light. Rather, his spiritual energy was far too limited, allowing him only a pitifully brief period to wield the talisman. This also elucidated why Han Li faced such feeble resistance when he seized this item. The opponent likely depleted a significant portion of their energy while previously manipulating the gray light, and when confronted by Han Li, whose spiritual power vastly surpassed theirs, they were inevitably overwhelmed and easily defeated. Furthermore, another drawback of the gray light was its limited range for inflicting harm. The gray light could only maneuver freely within a radius of 20 zhang centered around Han Li. Beyond this range, it would become sluggish and occasionally falter. Once it ventured beyond 30 zhang, the gray light would revert entirely to its talisman form, plummeting to the ground. If the aforementioned two shortcomings could be gradually improved as Han Li's spiritual energy advanced. The final concern was the talisman's inherent, fatal flaw. After utilizing the talisman several times, Han Li discerned that the diminutive gray sword depicted on the talisman was gradually losing its chilling luminescence. A phenomenon that seemed to correlate with the frequency of its usage, suggesting that its vitality was steadily waning to in essence. This talisman possessed a finite number of uses and a temporal limitation. Once its uses were exhausted, it would cease to function, marking the end of its efficacy. This realization was one of the reasons Han Li ceased practice after mastering the manipulation of the gray light. After all, he wished to reserve such a formidable item for a critical moment, as it might very well save his life in future perilous situations. Likewise, he surmised that the golden talisman capable of manifesting a golden barrier would likely share similar constraints. However, as he was currently unaware of the incantation required for its activation, he prudently stored it away for future necessity. During his moments of respite, he also examined the triangular token and the Qin family genealogy. But regrettably, he gleaned no significant insights. On the 5th day, just as Han Li removed the inconspicuous sign, Li Feiyu burst in with exuberance, promptly recounting the rumors of Han Li's alleged demonization. These tales left Han Li in a state of bemusement, forcing him to adopt a stern demeanor as he regarded Li Feiyu, who was openly mocking him. Eventually, Li Feiyu's laughter subsided, and he adopted a more serious tone as he addressed Han Li, saying, "I presume you can surmise the reason for my visit. Is it not that those esteemed individuals are concerned for me, sending you to gauge my sentiments?" Han Li replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is good that you are aware." Li Feiyu sighed as if burdened with a heavy responsibility. "However, how do you intend for me, as your friend, to report back to those figures? They have promised to elevate me to the position of Vice Master of the Outer Blade Hall in their attempts to win me over." Li Feiyu then resumed his playful demeanor. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before murmuring to himself, "It appears that without meeting with Master Wang and clarifying certain matters, they will remain uneasy. Very well. Inform Master Wang that I shall personally visit him at Sunset Peak tomorrow at noon." Assuring him that there is no need for haste, Han Li stated with a smile, "Excellent, with your assurance. I am equipped to report back." Li Feiyu shrugged, adopting a non-committal expression. Subsequently, Han Li and Li Feiyu engaged in light banter, with Han Li even showcasing his fireball technique up close, much to his friend's envy. Before long, Li Feiyu took his leave, departing from the valley to relay the message to Wang Juechu and others. Han Li stood at the entrance, gazing contemplatively at Li Feiyu's receding figure, lost in thought for a considerable time. Suddenly, a mysterious smile graced his lips, and he appeared quite pleased as he entered the house and closed the door. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Li Feiyu stealthily ascended Sunset Peak and quietly infiltrated Master Wang's quarters. Upon awakening and discovering the figure standing before him at the foot of his bed, Wang Juechu's expression turned as grim as could be. Yet he still forced a smile, somewhat awkwardly inquiring, "Dr. Han, what brings you here? I beg your pardon for not extending a proper welcome. However, was it not agreed that we would meet at noon? Why have you arrived so early?" Han Li cast a cold glance at the leader of the Wang sect, a look that sent chills down Wang Juechu's spine, leaving him feeling as if his face had been sliced by a blade. Noticing a flicker of fear in his opponent's eyes, Han Li could not help but feel a sense of pride. The glance he had given was imbued with the special effect of the Heavenly Eye technique, a new application he had recently discovered, capable of instilling psychological intimidation in ordinary individuals, causing them to feel flustered. somewhat akin to the legendary soul-capturing arts of the martial world. It is nothing, he continued. I merely thought that arriving in the morning might ensure clearer minds, preventing any unpleasant actions towards one another. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his tone suggested a hint of malice. Chapter 97. Behind-the-scenes dealings. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Wang sect felt a jolt of alarm, his heart racing. The day before, he and several high-ranking members had received word from Li Feiyu regarding Han Li's scheduled visit to Sunset Peak at noon the following day. Some immediately proposed that, due to Han Li's perceived danger and unpredictability, they should take covert action during the meeting to eliminate him. However, this suggestion was met with vehement opposition from others who deemed such a course of action excessively perilous. Fearing a strong backlash should they fail, they argued that it would be prudent to engage in dialogue with Han Li before making any decisions. Those eager to act quickly countered with claims that prolonged discussions might lead to leaks and unforeseen complications. In truth, all were aware that the assertion of Han Li being too dangerous was merely a pretext. Some were motivated by a desire to seize his cultivation techniques for their own benefit. Even those opposed to immediate action likely harbored similar ambitions, albeit employing more subtle and discreet tactics. The two factions bickered heatedly before the leader of the Wang sect. Neither side succeeded in persuading the other, their arguments growing more fervent as the meeting approached its conclusion. Finally, it was the surviving elder clad in gray who could no longer tolerate the discord. With a chilling remark, he silenced the assembly. If you were to slay Dr. Han, would you not fear his elders seeking retribution? His words fell like a bucket of cold water, awakening the heated minds of the high-ranking members. Indeed, with such youth and prowess, he must have formidable elders backing him. If they were to recklessly take his life, they would surely face dire consequences when his elders came seeking vengeance. Realizing that harming Han Li would equate to inviting their own demise, those who had initially advocated for violence swiftly altered their stance. Even if a few avaricious souls attempted to maintain their position, the consensus to treat Han Li with a more measured and respectful approach ultimately prevailed. Upon encountering Han Li, the esteemed leader Wang made a profound statement that elicited a sense of unease within him, leading him to suspect that Han possessed extraordinary abilities, perhaps even knowledge of the previous day's altercation. However, as a seasoned leader with years of experience, Wang Juechu quickly regained his composure, shaking off the effects of the divination technique. Why would Han, the esteemed physician, utter such words? The entire sect holds a deep sense of gratitude towards you. Esteemed sir, after weighing his thoughts, Wang decided to further probe Han's intentions. Yet, I have heard whispers suggesting that someone may seek to do me harm, Han Li remarked with a cold smile. Wang Juechu was initially taken aback, but upon noticing that Han did not exhibit any signs of anger, he felt a slight sense of relief. The fact that Han spoke without ire and approached him alone indicated that he might merely have caught wind of some rumors, rather than possessing detailed knowledge of the meeting's discussions. Thus, there seemed to be room to mend their relationship. Han, the physician, may have misunderstood. Indeed, a few miscreants had emerged from the sect yesterday, attempting to act ungratefully. However, rest assured, those individuals have already been apprehended and are under strict supervision. Most members of the sect still harbor gratitude towards you, esteemed physician, and would never engage in actions that would harm their benefactor. After weighing his words, Wang Juechu spoke with a righteous air. Han Li, upon hearing this, could not suppress a sneer within. Ever since he revealed his strength and aided the Qishuan sect in overcoming its tribulations, he had been continually reminded by the adage of the bird perishes. The bow is hidden and crossing the river, dismantling the bridge, urging him to remain vigilant. One must not assume that kindness begets gratitude. The human heart is indeed the most inscrutable. For those who consider themselves significant figures, the act of forgetting favors in pursuit of greater gains is as commonplace as quenching one's thirst. This was one of the reasons why Han had secluded himself upon returning to the valley, deliberately allowing the higher-ups some time to reflect, lest their insatiable greed extinguish their reason entirely. Later, when he sent Li Feiyu with a message for the higher-ups, Han had no intention of meeting them at the appointed time. He knew that despite his formidable strength compared to ordinary martial artists, should they resort to underhanded tactics, countless methods existed to bring about his demise. Thus, for the sake of safety, he chose to meet with the esteemed leader Wang alone, half a day earlier, under the cover of secrecy. By merely testing the waters, Wang had inadvertently revealed his hand, indicating that the prominent figures of the Qishuan sect had indeed contemplated taking action against him. Yet, this mattered little, whether their intentions were to act or merely to speculate. He felt no anger, After concluding his dealings with this paramount figure of the Qishuan sect, he would take his leave, never to cross paths with them again, that I speak no idle words, to be candid. Esteemed leader, after our meeting, I shall depart from this place, venturing far away, and it is highly probable that I shall never return to Taixiao Mountain. With a steady gaze fixed upon Wang Juechu, Han Li suddenly spoke with an air of mystery to transaction. Upon hearing that the other party intended to depart, Wang Minzhu was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of confusion upon learning of a proposed transaction. He pondered what sort of dealings could possibly exist between himself and this esteemed Han Shun, and a sense of unease stirred within him. As noon approached, the time originally arranged for their meeting arrived. Yet Han Li did not appear at the Lord's Hall of Sunset Peak. Instead, it was Wang Minzhu, invigorated and alert, who was the last to step into the assembly. He promptly declared that there was no need to wait any longer for Han Li, as the latter had already vacated Taixiao Mountain and vanished without a trace. That it was suspected that he might be leaving Jingzhou, perhaps even the state of Yu, thus rendering all troubles moot. Upon hearing this pronouncement, those present gaped in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, as an oppressive silence enveloped the venue. With the individual in question gone, what further schemes could they possibly entertain? They resignedly contemplated their next course of action. Chapter 98. Returned to the village not long after Han Li departed from Taixiao Mountain, Wang Minzhu announced the acceptance of Li Feiyu as his closed-door disciple, further elevating him to the position of head of the Outer Blade Hall, bestowing upon him considerable favor. In the ensuing years, during an incident in which Han Li's uncle inadvertently committed a grave error that breached the guild's regulations, his life was precariously at stake. However, Wang Minzhu, against the tide of public opinion, intervened to ensure his safety. As for Wang Minzhu, during subsequent clan conflicts, he encountered formidable adversaries and sustained serious injuries on multiple occasions, teetering on the brink of death. Each time when all believed his time was drawing to a close, he miraculously survived, thanks to a pill contained within a jade vial, soon regaining his vitality. This event sparked envy among others, who inquired about the name and origin of this miraculous remedy, yet Wang Juechu remained evasive, refusing to disclose its secrets. Those who sought to procure this pill inevitably departed empty-handed. It was not until many years later, upon Wang Juechu's passing, that he revealed the name of the pill, Yangjing Dan, by which time only 3 pills remained in the jade vial. However, these 3 pills incited a tempest of bloodshed, bringing considerable turmoil to Wang Juechu's descendants. But that is a tale for another time, which we shall set aside for now. At this moment, Li Feiyu stood in a daze, clutching several small vials and a note. Upon returning that morning from Zhang Shou'er, he discovered these items within his dwelling. The note, penned by Han Li, conveyed a simple message. He had departed from the Qishuan sect and might never return. The vials contained a carefully concocted elixir, intended to prolong Li Feiyu's life. With a plea for him not to refuse the end of the note, a smiling face drawn by Han Li accompanied well wishes for Li Feiyu and Zhang Shou'er to wed soon and bear many children. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feiyu abruptly dashed from the house, sprinting to the summit of the nearest small peak. From that vantage point, he eagerly gazed towards the entrance of the Qishuan sect, only to behold a sea of lush greenery, devoid of any signs of life. After remaining still for a considerable time, he exhaled a deep sigh and murmured with a forlorn expression, "I hope you take care. Safe travels." Gradually, Li Feiyu descended the mountain, his slow and solitary silhouette evoking a poignant sense of melancholy. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the ancient path, journeying eastward. Han Li and Chu Han were seated within this carriage. Although the four-wheeled vehicle boasted a considerable amount of space, it currently accommodated only the two of them. Han Li had expended 3 taels of silver to temporarily rent the entire cart. The wooden carriage appeared somewhat dilapidated and bore the marks of age, yet the interior was quite tidy, and the 2 horses pulling it were in their prime, galloping with remarkable agility, propelling the vehicle forward at a brisk pace. It was precisely these attributes that had persuaded Han Li to part with 3 taels of silver for the rental. Typically, such carriages would earn no more than a tael or so over several days of service. The driver was an unremarkable, slender middle-aged man who was not particularly loquacious. He would remain silent unless Han Li initiated conversation. This suited Han Li perfectly, as he was accompanied by Chu Han, a figure of considerable stature, whose face was obscured by a hood, lending an air of mystery. Had they been accompanied by a more talkative individual, It would have posed significant complications. Perched upon Han Li's shoulder was a yellow-feathered Yunqi bird, a lively little creature that appeared to be resting with half-closed eyelids. At the opposite end of the carriage sat Chu Han, who bore a large bundle on his shoulder, aside from a few changes of clothes. It was filled with gold, silver, and various substantial items. As for the precious artifacts and letters received from Dr. Mo, Han Li kept those close at hand, fearing their loss due to their immense significance. Now, as Han Li sat quietly within the carriage, listening to the rhythmic creaking of the wooden wheels, his expression remained calm and undisturbed. He felt no sorrow at departing from the Qixin sect. The only pang of reluctance he felt was for his dear friend, Li Feiyu. However, he presumed that the latter had received his message and especially prepared elixirs. He hoped these remedies would prove effective, allowing his friend to enjoy a more fulfilling life. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li stretched slightly, leaning his back against the carriage wall, and began to doze off. He had instructed the driver to take them to the small village on the mountainside where he was born. Though he understood it was unlikely, he still harbored a wish that upon opening his eyes, he would see the faces of his parents and siblings. It had been so many years since he last saw them. Their features had grown somewhat hazy in his memory. Thus, it was imperative for Han Li to behold his parents with his own eyes before venturing afar, lest he leave with an unsettled heart. He wondered how his younger sister was faring. She should be around 16 or 17 now, blossoming into a young lady. The last letter he received from home mentioned that she had been betrothed. With a bride price already settled. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, a frail, diminutive figure appeared in his mind. This figure had always trailed behind him, calling out in a sweet, childish voice, "Fourth brother. Fourth brother." Time truly flies. At last, Han Li succumbed to a deep and serene sleep, reminiscent of the comforting presence of his parents standing guard against mosquitoes in his childhood, allowing him to rest so sweetly. 5 days later, along the earthen path, Han Li finally caught sight of the familiar little village in the distance. The low, earthen walls, the neatly arranged stacks of straw, and the uneven, winding paths, these scenes had once captivated Han Li's dreams. And now they materialized before his very eyes. Suppressing the exhilaration within, he instructed the carriage driver to halt the cart at a distance from the village, leaving Chu Han behind in the carriage. He then strode purposefully towards the village entrance, his heartbeat quickening with each step closer to the settlement. This overwhelming sensation of anticipation was one he had not experienced in quite some time. Chapter 99. Departure. Ultimately, Han Li stepped methodically into the village. As he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a jubilant cacophony of musical instruments. Yet he did not catch sight of a single villager along the path leading into the village. A flicker of recognition ignited within him. Such scenes and sounds were reminiscent of his childhood, unmistakably heralding a wedding celebration at a nearby home, drawing the villagers to partake in the festivity. With renewed focus, Han Li extended his spiritual awareness, and soon discovered that the villagers of all ages had indeed congregated at a specific location. However, the place they had gathered felt strikingly familiar to him. Was it not the very site of his own home? A wave of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that a vague realization began to dawn upon him? Quickening his pace, he deftly maneuvered around several houses and turned a few corners, until suddenly, the scene ahead illuminated his senses. Hundreds of villagers encircled a courtyard, where several well-constructed tiled houses stood in stark contrast to the surrounding dwellings. Large characters of double happiness adorned the doors on either side of the courtyard and the houses, while a small ensemble of musicians played merrily at the entrance, creating a lively atmosphere. The villagers, some standing, others squatting, and a few even seated on the ground, formed clusters, whispering conspiratorially or passionately debating amongst themselves, their envious gazes frequently darting towards the courtyard. Beside the villagers, a throng of children frolicked, chasing and playing around the adults. Witnessing this familiar tableau, Han Li felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. As if, in that fleeting moment, he had reverted to his childhood, once again joining in the playful revelry. The fourth daughter of the Han family is truly fortunate. I have heard that her suitor is a scholar from the city, a man of considerable intellect, one woman remarked. Indeed, she has transitioned from being a mere wife to becoming the esteemed spouse of a learned gentleman. Another chimed in. The Han family is said to possess an astonishing dowry, amounting to dozens of taels of silver. They are quite wealthy, indeed. The clamor of gossip from the village women jolted Han Li from his reverie. The fourth daughter of the Han family. Was that not his younger sister? Could it truly be the day of her marriage? A tumult of indescribable emotions surged within him, swirling incessantly. For reasons unknown, He took a few steps to conceal himself behind a nearby large tree. His gaze fixed intently on the courtyard entrance. Suddenly, a shout rang out from a distance. The bridal procession has arrived. The groom comes to escort his bride. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into a flurry of excitement, their voices rising in a jubilant cacophony. The bride is coming out. The new wife is about to appear. Come and see. The children, too, joined in the uproar, eager to announce the momentous occasion. Han Li's spirit surged, his eyes alight with anticipation as he peered towards the entrance of the courtyard. With a creak, the wooden courtyard gate swung open, revealing a throng of over a dozen men and women emerging from within. Among them, a girl cloaked in a vibrant red wedding dress was at the center of attention. She possessed a delicate, pointed chin and a charming visage, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Her face adorned with shyness, Han Li widened his eyes, meticulously scrutinizing the girl's features, attempting to discern any semblance of his younger sister from his memories. Aside from a fleeting sense of familiarity gleaned from the contours of her brows and the corners of her eyes, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile her with the image of his sister from the past. The saying that a girl transforms greatly by the age of 18 rings profoundly true. Han Li offered a wry smile before shifting his gaze to the individuals surrounding her. The portly figure was unmistakably his third uncle, as rotund as ever. The towering dark figure beside him was his elder brother Han Tai, and the woman closely nestled against him must surely be his sister-in-law. As Han Li called out their names one by one, he murmured to himself, as if this ritual might ease his burden. However, when his gaze fell upon an elderly couple, a man and a woman, both with hair as white as snow, he fell silent. He stood frozen behind a tree, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, joy, trepidation, and a hint of bewilderment. The extent of his parents' aging far exceeded Han Li's expectations. He recalled that when he ascended the mountain, his mother still had lustrous black hair. Now, strands of gray adorned her temples. While his father, once upright, had succumbed to a stooped posture, Han Li stood in stunned silence, his mind swirling like a fog, oblivious to the unfolding events around him. By the time clarity returned, his younger sister had already taken her place in a splendidly adorned bridal carriage. Drifting away into the distance, beside the carriage, a scholarly figure on a majestic azure steed followed closely. Han Li strained to catch a final glimpse of the receding carriage before turning his attention back to the faces of his parents in the crowd. Then shutting his eyes, as he etched their visages deeply into his heart, he pivoted, determination suddenly illuminating his countenance, and strode purposefully toward the village's entrance. Han Li understood that when he stepped beyond that threshold once more, his connection to these individuals might very well cease for this lifetime. He was acutely aware that since learning the Longchun technique and discovering the existence of cultivators, he was destined to tread a path entirely divergent from that of ordinary folk. Regardless of whether fortune or misfortune awaited him, he would not regret his choice. Chapter 100. Jiayuan City Lanzhou ranks as the 8th largest state among the 13 provinces of the Yu Kingdom. Yet in terms of prosperity, it stands second only to Xinzhou. Nestled in the southern expanse of the Yu Kingdom, its fertile lands are interspersed with countless waterways, lakes, and canals, coupled with a climate that is consistently temperate and favorable for cultivation. Thus, it is an unparalleled granary, renowned across the nation. Centrally located within Lanzhou is Jiayuan City. Though not the state capital, it is undoubtedly the largest city in the province. The Grand Canal, which traverses the entirety of the Yu Kingdom from north to south, flows through the heart of this city, complemented by several other vital land and water thoroughfares converging here. Consequently, its transportation infrastructure is exceptionally developed, establishing it as a pivotal hub for aquatic commerce and trade. Each year, countless merchants and travelers pass through, significantly invigorating the region's economic activities, rendering Jiayuan City's status as the foremost city in the entire province hardly surprising. In the bustling city of Jiayuan, an abundance of vehicles, docks, and boats can be found in every corner. The ranks of porters, laborers, and sailors engaged in this trade are as numerous as the stars in the sky, amounting to tens of thousands. Among them is Sun Ergu, a man who ekes out a living by the docks. True to his name, Sun Ergu possesses slanted brows and squinting eyes, with a disreputable appearance reminiscent of a rotten pear or a spoiled jujube. However, due to his astute ability to read people's expressions and his knack for flattery, he has managed to rise to the position of a minor gang leader at the docks, overseeing a contingent of dozens of laborers and porters, relying on their assistance to transport goods and luggage for passing merchants. Thus, when Sun Ergu arrived at the small dock early this morning, several of his subordinates hurried over, respectfully greeting him with exclamations of, "Good morning, Second Master," and the Second Master has arrived. Upon hearing these titles, Sun Ergu felt a surge of pride. For being addressed as Master suggested, he held some standing in this locality. Consequently, he adopted an air of superiority, responding to his subordinate's salutations with a dismissive grunt through his nose. What is this Second Master? Is he not merely Ergu, a two-legged dog, a dog that resembles a man? Ha ha, ha ha. A chorus of mocking laughter rang out, unabashedly reaching Sun Ergu's ears. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened, and his mood soured in an instant. He slowly turned his gaze toward a group of several dozen individuals on the opposite side of the dock, his eyes locking onto a burly, muscular man of African descent, a flicker of enmity passing through them. If one were to inquire who Sun Ergu despised most in Jiayuan City, this imposing figure would undoubtedly rank among the top three. Should someone offer him a deal where he could exchange all his wealth for the complete eradication of this man from existence, he might hesitate. However, if the price were halved, he would readily agree. Albeit his so-called entire wealth had dwindled significantly due to his indulgences in vice. The true name of this black giant has long been forgotten, as dock workers either refer to him as Black Master or simply by his nickname. Black Bear. He serves as the leader of another small gang, the Iron Fist Society, holding a status comparable to that of Sun Ergu within the four. Consequently, he has also been dispatched to manage another group of laborers at this dock. In an environment where two tigers cannot coexist, especially in such a modest dock, tensions between the two factions have been palpable from the outset. Following several confrontations over competing merchants, their relations have soured even further. When they meet, the two gangs engage in derisive mockery and vehement insults, with only the absence of physical altercations distinguishing their encounters. If the subordinates exhibit such animosity, one can only imagine the disdain shared between Sun Ergu and Black Bear, the foremost beneficiaries of the business conducted there. The two eye each other with palpable animosity. Nevertheless, as minor leaders of gangs with some semblance of status, they are aware that the Iron Fist Society and the Four are allied factions, united in their opposition to a larger gang, the Poison Dragon Society. Thus, while both aspire to expel the other and monopolize the dock for themselves, they can only endure and restrain their animosity for the time being. However, the pent-up dissatisfaction and fury they harbor find expression through the verbal confrontations of their subordinates, which have become a daily ritual each morning. At that moment, without waiting for Sun Ergu's signal, several sharp-tongued individuals among his subordinates launched an unrestrained counterattack. Do you know which beast is the most foolish of all? One queried. The bear. Another responded. And which bear is the most foolish of them all? Naturally, it is the Black Bear. Ha! Originally, the Black Bear, who wore a smug expression while listening to his subordinates mock their adversaries, suddenly felt his face darken upon hearing these words. Sun Ergu, however, chuckled with delight. Patting the shoulders of his subordinates in a gesture of encouragement, the Black Bear's men, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a torrent of vile and offensive remarks. Sun Ergu sighed, not one to hold back, retaliated with equal fervor, for they were all men of stature, unafraid of engaging in such coarse exchanges. Meanwhile, Sun Ergu and the Black Bear, as leaders of their respective factions, remained aloof, observing the fray with detached amusement, as they deemed themselves above the fray of this raucous verbal skirmish. Just when the two groups were nearing the point of exhaustion, with spit flying and voices hoarse, one of Sun Ergu's men suddenly exclaimed, "A boat is approaching." This proclamation instantly silenced the nearly 100 brawny men, who collectively turned to gaze toward the riverbank. After all, glittering silver was far more enticing than mere verbal sparring. However, as the men discerned the vessel that had docked, disappointment washed over them. It was merely a flat-bottomed skiff, clearly only capable of accommodating 3 to 5 merchants at most, certainly not the lucrative business they had hoped for. This was hardly surprising, given that the wharf was both dilapidated and remote, making it unlikely for any substantial ships to frequent the area. Only during bustling trade seasons would larger vessels, unable to dock at other piers, reluctantly land here. As the modest boat came to a halt at the pier, two figures emerged. One was a young man, seemingly around 17 or 18, of unremarkable appearance, while the other was a towering giant, significantly taller than the average person. Dressed in a simple blue robe, the young man had a small yellow bird perched on his shoulder and appeared to be taking in his surroundings like a country bumpkin stepping into the city for the first time. The giant, clad in a cloak and a green robe, obscured his features, presenting an oddly enigmatic appearance that he followed closely behind the young man, never straying far, exuding the demeanor of a loyal servant. This young man, and the giant were none other than Han Li and Shu Han.